Chapter 101. Tang Xiaofan asked in his heart but got no response, so he could only give up temporarily. After closing the world chat channel, Tang Xiaofan contacted the little loli in the underground world and asked about the defense of her castle. The little loli replied that her castle was safe and told Tang Xiaofan not to worry. Tang Xiaofan also felt that his worry was a bit redundant. Even if the little loli's castle was not as strong as his black technology castle, it was not much worse than those top castle owners. After all, there are 3 types of defensive buildings in the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle. The outermost wall, plus several arrow towers, tightly surround the castle, and the defensive capability is very impressive. In addition, the dwarf Xavier who defected to the little loli has now been promoted to the king-level commander. The number of dwarf warriors in the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle has reached hundreds, each wearing armor, holding weapons, and fully armed. Such a powerful castle will not be broken by the initial beast tide. What's more, the little loli has the favor of the goddess of luck. Tang Xiaofan believes that even if she encounters danger, she can turn it into safety. Tang Xiaofan. The little girl seemed very happy and sent a message to Tang Xiaofan. After becoming a ranger, can Kur leave the underground world and go to the surface to find Tang Xiaofan? Browsing the world chat channel is the little girl's only entertainment activity. She knows more about current affairs than Tang Xiaofan. She also knows some things that Tang Xiaofan doesn't know and information that he missed. The ranger issue is so hot, she naturally knew it a long time ago. Tang Xiaofan thought about it and replied, becoming a ranger can only be regarded as temporary freedom. You don't have to resist the beast tide, but the crisis is not far away. A ranger is alone in the land of gods and demons. Especially the underground world you are in now, it will be even more dangerous. Don't blindly change your job to ranger. Besides, the world is so big. You are billions of miles away from the forest where I am. How can you come to me alone now? Tang Xiaofan's calm analysis made the little loli understand that this plan would not work in the short term. The little loli patted her head in annoyance. Tang Xiaofan continued, develop your Dark Iron Dwarf Castle well, stick to it, and you will have a chance to see me in the future. Yes, Mr. Tang Xiaofan, Kur will listen to you. After the call ended, Tang Xiaofan now understood that the little loli's problem was not big. What we need to do now is to defend my black technology castle. Tang Xiaofan thought about it, and contacted the 2nd Regiment of warriors, who were still attacking the lizard tribe. Let the warriors end the war with the lizard tribe as soon as possible and return to the black technology castle. In addition, he asked John Eyre to convey his coordinated defense order. The goblin tribe is now his power, and the goblins in the tribe are all his soldiers. Dispatching the goblin army here can strengthen the defense of the black technology castle. Moreover, as a weak local force, the goblin tribe may also be attacked by the beast tide. Their current strength is so weak that they may be swallowed by the beast tide. It will affect their own points. At the same time, in the lizard tribe, the war between the 2nd warrior group and the lizard tribe has entered a white-hot stage. The houses of the lizard tribe are made of rocks, and look very primitive and simple. Because the lizard men are very large, their stone houses are also very tall. It looks quite spectacular. This is a small lizardman tribe, and very little of the lizardman civilization remains. There are about 500 lizardmen in the tribe, but after the battle in the underground world, the number of lizardmen in this tribe has dropped to about 400. And those lizardmen who died in the battle were all elite warriors. This also directly reduced the overall strength of the lizardman tribe. At this moment, the battle in the valley was fierce. Kill! Expel these evil creatures from another world and protect the tribe. The shameful goblins actually surrender to the creatures from another world and knelt at the feet of the evil god. This is a shame for the intelligent race of the gods and demons continent. Absolutely unforgivable. After defeating these invaders, we will wipe out the goblin tribe and make them pay the price. Tribal warriors are not allowed to retreat. In the valley, there are many lizardmen roaring and roaring, led by the chief of the lizardman tribe, the leader of the 18th level peak lizardman. Next are 5 commander level lizardmen. Originally, there were 8 lizardmen commanders in this tribe, but 3 of them had died on the battlefield in the underground world of the goblin tribe. In addition to them, there were more than 300 lizardmen participating in the battle on the valley battlefield. There were nearly 200 elite lizardmen. Lizardmen are natural warriors. Even young lizardmen can charge into battle with weapons. In this tribal defense battle, no lizardmen stayed out. All the lizardmen joined together to resist Tang Xiaofan's 2nd group of warriors. Disloyal people! How dare you blaspheme the Lord? The Lord is the creator of all living things and the enforcer of the universe. It's not about believing in evil gods. Blasphemy of the Lord should be punished. John Eyre held a double-edged giant axe and chopped at the head of the Lizardman leader. Swish! A flash of cold light flashed, and the second Lizardman leader was easily killed by him. John Eyre had easily killed 2 lizard men of the 16th level. After killing 2 lizardmen leaders, and more than a dozen lizardmen elites in succession, the energy value John Eyre gained instantly allowed him to break through the peak of level 20. A golden light of promotion appeared on his body. He was directly promoted to level 20 in the battle. Believers of the evil god die. Swoosh! With a loud noise, a 2-meter-long mace fell from the sky and hit John Eyre in front of him. The person who came was the chief of the Lizardman tribe, a peak level 18 Lizardman warrior. Disloyal person. John Eyre was fearless. He swung his giant axe at the giant mace made of fine iron. Bang! The giant axe and the mace collided, and a powerful energy shock wave appeared instantly, which was transmitted hundreds of meters away. Many lizardmen in this range were unstable, but the warriors were not greatly affected. After all, the average level of the warriors group 2 was as high as level 14, and the balance system of the Mark II armor was extremely powerful, which could easily withstand such a shock wave. The warriors' figures were not affected at all, and they rushed towards the lizardmen on the battlefield without any hindrance. The machine guns and giant axes formed a noose of death, which was put on the remaining lizardmen. The level, strength and even life level of the lizardmen were too different. They were no match for the warriors. Even the commander-level lizardmen on the battlefield were quickly killed by the giant axes. The powerful force from the Lizardman chieftain could not make John Eyre retreat a bit, and the Lizardman chieftain was shocked and retreated several steps. Chapter 102. How is it possible? The Lizardman chieftain was very surprised. He, a peak level 18 warrior, could not shake the warrior who had just entered level 20. He could not withstand his full-strength attack with just a boulder. What kind of creatures are these steel monsters wrapped in armor? Could it be that they have no flesh and blood, or are just monsters made of steel? Soon, the Lizardman chieftain showed a ferocious look. His skin was green, and his face showed an angry expression. He roared at John Eyre. Why did you creatures from another world invade my tribe? John Eyre sneered and raised his arm with a machine gun, pointed at the head of the Lizardman chieftain, and said with a cold expression, "The goblins in the underground world are the Lord's believers. Your tribe attacked without authorization, and I obey the Lord's military order to wipe out you disobedient people." Disobedient people? The Lizardman chieftain said angrily. The intelligent races of the god and demon continent do not need faith, and will never surrender. At this time, the other warriors also ended the battle, and pointed their guns at the Lizardman chieftain. Stop struggling. John Eyre motioned him to look around and said, "The Almighty Lord has come to this world, and this world should be shrouded in the glory of the Lord. Faith can make all races in the world stronger, and can also redeem your fallen souls. This is the temptation of believing in the evil god." The Lizardman chief saw that there were not many shouts and screams on the battlefield, and realized that many of his people had died. He held the wolf-tooth hazel tightly. Although he didn't recognize the machine gun, the flames and steel chains sprayed by the weapon were very threatening. Surrounded by so many powerful steel alien creatures, he felt a lot of pressure. But his will was very firm, and he insisted that the one standing behind these steel monsters was the evil god of faith. The era of faith in the gods has disappeared from the god and demon continent, and now is the era of truth. Why do things that have passed away come back again? Shameful faith in the evil god. The lizard chief watched his people die unwillingly, and he roared angrily, releasing all the magic power in his body and condensing it into the mace in his hand. Then he forcibly broke through the level restriction and forcibly upgraded to level 20 at the cost of burning his life. John Eyre took a look and said, "Shoot." Suddenly, countless flames burst out. The bullets rained down on the body of the Lizardman chieftain like a rainstorm. He dodged urgently and avoided the fatal blow. But after all, the rain of bullets was too dense, and he still couldn't avoid it completely. His back was hit by the rain of bullets, and suddenly there were cuts of dozens of centimeters long, and blood was dripping deep into the bones. The Lizardman chieftain almost fainted from the pain. He barely concentrated and quickly fled to the dense forest outside the valley. "You can't escape." John Eyre was faster than him. His steel armor was like a ghost, and he held a huge double-edged battle axe horizontally, blocking the way for the Lizardman chieftain to escape. "Get out of the way!" At this moment, the bloody Lizardman chieftain roared and roared. He didn't have much time. He raised the giant wolf-tooth hazel high, with veins exposed all over his body, and instantly smashed towards John Eyre. As a peak level 20 warrior, the Lizardman chieftain was now full of blood, and a strange feeling was surging in his body. At this moment, he was at the king level, and his strength could be said to be very powerful, and his power was extremely terrifying. If it was the 18th level goblin chieftain from before, he would definitely not be able to resist his angry attack. After all, the bloodline of the lizard men is known for its strength. In terms of pure strength of the same level, many races cannot compare to the lizardmen. In the field of pure strength, the lizardmen can definitely be ranked at the upper level of the 10,000 races in the god and demon continent. However, facing the angry attack of the lizardmen chieftain, John Eyre was not panicked. As a warrior who charges into battle formations, close combat is his best field. It was just a contest of strength. Why should he be afraid? Come on! Accompanied by John Eyre's low shout, he turned into a shadow, holding the double-edged axe horizontally, and swung it in a semicircle. At the edge of the circle, the axe blade instantly slashed at the mace of the lizardman chief. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the lizardman chief flew up immediately, and half of the mace made of fine iron kept rolling in front of his eyes. Impossible! The lizardman chief screamed in fear. His mace was a high-level equipment, but now it was cut off by a shadow, leaving only a small half. This was unbelievable to him. Suddenly, a sharp pain came, and he realized that his right hand was gone, leaving only the broken arm spurting blood. This was the shot from a terrible force. His body was forcibly torn apart, and he widened his eyes again, seeing the half-body on the ground, like his own legs? The Lord said that everything has a destiny. If you go against the destiny given by the Lord, the only end is destruction. John Eyre held a huge axe and looked coldly at the lizardman chieftain, who was broken into two pieces, like a god of war, so powerful that it was shocking. The fate of the creatures of gods and demons is in their own hands. The lizardman chief was in pain, but he still persisted. Even at the end of his life, his will to pursue the truth was still firm. He firmly believed that faith was just the temptation of the evil god. However, this did not prevent him from dying and becoming a meaningless nutrient and returning to the earth. End the battle and return to the Black Technology Castle. At John Eyre's order, the soldiers on the battlefield began to clean up the battlefield. Before the death of the lizardman chief, almost all the lizard men on the battlefield were dead. Almost all of them fled after seeing each other, and had no intention of resisting. This caused the lizardmen's camp to collapse completely, resulting in almost complete casualties. In just a few minutes, facing the clearing and hunting of the warrior team, there was no lizardmen left standing in the valley, and all fell in a pool of blood. With a loud bang, the tribal heart of the lizardmen tribe was also destroyed by the warriors. The stone houses and stone towers in the tribe seemed to have lost their foundations, and collapsed one after another, turning into ruins on the ground. At the same time, some warriors were shrouded in golden light, which meant they were being promoted. They broke through the lizard tribe, and killed more than 300 lizards, including one 18th level lord, 5 commanders, and about 200 elites. Many warriors who were at the late and peak levels of their current levels were directly promoted to higher levels. After a short battle, the warriors were still the same as before, without any injuries or fatigue, and their professional qualities also allowed them to maintain their physical strength very well. John Eyre nodded with satisfaction. This team will no longer belong to the warrior group, but will also be the sword in the hands of the Lord. He gave an order, only take away important things. Other supplies will be taken after the beast tide is over. Yes. The important supplies are naturally soul stones and other items. As for the equipment scattered on the battlefield, as well as the food, wood, stone and other supplies stored by the lizard tribe, it is too late to transport them back to the Black Technology Castle. They can only wait until the beast tide is over before moving them. Chapter 103. Then, John Eyre summoned the Goblin Elder. The Goblin Elder also participated in the battle, and was very brave. As for the Goblin warriors he brought, unfortunately, all died under the mace of the lizard man. Respected Lord God. The Goblin Elder prostrated himself in front of John Eyre respectfully. He also gained a lot of combat experience, which was a special benefit after becoming a soldier under Tang Xiaofan. But in the heart of the Goblin Elder, he firmly believed that this was the favor of the Lord, the blessing and reward of the Almighty Lord for his heroic battle. Based on this, his belief in Tang Xiaofan directly rose to a higher level. At this time, John Eyre said, "The Lord has sent down an oracle, ordering you to return to the tribe quickly to gather all the goblins, and the whole tribe will go to the Lord's Black Technology Castle to avoid the upcoming beast tide." Yes, Lord God. Praise the Almighty Lord. The Goblin Elder quickly got up and ran out of the valley. Because the Goblin tribe in the underground world was attacked by lizard men, they had been ready to move at any time. When the Goblin Elder came back and brought the news of the annihilation of the Lizardman tribe. The Goblin tribe was boiling. Then, he notified the tribe that the beast tide was coming, and asked them to go to the Black Technology Castle to avoid it. Now, 1,000 goblins lined up happily, and rushed out of the underground world. Everyone, go to the Lord's castle to avoid the beast tide. Set off immediately. Yes, long live the Lord. The mighty team immediately headed towards the Black Technology Castle. They had to enter the Lord's castle before the beast tide came, so they all traveled lightly, and at a very fast speed. On the other side, all members of the 2nd Warrior Regiment also returned to the Black Technology Castle. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. However, the forest became strangely silent, as if it was the prelude to a storm. Finally, the roar of the wild monster sounded again, as if the drums of war awakened the entire forest. And time went back to an hour ago. Tang Xiaofan was admiring the soft but eye-catching light of the arc reactor, and received news of the battle ahead. Your farmer killed the 16th level commander level Lizardman, and obtained 100 soul stones. Your farmer killed the 18th level Lord Lizardman, and got soul stone plus 100, blueprint card plus 1, super armor plus 1. Your troops killed the 12th level elite Lizardman, and got soul stone plus 21. Your troops destroyed the tribal heart of the Lizardman tribe, and got an extra soul stone plus 100. You destroyed the Lizardman tribe. The influence and reputation of your Black Technology Castle in the God and Demon continent have been greatly improved. Special reminder, the Lizardman tribe has increased its hatred for your castle. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan looked at the information prompts that kept appearing, with a smile on his face. This battle with the Lizardman tribe, the first war, was in the underground world. The 2nd Warrior Regiment and the Goblin tribe killed more than 100 elite lizardmen and 3 commander-level lizardmen. The second battle was in the Lizardman's tribe, where nearly 400 lizardmen were killed, including 1 lord, 5 commanders, about 200 elites, and more than 100 ordinary lizardmen. In addition to destroying the Lizardman's tribal heart, Tang Xiaofan estimated that he had gained at least 1,000 soul stones from the 2 battles, or even more. In addition, he also accidentally obtained a blueprint by killing the 18th level peak Lizardman chieftain. Absolutely a big harvest. Now, we just have to wait for the return of the 2nd Regiment of Warriors. In addition to the 2nd Regiment of Warriors, the Goblin tribe is also on the way. Tang Xiaofan stood on the top balcony of the castle, looking through the wall at the dense forest outside. In the dense forest, the ancient trees shook, the birds flew together, and the roar of the monster sounded like war drums. In less than half an hour, the initial beast tide will sweep in. On Blue Star, at this moment, everyone was watching the live broadcast, and even those who usually didn't pay much attention were attracted by this wave that swept the world. Have the people in your country changed their jobs? Yes, they have to specialize in rangers. Alas, the initial troops are not good, a group of archers. There is no way to withstand the monsters. That's good, it's better than being rejected. Have you seen the miserable situation of the Spranken country? Their country just suffered a magma outburst. Can you imagine? The magma suddenly erupted in the city, and the whole country was paralyzed. Yes, now no one doesn't take this embodiment seriously. But, have you seen the live broadcast of that guy from Country K? He is too powerful. Yeah, if this goes on, we players will just be supporting roles. Well, I heard that it seems that other countries are jointly putting pressure on Country K. That's right, the practice of the God and Demon continent is a disaster for the entire Blue Planet, but also an opportunity for the entire Blue Planet. Everyone should share the benefits and share the risks. That's right, share the benefits and share the risks. Blue Planet, United Nations Headquarters. Unlike the shouting on the internet, the global conference at this moment fell into an unprecedented solemnity. We, Country K, express deep sympathy for the suffering of certain countries. At the same time, Country K is willing to provide these countries with the best possible help. What? The best possible help? We don't know the strength of Country K yet. You should do your best to help. That is, Country K should bear all the losses caused by the invasion of the God and Demon continent this time. That's right. Country M believes that Country K should bear it. I, Mitzi, second the motion. I, O, second the motion. I, Mudong, second the motion. Second the motion. Just as the crowd was excited and besieged K together, a firm voice sounded. I oppose. You are a rogue. The invasion of the God and Demon continent is fair to all countries. However, because of you players, these disasters have occurred. You should reflect on why this happened. There is a big problem with your education and culture. The one who spoke was the die-hard supporter of K country, Xiao Xinghua. As dragon descendants, they naturally felt proud of K country's strong position in the god and demon continent. That's right, don't think it's still 100 years ago. We Asian people are not so easy to bully. This is the representative of Potato Country. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, but he considers himself an Asian. There are also small countries such as Rice Country, Flower Country, and Not Red Country cheering for K Country. The representative of Polar Bear Country, who had not spoken, patted the table and said calmly, "Okay, what's the quarrel?" The initial troop type of the players from the Polar Bear Country is the Ice Dragon, which is definitely the top troop type among the top troop types. Of course, after their evaluation, they found that the gap between them and Tang Xiaofan from Country K was too big, and there was no hope of defeating him. However, in view of the long-term cooperative relationship between the two sides, the Polar Bear Country was confident in maintaining its cooperative relationship with Country K. Everyone should talk calmly. After all, it is not time for them to merge yet. Besides, it is useless for us to quarrel here, and it will not affect the decision-making of the God and Demon Continent. Chapter 104. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaofan didn't know at this moment that Country K was facing unprecedented pressure on Blue Star because of its strength. Even if he knew, he wouldn't mind, because the rule of the God and Demon Continent is that the strong is the king. If someone uses the concept of equality and freedom to reason with him, he doesn't mind letting these people understand what the most powerful castle lord is. He remembered that if a player from a country died, if the country did not disappear, it would send new people. I don't know if the players who died in the Beast Tide this time sent new people behind them. He took a look at the World Chat channel and found that more and more castle lords could not bear the pressure of the Beast Tide, gave up their identities as castle lords, and changed their jobs to wanderers. Without the castle, they naturally didn't have to resist the Beast Tide. Many wanderers claimed in the World Chat channel that they had escaped, and they were no longer constrained by the castle's cushioning force, and gained their own freedom, and could decide their own destiny. Under their influence, the number of castle lords who changed their profession to wanderers increased. The size of the wanderer group is constantly growing. It seems that there is a momentum to compete with the castle forces. But are they really free? Not entirely. Tang Xiaofan believes that the wanderers' hard days will come soon. The only thing they got was to avoid the Beast Tide and survive. The real cruel survival has not yet come to them. This cruel and dangerous world will not favor one over the other. The future of the wanderer will be more dangerous and full of death threats than that of the castle lord. At least, the castle lord can recruit soldiers to protect himself, while the wanderer is destined to be alone. Compared with the castle lord, the future of the wanderer will be doomed to be full of disasters. It is difficult for people who only look at the present and do not pay attention to the future to survive in this cruel world. Of course, Tang Xiaofan also expressed his understanding of their choice. After all, many of them really knew that they could not resist the Beast Tide, so they chose to give up the identity of the castle lord and change their job to wanderer just to survive. If it were Tang Xiaofan, if he knew that the castle would become a ruin under the invasion of the Beast Tide, he might also make such a choice. People are always afraid of death. As long as they can survive, what does it matter if the chosen path is more dangerous and cruel? There is hope only when they are alive. I think this is also the mentality of some people who choose to change their jobs to wanderers. Unfortunately, there is no if in life. Everything depends on how your wheel of fate rolls. If Tang Xiaofan was teleported to the God and Demon Continent without the company of the system, and without awakening Jarvis, then he would probably have to follow a group of farmers to put away the heart of the castle, join the army of wanderers, and run away together. However, since he had the system, he naturally had a different fate than others. After lamenting his ill-fated fate, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the trading channel and found that a large number of people were selling food, wood, stone, and even refined iron. And the things they exchanged were all soul stones and equipment. Obviously, these people were wanderers after their job change. Without the castle, they didn't need these materials. They only needed a small amount of food to fill their stomachs. They exchanged soul stones to improve their own strength. Absorbing the energy in soul stones is one of the ways to upgrade levels. For the native creatures of the God and Demon Continent, this is the main quick way to practice. There are 3 reasons why the castle lord generally does not use soul stones to practice. First, soul stones are important materials for upgrading military buildings. Second, the castle lord himself can use his troops to kill enemies, to obtain energy, and achieve the purpose of rapid promotion. Third, the speed of practicing with soul stones is not as fast as killing enemies. Therefore, the castle lord looked down on this way of promotion. But now, the wanderers have come. Their demand for soul stones is much higher than that of the castle lord. As for exchanging equipment, this is for the wanderers to kill monsters in the future. After all, without the castle, they also lost the possibility of making their own equipment. If I had known that I would change my job to wanderer, I should not have upgraded the military buildings before. 100 soul stones were wasted. I regret it too. I should have kept the soul stones. Which castle lord is willing to sell soul stones? I will buy them at a high price. I will use materials that are 10 times higher than the market price to exchange for soul stones. I beg for soul stones on my knees. In the World Chat channel, many wanderers are seeking to buy soul stones. Although wanderers can also obtain energy and upgrade levels by killing monsters, they are weak after all, and the death of one of their troops is one less. So they need to do everything they can to improve their strength. Unfortunately, no castle lord came out to respond. There are even many castle lords sneering and secretly mocking these cowardly and timid losers. Yes, in the eyes of some castle lords, those wanderers who are stirring up trouble in the World Chat channel are complete losers and are not worthy of being compared with them, the castle lords. Wanderer Alliance? Haha, just a loser alliance. When the castle power rises, the local forces of the god and demon continent will be wiped out by them. This vast world will be dominated by the castle power. What is a small wanderer alliance? Some castle lords are quite arrogant and look down on the wanderers in the World Chat channel. Of course, as for the soul stones, they don't have enough for themselves. In the conference hall of the United Nations headquarters on Blue Star, the matter of the invasion of the god and demon continent is still being discussed. Now, everyone is waiting for the statement of Country K. How will they, the country that is most likely to enjoy all the benefits, deal with such a problem? Country K is also in trouble, you know? Although we have made some achievements in recent years, the difficulties are still great. Listening to K's old sayings, all countries rolled their eyes, but they couldn't do anything. K's words made sense. K has a large population, and even more poor people. Although there are now some more minerals, forests and stone resources, it is still a drop in the bucket. However, K is a responsible big country, and will not watch the people of other countries suffer. My Country K can provide assistance to countries in need. You know, the products of Country K are very affordable, and can be purchased with loans. Hearing these words, the countries that suffered 1,000 times the punishment nodded. Country K is indeed responsible, and much better than Country M. Country M is now in the name of the boss, but it is stingy, and only leads everyone to oppress Country K. However, we see that after the players of many countries were killed, new players were selected. So, can we pass some news to the god and demon continent through these new players? In this way, can we achieve common development and common prosperity? Chapter 105. The food and equipment that were put on the shelves before. The food is intact, but the equipment has been snatched away. The auction of the defensive building blueprint arrow tower has also ended, and a total of 308 soul stones have been obtained. A low-level defensive building blueprint was exchanged for more than 300 soul stones, which is very profitable. If it weren't for the low explosion rate of the blueprint, it would not have been auctioned at such a high price. And the beast tide is coming soon. Not to mention those wanderers who have given up their status as castle lords. Even the remaining castle lords are basically wealthy, and the arrow tower to enhance defense is a good choice. After all, no one can predict the extent of the beast tide. A little more defense is a little more. When it comes to life and death, no one will hold back. Tang Xiaofan arrived at a good time. The number of soul stones I have in reserve has reached 2,700. Wait for the second group of warriors to bring back the spoils. My soul stone reserve may directly exceed 4,000. This is a very large number. Tang Xiaofan believes that no castle lord soul stone reserve can catch up with his. He is definitely the richest castle lord. There is no doubt about it. Tang Xiaofan scanned the trading channel again, and found that many wanderers had increased the materials for exchanging soul stones to 20 to 30 times the previous amount, which made a few castle lords exchange soul stones one after another. The castle lord who exchanged for supplies should be eager to upgrade the castle, and increase the level of the castle. So in this case, he chose to use soul stones to purchase a large amount of supplies at a low price. However, there are not many people who exchange for supplies. Soul stones, which can upgrade military buildings, have always been in short supply. Only Tang Xiaofan exchanged for some soul stones with the arrow tower blueprint. Other things, even equipment, are difficult to get soul stones from the castle lord. The lord of the castle holds precious materials such as soul stones tightly. Tang Xiaofan did not go to exchange, not to mention the exchange price of 30 times. Even the exchange price of 50 times would not attract him. His black technology town is currently a low-level town. If he wants to upgrade to a mid-level town, he needs 500,000 units of wood, 300,000 units of stone, and 100,000 units of refined iron. Even if he uses all the soul stones to purchase materials such as wood and stone at a low price, it is far from meeting the upgrade needs of the castle. On the contrary, it will delay the upgrade of military buildings and farmer factories, which is not worth the loss. Tang Xiaofan turned off the trading channel. At this time, the second group of warriors came back. John Eyre took the lead and saluted Tang Xiaofan. "Greetings, Lord. I am glad to have fulfilled my mission." The warrior saluted Tang Xiaofan under the leadership of John Eyre. "Yes." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. And the light swept through the group of warriors, and all of them returned. It can be seen that the strength of the second group of warriors is already very strong. Even if the fire dragon attacks, there is no need to worry about insufficient manpower. Now, the Black Technology Town has established a foothold in the forest, and is not afraid of the attack of ordinary local forces. Later, when the protective shield is set up, the Black Technology Town will be safer. At this time, a figure suddenly flew across the sky. The soldiers all picked up their weapons, and surrounded Tang Xiaofan. "It's okay, John E is getting used to the armor." In the sky, John E, wearing an armor equipped with an arc reactor, circled and rotated quickly in the air. With a beautiful mid-air flip, he fired 2 shining beams of light from his hands, hitting the dense forest outside the city from a distance, and blasted a huge air wave. Because after the arc reactor was built, there was still a lack of sufficient experimental data, and these data involved power output, weapon power, and a series of arrangements such as flight, balance, defense, and life support. It was equivalent to upgrading the hardware, but Jarvis, as the operating system, needed to adapt to the strong energy again. Therefore, now let John E drive the armor, and continuously conduct extreme tests to ensure that the operating system can be improved as much as possible before it is put into service. And John E was so happy after putting on the new armor. The most intuitive thing he felt was that he could fly, after a little panic at first. As a level 20 warrior, his strong physical fitness allowed him to quickly master the flying skills. The super high-speed flying ability, as well as the powerful defense and power increase, made Mark Armor a real god of killing. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and John E flew down from the air, stood on the ground, and saluted Tang Xiaofan. "Meet the Lord." "Okay, tell me, how is it? John Eyre and the others just came back." Johnny took off his mask and said excitedly, "Powerful, too powerful, Lord, this is your miracle." Yes, the farmers were summoned, and their cognitive ability was limited to ancient times. Although they had no problem adapting to the mark armor given by Tang Xiaofan with the help of Jarvis, if they wanted to understand it, it would exceed their current cognitive ability. After all, the farmers' education level was still elementary school. So, they naturally understood this as Tang Xiaofan's miracle. Tang Xiaofan didn't say anything. It was useless to explain to them at this time. Besides, the armors were all controlled by Jarvis' system. Anyone who wanted to exert the power of the armor had to activate it through Jarvis. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Okay, John E should experience it first, and then summarize the experience as soon as possible and take the lead." "Yes, my lord." John Eyre looked at his old boss enviously, as he flew into the sky again, and handed the spoils to Tang Xiaofan. It was a set of armor, a lot of soul stones, and a blueprint. As Tang Xiaofan expected, the number of soul stones harvested this time exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,453. The armor came from the Lizardman Chieftain. Lizardman Chieftain's armor damaged. Grade, Superior. Effect 1. Greatly increase its own defense. It contains the breath of the Lizardman Chieftain, which has a certain deterrent effect on ordinary lizardmen. Special reminder. If non-lizardmen soldiers equip it, it will increase the hatred value of the lizardmen, and there is a high probability that they will encounter active attacks from lizardmen. Superior defensive armor. It's a pity that it's broken, and I can't wear it. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment. He directly put this Lizardman Chieftain's armor on the trading channel for a 3-hour auction, and set a price of 500 soul stones. Of course, he was not afraid of the hatred of the Lizardman tribe, but because this armor was too big, and it was impossible to wear it without a body of about 5 meters. Besides, this was just a broken super quality equipment, and he didn't care about it. Putting it on the trading area for auction can realize its only value. As for why he set a fixed price, the reason is very simple. There are less than 5 minutes before the Beast Tide arrives. After the 3-hour auction, the Beast Tide event may have ended. The armor of the Lizardman Chieftain will definitely not be sold at a high price. The appearance of a fixed price can help some castle owners who really want to get this super equipment to make a final decision and really get it. Chapter 106. The appearance of this super quality Lizardman Chieftain's armor naturally caused a stir in the World Chat channel. Many castle lords and wanderers were discussing what kind of battle could cause this super quality armor to be damaged. The Lizardman Chieftain is definitely a level 18 existence. Boss Tang Xiaofan is too powerful. Seeing the beast tide coming, he still has the mind to attack the Lizardman tribe, simply invincible. Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons. How can it not be strong? Compared to demons, Lizardmen, a medium-intelligent creature in the land of gods and demons, are nothing. 500 energy stones for one price. Tang Xiaofan is really determined to go down the road of profiteers. After all, it is a super quality equipment. If you find a senior blacksmith to make it into magic equipment, it will be worth it. I just don't know if anyone has bought it. At present, it can be said to be a sky-high price. Who cares? I can't afford it anyway. Tang Xiaofan didn't pay attention to the lively World Chat channel. His eyes were fixed on the last blue blueprint in his hand. Found an unknown blueprint. Do you want to identify it? Tang Xiaofan naturally chose yes. Suddenly, a dazzling light of identification appeared out of thin air and enveloped the blueprint. After a while, the light of identification dissipated, and the blueprint revealed its original appearance. Heavy factory. Level, rare. Description, use it. You will get a factory that can produce land mechanical equipment special blueprint. Good luck. Tang Xiaofan was shocked again when he saw the information on the blueprint. I didn't expect that in addition to the blueprints for the evolution of arms, there were also blueprints for buildings. This is really an unexpected surprise. Land machinery equipment. This means that we can produce machinery such as cars and tanks for use on land. My luck is so good. When it comes to luck, Tang Xiaofan can't help but think of the little Lolita in the underground world. When it comes to luck, even Tang Xiaofan has to admit defeat in front of the little Lolita. However, Tang Xiaofan felt that his luck was definitely better than that of little Lolita this time. The main reason was that little Lolita's initial troop was Dark Iron Dwarf, which was a low-level troop. Compared with Tang Xiaofan's farmer, Dark Iron Dwarf's cost performance was too low. Tang Xiaofan found that the farmer's level was not high, and the upper limit was not high. However, as a replica of humans, farmers were the main troop of the gods and demons continent. Because, in addition to strength and combat effectiveness, humans also have wisdom. Humans will use tools to amplify their abilities. For example, mark armor, weapons. This heavy factory blueprint, the mechanical equipment produced, are all tools for humans to amplify their abilities. The god and demon continent must have a magical level of technology, but now, only the tip of the iceberg has been revealed. So Tang Xiaofan chose to use it himself. Do you want to use the heavy factory blueprint? Yes. Tang Xiaofan muttered in his heart. It instantly spread into a rich golden light. Then, a huge factory, a steel factory, appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. After summoning several senior farmers, 200 farmers were sent to fill all the positions in the factory. After entering, these farmers all changed into blue work clothes, each wearing a yellow safety helmet, and moved quickly and in large numbers. It's rich. This is really a big profit. Tang Xiaofan's face showed great joy, because the prompt information of the heavy factory showed that this factory can manufacture 3 types of vehicles: a light armored truck named Vulture, equipped with a heavy machine gun, which can be used to transport supplies and combat supplies. For Tang Xiaofan, this is the best transport vehicle. Now, farmers no longer need to use carts between resource points and castles. The second type is a heavy tank. The huge tracks can ensure that the tank can adapt to various terrains, and the thick muzzle should be able to provide sufficient firepower coverage. The steel brackets on both sides of the vehicle body show that the huge artillery is powerful and needs brackets to ensure shooting accuracy. The third type of vehicle is a giant battlefield quadruped robot, with giant feet up to more than 10 meters high, supporting a huge weapon platform. The overall vehicle model is spindle-shaped, with countless gun barrels and missiles exposed on it. Unfortunately, only light armored transport vehicles can be produced at present, and the latter 2 vehicles need to be upgraded to the castle level before they can be opened. That's good, isn't it, Jarvis? Yes, sir. This shows that there will be drawings of this kind of mechanical factory. So are there any factories for aerial machinery? Or space machinery factories? Sir, this world should have had a highly developed technological civilization. Yes, this is interesting and worth exploring. So the factory drawings are of great significance to Tang Xiaofan. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan immediately sent a purchase message to the World Chat channel. Buying all kinds of factory drawings vigorously, you can add friends, only serious people please do not disturb. Such drawings will be exposed sooner or later. The top castle lords will also immediately discover its value, and then buy it at a high price. Tang Xiaofan can't wait for others to come to him automatically. That is unrealistic and the probability is not high. It would be better to strike first, and try to get it first with his unparalleled fame and influence. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan directly disclosed the troops of his own castle, confirming the secret that his troops were demons, just to increase the shock value. It comes down to the core elements. You can add him as a friend by selling his blueprints. The World Chat channel was boiling instantly. Before that, all the castle lords were speculating on the origin of the forest demon. They also believed that there was a high probability that the demon that appeared in the forest was Tang Xiaofan's troops. Some top castle lords even firmly believed this. So they formed an alliance to fight against Tang Xiaofan's demon army in the future castle battle. However, speculation is just speculation after all. Even if the probability is as high as 90%, there are still factors that cannot be determined before the truth is truly revealed. Now, Tang Xiaofan took the initiative to provide confirmation and can add friends. This defines the nature of demons in the forest. Black Technology Castle? Sure enough, my guess was right. Tang Xiaofan's army is demons. Oh my god, there really are such soldiers as demons. Legendary creatures, comparable in level to holy angels? Once the demon army comes out, who can compete? This is definitely the hottest topic of this era. Tang Xiaofan named his castle the Black Technology Castle, and it is obvious that he has never thought of hiding the secrets of demons. But even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Once the castle battle started, Tang Xiaofan's demons would be exposed immediately. I am a little worried about those top castle masters now. Chapter 107. Top-level troops are nothing in front of demons. Powerful demons are enough to beat dragons. Demons must have been weakened. It is impossible that they are at least demigods like in novels. Otherwise, Tang Xiaofan would have ruled the forest by now. Top-level troops also have strengths and weaknesses. I guess demons should be the strongest among the top-level troops. This is why Tang Xiaofan can lead all the way. Agreed +1. However, all the castle lords don't know that Tang Xiaofan's demons are not top-level soldiers. They are ordinary peasants, the lowest-level peasants. A peasant who can be easily killed by a monster. A peasant who needs the collective strength to survive. A peasant who needs to consume a lot of food to survive in the early stage. Of course, these peasants have great potential. After equipping them with mark armor, they become the demons in the malice of others. Demons have already surpassed the category of top-level troops. By the way, what are factory-type blueprints used for? There are such blueprints? Idiot above. As the name suggests, they must be blueprints that can build factories. This kind of blueprint is nothing to an ordinary castle lord, but to a level 1 castle lord like Tang Xiaofan, it is more precious than a soul stone. Go straight to the core. No wonder even a big shot like Tang Xiaofan showed up publicly to buy this kind of blueprint. It would be great if I could reveal such a blueprint. Has anyone added Tang Xiaofan as a friend? It seems that even Bear Grylls hasn't added him. It's harder than conquering a goddess. A blueprint in exchange for Tang Xiaofan's friend status is definitely a good deal. The value of Tang Xiaofan's friend status is higher than that of a top castle lord. There are hundreds of castle lords, and there are at least 80 top castle lords, but Tang Xiaofan's friends can be counted on one hand. Once you become a friend of Tang Xiaofan, it will be of great help in the future. I will expose the factory drawings even if I die. If nothing else, I just want to ask Tang Xiaofan, when you get up in the morning, do you brush your teeth or go to the toilet first? The taste of the sisters upstairs is simply unbeatable. The topic about Tang Xiaofan in the World Chat channel quickly fermented, and from the original normal topic, it quickly turned into all kinds of gossip and speculation, and the heat was extremely high. Completely overwhelmed the upcoming beast tide. As for many alliance groups, they were discussing Tang Xiaofan and his demons, as well as the factory drawings. In the Alliance of Gods, the number of top castle lords in the group has exceeded 30. It can be said to be the strongest and top force in the circle of castle lords. Breaking news. Tang Xiaofan appeared publicly and confirmed that his army is demons. The World Chat channel has gone crazy. Do you think we are blind? This is not good news for us. It doesn't matter. That's just a type of soldier. The original purpose of our Alliance of Gods was to suppress Tang Xiaofan. Isn't it just right now? With more than 30 top castle lords joining forces, not to mention Tang Xiaofan's soldiers are demons, even the gods have to stand aside. In the future, the scale of our alliance of gods will become larger and larger, and the power will become stronger and stronger. Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle is nothing to worry about. If Tang Xiufan is sensible and low-key, it will be fine. If he offends our alliance of gods, his Black Technology Castle will be destroyed sooner or later. The Castle Lords of the Gods Alliance are quite confident because they have more than 30 allies, all of whom are Castle Lords with top-level arms. No matter how powerful Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle is, can it be stronger than so many top-level Castle Lords working together? Under such a cognition, many Castle Lords did not take Tang Xiufan seriously. Of course, this is also a very normal thing. No Castle Lord would think that Tang Xiufan could fight against the Gods Alliance alone. The core purpose of the Gods Alliance is no longer simply to suppress Tang Xiufan. Instead, they are transforming towards conquering the world and sweeping across the land of gods and demons. This is the transformation brought about by overflowing self-confidence. By the way, has anyone found factory blueprints? This thing is extremely precious to Tang Xiufan. I haven't seen it. During the castle defense battle, I did find 2 blueprints, but they were both architectural blueprints. Factory blueprints are obviously special blueprints, and it's hard to find them. It seems that only Tang Xiufan can find this kind of blueprints. From the super-grade armor of the Lizardman Chieftain, we can infer that the Lizardman Chieftain is also a strong one among the 18th level, and his tribe is definitely very strong. How strong must Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle be to be able to capture such a tribe? But Tang Xiufan is just the lord of the castle. That's right. Our alliance of gods is absolutely invincible. I have already purchased the factory blueprints at a high price. I can't let Tang Xiufan monopolize all the good things. Great minds think alike. I really don't know what Tang Xiufan was thinking. He actually exposed this kind of blueprint. It would be great if he was the only one who knew about it. Smart. How to acquire this kind of blueprint? If you want to acquire it publicly, you have to expose it. Tang Xiufan relies on his popularity among the castle forces. We have to admit that no castle lord is more famous than him, even if all of us put together are not as famous as him. This is his advantage. If someone really leaked this kind of blueprint, the first thing they would think of would be to sell it to Tang Xiufan. Now, the number of castle lords who want to add Tang Xiufan as a friend is probably in the hundreds. As soon as these words came out, the group of the Alliance of Gods suddenly fell silent. Not only others, these top castle lords would definitely be very happy if they could add Tang Xiufan as a friend. It's just that they didn't say it. This is the attraction of the strong standing at the top, which cannot be ignored. What is Bear Grylls doing, calling the great god? Why don't you speak today? Wait for the beast tide. In the Karami Prairie, Bear Grylls stood on the rooftop balcony of the ancient giant bear castle. In the yard, dozens of majestic ancient giant bears were lying, standing, or lying. He was browsing the lively world chat channel and the internal chat of the Gods Alliance. He frowned, thinking, factory blueprint? Admittedly, this kind of blueprint is not that important to him. But what he thought was that if he was lucky enough to get this kind of blueprint, he would give it to Tang Xiufan in exchange for a friend quota. From the time he arrived until now, he had no idea how many times Tang Xiufan had rejected him. Every time he requested to be a friend, he was rejected. This almost made him a little crazy, and he would not stop until he added Tang Xiufan as a friend. As for what he would do after adding Tang Xiufan as a friend, he no longer considered it. He just wanted to use this method to calm the resentment in his heart. Chapter 108. He wanted to prove himself even more. There was nothing that Bear Grylls couldn't get. I don't know how long it took. The low roar from the bottom of the yard woke Bear Grylls up. He looked into the distance, and a black line seemed to appear at the end of the grassland. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that it was the beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Prepare for battle. Protect the castle of the ancient giant bears. Roar! Dozens of ancient giant bears that were as big as wild beasts gathered and protected Bear Grylls' castle in the center. A pair of copper bell-sized bear eyes coldly looked at the beast tide rushing from afar. Tang Xiufan's real body appeared, proving that his army is the devil, and his castle is the Black Technology Castle. What is the relationship between the devil and the Black Technology Castle? Obviously, Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle is in the forest. It's not far from some of the castle masters among us, so we have to be careful. It's still the early stage of the game, and it's difficult for members of our alliance to help each other. Once Tang Xiufan finds us, he can destroy our castles one by one. What should we do? The members of the Anti-Demon Alliance are very worried. The key is that no one knows where Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle is. And their alliance members are scattered all over the forest and cannot gather together in a short time. Judging from the combat power of the Black Technology Castle, a single alliance member, even the master of the top castle, will not be a match for Tang Xiaofan's demon. If we start a castle battle, we will definitely not be Tang Xiaofan's opponent. Don't worry. Wait until the beast tide is over. We should always prepare for a rainy day. There is a way, and it's very simple. As soon as the beast tide is over, immediately send troops to search the surrounding dense forests. If you find traces of demons, it means that Tang Xiaofan's castle is nearby. If you know you can't win, move away from the castle. Leave that area? Escape? Not escape, it's a strategic retreat. We also need to encourage the other castle lords in the forest to search for the location of the Black Technology Castle. As long as the location of the Black Technology Castle is marked, the next thing will be easy. Tang Xiaofan is in the light, we are in the dark. It is not impossible to knock down the demon castle. Then it is decided. After the beast tide is over, the alliance members will step up contact with the other castle lords in the forest, gather the power of the masses, and find the Black Technology Castle. Mark the location of the Black Technology Castle, and we can gather our strength to destroy it in one fell swoop. Once the Black Tech Castle is destroyed, the forest will belong to our anti-demon alliance. Understood? At this moment, the forest was shaken. An alliance member immediately sent a message, the beast tide is coming. My goal is the only reward of the beast tide event. I'm not that greedy, I just want to get one of the 100 reward places. The one who is most likely to get the only reward now is Tang Xiaofan. So what if Tang Xiaofan gets the only reward? Sooner or later, he will be destroyed by our anti-demon alliance. Everything he has now will belong to our alliance in the future. That's right. Okay, we discussed Tang Xiaofan's matter after the beast tide event is over. Now, it's important to resist the beast tide. I wish you all can get the rewards. I wish you all the same. Black Technology Castle. After uploading the information about the acquisition of the factory drawings, Tang Xiaofan no longer paid attention to the world chat channel. His eyes were fixed on the rumbling factory in front of him, and the first light armor truck was about to come out of it. The other soldiers and farmers were all preparing for battle on the city wall in an orderly manner, ready to deal with the beast tide at any time. It must be said that this blueprint made him too much money. At the same time, it can be seen that the factory built with the factory blueprint is an arsenal, and it is an extremely powerful arsenal, a fully automatic arsenal that can directly convert or into combat vehicles. Therefore, even if someone offered a sky-high price of thousands of soul stones for the factory blueprint, he would buy it without hesitation. A huge light armor truck was pushed out of the workshop. Big profit. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. Although the arc reactor is replicating at a high speed now, the Mark armor should be available after the beast tide ends. But those are military supplies. There are no suitable tools for civilian use, especially for farmers. Now with this light armored vehicle, we can rest assured. After checking the information of this light armored truck, Tang Xiaofan was even more delighted. The cargo capacity of this truck seems to be very large. Not only can it transport stones, ores and wood, but it can also be used as a road opener. The huge tires and wide steel body can definitely crush trees in the forest and open roads, firmly binding the Black Technology Castle with its subordinate resource points and colonies. This also gave Tang Xiaofan absolute confidence, allowing him to completely occupy the forest in front of him. Occupation is not about driving away the enemy, but about having enough means to seize all the resources in the occupied area and continuously squeeze them. In the past, his military force was strong, but without sufficient transportation capacity, no matter how large the area was, it could not be converted into resources. But now it is different. After the beast tide is over, we can start to actively expand outward. Of course, the most urgent task now is to compete for the only reward in the beast tide event, and we can't afford to lose. You lose the super equipment Lizardman Chief Armor, broken, and gain 500 soul stones. Tang Xiaofan exclaimed. He didn't expect that there was actually a castle lord who bought the super equipment at a fixed price. And for super equipment, such a price is quite high, especially for super equipment without any damage. But unexpectedly, someone actually chose to join the trap. Although I don't know who it is, he must want to use this super equipment to compete for the rewards in the beast tide event. As long as you get the reward, the investment in this equipment will definitely not be a loss. Tang Xiaofan quickly grasped the inner thoughts of the bidders. After all, if it weren't for the beast tide event rewards, no one would rush to buy the damaged Lizardman Chief Armor at a fixed price. He is also a ruthless person. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but admire. According to my current soul stone reserves, it is not far from the farmer's factory to upgrade to level 4. I currently have 4,153 soul stones accumulated before, and 500 soul stones obtained from the equipment auction, a total of 4,653 soul stones. The next upgrade of the soldier building, the farmer factory, requires 5,000 soul stones, and Tang Xiaofan is looking forward to it. After the beast tide passes, we should be able to collect enough soul stones. Then he looked up at the dense forest outside the Black Technology Castle. At this time, the dense forest was shaking, and the roars of monsters were getting more and more frequent and louder. As if sensing something, he opened the World Chat channel, and the world announcement had been updated. The beast tide is coming in full force, and the combat power scoreboard is open almost at the same time. A rumbling sound, like an earthquake, sounded. Dense wild monsters came out of the dense forest alone, and charged towards Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Chapter 109. World Chat Channel. The beast tide is finally here. There are at least thousands of them. My castle is surrounded by the beast tide, but I'm not worried at all. I have walls, arrow towers, and top-level troops. The beast tide will never destroy my castle. My castle is finished. I greatly underestimated the horror of the beast tide. In front of this beast tide, the castle defense battle in the early morning is nothing at all. With the coming of the beast tide, I'm afraid that more castle lords will be eliminated, and those who survive are elites. Haha, luckily I was prepared and gave up my identity as the lord of the castle in advance. I changed my job to a wanderer. Where I am now, there is no trace of wild monsters at all. I escaped. Wanderers, get out of here. This is the era of the lord of the castle. Haha, so what if I'm the lord of the castle? Our wanderer alliance will become stronger and stronger. Not only the local forces, but also the castle forces. Haha, the loser dares to shout? Only those who make it to the end are the ultimate winners. The Wanderers' Alliance will become the paradise of the free gods. Wanderers are finally rootless duckweed, and our castle forces are the masters of the god and demon continent. Who knows about the future? The beast tide is coming, but it is not the only topic. Instead, the castle lord and the wanderers quarreled in the World Chat channel. Obviously, opposing factions have emerged. I am afraid that sooner or later, the wanderers may also attack the castle. This is not impossible. Tang Xiaofan did not pay attention to the chaotic World Chat channel. Because the beast tide has approached his Black Technology Castle, Warrior Group 1, Warrior Group 2, listen to the order. Clear all wild monsters approaching the castle. Use the wall as the defense baseline to resist the attack of the beast tide. Yes, my lord. Duh. The machine gun on the wall opened fire. In an instant, countless ammunition poured down, tearing the monsters in the front into pieces. The beast tide was like a huge wave, smashed to pieces by the reefs made of steel bullets. But the wave showed no signs of stopping, and the soldiers had already positioned themselves around the castle. They were on the walls, holding machine guns, and together they fired at the beast tide coming from all directions. Under the walls, all kinds of wild monsters were roaring like crazy and rushing over. There were wild monsters running in front, and after being knocked down by machine guns, the wild monsters behind did not stop at all. They continued to charge forward, and in the blink of an eye, they trampled the fallen wild monsters into a bloody paste. There were huge wild monsters, charging headfirst, not caring whether there were companions in front of them. Anyone who blocked their way would be knocked away by them. Too violent. There were roars and roars one after another. In this beast tide, in addition to wild monsters on land, there were also bird monsters gathering in the sky. They were faster and more violent. It was like a fighter plane swooping down towards the Black Technology Castle. It was so terrifying. Wild monsters could be seen in all directions of the Black Technology Castle, even in the sky. I'm afraid that only the underground is silent. This is the beast tide. In the castle courtyard, Tang Xiaofan was wearing mark armor, with a huge double-edged battle axe, and a huge sniper cannon beside him, and 100 soldiers standing beside him. As the lord of the castle, he couldn't be too cautious. The only good news was that the blood moon had not arrived yet, and the wild monsters were just affected by some mysterious power, and lost their minds, becoming manic and extremely aggressive. But the strength of the wild monsters did not increase 3 times as much as at night. This is good news for all the castle lords. At this moment, the strange birds of prey in the sky set their sights on Tang Xiaofan. They flapped their huge wings and swooped down. In just 2 seconds, they passed over the birds of prey near the castle in the air. They opened their sharp blades and grabbed Tang Xiaofan on the top of the highest building, trying to tear him into pieces. Looking for death. Tang Xiaofan sat on the chair, motionless, and didn't even look at the bird monsters attacking him, because others were ready for battle. A silver light flashed, mixed with a ray of red light, and the Mark II armor equipped with the arc reactor showed its ferocious face. John E. drove the Mark II armor, holding the red sword given to him by Tang Xiaofan. Puff! In an instant, blood suddenly burst out from the bodies of several birds of prey. Before Tang Xiaofan made a move, these bird monsters were killed. Their bodies fell from midair and hit the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Ha ha, this kid. Tang Xiaofan laughed. John E. did not stop, and continued to attack. He turned into a silver lion, holding a sharp blade, and ruthlessly chopped at all kinds of monsters and raptors in the sky. The combination of fast speed and indestructible weapons is extremely lethal. The monsters and raptors in the sky were unlucky. They found that they were the targets of siege, and they were besieged by one person. Screaming, blood, and broken wings kept falling from the sky, falling into the beast group, causing countless monsters on the ground to scramble. John E. cleared the sky, fell from the sky, knelt in front of Tang Xiaofan, and said to Tang Xiaofan with great respect, "As your warrior, killing is my duty. Please leave the monsters that invaded the castle to me. I will bring victory to the Black Technology Castle." This is a request for Tang Xiaofan to rest, and not to participate in the battle in person. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Such a big event. As the lord of the castle, your lord cannot stay out of it. John E., don't worry about my safety. No monster can hurt me." His words were not arrogant at all. His current Mark armor also prepared the arc reactor. Even if he faced the fire dragon alone at this moment, he could easily kill it without any surprise. However, only 2 reactors were completed, and the others were still being produced in the blacksmith shop. After all, the production environment requirements of new elements are relatively strict, and they cannot be produced outside the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop has magical power. As long as the drawings are correct and the raw materials are sufficient, any kind of item can be produced. Nong Yi's batch of old blacksmiths are like god craftsmen in the blacksmith shop, but it is extremely difficult for them to come out and forge. There is no way. The metal ring composed of the new element, which is the most critical part of the arc reactor, can only be forged in the blacksmith shop. So the progress is not very fast, but not slow either. After today, 1,000 flying Mark armors will be installed. Now, John E. can only play enough. However, Tang Xiaofan's words gave John E. enough comfort. John E. is not good at speaking. After respectfully saluting Tang Xiaofan, he slapped the red sword and turned into a silver light and rushed into the sky. The Lord said, "Killing is salvation. Death is eternal life. Go to hell." Monsters. Chapter 110. The bird monsters hovering in the sky instantly turned into corpses and fell from the sky. Every time the silver light flashed, the bird monsters would be killed instantly. In the battle, the action was like a phantom. It was really like dancing the dance of death in the void, beautiful and terrifying. So powerful. This is the arc reactor. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but explain, "Professional warriors are professional killers, and professional warriors, who have been through many battles and have rich experience, are professional harvesters of life." The monsters were like frogs encountering sports cars when facing John E., who was wearing Mark II armor and equipped with an arc reactor. They were not opponents of the same level at all, and were completely crushed across dimensions. The bird monsters could not even catch up with John Yi's shadow and lost their lives. The combat skills and techniques that John E mastered were completely for killing. In just a short moment, John E had slaughtered dozens of bird monsters, including even level 14 and 16 commander level monsters. The strength displayed by John E made Tang Xiaofan stunned. Another one. A lone bird monster avoided John Yi's interception and dived down. "It's you?" Tang Xiaofan didn't take a level 12 elite monster seriously. He tightly grasped the double-edged giant axe in his hand, and felt that he could kill this elite bird monster with one axe. This was the confidence in the arc reactor plus Mark armor. "This is mine." Seeing the bird monster getting closer and closer, Tang Xiaofan immediately prepared to take action, and at the same time shouted, asking John E not to grab the monster. The monster had already flown close to him, and at that moment, the bird monster that was several meters long suddenly exploded. The broken limbs and blood rain fell from the sky. However, before they fell on Tang Xiaofan, they were purified by a dazzling light. Tang Xiaofan looked up and saw John E. He was worried that the blood rain would pollute his body, so he used high-speed movement and palm cannon to purify it. After killing the bird monster in seconds, John E continued to clear the bird monsters that flew in from the sky. After a while, the second wave of bird monsters that attacked the castle were killed by him. Only Tang Xiaofan was in a mess in the wind. His monsters were all taken away, and now the slightly stronger monsters, the monsters that could break through the rain of bullets were all frantically snatched by the soldiers. Here, there is no humility and politeness. The desire for victory and the pursuit of honor make them compete in an orderly manner. In the end, John E. not only killed all the bird monsters in the sky, but also used his high-speed movement to start killing monsters in the periphery. When will my first drop of blood come? Tang Xiaofan stood alone on the roof of the castle, holding a sturdy double-edged battle axe, and surrounded by a circle of soldiers to protect him. He was really embarrassed. As for the outer wall of the castle, there were a lot of monsters. But Tang Xiaofan would not be stupid enough to run out for the sake of first blood. That would be fatal. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Black Technology Castle were dispatched, and they stood on the wall. They used machine guns to attack the beast tied close to the wall from a distance. Less than half an hour into the battle, hundreds of wild monsters were killed. Looking around, the walls were full of monster corpses. The blood had already soaked the mud into a dark red color. Fortunately, the bullets were dense enough to become a death barrage, and fortunately, the M429 machine gun that Jarvis took out was a version with unlimited ammunition, so the several-meter-high wall was spared from being sprayed with red paint. In the entire Black Technology Castle, only Tang Xiaofan had nothing to do. Tang Xiaofan couldn't kill the monsters, and the 100 warriors were like wolves, looking for fish that slipped through the net in the sky. The only ones who had nothing to do were a group of goblins, and several militiamen from the destroyed Igua Kingdom Castle. Because of the beast tide, they were placed in places that could only be seen between the inner and outer cities. Of course, it was impossible to live in the city. Tang Xiaofan had made a clear statement, so they stayed at the foot of the city wall outside the city at night, and went into the city to take refuge during the day. Elder, can we always live in the holy city? A little goblin looked at the goblin elder beside him, completely ignoring the deafening sound of the beast tide outside the city. He stared at the farmers, who were preparing meals in the cafeteria, his eyes full of envy. Child, the holy city can only be inhabited by the Lord and the God's messenger. Then why don't the tribes have such delicious food as in the holy city? Why don't the tribes have so many clothes? In the holy city, you can get a haircut, take a bath, watch a play, and I heard there are libraries, schools, and hospitals. Holy city, is this heaven? Yes, life in the tribe is a world apart from the Black Technology Castle. Unfortunately, God is still full of contempt for us believers. The old goblin turned his head away, and did not answer the young goblin's question. He pretended to listen to the battle situation awkwardly and stopped talking. The battle was still fierce, mainly because the monsters charged fearlessly. As for rushing into the city, Tang Xiaofan had never worried about this issue. His farmer loyalty had always been constant at 100 points, and he was a die-hard believer with a fanatical faith. The goblins and militiamen who surrendered had a loyalty of more than 90 points in various buildings and faith bonuses, so there was no possibility of defection. However, Tang Xiaofan did not trust them at all. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. There is no doubt about this. He is not short of manpower. He keeps these goblins just to have people to do rough work. However, as the lord of the castle and an 8th-level strongman, he actually did nothing in the beast tide. It must be said that this is very embarrassing. Of course, this also highlights the strength of his warrior team. Up to now, no wild monster has been able to approach the wall and kill into his castle. Even the bird monsters hovering in the sky were the focus of Zhang Yi's attention, and they were killed immediately. Tang Xiaofan also found that the warriors in the battle would occasionally emit golden light, which was a sign of promotion. Especially the warriors, who had been on missions not long ago. They were the first to be promoted during the battle. Their initial level was not high, and the corresponding experience required for promotion was not much. Hundreds of wild monsters of various levels were killed, and the experience gained was. It is enough for them to be promoted to a higher level. If nothing unexpected happens, I can also be promoted to level 9 in this beast tide event. Tang Xiaofan is looking forward to it. A level 9 life form is already considered a strong one. Among the local forces of the God and Demon continent, it is also a small elite level existence, qualified to become the chief of a small tribe. If it is level 18, it will be even stronger. Tang Xiaofan estimated that in this beast tide battle, Zhang Yi should be able to reach level 20, and Zhang Air was already level 20 before the battle. I wonder if Zhang Air can be promoted to level 21 in this beast tide. Chapter 111. The only thing that made Tang Xiaofan uncomfortable was that he couldn't kill any monsters now, because they were all snatched away by his soldiers. Even if there were lone bird monsters attacking, they would be killed by the soldiers at the first time. The soldiers didn't give the bird monsters any chance to get close to them. Tang Xiaofan was not a person who liked fighting, nor was he good at fighting. But it was still a bit uncomfortable that he couldn't even snatch a small monster. After all, he had made sufficient preparations, and even equipped the arc reactor. If he didn't participate in the battle and kill some monsters to sacrifice the double-edged battle axe in his hand, wouldn't all his preparations be meaningless? Tang Xiaofan felt that he had to do something, so he shouted, "John E, let another monster down, let me deal with it." "Yes, my lord." John E flew high into the sky, grabbed a bird that seemed to be just passing by, knocked it out with 2 punches, and then dragged it by its wings to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan looked at the bird that was knocked unconscious in front of him, and he didn't know whether to kill it or not. Finally, he sighed and chopped it down with an axe, sending it to the west. John E blinked his eyes, looked at Tang Xiaofan with respect, and asked with a slightly hoarse voice, "My lord, do you need John E to catch monsters again?" "Not for now." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand go, and help other warriors resist the beast tide. "Yes, my lord." John E saluted respectfully. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into a ray of gray light. Tang Xiaofan felt quite bored. The World Chat channel was opened. With the arrival of the beast tide, the popularity of the World Chat channel has dropped sharply. All the castle lords are concentrating on resisting the beast tide. There are not many castle lords who can be as leisurely as Tang Xiaofan. Of course, those castle lords who have given up their castle lord status and turned into free wanderers are not counted. These people have no castles, and the beast tide has nothing to do with them. They can speak freely in the World Chat channel. If nothing unexpected happens, another group of castle lords will not see tomorrow's sunrise. Even if they are eliminated, it's what they deserve. If they are like us, they don't have to worry about the threat of the beast tide. Many castle lords look down on us wanderers. Normal, they think we are losers, timid and cowardly. But don't worry, one day we will use practical actions to tell them that wanderers can also change their fate. That's right. Look at the battle power rankings. Fuck, Tang Xiaofan, who is known as the strongest castle lord, is not even in the top 3. Isn't Tang Xiaofan's army a demon? Demons can't even be in the top 3? So what if they are demons? They are not real gods. There are hundreds of castle lords with top-level troops. They are all crazy about earning points. It is not so incredible that they surpass Tang Xiaofan. Once the beast tide event is over, the myth created by Tang Xiaofan will definitely be broken. Once other castle lords rank first, and get the only reward of the event, Tang Xiaofan's title of the strongest castle lord will be immediately erased, fall from the altar, and no longer be praised. Tang Xiaofan was also browsing the World Chat channel. He was curious about this information. Then he opened the battle power score list next to the channel. Battle power score list of the initial beast tide. First place, Fire Dragon Nest battle power points, 245,601. Fourth place, Black Technology Castle battle power points, 21490. Ninth place, Taquawan Castle battle power points, 167901. 10th place, Tyrannosaurus Castle battle power points, 12076. 19th place, Ancient Giant Bear Castle battle power points, 10480. 100th place, Black Smoke Castle battle power points, 7501. The battle power score list is updated in real time. Every minute and every second, the points on the list are changing. All the ranking points are in the process of rapid increase, and the ranking of the castle lords on the list is sometimes rising, and sometimes being surpassed. Of course, this is normal. After all, the beast tide has just begun, and the castle lords are killing monsters in the wild. Especially those top castle lords, they are even crazier. In order to compete for the only 100 reward places, the top castle lords have tried their best. It is worth noting that Tang Xiaofan, who is known as the strongest castle lord, did not become the first place as many people thought. Instead, he was surpassed by others, and is currently only in 4th place. 4th place is also a very high ranking. If it were other top castle lords, who were not on the list, they would definitely be very excited. But for Tang Xiaofan, it was a bit unsatisfactory. After all, he is recognized as the strongest castle lord, and his troops are the legendary Hell Demons. From the time he descended to now, Tang Xiaofan has been leading all the castle lords, standing at the top of the castle power, and no one can match him. Many people think that Tang Xiaofan should be ranked first, but now there are 3 castle lords whose points are ahead of Tang Xiaofan. This surprised them. Some people also think that Tang Xiaofan's title of the strongest castle lord is just a name, and after becoming a military unit, the demons are indeed not as strong and unparalleled as the legend says. The myth created by Tang Xiaofan is about to become a thing of the past. This is what many people think. After all, the ranking of the scoreboard is there, which is the most real reflection. As for Tang Xiaofan himself, he didn't pay much attention to the ranking of the points table. He didn't care or worry about his fourth place. The beast tide activity had just begun, and a temporary lag didn't mean anything. However, Tang Xiaofan paid some attention to the castle forces on the points table, and kept them in mind. The future achievements of these castle forces will definitely be extraordinary, and worthy of his attention. Black Dragon Castle, Fire Dragon's Nest, Death Knight's Country. Tang Xiaofan also suddenly understood the reason why he was lagging behind. The three castle forces were good at war group attacks. The Dragon's Breath, the Death Knight's Charge, and the Fire Dragon's Flames, facing the weak wild monsters in the first few waves of the Beast Tide, could easily cause a large-scale massacre. However, after the powerful high-level wild monsters appeared, similar massacres would not occur, and it would be difficult for the three castle forces to continue to madly brush points. At that time, the advantages of the warrior team would be reflected. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan checked the rules of the points mechanism again, and found that the points obtained by killing monsters of different levels were also different. Level 2 10 points, Level 4 20 points, Level 6 30 points, Level 8 50 points, Level 10 Elite 100 points, Level 12 Elite 200 points, Level 14 Commander 500 points, Level 16 Commander 1000 points, Level 18 Lord 3000 points. If you kill a monster above level 20, the points you get will directly reach 10,000, which is equivalent to killing 1,000 level 2 monsters. When the medium and high level monsters appear, that's when I will chase the leaderboard in the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan is not in a hurry now. He is confident that he can compete for the first place in the battle power ranking list. As for the ridicule in the World Chat channel, he didn't take it to heart. The only reward is destined to belong to him. Chapter 112. What do you think about that battle power ranking list, Wu Dying? As a matter of life and death, the Today's Gods and Demons Continent program team did not slack off at all. Yuchi sat with the program team guests early in the morning, and today they also invited a special guest, the most popular Wu Dying, who once starred in War Tiger and became a famous movie star who won the global box office champion. I don't think you need to care about it at all. What's the use of that thing? You should still pay attention to Tang Xiaofan, right? This brother Tang Xiaofan is really amazing. Look at his machine gun on the city wall. Since the Beast Tide began, the muzzles on the city wall have never stopped firing, and countless bullets have been pouring out. Machine guns like this are very common on Blue Star now, but everyone, these machine guns seem to have unlimited ammunition, and the muzzle does not need to be cooled. Master Gung, am I right? Master Gung also nodded and said, yes, the level of such weapons is definitely beyond the technological level of Blue Star. Muzzle cooling is easy to say, but the technology of unlimited ammunition is really hard to understand, and completely beyond our current cognition. Wu Dying clapped his hands and said, that's right. If this technology can be transmitted back to Country K, it will be incredible. I agree with Xiao Gung and Xiao Wu. In fact, Tang Xiaofan's current situation is that he is ahead of his time with technology, or in other words, he is ahead of his opponents in technology level. He is about to achieve his rule in the alien world of God and Demon Continent. The bureau chief also nodded and said, maybe we are all confused by the monsters of God and Demon Continent. Look at the factories and armor built by Tang Xiaofan. Which one is not from God and Demon Continent? Maybe this is the real reason why Tang Xiaofan and his friends travel through time. The advanced civilization is transmitting more advanced information to us. That's right. It can be said that the contestants from other countries had chosen the wrong direction. Only Tang Xiaofan from our country K answered correctly. Everyone applauded together, and Yuchi said happily, Wu Dying is really amazing, worthy of being Mr. Billionaire. He saw a different point of view at once. Yeah, I wonder when Wu Dying's next movie will be released. I'm looking forward to it. Wu Dying looked at the compliments from everyone and nodded. Soon, I have a new idea today, to bring brother Tang Xiaofan's experience in the land of gods and demons to the screen. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. It will definitely surpass John Who in box office. Everyone was praising and looking forward to Wu Dying's new work. Only Zhang Xiaoxiao said with a face full of resentment, what's the point of being so active? Tang Xiaofan's skills can't be transmitted back. Damn it! This guy. Wu Dying smiled, pointed at the battle on the screen and said, that may not be the case. This world is far beyond our imagination. Ranked 4th in the standings. Haha, Tang Xiaofan's demon is just like this. The only reward belongs to my Black Dragon Castle. In a continuous mountain range in the God and Demon continent, there is a fairly magnificent high-level castle. Around the castle, there are countless charred corpses. Some of the corpses have even turned into ashes, and in the sky near the castle, dozens of dark dragons are hovering, spewing dragon breath crazily towards the beast tied on the ground. Dozens of hot dragon breaths with dark power poured down, like dark red magma, and wherever they passed, wild monsters fell to the ground in groups. In this level of war, the dragon race is almost invincible, and has a great advantage. Dragon breath, dragon language magic, almost all of which are large-scale killing skills, which are conducive to brushing the battle power scoreboard. Hey Tang Xiaofan, I thought you were so strong. Your title of the strongest castle lord is destined to fall on my head. The only reward, haha. On the balcony on the top floor of the castle, a young man wearing high-level equipment laughed wildly. At the same time, he commanded his black dragon troops to carry out a large-scale massacre of the beast tide. His points ranking was already at the top of the battle power rankings. Every moment, his battle power points were increasing crazily, and the gap with the ones behind him continued to widen. He felt that the only one who had a chance to compete with him for the first place in the battle power rankings was the Fire Dragon's Nest castle behind him. He knew the lord of the castle of the Fire Dragon's Nest, and they were also friends. As a member of the Alliance of Gods, the lord of the castle's army was the Flame Dragon, which, like his Black Dragon, was a top-level army of the Dragon clan. Only the Fire Dragon's Nest castle is worthy of his vigilance. As for the Demon Castle ranked 4th, he has gradually ignored it. The gap in combat power points is too large, and it is not easy for Tang Xiaofan to catch up. After all, his Black Dragon troops are madly slaughtering the beast tide. The combat power points are always in a state of soaring, and the gap with the Black Technology Castle, and even the third-place Death Knight country is continuously widening. Black Technology Castle, nothing to worry about. The young man was brushing the combat power points list, and the smile on his face became brighter. At this moment, a dense shriek came from the distant sky. The young man looked up, and saw a large group of bird monsters flapping their huge wings and attacking from the sky. There were at least dozens of bird monsters, the weakest of which was elite level, and the strongest reached the level of the 16th level commander. Here comes the point giving. All black dragons above level 12, go. Roar! The young man gave an order, and suddenly, more than a dozen huge black dragons took off and quickly rushed towards the bird monsters flying from the distant sky. An aerial battle between creatures in the sky began, with black dragons roaring and bird monsters screaming. The two sides fought from long-range attacks to close combat, with dense blood rain and limbs falling from the sky, and the battle became extremely violent and bloody. The dragon race, born with dragon power, can intimidate creatures of other races, forcing them to be timid and reduce their combat effectiveness. However, this refers to the native dragon race of the God and Demon continent. The black dragon soldiers recruited by the young man, although they are also pure-blooded dragons, carry the breath of another world. This kind of aura will make the native creatures of the God and Demon continent go crazy and angry, and generate hostility from the heart. The black dragon has dragon power, but the aura of the creatures from the other world is enough to offset their dragon power. The native creatures of the God and Demon continent are not afraid of this kind of dragon from the other world. The dragon power of the black dragon is naturally useless. At this moment, the bird monsters that appeared in the sky were extremely crazy. They ignored the roar of the black dragon and directly started a close fight with the black dragons. Especially the level 16 Great Commander level bird monster, it was quite brutal, with its sharp claws like blades. It forcefully tore open the scales of a level 14 initial black dragon, tore off its wings, and finally killed the black dragon. Afterwards, it went straight to other black dragons, showing the powerful strength of the level 16 peak Great Commander level. Seeing this scene, the young man's face turned green. His black dragons were few in number, and now there were war losses. It was simply a blood loss. The most important thing is that it was a level 14 black dragon soldier. He spent a lot of effort to cultivate it, but now it was torn into pieces by a bird monster that looked like a giant sparrow. It's not worth dying. Kill it for me. Chapter 113. The young man's heart was bleeding, and he roared and ordered other black dragons to besiege the 16th level commander level sparrow monster. After dealing with the big one, the other small and weak monsters were naturally no match for the black dragon army. This sudden air battle lasted for half an hour, and finally ended with the victory of the black dragons. However, the victory of the black dragons was also tragic. A total of 3 black dragons died, and many black dragons were seriously injured, which caused a great blow to the young man. It was not just because of the loss of the black dragon troops, but more importantly, it would affect his acquisition of combat power points. Seeing that the fire dragon's nest, which ranked second, was getting closer and closer, the young man's expression became a little impatient. At this time, his heart suddenly jumped when he saw that the Black Technology Castle had risen to third place. How could it be? The young man suddenly had a bad premonition. Could the Black Technology Castle still turn the tables? Inside the Alliance of Gods, the Black Dragon Castle and the Fire Dragon's Nest Castle did a great job. Celebrate together. The two members of our Alliance of Gods occupy the first and second place in the battle power rankings at the same time. This is the glorious beginning of our Alliance of Gods, enough to be recorded in the history. Exaggerated, brother. Exaggerated? Not at all. Just watch. Everything that comes next will be recorded in the development history of our Alliance of Gods. The glory of the rising era is worth remembering. In front of our Alliance of Gods, the Black Technology Castle is destined to decline. I thought Tang Xiufan's demons were so strong, but I didn't expect them to only rank fourth. It seems that he is now third. How is that possible? What about the Death Knight Nation? It was surpassed by the Black Technology Castle. Damn, this damn Death Knight Nation is too useless. It has only been a short time since it was surpassed by the Demon Castle. I wanted to add him as a friend and pull him into the alliance. Demons are still demons after all. Don't worry, the troops of the Black Dragon Castle and the Fire Dragon's Nest are all top-level dragons, which have an advantage in a large-scale war like the Beast Tide. It is almost impossible for the Demon Castle to surpass them. Come on, big guys. As long as we suppress Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle, our Alliance of Gods will be invincible. Tang Xiufan will eventually be pulled down from the altar by the big guys of our Alliance of Gods. Haha. Come on, big guys. Looking at the chat records within the Alliance, the two castle masters of the Black Dragon Castle and the Fire Dragon's Nest were a little panicked at this moment. For no other reason, just because the speed at which the combat power points of the Black Technology Castle increased seemed to be a little beyond their expectations. Lao Hua, you have to work harder, don't let Tang pass you by. Lao He, give me the first place, I suppress Tang Xiufan. Get lost, don't call me Lao He. In the Black Technology Castle, the fierce battle continued as usual. The sky and the ground were full of wild monsters, including a large number of elite monsters and commander-level monsters, and even several 18th-level Lord-level monsters. It's crazy. If it were any other Lord, they would feel their scalp tingling when seeing this scene, because the scale of the Beast Tide besieging the Black Technology Castle was too large. In front of this Beast Tide, the previous castle defense battle was nothing. It was like a small witch meeting a big witch, and they could not be compared. According to Tang Xiufan's estimation, they were not on the same level. Why are there so many wild monsters? With such a large scale, I'm afraid only my Black Technology Castle can defend it. If it were other castle owners, they would probably have no choice but to escape. Tang Xiufan was very confused. He didn't understand why there were so many wild monsters when it was just an initial Beast Tide. Moreover, he had never stopped asking the warrior team to clear the nearby beasts. Where did all these wild monsters come from? If the Beast Tide faced by other castle lords was as large as his, then the initial Beast Tide would definitely be a massacre of extinction for the castle forces. Of the hundreds of castle lords, no more than 10 or 18 would survive by chance. It shouldn't be like this. I think the reason why my Black Technology Castle was attacked by so many wild monsters should be related to the environment it is in. The forest itself is a paradise for wild monsters. The number of monsters here is as numerous as the stars. Another point is that it is also related to the upgrade of my Blackdeck Castle to a Blackdeck town. The town's influence and reputation are high, and wild monsters from more distant places will also be attracted. That's why there are so many monsters. The scale of the Beast Tide encountered by other castle masters must be much smaller. It should be these two reasons. Thinking of this, Tang Xiufan understood, and he no longer paid attention to the World Chat channel and the combat power scoreboard. He believed that as long as the warrior team continued to maintain the current monster-killing efficiency, it would be easy to surpass the top castle lords in front and rank first. The only regret for Tang Xiufan was that he still had not been able to kill a single monster so far. The beast monsters on the ground were all blocked by machine guns at the wall, and they were slaughtered in batches, leaving corpses everywhere. The ground had been stained dark red. The bird monsters in the sky had already appeared in the third wave. But under Zhang Yi's air superiority, none of them could swoop down. Even if there were any lone beasts, they were killed by the warriors around Tang Xiufan. All the warriors were participating in this Beast Tide battle. The smell of killing was already pervasive, and the smell of blood was so strong that it made people feel pungent. Only Tang Xiaofan, the group of goblins, and a few militiamen were doing nothing. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly discovered that the beast corpses surrounding the entire castle territory had begun to level with the city wall. There are already monsters that can directly pounce under the city wall. There are too many monster corpses. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and the soldiers began to throw the incendiary bombs and fertilizer bombs in their hands. Of course, Tang Xiaofan wanted to protect the city wall, and Jarvis had already made a battle plan for this. For this beast-tide war, the importance of the wall is self-evident. Once it collapses, tens of thousands of wild monsters outside will swarm in like a tide, which will directly threaten the safety of his inner city. This is obviously not a good option, and the fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails he made before played an important role at this moment. Boom! Boom! The warriors wearing mark armor, each of them was piled with bombs and Molotov cocktails, and their huge arm strength ensured that they could throw the two small things in their hands to the target location, and the corpses of wild monsters that were originally piled up like mountains became the best combustion aid. The huge flames began to burn, and the fat and protein quickly turned into fuel under high temperature. Countless monsters still rushed into the sea of fire, but were accurately killed by machine guns and became new fuel for the huge fire. In the Black Technology Castle, it seemed that a huge barbecue party was held outside the city, and the beast-tide monsters automatically walked towards the barbecue grill. Chapter 114. Do you think Tang Xiaofan can stop them? At this moment, everyone in the Today's Gods and Demons Continent program group stopped arguing, but the atmosphere was very depressing. Because the live broadcast angle can be adjusted, they saw from the screen sent into the studio by the director that the herd of beasts that covered the sky and the sun rushed towards Tang Xiaofan's castle. And they were not common beasts, but various wild monsters, three-eyed wolves, cheetahs with wings, mice the size of calves, and even centaurs. They were all furious, with bloodshot eyes, and they didn't care about the battle situation in the castle in front of them, or whether they were natural enemies or prey around them. They all rushed towards Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. I think it's a bit dangerous. The key is that there are too many monsters. But the heart of the castle should not be broken. He has more than 1,000 soldiers, and they can't be broken even if they stand there and the monsters attack. It must be very passive. The number of these monsters can completely submerge his castle. Wu Ding, the chief, and Master Geng were not optimistic about Tang Xiaofan's defense, but they were not too worried about his castle heart. I think Tang Xiaofan must have made arrangements long ago. He is such a scheming man, maybe he will become a wanderer. Zhang Xiaoxiao still looked so mean, so that he could attract enough attention. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaofan and the K-Country program team of Blue Star thought differently. He was not worried at all, although Jarvis had already estimated the scale of this beast-tide to exceed 10,000 through the camera of Zhang Yi. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan had discussed with Jarvis long ago that if faced with a strong beast group attack, with a number of more than 10,000, then the wild monsters would likely attack the city wall with their numerical advantage. However, with the arc reactor, Tang Xiaofan was confident that there would be no problem with safety, but the biggest challenge was that the monsters would break through the outer city wall. Therefore, in addition to fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails, Jarvis also referred to the experience of the Blue Star humans in the first two wars, and took out the barbed wire as a great weapon for the skirmish line. Barbed wire plus heavy machine guns, this is a standard death line. Even if the monsters rely on numbers and pile up corpses all the way, they will be stopped outside the barbed wire. A few wires and triangular iron frames buried in the ground, plus the machine guns that never stop above their heads. No matter how many monsters there are, they can't get close to the wall. The soldiers also discovered the abnormality of the beast-tide. However, they did not sit and wait for death, because Tang Xiaofan gave these soldiers a certain amount of mobility authorization, and Jarvis replaced War I and War II as the commander of the battlefield according to the situation of the front line. Under his command, soldiers kept jumping off the wall, frantically killing the wild monsters that were hitting the wall, reducing the pressure of the beasts on the wall. Although there were too many monsters outside the wall, under Jarvis's control, the beasts were like goods on an automatic production line, walking towards the fire one after another, and then facing the rain of bullets. After death, they crashed into the wire mesh in front of them, and were crushed into meat paste by their dead companions behind them, and finally became the fuel for the fire. It looks good, Jarvis. You are really invincible in micromanipulation. Tang Xiaofan looked at the still stalemate battle line and praised Jarvis. Thanks, sir. At this time, a dazzling silver light awakened Tang Xiaofan, and he looked up and saw Jean-E running quickly around the periphery of the flames. Because of his fast speed, thousands of silver lights were blooming on his body. Are you going to make a meat grinder? Tang Xiaofan narrowed his eyes slightly. Because of the armor, Jean-E kept running in circles like this, and his speed was frighteningly fast. Moreover, he held a huge sword and a huge axe, which he placed on his elbows and chopped all the way. Jean-E was like a hot knife, cutting into butter. No matter how brave the monsters behind him were, they could not escape being cut in half. Powerful, very strong, accompanied by the dense screams of monsters, groups of monsters were split in half by the silver light and fell into a pool of blood. Then the silver light circle began to expand outward steadily. Under Jarvis's precise control, Jean-E became a scalpel, accurately cutting every animal running towards the castle without wasting any time and energy. With just this one move, nearly 1,000 wild monsters of all levels were killed in seconds, including a large number of elite monsters and commander-level monsters. At the same time, on the battle power score list, the battle power points of the Black Technology Castle instantly increased by more than 20,000. This also made the Black Technology Castle's ranking in the score list directly surpass the previous Fire Dragon's Nest Castle, rising to second place. And it is catching up with the Black Dragon Castle, which ranks first. This change directly caused a shock to the World Chat channel. Fuck. What happened? How come the points of the Black Technology Castle suddenly increased so much? I was scanning the scoreboard, and this sudden change scared me. I saw it very clearly. More than 20,000 points. If converted into level 2 monsters, that would be more than 2,000. What did Boss Tang Xiaofan do to kill so many wild monsters in seconds? He must have used his ultimate move. Sure enough, the Alliance of Gods is just a little brother in front of Boss Tang Xiaofan. The strongest castle lord is still Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan is invincible. I just want to know if Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle recruits wanderers. If nothing else, I just want to see if the demons are pretty. Same question. I'm afraid it won't take too long for the Black Technology Castle to surpass the Black Dragon Castle and rank first in the battle power rankings. There is no doubt about this. Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is the strongest castle force. Don't be happy too soon. Tang Xiaofan will definitely not be able to use such a big move a second time. It's not so easy for him to surpass the Black Dragon Castle. I won't say anything else. My Alliance of Gods can be summed up in one word: invincible. You didn't learn math well, and you dare to come out and play? What is the Alliance of Gods? The Wanderer Alliance is the most powerful force. Best? The Black Technology Castle's combat power points leaped forward, causing a sensation. Many castle lords expressed disbelief, and the top castle lords in the Alliance of Gods were also stunned. Everyone speculated what trick Tang Xiaofan used to get more than 20,000 points at once. This trick must have killed hundreds of level 10 wild monsters instantly. Is this trick a rare magic skill or a skill of the devil? It should be a magic skill. If it is a skill of the devil, it would be too scary. Even dragon language magic is not so perverted. Don't worry, Black Dragon Castle is still in the first place, and there is hope to get the only reward. As for Tang Xiaofan, I can conclude that he can't come again. I believe it's impossible. However, the top castle lords of the Alliance of Gods don't know. This is just the beginning. The real trick is still to come. Chapter 115. How is it going over there? Tang Xiaofan contacted the little Lolita in the underground world. The little Lolita happily replied, Hee, Tang Xiaofan, don't worry, Kur is fine. After Uncle Xavier was promoted to level 20, he became super powerful, and all the wild monsters were no match for him. Kur's dwarf warriors were also very brave, blocking the beast tied outside the wall. Tang Xiaofan nodded. That's good. In the battle to defend the castle, the little Lolita revealed the wall blueprint, and with the original fence, the defense capability of the Black Iron Dwarf Castle can be said to be very strong. In addition, Xavier, a level 20 dwarf, is also the mainstay of the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle. With him, the little girl's castle is safe. After closing the friend list, Tang Xiaofan looked at the battlefield not far away. The barbed wire on the wall outside the castle blocked thousands of wild monsters. They desperately tried to cross the line of fire and barbed wire, as well as the baptism of bullets, to rush into his castle. Unfortunately, after suffering a large-scale massacre in the first battle, the camp of wild monsters also stagnated for a moment, as if they were frightened. But soon, the wild monsters became frenzied again. They seemed to be affected by some mysterious power, or attracted by the heart of the castle, and they all lost their minds and rushed madly again, trying to destroy Tang Xiaofan's castle. The only thing to be thankful for is that it is afternoon now, and the blood moon has not yet arrived. This makes the strength of the wild monsters not as abnormal as at night. The wild monsters in front of them are also crazy and bloodthirsty, but they still have normal combat power. This is good news for all castle lords, who are experiencing the beast tide. Lord. Killing is redemption, death is eternal life. Use blood to atone for sins. On the battlefield, John E was like a phantom figure, constantly flashing among the monsters. Every time he flashed, a wild monster would be killed. Under Jarvis' control, John E instantly killed more than a dozen wild monsters, including a level 14 commander-level wild monster. But he did not slaughter them as crazily as before. Jarvis judged that if the beast tide was dealt with too quickly and too easily, it might lead to other unpredictable results. So he chose a low-intensity massacre. Anyway, these monsters were easy to kill, so there was no difficulty. Everything was under control. At this time, Johnny also found a slightly tricky opponent, a monster that could be called an opponent. The silver light bloomed on the battlefield, and the figure covered by the silver light was John E. He was holding a giant sword and a giant axe, fighting an 18th level Lord level Minotaur. The Minotaur's body was covered with wounds and blood. The pain made it very irritable, roaring continuously, and it was constantly casting magic. It was a blood recovery spell that was constantly emitted from between the horns and covered his body. However, John E., who turned into light and shadow, kept cutting the Minotaur's body, and large pieces of blood and flesh splashed. The Minotaur's magic was fully activated, desperately casting blood recovery spells on himself, and the flesh and blood on his body kept surging, and the flesh that had just been cut off grew out instantly. His flesh and blood power was so strong that John E couldn't kill it quickly. John E was experienced in combat. He was already at level 21 at this moment. Originally, he could completely fight against the 18th level Lord monster with his own strength. Finally, he found an opportunity. The giant sword in his hand pointed at the neck of the Minotaur with the weakest defense and released a powerful chop. The Almighty Lord created the peasant to maintain the order of the world. The Lord's sword punishes all disloyal people. Those who blaspheme the Lord shall be punished by the warrior's sword. Warrior's judgment. Accompanied by Zhang Yi's whisper, the Mark II armor, with the blessing of the arc reactor, increased its speed to the extreme. Zhang Yi held the giant sword and suddenly opened his eyes with cold light. The giant sword and the giant axe slashed at the neck of the 18th level commander level Minotaur at the same time. Puff! Blood splattered. The neck of the 18th level Lord level Minotaur was broken. The entire huge head was chopped off. The blood spurting out of the neck rushed to the sky, spraying dozens of meters high, and then turned into a waterfall and fell. The 18th level Lord fell. In just this moment, the Black Technology Castle suddenly soared in the battle power scoreboard. After an unknown amount of time, finally, another Lord level monster, Wild Boar monster, which was as high as the peak of level 18, was killed by Zhang Yi again. At the moment it fell, Zhang Yi suddenly appeared with dazzling golden light. That golden light was the light of promotion. The same golden light also appeared on many warriors, even including Tang Xiaofan. Up to now, the soldiers have killed nearly 4,000 wild monsters and gained a lot of experience. Tang Xiaofan, who was originally in the late 8th level, was successfully promoted to the 9th level. With his equipment, he had no problem overpowering the commander-level monsters. However, what made Tang Xiaofan most happy was the promotion of Zhang Yi. He was already at the peak of level 20, and was only one step away from the level of 21. When he captured the Lizardman tribe at noon, he successfully promoted to level 20. Now, he finally completed another breakthrough, experience bar. Surpassed the limit of the current rank, and directly entered a new level. 21st level. This level, for the local forces of the God and Demon continent, can also be called a strong one. In a race, it can be called a master of the race, who can protect the safety of the race. For example, the local fire dragon that appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan twice before, the level is 21st level. That fire dragon has reached adulthood and is qualified to open a dragon cave, finally. My Black Technology Castle has reached level 21. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. Zhang Yi's continuous improvement made him happier than his own promotion to level 9. Zhang Yi, as the first warrior he summoned, naturally gained his attention. And Zhang Yi did not disappoint him. Not only was he brave in battle, and always rushed to the front line, but he also had a strong mind and constantly passed on his experience to other warriors. Such a farmer never stopped working hard and struggling. Tang Xiaofan believed that if other castle lords also summoned soldiers like Zhang Yi, then they would definitely make a fortune. Zhang Yi was still fighting diligently on the front line, constantly killing huge and destructive monsters, making the entire beast tide look so controllable and safe. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also found that after being promoted to level 21, Zhang Yi's height and body shape did not change much, but the information monitoring screen set by Jarvis showed that Zhang Yi's mastery of the Mark II armor had been improved a lot, reaching about 50%. This shows that the combat potential of this armor is already clear in front of Zhang Yi. Chapter 116. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also found that after being promoted to level 21, Zhang Yi's physical condition on the detection screen became more and more like a sun. This should be the ideal state of qi and blood power, right? Jarvis, how is Zhang Yi's physical fitness? Sir, Zhang Yi's body has reached the peak of human beings. Yes, it seems that upgrading is not bad. At least it can improve physical fitness and reduce the risk of illness. I must insist on upgrading myself. At this time, outside the castle, inside the outer wall, a burst of dense shouting and killing suddenly sounded. This sound disturbed Tang Xiaofan's thoughts. He looked up and saw a dense crowd of goblins rushing out of the gate of the outer wall. The goblins were equipped with simple weapons and were generally weak, mostly around level 6. But they were fearless and bravely marched forward towards the beast tide surrounding the Black Technology Castle. Kill! Kill all these evil wild monsters and protect the Lord's Castle. The Lord's Castle cannot be tainted by the dark forces. Charge! Many goblins were screaming, and the goblin elders, who were fanatics, were at the forefront. Hundreds of goblin warriors rushed in and attacked the beasts. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also found that many goblin warriors were stained with blood, and their weapons were too broken. Some goblins were bleeding while running. Obviously, they wanted to show their loyalty. Tang Xiaofan's guess was correct. The reason why the goblins came so late was because they saw that the monsters had been killed and injured in large numbers, and they felt that it was time to express their loyalty. Unfortunately, the monsters were not merciful. A total of 1,000 goblins fought their way out of the city wall, and only less than 700 were left. Most of the goblins died under the city wall, but the goblins did not gain nothing. The surviving goblins gained a lot of combat experience, and almost all of them were promoted to a higher level. Some goblins have even been promoted to the 12th level elite. By killing enemies, you can gain experience and upgrade, which is a benefit of the castle troops. After the goblin tribe joined the Black Technology Castle, the goblins in the tribe also became Tang Xiaofan's troops, and could enjoy this benefit. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life. If you don't believe in the Lord, you will die. Kill! The goblins were shouting that faith is loyalty. Inspired by the power of faith, the wild monsters on the battlefield were also a little confused, not understanding why the local goblins came to join in the fun. Of course, this thought only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Then a large number of wild monsters, who had lost their minds, turned their attack direction and fought with the goblin troops. Suddenly limbs flew everywhere and blood splattered everywhere. Monsters in the wild kept falling, and the brave goblins also suffered casualties. However, whenever a goblin died, their pure souls would float up under the power of faith, floating in the air, and then cast towards the temple in the city, turning into the power of faith. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaofan just shook his head slightly. Although with the current strength of the warrior team, it was completely able to resist the beast tide, and the goblin tribe no longer needed to participate in the battle. However, he did not stop it, nor did he let the goblins retreat. Casualties are inevitable in war. If there is no war, then his goblin troops will remain at a low level for a long time. They are weak and cannot be used. Just as the world announcement said, the battle for hegemony among all races is a journey of blood and fire. Only the Lord of the Castle, who has experienced cruel tests, is qualified to stand at the top of the endless world and master the authority of the Supreme God. The core meaning of this sentence is the same when applied to the goblin tribe. How can you grow into a powerful goblin warrior without experiencing killing and war? Moreover, the heroic sacrifice of the goblins was not meaningless. After the Beast Tide War was over, Tang Xiaofan would use light armor trucks to sell the materials produced by the Black Technology Castle to the goblin tribe. In this way, the sacrifice of the goblins would be meaningful. On the one hand, the production model of the goblin tribe changed from inefficient hunting to a highly efficient model such as mining, logging, and quarrying. On the other hand, the Black Technology Castle provided a series of products for food, clothing, housing, and transportation to improve the quality of life of the goblin tribe. In this way, it can be regarded as providing a sacrifice value for these goblins. In the future, only tribes that are truly recognized can join the economic circulation system of the Black Technology Castle and enjoy the technological achievements of the Black Technology Castle. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt a little confused and asked in his mind, in addition to the castle, what other buildings can be built in other towns? Only temples can be built in other towns. Other buildings cannot be separated from the center of the town, and cannot leave the town's sphere of influence. The temple must be upgraded before it can be built in other towns. The temple can only be upgraded through building upgrade drawings. Well, the temple can be upgraded, which is good news. In this way, just like a courier base, farmers can be arranged to serve as clergy in temples in other towns to preach, and they can also control the relevant affairs of other towns by distributing supplies. In this way, it is not only safe, but also has obvious strong control. However, Tang Xiaofan still felt a little surprised, feeling that he had entered a knowledge-blind spot. The temple was built after the castle was upgraded, not an initial building like a castle or a farmer's factory. There was no hint of whether it could be upgraded in the information of the temple. It was directly a high-level building. Tang Xiaofan originally thought that this kind of castle building that was upgraded could not be upgraded, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. Building upgrade blueprint? Tang Xiaofan took a breath and found that blueprints were getting more and more bizarre. Not only were there army evolution blueprints and factory blueprints, but now even building upgrade blueprints appeared. Although he didn't get it yet, it really existed. If I could get a building upgrade blueprint, I would definitely not use it to upgrade the temple, but would upgrade the farmer's factory without hesitation. For the lord of the castle, upgrading the level of the military buildings has always been the core. In comparison, the upgrade of the castle is not that important, let alone the auxiliary building temple. Don't think about it. The beast tide is more important. Seeing that all the warriors rushed directly into the battlefield at this moment, fighting with the nearby wild monsters in close combat. The warriors had rich combat experience, and they also had the strength and speed added by the mark armor. They swung their double-edged axes wildly, accompanied by bursts of machine gun fire, and slashed and killed everywhere in the beast tide. Many wild monsters fell dead. In a short period of time, the warriors killed hundreds of wild monsters, including elite ones. This kind of battle without considering danger is very refreshing for the warriors. This is also the benefit of Jarvis, who can monitor the battle line globally. He ensures that the impact of the beast tide is maintained at a more reasonable level, and also allows all warriors to have the opportunity to display their abilities, maintain a low-intensity confrontation, and be ready for larger-scale battles at any time. Chapter 117. John Eyre did not leave. He watched John E chasing a level 14 commander-level monster, letting the commander-level monster's magic skills attack John E, and then he raised his sword and cut off the monster's head. And his armor was intact. It was just that the outermost layer of armor looked a little dusty, that's all. It's great. Johnny was in a good mood. The beast tide surrounded the city, and he could finally give full play to his strength. Without stopping, he once again swung the sword of the goblin chief in his hand to kill the nearby wild monsters with an extremely ferocious momentum. The beast tide continued, and with the addition of hundreds of goblin warriors, a large number of wild monsters were killed in a short period of time. The Black Technology Castle also gained a huge amount of combat power points, even surpassing the Black Dragon Castle directly, ranking first in the combat power points list. First place, Black Technology Castle, combat power points 120832. Second place, Black Dragon Castle, combat power points 95300. Third place, Fire Dragon's Nest Castle, combat power points 93660. Fourth place, Death Knight Country, combat power points 91660. 12th place, Ancient Giant Bear Castle, combat power points 50480. On the battle power ranking list, the top 4 did not change much, and the scores of the 4 castle forces such as the Black Dragon Castle were always at the top. However, the Candy Maze and Bear Grylls Castle made it to a higher ranking. The other rankings under the list also underwent huge changes. Some were rising every time, and some were surpassed every time. The Blue Fat Man Castle, which was previously at the end, has disappeared and was replaced by the new castle force, the Violent Iron Fist Castle. The competition in this Beast Tide event was very fierce, and all the level castle lords were trying their best just to get a reward quota. But there are only 100 places, and the number of top castle masters is at least several hundred, and a large number of them will always be eliminated. And the castle forces that appear on the list will naturally become the target that other castle forces want to surpass. Regardless of the fierceness and cruelty of the Beast Tide activities, the World Chat channel and the internal information of major alliances have been boiling. The reason is very simple. Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle has changed its early decline. In less than an hour, it has surpassed 3-level castle forces in a row and won the first place in the scoreboard. This is enough to shock everyone. It is also enough to disappoint some castle owners, who don't want Tang Xiaofan to reach the top. I know that Tang Xiaofan is the strongest. What the hell, Tang Xiaofan is the first again. I'm tired of watching. Who do you think you are? Black Dragon Castle, Fire Dragon's Nest Castle, Death Knight Country, none of them work. Tang Xiaofan is awesome. I have to say, Tang Xiaofan's demon is really too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Xiaofan will always strive for the first place. Until the end of the Beast Tide event. Until the end of the Beast Tide event, you can see the speed at which the points of the Black Technology Castle increase, and you will know that other castle forces have no hope of surpassing the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan's first throne is already secure. The title of the strongest castle lord, after all, no one can shake it. Just a little bit short, the Black Dragon Castle is too weak. It was overtaken by Tang Xiaofan before I could even sit still. I am so disappointed. There is no way, the dragon army is still weaker than the demon. What is a demon? It's a monster from hell. This also proves the saying that the person who laughs last is the ultimate winner. I've made up my mind. I go to the forest to seek refuge with boss Tang Xiaofan. I ask him to take in a wanderer like me. It's worth encouraging. Wanderers still have to rely on the lord of the castle to exist. Finding a top castle lord to seek refuge with will greatly help the wanderer's strength improvement. And the wanderer's refuge is also beneficial to the lord of the castle. Don't be so confident. It's not easy to get close to Tang Xiaofan. Be careful of his demons. That's right. With so many choices, why do you have to choose that path? Otherwise, come to me. Many castle lords were silent, because this sentence really made sense. The castle power is similar to the guild in the game, and the wanderers are free people. Both sides benefit from recruiting free people into the guild. Because it is equivalent to opening a company, free people help the castle lord to work. Compared to the lively world chat channel, the internal chat channel of the Alliance of Gods was almost bleak. Damn it, we didn't even seize such a big advantage, and were overtaken by Tang Xiaofan. According to my estimation, the Beast Tide is almost over now. As long as we hold on a little longer, we might be able to beat Tang Xiaofan and win the first prize. What a pity! You bastards only know how to watch the fun. Do you think I want to? Most of the wild monsters that appear now are elite and commander level. There are even 2 fucking 18th level lord level monsters. I have lost 15 black dragons so far. Fuck. I just don't understand. They are both military units. How can demons be so much more abnormal than my black dragons? According to what Lao He said, the demons are indeed terrifying. 10 black dragons died. Lao He, please accept my condolences. Lao He, please accept my condolences. Fuck. You are laughing at me, right? When the Beast Tide is over, I will slaughter all your castles one by one. Ha, afraid of you? I am just thinking of getting a few dragons to train a batch of bone dragons and ghost dragons. Let's find a time to fight. Just wait. Stop arguing. Won't it be laughed at if it gets out? We all know how powerful Tang Xiaofan is, so it's normal for him to be surpassed. Bear, how is your ancient giant bear castle? The losses are not small, but the troops can be recruited, so it's not a big problem. In the Karamatai grassland, the blood-stained bear sighed slightly. He looked at the first name on the battle power scoreboard and felt helpless. His goal was to surpass Tang Xiaofan and get the only reward for ranking first. As a result, even if he tried his best, he could only get the 10th place. I thought too much after all. However, I have the top resources of the Alliance of Gods to rely on, and my development speed will not be much slower than Tang Xiaofan, and it may even be faster. Although he failed to surpass Tang Xiaofan, Bai Yi was not discouraged. He was still full of fighting spirit. He believed that sooner or later, he would be able to rank above Tang Xiaofan. Suddenly, he took out a blueprint that he picked up during the battle, and the expression on Bai Yi's cheek was very vivid. Factory blueprint? Is it such a coincidence? Bai Yi was inexplicably happy. With this blueprint, he could add Tang Xiaofan as a friend. This was his obsession. Its importance was even higher than the ranking reward of the Beast Tide event itself. Chapter 118. Black Technology Castle. The Beast Tide has lasted for nearly 2 hours, but there are still various wild monsters coming like a tide. The number of bird monsters killed by Zhang Yi alone has reached the 5th wave. The goblins who rushed into the battlefield have also retreated back to the city. Their tribe is too small to withstand the slaughter of monsters. Moreover, they have proved their loyalty and upgraded the tribal warriors, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Similarly, more and more wild monsters are constantly killed by warriors, and even the goblins can't see the monsters at all. They were not as brave as the soldiers. They left the protection area of the city wall and attacked the monsters. They lost many goblins under the protection of machine guns, so they stopped when they saw the opportunity. At this moment, the corpses of wild monsters had already covered the open space around the castle. They were mainly concentrated about 100 meters outside the castle. A strong smell of burning filled the air. For some unknown reason, after these wild monsters were burned to charcoal, there was nothing left, only black marks on the ground. Since the monsters' attacks were contained, the warriors began to take the initiative to attack. If you look down from the air, you can see that the territory within 2 kilometers of the Black Technology Castle is full of corpses of wild monsters. The scene is quite tragic. Death rotation. Swish, swish. Johnny accelerated again and killed a large number of wild monsters in seconds under the control of Jarvis. This is the 3rd time Johnny has released this large-scale Legion-type combat skill in this war. The terrifying lethality makes it difficult for the already dense group of monsters to support. Johnny was like nothing happened. This consumption did not even take up 1 second of energy for the arc reactor. On the battlefield, except for him, other warriors also tried their best. Killed thousands of wild monsters. This war made all the warriors feel very happy, much easier than the previous battles. The most important thing is that because of the arc reactor, Jarvis used the Mark II armor to build a smart network with sufficient energy, allowing him to complete the deduction in an instant and easily control the action route of each warrior. Moreover, he can build a database based on the action habits of each soldier. He will not force the soldiers to do some actions through the armor, but guide them based on the habits of each soldier. Just like a conductor, more than 1,000 soldiers fully demonstrated their abilities under his baton. Moreover, Jarvis has been analyzing and modeling the monsters in the wild, and has calculated the monsters' weaknesses, action patterns, and possible risks in advance. So the soldiers felt that this battle was particularly easy, because they did not know that these massive calculations required huge energy. And considering that all this is only based on the Mark II armor, as a computing unit, the instantaneous energy consumed is huge. And the reason why Tang Xiaofan watched the battle on the top floor of the castle was that Jarvis acted as a battery. Fortunately, there will be more and more arc reactors in the future, and energy consumption will no longer be a problem. The battle lasted for a long time, and the soldiers were still full of energy, and began to clear the wild monsters on the battlefield with a more powerful attitude. Well done! Tang Xiaofan was also inspired by the warriors, and couldn't help but praise Jarvis' work. Jarvis, you are so amazing! Yes, sir. Thank you for your compliment, I deserve it. Tang Xiaofan laughed loudly. Without hesitation, he finally drove the Mark II armor, flew into the air, and rushed into the battlefield, swinging his sword to chop the remaining wild monsters. The warriors were also more courageous and fearless in their aggressive attack on the beast tide. You can even see a faint light emitting from some warriors. That is the light of faith. After they witnessed Zhang Yi flying in the air, their faith in Tang Xiaofan soared instantly. Any farmer with a faint glow on his body means that their faith level has been promoted from a devout believer to a fanatic believer. A fanatic believer can be said to be the most loyal believer in the plain world. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life. The Goblin Elder also shouted wildly on the city wall. He is old, but still brave. He was even promoted to the 16th level of the Commander-in-Chief in the military benefits, and his strength soared. His old body became very strong and returned to his prime. His faith in the Lord has reached the peak of a fanatic. In order to protect the Lord's castle, he is not afraid of death. Waving the goblin sword in his hand, he cheered for Tang Xiaofan, who rushed into the beast tide alone and madly killed the wild monsters, and he was still howling. If you use a title to describe the Goblin Elder, it is a flatterer. Yes, he is an absolute flatterer. Tang Xiaofan felt that his martial arts had improved. The monsters under his command were not even a match for him. He was killed instantly with one axe, which was not challenging at all. I don't know how long it took, even the sun had already set. Under the crazy attack of the warrior team, the beast tide finally showed signs of retreat. Is this the end? Tang Xiaofan held the double-edged axe stained with the blood of the monsters and looked into the distance. In this fierce war, there was no blood stain on his armor. Jarvis's microcontrol ability was almost godlike, so how could he let blood stains splash on his body? It can be said that he was basically unscathed in the battle until now. It is the one that is most well protected. Tang Xiaofan was on the battlefield, and he was very keen to discover the abnormality of the beast tide. The weak wild monsters were still attacking with their heads down, but the strong and high-level wild monsters were retreating. For example, the 16th level commander level magic earthworm not far from Tang Xiaofan. It is retreating now, and while retreating, this magic earthworm did not forget to use the nearby wild monsters to cover its huge body. But this was obviously a cover-up, because its size was too huge, and it was clearly visible even in the beast tide full of monsters. So, John E and John Air both set their sights on the magic earthworm. One end of the monster had already burrowed into the soil. Johnny dropped from the sky, and John Air rushed forward quickly. The two of them finally joined together in telepathy. The machine gun bullets first hit the skin of the magic earthworm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then the two double-edged giant axes swung and chopped the magic earthworm into 3 pieces. The magic bullets fired by the magic earthworms, in addition to knocking away the wild monsters around them, did not hurt John E and John Air at all. Unfortunately, the huge jungle overlords, like the magic earthworms, had no way to deal with the Mark armor, and could only be killed. The retreat of the magic earthworm seemed to be a signal. On the battlefield, other commander-level wild monsters also retreated. As for the Lord-level wild monsters, they were surrounded and killed by the warriors as soon as they appeared. John Air alone killed 3 Lord monsters. It seems that the beast tide is really coming to an end. Chapter 119. Tang Xiaofan could no longer see the madness in the eyes of those commander-level wild monsters. They seemed to have regained their sanity, knowing that the target of this attack was too powerful to be captured. They were worried about dying here in vain, so they retreated one after another. Seeing this scene, Tang Xiaofan finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the beginning of the beast tide to now, the war has lasted for at least 4 hours. Although Jarvis's control was very powerful, and everyone's physical strength was not consumed much, the high-intensity battle kept the farmer's spirits tense, and Tang Xiaofan himself felt a little exhausted, eagerly looking forward to the end of the beast tide. Tang Xiaofan opened the World Chat channel, and immediately found that countless castle lords were sending messages that the beast tide activity was over. The entire World Chat channel was boiling. The content of the world announcement above the channel has also been changed. The general idea is that the beast tide activity has ended completely. Congratulations to the castle lord for passing the test of blood and fire, and encouragement to the castle lord who successfully passed the beast tide to keep up the good work. The data of the battle power score ranking list has been fixed. First place, Black Technology Department Castle, battle power score 401121. Second place, Fire Dragon's Nest Castle, battle power score 165500. Third place, Death Knight Country, battle power score 165040. Fourth place, Black Dragon Castle, battle power score 141248. Fifth place, Elf Garden, battle power score 137402. 10th place, Ancient Giant Bear Castle, battle power score 102900. Number 100, Naga City, combat power point 67510. Tang Xiaofan discovered that the ranking of the combat power points table had changed again, and the biggest change was the Black Dragon Castle. Black Dragon Castle ranked first in the early stage, but was surpassed by Black Technology Castle in the middle and late stages, ranking second. As for the late stage, until the end of the beast tide, Tang Xiaofan had never looked at the ranking list. Unexpectedly, Black Dragon Castle's ranking dropped sharply and ran to 4th place. It was completely surpassed by the 2 castle forces, Fire Dragon's Nest Castle and Death Knight Country, which followed closely behind. This really proves the saying that the one who laughs last is the winner. As for the combat power points of Black Technology Castle, it is as high as more than 400,000, which is twice as much as the second-ranked Fire Dragon's Nest Castle. The gap can be imagined. Celebrate together. The beast tide is finally over. I really want to cry now. The great era of our castle lords has arrived. All the castle lords who have not been eliminated will get the opportunity to develop rapidly. You are right. You should be happy. This is the era of our castle lords. Without the threat of the beast tide, our castle will usher in a period of rapid development. In a short time, we can attack the local forces of the god and demon continent. Brothers and sisters, the real great era has arrived. But I just want to say that Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is simply too powerful. Nonsense. It has surpassed all castle lords in all aspects, with a combat power score of nearly 400,000, which is twice that of the second-place Fire Dragon's Nest Castle. The Black Technology Castle, the strongest castle force, is not just a name. At first, I was worried that Tang Xiaofan would not be able to win the first place, but now it seems that I thought too much. It is too early for the Black Dragon Castle to be happy. Instead of suppressing Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, it was surpassed by the Fire Dragon's Nest Castle and the Death Knight's Kingdom. The absolute advantage in the early stage ended up in 4th place. TSK. I heard that the Black Dragon Castle was attacked by a powerful group of monsters and suffered heavy losses. This is also the reason why the ranking of the Black Dragon Castle plummeted. It is said that the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle lost more than 20 Black Dragon soldiers and has vomited 3 liters of blood. Looking at the battle power scoreboard, you can see that Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle is the castle force that was attacked by the most ferocious beast tide. The monsters in the Black Dragon Castle are nothing at all. The heavy losses of Black Dragon Castle are a reflection of its weak strength. The beast tide encountered by Black Dragon Castle would be nothing if it were the Black Technology Castle. The popularity of the World Chat channel has skyrocketed countless times, and countless castle lords have spoken in the channel. At this time, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief and relax. The beast tide is over, and the crisis in front of them has temporarily passed. So everyone is now speaking freely in the World Chat channel, and the main topic of discussion is the battle power scoreboard. There were also wanderers who interrupted, but they were quickly drowned out. Compared with the castle forces, the newly rising wanderer forces were too weak. There is a saying that can be described very aptly: they can't make big waves. In addition to the World Chat channel, the alliances of various alliances were also discussing the battle power rankings. The most lively one was the Alliance of Gods. The original purpose of the establishment of the Alliance of Gods was to suppress Tang Xiufan. As a result, in this beast tide event, dozens of top castle lords in the alliance not only did not suppress Tang Xiufan, but all of them were suppressed by Tang Xiufan. You can imagine how they felt. Very bad. Fuck, it doesn't make sense at all. How could Tang Xiufan's Black Tech Castle be so strong? The Black Tech Castle's combat power points surpassed the Fire Dragon's nest. How many wild monsters did Tang Xiufan kill? It's so scary. Tang Xiufan must have cheated. Don't say such wise words. If they get out, people will laugh. I only care about the only reward for ranking first. Artifact? God-level map? God-level troops? Do you want to bring gods with you? You make me feel really cold. If Tang Xiufan really gets the divine weapon, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to suppress our alliance of gods? That's not necessarily true. Tang Xiufan doesn't know where my castle is. You're so arrogant. Don't say such depressing words. I'm afraid Lao He will vomit blood this time. Lao He has already vomited blood. Not only did he not get the first place, but now he's not even in the top 3. The most important thing is that he lost so many Black Dragon troops. If it were me, I would be heartbroken. I was very lucky. There were only a few wild monsters besieging my castle, and my troops were not damaged at all. It's not necessarily lucky. Although the beast tide is terrifying, it can be regarded as a disguised way to improve the strength of our castle troops. Without experiencing a large wave of beast tide attacks, the harvest is naturally small. That's right. After the beast tide ended, there were more than a dozen troops under my command who reached level 16. I also have 18th level Lord level troops. Seeing the chat records within the alliance, a young man in a castle had an extremely ugly expression. He was the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle. He lost more than 20 Black Dragons, and the castle suffered a heavy blow. As a result, his allies not only did not comfort him, but ridiculed him, repeatedly mentioning that he did not make the top 3. This made him very angry, but he could do nothing. At least in the short term, he could not teach those allies who ridiculed him a lesson. It's okay for Tang Xiufan to steal my first place. The Fire Dragon's Nest, the Death Knight's country, you two are also against me. I lost face in the alliance, and this grudge is made by us. Chapter 120. Strictly speaking, the castle lord of the Fire Dragon's Nest is his friend. But they are just superficial acquaintances. As for the castle lord of the Death Knight country, he is not even a member of the Gods Alliance. He has no psychological burden to bear grudges against these two castle forces. He even believes that the ridicule and grievances he is suffering now are caused by these two castle forces. After all, even if he did not grab the first place but got the second place, he would not be ridiculed by the people in the alliance and the countless castle lords in the world. Tang Xiufan doesn't need to worry about it. The Black Technology Castle is already so powerful that he can't afford to offend it alone. However, sooner or later, he will teach these two castle forces a lesson. What are you doing, Mr. Bei? The young man opened the friend list and sent a message to Mr. Bei. After a long time, he got a reply from Mr. Bei, cleaning the battlefield. The young man nodded. Yes, the beast tide had just passed, and everyone was cleaning the battlefield and repairing wounds. Oh, it's so hard for me. The Black Dragon troops suffered heavy losses. Please comfort Mr. Bei. Bear Grylls replied helplessly. Don't be sad, the loss of troops is nothing, just recruit more. Besides, getting 4th place is already very good, the reward must be better than mine. The young man knew that Bear Grylls was the 10th. Looking at the reply message, the young man smiled. Bear Grylls is Bear Grylls, he knows how to comfort people. Just then, he received another reply, and the smile on his face became brighter. Bear Grylls, by the way, let me ask you a question. The young man was very happy to see this, thinking that Bear Grylls was worried that he was sad because of the loss of troops, and wanted to comfort himself. He was extremely excited. He wondered if Bear Grylls was going to recognize him as the boss. If so, he would be very happy to accept it. Bear Grylls had the M country behind him. If he could return to Blue Star in the future after the gods and demons continent, then Bear Grylls would be his benefactor. However, Bear Grylls said to himself, I am going to give the factory drawings to Tang Xiaofan and take this opportunity to pull him into our alliance of gods. As long as Tang Xiaofan is willing to come in, our alliance of gods will definitely be able to sweep the local forces of the gods and demons continent in the future and stand at the top of the world. So I want to ask you, what do you think of my idea? Shen Yan looked at the message sent by Bear Grylls. He was completely stunned. It turned out that the factory drawings were not given to him at all, but to Tang Xiaofan. After all, he thought too much. The young man gritted his teeth and replied, if Tang Xiaofan knew the original intention of establishing our gods alliance, what would he think? So I think it's better not to pull him into our alliance for the time being. The factory drawings are so precious, they should be given to the people who need them most in the alliance. Who is the person who needs the factory blueprints the most in the alliance? Of course it's him. Bai Yi nodded, and the young man said it was all right. What you said makes sense. Let me build a good relationship with Tang Xiaofan first, and then bring him in. That's it. The young man was confused. Is that what he meant? Not at all. When he thought of Bai Yi, who he had been thinking about, he was about to take the initiative to talk to Tang Xiaofan and build a good relationship. The young man was so angry that his face turned blue, and his already angry mood became even worse. Tang Xiaofan, just wait for me. I make you suffer sooner or later. In addition to the Fire Dragon's Nest and the Death Knight's country, he once again added a target of hatred. Although this target is very strong and perverted, it does not prevent him from being jealous and hateful. Black Technology Castle. The Beast Tide activity has ended, but the battle has not ended immediately. Those commander-level monsters that took the initiative to retreat were also promoted to the first battle, and caught up with 1 or 2 to kill. Only then did the Beast Tide end completely. Nearly 10,000 wild monsters that attacked the Black Technology Castle were all killed without exception. At the same time, a large area of golden light appeared on the battlefield, and many warriors were promoted again. Just from the perspective of their level increase, Tang Xiaofan made a fortune in this Beast Tide event. In addition to the warrior, who was promoted to level 21, a large number of warriors were promoted to level 18, and entered a period of rapid growth. As for the goblins who survived this war, they at least reached level 8. The highest level goblin elder even reached level 16. There were so many wild monsters killed this time, nearly 10,000. Among them, there are many elite, commander and lord monsters. The energy value gained by the warriors and goblins is absolutely terrifying. And there are spoils of war. Nearly 10,000 corpses of various wild monsters. How much food can be collected? I'm afraid it's more than 100,000 units. In addition, the most important thing is the soul stone and the blueprint. All great harvest. Tang Xiaofan stood on the battlefield soaked in blood, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. He estimated that the soul stones he had gained from this war, plus his previous reserves, could definitely upgrade the construction worker and farmer factory to level 4. Can a level 4 farmer factory recruit new farmers? I'm afraid there must be 20. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan immediately ordered the soldiers and goblins to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, a message prompt arrived. The ranking rewards for the Beast Tide event have finally come down. Let me see what they are. Another world announcement? World announcement. The initial Beast Tide is completely over. Congratulations to the Castle Lords for passing the test and officially embarking on the road to dominating all races. Congratulations to the Castle Forces, the Black Technology Castle, for winning the championship in the Battle Power rankings and standing out from the crowd. Congratulations to the Castle Lord Tang Xiaofan, who is at the top of all living beings and is one step closer to the throne of the God King. Celebrate together and become a god. World announcement, golden words shining. If nothing unexpected happens, it will last until tomorrow. This is the honor of all the Castle Lords, who successfully resisted the beast tide. At the same time, it is also the honor that belongs to Tang Xiaofan alone. Just the sentence. Ranked at the top of all living beings has established Tang Xiaofan's identity as the strongest castle lord. After all, this is the official recognition from above. It is not the flattery of other castle lords. Universal celebration of becoming a god is expected. It also caused a surge in the popularity of the World Chat channel. Hundreds of castle lords descended upon this world. What was their goal? Of course, to become gods and live forever. Even those who gave up their castle lord status and became wanderers because they were afraid of the beast tide, their goal was also to become immortal gods. Wanderers did not dare to face the beast tide, but that did not mean they did not want to become gods. Gods were no longer legends or myths, but real creatures. Everyone was looking forward to igniting the divine fire, condensing the divine nature, opening up the kingdom of God, and becoming gods. At this moment, everyone who saw the world announcement was burning in their hearts. Chapter 121. Every contestant from the world of gods and demons seemed to have a scene of themselves becoming gods in their minds. If I become a god, I will naturally punch through the plane barrier and return to Earth. My dream is very pure. In the future, I will move the Earth to my kingdom of God and travel around the world. Damn! Then I will move the entire solar system. Haha, then I will move the entire Milky Way. I will suffer a little loss, so I will move the entire universe. Let me interrupt. Big Boss Tang Xiaofan is invincible. Do you need to say nonsense? Isn't this something everyone knows? So far, there are only 2 world announcements belonging to the castle lords, and the protagonists of these 2 world announcements are Big Boss Tang Xiaofan. Sure enough, Big Boss's demeanor is unparalleled in the world. I just realized that all the castle lords who participated in the beast tide, and even those top castle lords who desperately competed for the 100 reward quotas, are all just the foil of Big Boss Tang Xiaofan. The glory belongs only to Big Brother Tang Xiaofan. I wonder what reward Big Brother Tang Xiaofan got for ranking first. A very awesome friend of mine, who ranked 58th on the scoreboard, has received a generous reward. Big Brother Tang Xiaofan is at the top of the list, so the reward must be incredible. I suspect it might be a godhood. Big Brother Tang Xiaofan won't become a god directly, right? You're overthinking. Even if he's number 1, he can't become a god directly. If that's the case, why bother playing? That's true, but I think the reward for being the first on the list is definitely generous. It would be great if it were me. That way, more girls would add me as their friend. I envy Big Brother Tang Xiaofan. Get lost upstairs. Would Brother Tang Xiaofan be someone like you who is full of vulgar tastes? That's right. I suspect that the number of people who have applied to add Big Brother Tang Xiaofan as their friend is definitely more than 100, but so far, except for that little follower, I have never heard of anyone adding Big Brother Tang Xiaofan as his friend. It seems that even Bear Grylls didn't add it. This is the man who ranks at the top of all living things. I want to worship the boss up close. Want to see Tang Xiaofan? Then go to the forest. If you find the devil, you will find the boss Tang Xiaofan. As a wanderer, I am already on the way. The World Chat channel is very lively, and there are countless castle lords, who are also guessing what the first prize Tang Xiaofan won is. Some people guess the artifact, some guess the godhood, some guess the god-level building, the god-level blueprint, etc. As for those who want to add Tang Xiaofan as their friend, there are even more. Tang Xiaofan found that the number of applications in his friend column has reached 180. This is a very scary number. It can be said that among the hundreds of castle lords and wanderers, there is only one person who does not know the name Tang Xiaofan. The 2 world announcements have directly raised Tang Xiaofan's popularity to the point where everyone knows him. This is the castle power, which is the local power in the god and demon continent. Even the gods of all races would pay attention to Tang Xiaofan. The reputation of ranking at the top of all living beings is not just a casual remark. Tang Xiaofan even believes that if he were to appear in the chat channel and call for an alliance, the alliance led by him would definitely be the largest force. The Alliance of Gods, the Anti-Demon Alliance, the Ice and Snow Alliance, the Kingdom of the Sea, etc., all have to stand aside. As long as he raises his arms and calls for action, there will definitely be countless castle lords and wanderers who will respond to him. With his fame and prestige, this is a matter of course. However, Tang Xiaofan does not want to establish a so-called alliance. At least not now. He does not want to be involved with too many people and things. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Tang Xiaofan turned off the World Chat channel and did not think about it anymore. He looked at the message prompt, which was a reward prompt that appeared along with the world announcement. Congratulations, Castle Lord Tang Xiaofan. Your bravery, strong will, and powerful arms have helped you get the highest combat power points and get the first place in the scoreboard. This is your honor. I hope you will continue to work hard and establish your own dynasty as soon as possible to dominate the world. You get the following rewards. Choose one of 5. Reward 1. 1 piece of equipment of random grade. The lowest is a holy weapon, and the highest is a true artifact. Reward 2. The current castle level is increased by 3 levels. Reward 3. Randomly obtain the exclusive building of the initial troop. Reward 4. Improve the strength of the troop, or 5 bloodline evolution quotas. Reward 5. Some castle supplies. Special unique reward. Heart of Dynasty, Divine Object. Tang Xiaofan frowned, not quite understanding, and asked, "What is the Heart of Dynasty?" The castle forces need to have the Heart of the Dynasty to establish a dynasty, otherwise it will not be recognized by the world laws of the God and Demon continent, and will most likely be attacked by the local empire. The Heart of the Dynasty has been automatically integrated into the body of the castle lord, and can be used when establishing a dynasty. Is this the only reward? Tang Xiaofan was a little disappointed. He thought it was a divine weapon or a divine nature. I didn't expect it to be just an item for founding a dynasty. Of course, this thing is also very precious and must be very difficult to explode. After all, it is a divine object, with amazing value. It can even be said that to some extent, its value exceeds that of a divine object. After all, only the dynasty established with it can be recognized by the laws of the world of gods and demons. The establishment of a dynasty must have a period of growth. If it is for an ordinary castle lord, this period of growth is the most dangerous, and after possessing the heart of the dynasty, it is likely that this period of growth can be passed. After the establishment of the dynasty, no matter how powerful the local forces are, they will not easily start a war between dynasties. Tang Xiaofan sensed it carefully, and found a golden mark in his mind. That should be the appearance of the item that was rated as a divine object. He didn't think about it anymore and looked at the other 5 rewards. The rewards were very wide. There were powerful equipment for Tang Xiaofan to use, as well as 3 consecutive upgrades to the castle level, and exclusive buildings for the troops. In addition, there were rewards that could improve the strength of the troops under his command, and even supplies appeared. Basically, everything about his castle came as a reward. But the problem is that you can only choose one, which makes it difficult for Tang Xiaofan to choose. He wants any of the 5 rewards. Which one should I choose? Tang Xiaofan fell into thinking. After a moment, he decided to use the elimination method. First, eliminate reward 5. Castle supplies are very important to any castle lord. They can upgrade the castle and the initial troop buildings. But for me, it is not very difficult to obtain castle supplies. Especially now that I have a heavy-duty factory, the transportation capacity of the heavy-duty motorcycles produced can make it easy for me to obtain resources. Even if it is soul stones, I can obtain a large amount by attacking local forces. Besides, Tang Xiaofan also gained a large amount of soul stones in this beast-tide battle. So he made a rough estimate and excluded the material rewards first. Chapter 122. The second thing to exclude is the reward 2. The castle level is upgraded by 3 levels. Before, Tang Xiaofan's castle level was a primary town, and after upgrading 3 levels, it can be promoted to a primary city. In Tang Xiaofan's opinion, this is a bit of a tasteless reward. Because after upgrading the level of the castle, not only will there be no obvious increase in strength, but it will also increase influence and reputation, and it may even attract a large-scale attack from the local forces in the forest, especially the ogres, goblins, and lizard empires that have blacklisted him. These local forces will most likely send a large army to attack. Although he is not afraid now, it is not worth it to do so. He needs to digest the rewards of this beast tide as soon as possible, start the development of Mark III armor according to the progress of the arc reactor, and recruit more soldiers, farmers, and workers to carry out large-scale production. There are so many things to think about, and starting a war now is not the best choice. What's more, he has already ruled out the castle material rewards, so the upgrade of the castle level is not so important. In the end, it was still the same thing. Compared with other castle lords, it was not difficult for him to obtain supplies, and the level of the castle could be quickly upgraded. Choosing to upgrade the castle, Tang Xiaofan felt that it was a bit of a waste of this precious reward, so he also excluded this reward option. Now there are 3 reward options left. 1 random piece of equipment, and comprehensively improve the strength of the troops under his command. Think about it. Random equipment has the lowest level of holy artifacts and the highest level of true artifacts. It depends on luck. If you can get a real artifact randomly, that's good, but if it's a holy artifact, it's a bit boring. Am I a European emperor? Obviously not. I'm obviously not a European emperor. Holy weapons are equipment used by saint-level strongmen. Equipment of this level is naturally very powerful. But Tang Xiaofan feels that equipment is not too important to him. As long as his castle power is improved and he attacks powerful local forces, it should not be a problem to get holy weapons. Holy weapons will become common goods sooner or later. As for the real artifact, he wanted it very much, but he had to have the blessing of the goddess of luck. He certainly couldn't compare his luck with the little lowly underground. That was the luck visible to the naked eye. He couldn't count on it with his unlucky physique. If he really took a gamble and got an ordinary piece of equipment, wouldn't he have worked in vain and wasted such a big beast hide? The equipment reward will be aside for now. I don't have that kind of luck. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan compared the last two reward options, which were a building exclusive to the initial troop type, and an increase in the strength of the next troop type, or 5 troop type bloodline evolution quotas. It's not important to improve the strength of the troops. After all, you can improve your level by killing enemies. Besides, my troops mainly rely on equipment. Even if they are strong, they are not very useful. I don't need blood evolution either. The foundation of all troops is farmers. What will the farmer's blood evolve into? The second generation of farmers? The third generation of farmers? Isn't that still a farmer? Although as a human farmer, my blood has little potential, but God is fair. The intelligence and hard work of farmers are incomparable to other races with strong blood. That's right. Even the most useless troops, like goblins, have their own unique features. During this period of time, Tang Xiaofan confirmed the advantage of goblins, which is their fertility. A small goblin tribe has bred thousands of people within a year, and the maturity period of goblins is very short. Their goblins can grow up and participate in combat within a year. Tang Xiaofan thought about it for a while, and soon made a decision. He focused on the third reward, and randomly obtained an exclusive building for the initial troops. He didn't know what the farmer's exclusive building was, but it must be very important. You know, even the metal laboratory praised by Tang Xiaofan as a god-level building is just an ordinary scientific research building, not a farmer's exclusive building. There are many ways for farmers to strengthen their abilities, and tools are a necessary means for humans to strengthen themselves. Moreover, the demand for factory drawings has been released. As long as there are enough factory drawings, let alone simple light armored vehicles, space carriers may not be built in the future. Therefore, he excluded the reward of bloodline improvement. The last remaining reward was a building exclusive to the farmer clan. He had no doubt that the blueprint of the exclusive building must be extremely difficult to reveal. All other rewards can only be used to help his castle power improve rapidly in the early and middle stages. And the exclusive building is a late-stage divine object. In Tang Xiaofan's opinion, the value of the exclusive building of the farmer clan far exceeds any other reward, including the real artifact and bloodline evolution. Tang Xiaofan chose it for another reason, that is, it is not a blueprint, but a direct building. No need to waste extra castle materials. What is the exclusive building for farmers? If it is a farmer factory, then I will lose money. After all, it is very easy to recruit farmers, unlike other high-level soldiers, which need time to hatch or grow. Moreover, farmers do not need to consume a lot of resources. For example, the current highest level barber profession only consumes 10 food units, which is not difficult at all. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's breathing became increasingly rapid, but it was very likely not the farmer factory, because until now, he had not heard of anyone who had dropped the army building blueprints and had a second army building. Even if she was as lucky as little Lolita, she didn't drop it. After all, such an arrangement would be too unreasonable. I choose reward 3. Tang Xiaofan no longer hesitated. He didn't even look at other rewards and identified the exclusive building of the farmer clan, randomly generating the exclusive building of the initial army of the current castle force. Random reward completed. Congratulations to the castle lord for obtaining the exclusive building of the farmer clan, a war terminator silo. Please ask if you want to withdraw at this time. Tang Xiaofan was completely stunned. The exclusive building that he randomly found was beyond his imagination. The exclusive building of the farmer turned out to be a war terminator silo. It was a terminator. Tang Xiaofan was completely confused. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He took a few deep breaths and tried to calm his agitated mood. Jarvis, is this terminator a big mushroom? Sir, from the current point of view, it should be. Oh my god, The exclusive building of the farmer clan is so powerful. Although the blood power has no potential, the development of tools is better than all the races with strong blood. Not convinced. If you don't agree, I will plant mushrooms for you. The exclusive building of the farmer clan is too powerful. Chapter 123. Terminator. Launching silo. I'm rich. I'm definitely rich this time. Tang Xiaofan is very glad that he did not choose the bloodline evolution reward, nor did he randomly select equipment to covet the so-called real artifact. In front of the big mushroom, the real artifact is nothing. After all, this is the ultimate war weapon of the farmer clan, a weapon of absolute killing. It is a weapon of finality. Wait a minute, what should I do with my black technology castle after extracting the launching silo? The castle is the core territory of the castle owner, and the Terminator silo is an ancillary building, independent of the castle. Tang Xiaofan understood. In short, the castle is the foundation of the castle owner. Even if his black technology castle is only a primary town now, it is his main base. It needs to be upgraded and cannot be destroyed. As for the silo of the big mushroom, it can be regarded as an ancillary building relying on the castle. Extract. Tang Xiaofan said in his mind, and in an instant, an extremely bright golden light appeared above the black technology castle, as if the whole sky was cracked. Then the shadow of a tall tower appeared in the golden light, and then it turned from virtual to real. A moment later, the shadow turned into a majestic giant tower. This giant tower was white and gold in color, as if it was made of fairy jade, surrounded by strange golden light, and exuded an incomparably holy brilliance. The most shocking thing was that it stood directly on the side of the black technology castle, slightly taller than the 4-story black technology castle. Tang Xiaofan was really worried that it would explode. Once it exploded, all the wealth he had worked hard for until now would be gone in an instant. At this time, the farmers in the city and the goblins who were about to return to their tribes were all staring at the tall launch silo in amazement. They were really impressed by Tang Xiaofan's ability to build a building with just a wave of his hand. Fortunately, it showed no signs of explosion, and had been located to the side of the black technology castle. It seemed that there was a powerful force that bound it, and enabled it to operate stably. As the tower began to operate, some idle farmers quickly took their positions, and relevant information was also transmitted back. Terminator Silo. 1 Terminator is automatically produced every day. Need to guide the attack, unlimited distance attack. The guide needs to be summoned. The list of soldiers summoned has been synchronized. This is the big mushroom. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and immediately checked the specific properties of the Terminator Silo. Terminator Silo. Level, Primary. Faction, Black Technology Castle. Subsidiary Ability 1, Invisibility, not enabled. Subsidiary Ability 2, 1 per hour, not enabled. Current status, normal. It's really strong. Tang Xiaofan praised the silo with excitement. This weapon was definitely the ultimate means for his current black technology castle. It was extremely powerful. In addition, the big mushroom was equipped with 2 upgraded functions, which could only be gradually obtained after obtaining relevant drawings or prerequisites. Looking at the mighty tower, Tang Xiaofan suspected that once the Terminator was activated, not to mention the saint-level strongman, the demigod, even the true god could be killed with one shot. Its power was definitely the kind that could destroy the world. And there is no limit on the attack range. As long as the guide reaches the direction, the big mushroom can be released. It is simply the ultimate unsolvable attack. With the Mark armor, it avoids the weakness of the guide and the inability to move quickly. The combination of the two is simply perfect. The only bad thing is that the number of big mushrooms currently in reserve is not much, only 1 a day, and it cannot be accumulated. That is to say, only 1 shot a day. As for the status of 1 shot per hour, it needs to be upgraded again. Not bad. It's much better than the ones that are released once a month or a year. Tang Xiaofan comforted himself. He suddenly thought of something and asked Jarvis, "Jarvis, analyze the power of this big mushroom, and whether it can be copied?" "Yes, sir, please wait." If the power is huge and can destroy a city or a country, Tang Xiaofan decided to find a target to try it out, but he must be cautious. If this kind of killer weapon is released, there is basically no regret medicine. "Sir, the analysis results are out. The operating and production mechanism of the Terminator silo is unknown, and cannot be copied. This means that this thing can only be obtained systematically, and there is no way to copy it. After analysis and simulation, the Terminator is extremely powerful, with a TNT equivalent of 1,000 tons, a killing radius of 1,000 meters, no radiation, and extremely low lethality to buildings, etc., mainly killing living things." Tang Xiaofan's scalp exploded instantly. This bomb is simply a noose of death. Once in combat, the enemy's headquarters, command center, and rear base camp, as long as they are discovered by their own armor, it will be a big mushroom. That means the big mushroom in front is actually a bit useless to me. Yes, it is too powerful. For Tang Xiaofan, who has the mark armor, it seems that there is no enemy that cannot be defeated. Forget it, at least it can be used as a trump card. Who knows what the future will be like, and what kind of enemies he will encounter. If a powerful local force attacks his black technology castle, then he can activate this ultimate war weapon. In general, it is still necessary to let the Terminator stay quietly in the launch silo and operate it harmlessly. Jenny, build a wall around this tower, and make it higher. No one is allowed to approach. Yes, my lord. Tang Xiaofan made up his mind, but in order to ensure safety, he called Jenny and started to build the wall. Johnny, you select 10 soldiers to take turns to guard here, and no outsiders are allowed to approach. Yes, my lord. As for the guide, Tang Xiaofan did not plan to recruit him now, because the guide is equivalent to a key. Now there is no need to make the key, otherwise if the guy accidentally unlocks it, it will be terrible. Looking at the busy workers and soldiers, Tang Xiaofan suddenly heard the excited words of the farmers and soldiers. That is the ultimate weapon of our farmers. Terminator. Too shocking, I didn't expect to see the Terminator now. In this way, no one will dare to provoke us in the future. The farmers and soldiers were shocked to the extreme. As soldiers, they are naturally familiar with the Terminator. The Terminator is an exclusive building of the farmers, and it is a powerful war weapon that can attack the other dimension. The soldiers had not expected that such a weapon of war would appear so quickly. Praise the Almighty Lord. The soldiers looked at Tang Xiaofan with admiration. In their view, it was the creator they believed in who summoned a weapon of war like the Terminator. Cooperate with the soldiers to conquer this vast alien world. The Terminator is coming. The Lord's glory will surely shine on the entire continent of gods and demons. This world is destined to belong to the Almighty Lord. Chapter 124. Johnny was very excited, and John Eyre and other warriors were also extremely excited. Nothing could make them more excited than the arrival of the Terminator. Looking at the Terminator silo standing there, every warrior's eyes lit up. With the Terminator, they have a foothold in this alien world. The surrounding goblins were trembling all over. When the Terminator stood up, they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship the omnipotent Lord. That is the Lord's miracle. Lord Almighty, please protect your devout goblin believers. May glory always be there. May you be eternal. The goblins, led by the goblin elders, kept whispering and praying. At the same time, they also eagerly hoped that the Lord's glory could cover the goblin tribe, so that the goblin tribes in the forest and even the goblin kingdom would believe in their Lord. Only faith can save the goblin tribe. Only the Lord's glory can dispel the darkness and evil forces in the forest and let the goblins be saved. The goblins' faith is extremely firm. Many goblins present were promoted from devout believers to fanatics the moment the Terminator appeared. The Lord showed a miracle. As believers, what reason do they have not to strengthen their inner faith? Tang Xiaofan looked at the first-class warriors and said with a smile, Terminator, it cannot be included in the war plan for the time being. First develop the Black Technology Castle, and when we encounter a strong enemy, the Terminator will appear on the battlefield. Almighty Lord. The warriors naturally obeyed the Lord's words. Besides, the Terminator has already arrived, so how far is it from entering the battlefield? It's nothing more than seeing whether the enemy is worth using. As the warrior team continues to expand the hunting range and attack the surrounding local forces, the enemies they encounter will become more and more numerous and stronger. They believe that it won't take long before the Terminator can enter the battlefield. At that time, the Lord's castle will sweep across the forest and establish a powerful dynasty. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, clean up the battlefield, collect the soul stones and exploded blueprints and give them to me. Also collect the corpses of those wild monsters. They are all food and cannot be wasted. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but have a headache. Nearly 10,000 large and small wild monster corpses. How long will it take to collect and decompose them all? I'm afraid it will take at least 2 hours. Fortunately, there is the farmer. Although the farmer's strength is weak, he has mastered basic skills such as logging, mining, and dissection. By handing over the monster's corpse to them, Tang Xiaofan can be free from the heavy work of collecting and decomposing. At this time, the goblins were singing. They were commemorating the goblins, who died in the battle just now, hoping that they could ascend to heaven and become servants of the Lord. Unfortunately, several goblins died heroically before they began to shine. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly thought of the temple. The souls of the goblins, who died in the battle were taken away by the temple. As long as the soul stone is consumed, they can be reborn. And the reborn ones are no longer goblins, but new soldiers. New soldiers? Tang Xiaofan looked at the temple not far away, which was emitting holy light. He suddenly wanted to know what the new soldiers that appeared in the information prompt were. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan couldn't hold back his curiosity and entered the temple alone. As for the farmers, they were sweeping the battlefield and collecting spoils. At the same time, the battlefield also needed to be cleaned. The entire battlefield was covered with broken limbs and blood, which made people feel very uncomfortable. It was the first time Tang Xiaofan walked into the temple. He had never been there before. The main hall of the temple was a little empty, and the decoration was not so magnificent. The main color was holy white, and a statue of Tang Xiaofan stood at the top of the main hall. On his left and right, on the next step, there stood a statue of an angel with 18 wings, followed by 4 archangels with 6 wings, and 8 seraphim with 14 wings. In other words, the angels who could live in the temple had to be angels with 14 wings at least. Of course, the angels Tang Xiaofan saw now were just statues, not real angels. If it is a real angel, let alone the forest, with just an 18-winged archangel of the main god level, which god in the god and demon continent can compete? Could it be that the soul can be transformed into an angel in the temple? But if you can reincarnate as an 18-winged archangel, I guess you have to have a full luck value, right? Tang Xiaofan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, his eyes fell on the front of the hall, where there was a long table with a golden holy grail on the table. A familiar prayer sound came faintly from the holy grail, and Tang Xiaofan immediately understood that the souls led by the temple had entered the holy grail. As soon as he thought about it, a series of streams of light flew out of the holy grail. You have obtained 285 pure souls baptized by the divine power. 285 souls. This means that 285 goblins died in this battle against the beast tide. As for the other sacrificed goblins, their souls were not received because they were beyond the range of the temple. Tang Xiaofan didn't know where they went. Tang Xiaofan stretched out his right hand, and the 285 souls turned into light rain and fell into his palm. Then he walked towards the farmer's factory. When he arrived near the farmer's factory, Tang Xiaofan took out a soul light spot and put it into the factory. What he was concerned about now was how many soul stones were needed to allow the soul to reincarnate into a new soldier. If it exceeded his expectation, then these souls would temporarily continue to stay in the holy chalice of the temple. Do you want to consume 10 soul stones to reincarnate the soul? The message prompt appeared again. 10 soul stones? 285 souls. That's 2,850 soul stones. With my current soul stone reserves, it's not impossible to take them out. It just seems a bit too much. Soul stones are very important to Tang Xiaofan. Their main use is to upgrade the level of the soldier building, the farmer factory. Before, considering the safety of the castle, he also planned to let Jarvis set up an energy shield to protect the castle after the soul stones were sufficient. Now he has the human Terminator, a powerful weapon. Then the plan to set up the energy shield can be put on hold for the time being. Because he believed that as long as he released the Terminator, even a saint-level warrior or a demigod would not be able to withstand his attack. If a large-scale enemy force attacked, then directly attacking the enemy's rear base or command center would also paralyze the enemy's attack. Anyway, with the Terminator, it would not be so meaningful to deploy an energy shield, and it would even seem a bit wasteful. Wait until all the spoils are collected, and see how many soul stones there are before talking about soul reincarnation. In the end, the upgrade of the farmer's factory is important. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan waved his right hand, and dense soul light rain flew towards the temple, and returned to the Holy Grail. In the end, only 2 souls were left. Both came from those goblins, and he put both souls into the farmer's factory. Chapter 125. Do you want to consume 20 soul stones to help the current soul reincarnate? Tang Xiaofan chose yes, and soon the farmer's factory shone with a holy white light, and there seemed to be little angels singing soft hymns. Not long after, 2 balls of light flew out of the farmer's factory and landed in front of Tang Xiaofan. When the ball of light broke, 2 little angels appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. They were about 20 centimeters tall, wearing a holy robe that was transformed, with fair and translucent skin, big eyes like gems, chubby, and looked very cute. On the backs of the 2 little angels, there were snow-white wings. A pair of wings. This was the holy body of the double-winged angel. Lord. The 2 little angels flapped their wings and flew in front of Tang Xiaofan, then put their hands together on their chests and saluted Tang Xiaofan. In their hearts, Tang Xiaofan was the omnipotent lord, the founding god of the angel clan. Their belief in Tang Xiaofan was extremely fanatical. In Tang Xiaofan's field of vision, the information templates of the two little angels also appeared. Double-winged angel Holy Spirit. Current growth status, Holy Spirit. Strength level, level 3, killing enemies can quickly increase the level. Loyalty, 100, die hard. Perfect form demigod double-winged angel. P.S. The growth status of angels is divided into 4 stages: Holy Spirit, juvenile form, growth stage, and perfect form. The information template of another little angel is the same. There is no difference. As expected of an angel, although it is only level 3 now, after adulthood, perfect form, the strength will reach the level of demigod, second only to God. This is just a 2-winged angel. If it is a 4-winged angel with more wings, a 6-winged angel, a 12-winged angel, an 18-winged angel, etc., how much stronger would it be? Tang Xiaofan suddenly thought of a question. The initial strength of the 2-winged angel Holy Spirit reached the 3rd level. Then if it is the 18-winged angel Holy Spirit, its strength must be comparable to that of a real god. How terrifying will it be after adulthood? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's breathing suddenly became rapid. If the reincarnation of the soul can give birth to an 18-winged angel Holy Spirit, then he will soar directly into the sky. Special reminder: the light camp soldiers appear in your castle forces, and you gain the friendship value of the light, lawful, and good camps, and the hatred value of the evil and dark castle forces increases. Looking at the information of the new soldiers, Tang Xiaofan was suddenly a little surprised. He didn't expect that the pure souls of 2 goblins could reincarnate into angels of the light camp. The initial level of the little angels is very low. However, their growth potential is not bad, and they may become gods in the future. In general, these 2 angels and holy spirits have great training value. It is worth exchanging 10 soul stones for a soldier with great growth potential. Almighty Lord, may the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal. The 2 little angels saluted Tang Xiaofan with great reverence, and their faith was as fanatical as that of saints. They were Tang Xiaofan's fanatics when they were born. In the future, if Tang Xiaofan wanted to train saints, he would find the most suitable one among them. Especially the little angels among them, who can be selected to become saints. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. What is your main job? The 2 little angels said in unison. Our main job is to spread the Lord's faith, which can purify the darkness and evil forces in the world and let the light cover the world. Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up slightly. The little angels who spread faith must be much better than farmers. Just right. Tang Xiaofan said to the 2 little angels, you are responsible for pacifying the goblins, and then follow the goblins to their tribes to build temples. Yes, my lord. The 2 little angels saluted respectfully. On the other hand, the farmers who had been transferred to temple priests in the nearby temples were full of regret. Tang Xiaofan said to them, don't worry, the temple will expand in the future. You should do your job well. There will be more alien souls in the future, and you need to manage them well. Recently, after the arc reactor is installed, Tang Xiaofan plans to start sweeping the surrounding forces. Whether it is from other castles or local forces, they must be swept away. At that time, there will definitely be many opportunities to absorb alien souls, and then transform them into angels on a large scale. But angels still need farmers to manage them, otherwise it may lead to biased beliefs. Praise you, the Almighty Lord. Several temple priests paid respect to Tang Xiaofan. It was their honor to serve the Lord. What's more, it was arranged by the Lord himself, which was a favor from the Lord. They were extremely excited. After arranging the work of the little angel, Tang Xiaofan opened the World Chat channel. There were still countless castle lords in the channel discussing the topic of Black Technology Castle winning the first place in the battle power score list. Many people were still speculating what reward Tang Xiaofan had received. They never tired of it. Tang Xiaofan felt that it was meaningless, so he was ready to turn off the chat channel. But at this moment, he accidentally discovered that a castle lord claimed that he saw golden light in the sky above the forest, and a huge tower fell from the sky and disappeared. This caught his attention, because it showed one thing, that a castle lord had discovered a launch silo in the forest. At the same time, the appearance of keywords such as golden light and tower also caused the World Chat channel to quickly shift the topic. There were speculations about what the tower was. Why did it appear above the forest, and why did it disappear in the end? Some castle owners associated the tower with Tang Xiaofan, believing that the Golden Tower was a reward for the Beast Tide event that Tang Xiaofan received. After all, Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle was located in the forest. However, this speculation was not supported. How could the reward for the Beast Tide event be a tower? If it was a divine artifact, a godhood, or even Tang Xiaofan becoming a god directly, it would be more credible than a reward of a tower. Some people also speculated that it was just a mirage, because the tower appeared with golden light. More people said that it might be a deliberate attempt to create a topic to attract attention. The reason is simple: there are too few people who saw the tower, only a few people. Many castle owners in the forest came out to say that they did not see the so-called golden light, let alone the tower. Therefore, the topic was finally dropped. Except for the few people involved, no one else took the story of the golden tower to heart. As for Tang Xiaofan, he no longer paid too much attention to it. He took a look at the more than 20,000 units of ordinary food he put on the shelf, and still no one was interested. I'm afraid it won't be sold in a short time. After the castle defense battle in the early morning and the beast-tide battle that just ended, the castle lords had no shortage of food. In other words, the food here can't be sold at all. We can only wait for a while, until the castle lords' food reserves are consumed. And the scale of their troops is getting bigger and bigger, and more food will be consumed at that time. At that time, the food market will flourish again. Chapter 126. In the friend column, the little lowly from the underground world sent several messages, which basically congratulated Tang Xiaofan for winning the first place in the battle power score list, and then told Tang Xiaofan about her gains from the Black Iron Dwarf Castle in the Beast-Tide battle. Among them, the most difficult drawings, the little lowly directly dropped 9. This made Tang Xiaofan sigh that she was indeed a little lowly favored by the goddess of luck. Tang Xiaofan took another look at the drawings sent by the little lowly, most of which were low and medium level drawings, but there was one high level building drawing. Advanced building blueprint, Dwarf Palace. Description: exclusive building for the dwarves, the only building. Effect 1: greatly improve the loyalty of the dwarves in the castle forces. Effect 2: increase the attack and defense of the dwarves by 10%. Effect 3: greatly increase the chance of the dwarves in the local forces to actively surrender. This is simply a golden finger. Tang Xiaofan feels that this exclusive building is simply a permanent buff. So Tang Xiaofan chatted with the little Lolita for a while, and told her to build the dwarf palace as soon as possible. This building is a perfect match for the little Lolita's Black Iron Dwarf Castle. Its importance is equivalent to the importance of the Metal Laboratory to the Black Technology Castle, which is absolutely crucial. Finally, he received a gift from the little Lolita, a mid-level building blueprint. Named Liaowang Tower, the effect of the building is to light up all unexplored areas within a radius of 10 kilometers. Tang Xiaofan wanted to refuse, but in the end, he was persuaded by the sweet voice of the little lowly and accepted the gift. The little lowly gave 2 drawings of the Liaowang Tower, one for her own use and one for Tang Xiaofan. If it weren't for this reason, Tang Xiaofan probably wouldn't accept it. After all, compared to him, the little lowly in the underground world needs such a building more. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan's current mark armor can fly, so lighting up unknown areas is just a piece of cake for him. After the chat with the little lowly ended, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the friend application information. Wow, there are more than 100 people adding him as a friend. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but jump when he saw the number of applications. After 2 consecutive wars, the blueprints should be almost universal. Thinking of this, he searched for the key words in the application information, factory blueprints. In an instant, only more than 20 people were left. Continuing to search, after some elimination, Tang Xiaofan kept 7 friend applications. Among the 7 friend applications, most people said they had factory blueprints and wanted to sell them to him. Only one person revealed the factory blueprints, saying that he would not sell them and was willing to give them to him. Looking at the friend applicant again, it was Bear Grylls. Tang Xiaofan was stunned. It's him again! Tang Xiaofan did not forget this ambitious guy, Bear Grylls, the master of the top castle, and his troops were ancient giant bears. During his novice period, he won the world's applause by selling food at a reasonable price. After a series of actions, he helped his popularity soar again and again. Among the castle forces, Bear Grylls' popularity is second only to Tang Xiaofan. Respected as the leader by countless castle lords. Based on this information, Tang Xiaofan believes that this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. He has great ambitions, even ambitions. Of course, this is completely understandable. After all, this is a cruel world where castles and races compete for hegemony, which is enough to give birth to all kinds of people. Tang Xiaofan even believes that in the middle and late stages, the title of emperor will appear on the heads of many castle lords, and they will also establish their own dynasties. No one would refuse such a powerful attraction. And Bai Yi is the best among the castle lords. Even in the Beast Tide event that just ended, Bai Yi beat countless castle lords and broke into the top 10 of the battle power score list, reflecting his strength and his ambition for the future. Do you really want to add me as a friend? Contact me? Tang Xiaofan looked at the friend request message sent by Bai Yi. Unlike the other castle lords, Bai Yi didn't want to sell the factory drawings to him, but wanted to give them to him. Obviously, he wanted to make friends with him and build a good relationship with him. Really persistent, Tang Xiaofan was silent for a while. During this period, he rejected a large number of castle lords who wanted to add him as a friend every day. He occasionally noticed that among the castle lords he rejected, it seemed that there was always a friend request from Bear Grylls. In his opinion, this behavior was very persistent, and it seemed that there was a sense of not giving up until the goal was achieved. Finally, after thinking for a moment, Tang Xiaofan did not refuse again and chose to agree. He thought he should see what the other party thought first. Besides, he could not resist the attraction of factory drawings. Not to mention Bear Grylls, even if it was a madman, he would accept the friend request. At most, he would delete it later. The most important thing was to get the drawings. Kalami Prairie, the castle of the ancient giant bear. The Beast Tide War had already ended, and Bear Grylls was leading his ancient giant bear corps to sweep the battlefield. In this Beast Tide War, if the factory drawings that were originally exposed were sold, it would completely make up for the casualties of his troops. However, he still chose to use the blueprint in exchange for the opportunity to get closer to Tang Xiaofan. Another reason was that he wanted to prove himself that as long as he wanted to do something, he would succeed. Even if it cost a lot. The harvest is very good. A smile appeared on Bai Yi's cheek. There were still blood stains on his face, and the high-level armor on his body was also stained red by the blood of wild monsters, which added a bit of majestic aura to him. There is new news. Is it the people of the Alliance of Gods who are looking for me? Bai Yi opened the friend column. The expression on his face froze. At the same time, his pupil shrank slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Sure enough, even Tang Xiaofan, who is recognized as the strongest castle lord, can't resist the attraction of the blueprint. Bai Yi's resolute lips raised a smile, and his resentment finally subsided. After adding the friend, he did not hesitate, and sent a message to Tang Xiaofan immediately. It's not easy, my great city lord. I finally added you as a friend. Do you know how many times I have applied? Tang Xiaofan looked at the message and hurriedly. Sorry, there are too many people who want to be my friend, and I don't have time to select them. Understandable. Bai Yi agreed with this reason. There are many people who apply to be his friend every day. But except for the castle lord, who has the top troops, all others were rejected by him. Compared to him, Tang Xiaofan rarely appeared in the World Chat channel, nor did he form any alliance forces, let alone maintain the so-called personal connections. Naturally, it is difficult to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend. So far, it seems that only one person named Tang Xiaofan's little follower is considered to be the person closest to Tang Xiaofan. But similarly, no one has added little follower as a friend. Tang Xiaofan and little follower seem to be independent of the circle of castle power. Tang Xiaofan said, let's talk business. How do you sell the factory drawings in your hand? Chapter 127. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's direct alienation, Bear Grylls frowned and replied, it was agreed to be given to you as a gift. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, haha, free things are always the most expensive, you should name a price. Bear Grylls raised his eyebrows slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, Tang Xiaofan, I sincerely invite you to join our Alliance of Gods. So far, our Alliance of Gods has nearly 40 top castle masters. It will definitely become the most powerful alliance among castle forces. He told the truth and spared no effort to promote. The original intention of establishing the Alliance of Gods was to fight against your demon army. But I hope we can become allies, and sweep the local forces of the continent of gods and demons together. After you join the Alliance will consider giving you a seat as a counselor. Counselors are the upper management of the Alliance. As long as you join our Alliance of Gods, in the near future, you will have an extremely powerful background force, which will promote the rapid development of your Black Technology Castle. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan looked at the reply message from Bear Grylls. Bear Grylls' words were not exaggerated. Every top castle lord had a bright future, and it was not difficult to create a powerful force. Among the hundreds of castle lords, the number of castle lords with top-level troops did not exceed 100. And the Gods Alliance they formed now has nearly 40 top castle lords. And how many top castle lords will join this Gods Alliance in the future? It can be predicted that as long as the management is proper, and there is no big disturbance that causes the collapse of the Alliance of Gods, then the Alliance of Gods will inevitably become the most powerful alliance in the castle forces. There is no doubt about that. And the counselors of the Alliance of Gods, the upper-level managers, this is obviously an extremely tempting position. As long as the Alliance of Gods develops, the counselors at the top will be equivalent to standing at the top of the castle forces, and will have extremely terrifying power. It is not an exaggeration to say that just moving a foot can make the world tremble. Any castle lord would find it hard to resist this position, and would definitely choose to join the Alliance of Gods without hesitation. However, Tang Xiaofan refused. Joining the Alliance of Gods, wouldn't that mean he would bow to the top castle lords, who formed the Alliance of Gods to fight against him? Although he didn't care about these, he still wanted to see whether his Black Technology Castle was stronger, or the Alliance of Gods was stronger, or even whether he could beat dozens of castle lords alone. He has the confidence. Of course, these words cannot be said to Bear Grylls. That would become a provocation. After Tang Xiaofan refused, he said to Bear Grylls, "Give me a new price. Would you like to consider it? I think the Alliance of Gods has great development prospects. As long as we join, our alliance will be invincible. Even the local empires in the central area can be swept away." Tang Xiaofan laughed and simply refused, not considering it for now. Bear Grylls was helpless. However, he was mentally prepared. Tang Xiaofan, as the strongest castle lord recognized by the official, could not be brought in by just a few words or a few big cakes. Bai Yi was not very surprised by Tang Xiaofan's refusal. "Let's talk about it later. This blueprint is a gift from me to you. Just consider it as making friends. Ask a price." Looking at the simple and rough reply in the friend's message, Bai Yi rubbed his forehead. It seems that it is not easy to make friends with Tang Xiaofan and build a good relationship with him. Bear thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, then 300 soul stones. This is a friendly price. For the castle lords at the bottom, the factory blueprint is not worth 50 energy stones, and no one will even buy it. Because the production of this thing requires a lot of resources, and it has no combat use, it is far less useful than a defense tower blueprint. But for the top castle lords, it is worth at least 500 energy stones. As for Tang Xiaofan, the value of the factory blueprint is currently more than 1,000 energy stones. If Bai Yi offered a price of 1,000 energy stones, Tang Xiaofan would definitely buy it, and he would just block him after the transaction. Bai Yi also knew this, so in order to maintain a good relationship with him, he did not give a bad price. Deal. Okay. Then Bai Yi put the factory blueprint on the trading area, with a purchase price of 300 soul stones, and designated Tang Xiaofan as the buyer. Bai Yi saw the factory blueprint disappear from the trading area, and there was a message prompting him to receive 300 soul stones. He didn't feel bad. For him, the factory blueprints could be made again, but the friendship with Tang Xiaofan was of great significance. He chatted with Tang Xiaofan for a few more words. Suddenly, Bai Yi seemed to remember something and asked Tang Xiaofan, "Can you tell me what the only reward for the Beast Tide event is?" "Want to know?" "Yes." "The divine object, the heart of the dynasty." The divine object. Bai Yi took a deep breath. He felt that the heart of the dynasty must have an important relationship with the establishment of a kingdom or even an empire in the future. Its value is comparable to that of a divine weapon. Bear Grylls was ready to continue asking questions, wanting to know what the effect of the heart of the dynasty was. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from a friend. "Your friend Tang Xiaofan has deleted you, and you cannot send messages." This prompt shocked Bear Grylls directly. They were just chatting well, and had even made a friendly deal, but Tang Xiaofan deleted him, crossing the river and destroying the bridge? What the hell is this? Bear Grylls was strongly stimulated and very dissatisfied. Even if it is killing the donkey after it has done its job, it doesn't make sense to kill the donkey so soon. Bai Yi pouted inwardly. He is not a donkey. After all, he is very angry now. He immediately wants to apply again to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend, and then ask Tang Xiaofan why he did this. The application message has been entered, but in the end, Bai Yi still did not send it out. Because at this moment, he has gradually calmed down and understood the reason why Tang Xiaofan deleted him. After all, Tang Xiaofan and him have no friendship. The only connection is his factory drawing. In view of the factory drawings and the friendship price, Tang Xiaofan would not delete him. The two sides could occasionally chat in the future to discuss the future development of the castle forces and promote relations. This was also his inner thought. He used the factory drawings to get closer to Tang Xiaofan. However, the two were originally friends from Danshui, but he peeped into Tang Xiaofan's secrets and inquired about the only reward for the Beast Tide event. This made the friendship between Dan Shui and him become strangers in an instant, and then produced resentment. Tang Xiaofan did not refuse, but fulfilled his wish and replied to him. The divine object, the heart of the dynasty. After returning his favor, the two of them had no connection anymore, so Tang Xiaofan deleted him directly, and did not want to have anything to do with him. Tang Xiaofan does not want anyone to spy on his secrets. I don't like people who spy on his secrets. After figuring it out, Bear Grylls was immediately filled with regret. He was too curious and too determined, and the timing of the inquiry was wrong. Chapter 128. Not only did he lose the precious factory drawings, but he also deleted his friends. A good card was played badly. It's too late to explain now. Bai Yi knew that even if he continued to apply to add friends, he would definitely be rejected by Tang Xiaofan. From this incident, Bai Yi already knew that Tang Xiaofan was a person who had a clear distinction between love and hate. He liked what he liked and disliked what he disliked. Tang Xiaofan would not give him face just because he was the so-called recognized big brother. What is this, straight man? Bai Yi rubbed his forehead. It is not easy to capture a straight man. He said to himself, it seems that I can only wait for the right time to explain to Tang Xiaofan and ease the relationship. It's not that I have gained nothing. At least I have figured out Tang Xiaofan's personality, so it will be much easier to get along with him in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Yi also comforted himself. Otherwise, there is no good way. It was not easy to get a factory blueprint to get in touch with Tang Xiaofan. Although I don't know why the other party wants this kind of blueprint, it stands to reason that factory blueprints are the least practical blueprints. Unless the army type is the worst army type such as farmers, all top castle lords will not choose this series of blueprints to develop, because all factories need people to operate, and they also need a lot of manpower. The castle lord whose first army type is not farmers will not want factory blueprints at all. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan didn't care about Bear's thoughts at all, but was chatting with the other 6 friends. As for Bear's affairs, he had already forgotten them. Bear was too ambitious and not suitable for contact. At least now Tang Xiaofan didn't like people with such personalities. He believed that if Bear's castle, the ancient giant Bear Castle, developed with the support of the Alliance of Gods, then in the future, Bear's castle power would most likely become the ruler of a region. Establishing a dynasty and proclaiming himself emperor, Tang Xiaofan would not doubt that Bai Yi has the ability to do so. After all, Bai Yi has made it to the 10th place in the battle power rankings, and he stands at the top of hundreds of castle lords. With the support of the Gods Alliance, Bai Yi's future will be very bright. Tang Xiaofan is not willing to contact such a person with a strong purpose. Unlike the little Lolita in the underground world, who is obedient, well-behaved and sensible. Even if the environment she is in is very dangerous, the little Lolita is very optimistic, and even comforts Tang Xiaofan in return. Tell Tang Xiaofan not to worry about her, and often tell Tang Xiaofan that her dwarf warrior is very powerful, and can protect her safety. Tang Xiaofan has never heard bad news from little Loli. Every time after chatting with little Loli, Tang Xiaofan's mood will become very good, although he often gets hit by lucky little Loli. In comparison, he still likes little Loli more. The 6 castle lords in the friend column all brought factory blueprints to Tang Xiaofan. From this, it can be seen that the explosion rate of factory blueprints is not high. But for Tang Xiaofan, the importance of the factory blueprint is obvious. After some communication, Tang Xiaofan deleted 5 of the castle lords, one of whom wanted to sell him the factory blueprint at a sky-high price of 2,000 soul stones. After some bargaining, the castle lord told Tang Xiaofan that the minimum price should not be less than 1,000 soul stones, and Tang Xiaofan did not say anything and deleted it directly. If it was in the middle and late stages, he would buy it without hesitation, but now his soul stones are very precious and need to be used to upgrade the farmer factory. At this stage, it is not worth exchanging 1,000 soul stones for a low-level factory blueprint. In addition, Tang Xiaofan talked to one of the 4 castle lords, who were deleted by him for a long time, but finally found that he was fooled. Because that person did not have a blueprint at all, his purpose was just to ask him for information about the only reward. Such people, Tang Xiaofan decisively blocked them and listed them as hostile castle forces. The other 3 castle lords did not offer high prices, but wanted Tang Xiaofan to make a promise, that is, in the future castle war, Tang Xiaofan needed to help their castle forces. Tang Xiaofan's promise cannot be just a casual remark, but an agreement must be signed. These 3 castle lords are all smart people, who know what it means to maximize benefits. So, Tang Xiaofan deleted them. In the end, only 1 castle lord was left, offering 200 soul stones. This is a fair price, not black or greedy. Tang Xiaofan chose to buy it, and soon Tang Xiaofan had an extra low-level factory blueprint in his hand. After a long time of tossing, he got 2 factory blueprints, which was not a waste of time. When closing the friend list, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the newly added friend Yishui, Ice Elf. If Yishui's troop type is the Ice Elemental Elf, then her castle power will be very terrifying. Unfortunately, the Elemental Elf is not a troop type that can be recruited directly. Only certain troop types can be upgraded to Elemental Elf after achieving Bloodline Evolution. During the chat, Yishui also revealed that her troop type is a high-level troop type, the Ice Demon Bear, which has nothing to do with the Ice Elemental Elf. She just named the castle the Ice Elf House because it was located in the ice field and adjacent to the Ice and Snow Kingdom. As for why she wanted to sell the factory blueprint, the reason was very simple. She lacked soul stones. With another 200 soul stones, her military buildings could be upgraded to level 3. Moreover, the factory blueprint was useless to her. Her Ice Demon Bear couldn't start the factory. She had to wait until she caught the human-affiliated military before she could start working. By dusk, the blood moon was looming, and the faint blood light enveloped the whole world. The dense forest outside the Black Technology Castle also quickly became gloomy. But no roars of wild monsters could be heard, and even bird monsters were very rare. The beast-tide battle greatly reduced the number of wild monsters in the nearby dense forest. It can almost be said that this area was bloodbath. Not only Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, but also castles around the world were very quiet. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight will be a peaceful night. It is also the most secure blood moon night so far. The castle battlefield has been cleaned up, and the corpses of monsters are piled up. Farmers are collecting and decomposing the corpses of monsters. The food obtained and the monster materials are automatically stored in the castle warehouse. Tang Xiaofan also gathered the spoils of the beast-tide war in his hands. Looking at the piles of soul stones and a stack of blue blueprints in front of him, Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly. I wonder if the farmer's factory can summon female farmers after it is upgraded to level 4? And can there be new factory blueprints? It's worth looking forward to. Soon, the farmers' lives will be more colorful. What Tang Xiaofan is looking forward to is that he and his compatriots can live happily in the other world. The first thing. Upgrade the farmer's factory. Chapter 129. Blue Star, live broadcast channel, all netizens were stunned. Tang Xiaofan, alone, killed more than 10,000 wild monsters. Yes, I counted them, at least more than 10,000. Is there any need to count? The score list is so obvious. His score is more than 400,000 points, and the others are so far behind. You are all right, but why do some people still think Tang Xiaofan is weak and can be bullied? What is the Anti-Demon Alliance? They don't want to live anymore. Hey, what else could it be? These people are just completely arrogant. Thinking that Tang Xiaofan is just lucky, or a demon, they don't even think about it. If Tang Xiaofan is the same as them, will the result be the same? By the way, did you see that silo? Big Ivan, Little Fatty, or Big Mushroom? Yeah, 80% of the time. Hey, how can we make those idiots understand? Hey, no matter how happy those people are, can they withstand the Big Mushroom? What is the Alliance of Gods? I think it should be called the Alliance of Seeking Death. The crew of today's Gods and Demons continent was very excited. Everyone was very happy, except Zhang Xiaoxiao. International conventions have long banned the use of big mushrooms. What's the use of this thing? Nima. Fuck. Yuchi stroked her hair helplessly, ignoring this big mouth, and asked others, everyone is so happy, the director will introduce this tower to the audience. The director's face was red, and he was so happy that he almost laughed. He nodded and said, okay, everyone, we saw a new tower in Tang Xiaofan's castle. This is it. Director, please push the camera. The director pushed the camera over, and saw the tower with a flashing warning light. It was surrounded by a wall. There were soldiers in armor patrolling inside and outside the wall. Okay, this tower is commonly known as the Big Mushroom. Haha, you all know it. And this technology is very advanced. It can even be said to be a regular mushroom, pollution-free, easy to deploy, and fast to deliver. Of course, we have already mastered this technology in Country K, but of course, it is not as convenient as Tang Xiaofan's application. But the biggest function of the mushroom is not to fight. Let others know that you have it. Then, after seeing the mushroom, they want to take action. They have to think carefully. Win without fighting. Black Technology Castle, 2,156 soul stones. 6 blueprints. Add the 2 factory blueprints I just got from the trade, and the blueprint for the watchtower from the little lowly. I now have a total of 9 blueprints. Only in terms of blueprints, this Beast Tide event made Tang Xiaofan a fortune. But his first priority was to upgrade the farmer's factory. I had 4,150 soul stones in reserve before, and I used 500 to buy blueprints. There are still 3,650 soul stones. Including the gains from the Beast Tide battle, there are a total of 5,806 soul stones. Farmer factory upgrade to level 4 requires 5,000 soul stones. All conditions are met. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and came to the vicinity of the farmer factory. Do you want to upgrade the military building, farmer factory? Upgrade. As Tang Xiaofan whispered, the farmer factory suddenly burst into a rich golden light, and the entire iron house was shrouded in golden light. Tang Xiaofan was not in a hurry, waiting for the farmer factory to upgrade. After about 10 seconds, the golden light finally dissipated. The upgraded farmer factory appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. First of all, the most intuitive thing is that the iron house of the farmer factory has become a formal room, a bit like a laboratory. Of course, it is also the kind of simple used in the wild. Then, Tang Xiaofan checked the building information of the farmer factory. Unique arms building. Level 4. You can specify to summon ordinary female farmers, terminator guides, forging masters, food masters, architects, fighting masters and mechanical masters, junior researchers, middle school teachers, electrical engineers, material engineers, painters, musicians, performing artists. Upgrade required. 10,000 soul stones. P.S. Level 4 farmer factory, there is a general probability that farmers with special abilities can be summoned. Level 4 farmer factory. So many professions can be summoned. The most important thing is that there are female farmers. Tang Xiaofan was extremely happy. Finally, this alien castle full of bachelors could have some laughter. What's the point of delaying? Tang Xiaofan immediately asked Jarvis to count the number of farmers in the castle. Sir, currently 1,780 farmers have been summoned, including 1,002 combat soldiers, 538 ordinary farmers, and 240 special professions. Okay, summon 1,800 female farmers. As Tang Xiaofan gave the order, strong women came out of the farmer factory one after another. Although some of them looked pretty, their strong arms made Tang Xiaofan understand that female farmers were also farmers. Of course, Tang Xiaofan couldn't just assign these women to the original farmers. He began to expand the city, dormitory buildings, kitchens, farmland for food production, animal pens, theaters and libraries. He planned to build more of these reusable buildings so that the farmers could have a richer life. Of course, the most popular place was the basketball court. When the female farmers summoned by Tang Xiaofan came to the sidelines to watch the game, there was almost a riot on the court. When the farmers saw the female farmers, they started to perform like bulls in heat. Johnny even performed a dunk from the middle of the court. This brat is too much of a show-off. Originally, Tang Xiaofan planned to hold a meeting with these soldiers and farmers to let them know not to harass the female farmers. However, he saw a female farmer snatch the basketball with her backhand and knock Johnny down with an iron elbow. Then she held the basketball, kicked over the basketball stand, stuffed the basketball in, and shook her finger at Johnny with a look of contempt. This time, the laughter in the whole place scared you, but Tang Xiaofan withdrew. These female farmers didn't need him to take care of them at all, as long as they didn't bully the male farmers. Of course, he didn't plan to let the female farmers intervene on the battlefield yet. Returning to his bedroom in the castle, Tang Xiaofan began to check the supplies. Tang Xiaofan took a look at the remaining soul stones. Soul stones, 806. It seems that there is still a long way to go before the farmer's factory is upgraded to level 5, and the demand for 10,000 soul stones is met. However, Tang Xiaofan felt that he could have some hope. As long as he kept attacking the local forces and castle forces in the surrounding dense forests, and expanded the hunting range, it didn't seem to take a long time to collect 10,000 soul stones. Chapter 130. He turned to look at the stack of blue drawings in his hand, 6 of which showed unknown, which were the harvest from the Beast Tide battle. The other 3, one from Bear Grylls, one from Little Lolita in the underground world, and one from Yishui in the Arctic. He appraised the 6 unknown drawings and was lucky enough to get 2 arrow tower drawings, 1 angel house, 1 skeleton warrior building drawing, and the last one was actually a factory drawing, which turned out to be a light airport factory. Seeing this, Tang Xiaofan felt much more relaxed. It seemed that his luck was still very good, or even a great burst of luck. Tang Xiaofan kept the 2 arrow tower blueprints, which were useless. His castle did not need such low-level defensive buildings, so he threw the 2 blueprints directly into the trading channel. Auction of soul stones. Auction time limit is 3 full hours. He directly built the blueprint of the angel house. So far, the Black Technology Castle has 5 more exquisite courtyards, which look very good. Tang Xiaofan did not live there himself, but let the 2 little angels live there. Although the angel house is a residential building, and is not very useful now, it is still good to make up for the emptiness of the castle. At least 2 little angels can be arranged. It is not appropriate for 2 girls to live with a rough man like me. In the future, souls of other races will join the temple. When they are transformed into angels, they can live in the angel courtyard. As for the angels and farmers, Tang Xiaofan does not intend to let them have too much communication. The 2 sides are completely different creatures, and the angels are more competent to integrate into the belief system of the god and demon continent. The 4th blueprint, the skeleton warrior type building blueprint, is very straightforward from the name. It is a type building blueprint. Yes, just like the farmer's factory, you can summon the type after it is built. It seems that the skeleton warrior can be summoned. As long as it is, a castle is equivalent to having 2 type buildings, and can double the number of summons. Its significance is extremely important. For the castle lord with powerful top-level troops, the skeleton warrior can be an effective supplement. For the weak castle lord, the skeleton warrior can be used as the main type of troops. After all, the skeleton warrior has a powerful ability of resurrection. Because of this, its value is absolutely amazing. Tang Xiaofan can confidently say that the value of this blueprint is comparable to that of a divine weapon. The only regret is, I can't use this blueprint. What a pity. Tang Xiaofan sighed slightly. It's not that he can't use it. If he wants, he can consume resources and directly build this military building to summon skeleton warriors. However, it involves the issue of core ability. His core ability is the black technology brought by Jarvis, and all these black technologies are built around humans. The skeleton warriors are obviously not human, but monsters from the evil dark camp. For monsters, it is definitely okay to make them bloodthirsty and attack, but if they are asked to drive, they are worse than a pig. If the skeleton warriors of the undead system appear in his castle, it will cause faction conflicts and be detrimental to the future development of the castle's power. Of course, there is another important reason. The skeleton warriors are monsters, and he looks down on them. Tang Xiaofan is a typical great humanist. He believes that humans are the masters of the god and demon continent, and even all other worlds. Skeleton warrior building blueprint. Faction, dark, evil, undead. Can be summoned. Skeleton warrior, intermediate. There is a low probability of summoning skeleton knight, skeleton mage, and other undead troops. Construction requirements: 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of refined iron, 5,000 units of soul fire. Special reminder, when you build the skeleton warrior building, your castle will be assigned to the dark faction. Greatly increase the hatred value of the light, lawful, and good factions on your castle heat. This blueprint does not belong to me. This is where Tang Xiaofan feels regretful. He finally got a lot of luck, and got a new army building blueprint, but he can't use it. This is the most hurtful. But its value cannot be ignored. Tang Xiaofan contacted the little Lolita in the underground world, and asked her if she wanted it. He thought about it this way. First of all, the dark iron dwarves are not in the light camp. They are neutral like humans. There should be no problem for the little Lolita's castle to accept the skeleton warriors. Secondly, if there is a second army building, the little Lolita's castle will be safer. After all, she is in the dark underground world, which is much more dangerous than the ground, and the local forces are mostly dark and evil, and much stronger. Unexpectedly, when the little girl heard that it was a skeleton undead army, she immediately turned pale with fear and hurriedly refused. Tang Xiaofan, Kur doesn't want undead. That thing is very scary. Kur is very scared. But your dark iron dwarves seem to be very fierce. Tang Xiaofan, you don't know that although the dark iron dwarves look very fierce, they are all good people, all kind-hearted uncles. Okay. Tang Xiaofan also felt that his question was a bit redundant. How could a creature like a little girl like undead? If she had been assigned the undead when she first descended, she might have thought the undead were cute, right? Besides, she was only a 13 or 14-year-old girl. If she had been accompanied by the undead all day and all night, her character, which had not yet grown up, would have gradually become distorted. You have to know that people are affected by the environment. Since the little Loli Kur didn't want it, then I could only auction it. Tang Xiaofan didn't feel reluctant. He directly put this blueprint on the trading channel. Skeleton Warrior type building blueprint. Can summon the middle-level Skeleton Warrior, with a chance to summon more powerful undead types such as Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Mage. Starting price: 2,000 soul stones. After throwing it up, Tang Xiaofan didn't care and looked at the fifth blueprint, which was also the most perfect harvest of his luck value. The fifth blueprint is the airport factory blueprint. Tang Xiaofan's eyes are fixed on the last blueprint. This blueprint is the fundamental reason why he feels so lucky. The light airport factory blueprint is a blueprint for a factory that produces light aerial vehicles. As long as it is there, the castle is equivalent to having 2 vehicle factories. Its significance is extremely significant. Its value is absolutely amazing. Tang Xiaofan can confidently say that the value of this blueprint is comparable to that of a divine weapon. Now, my 3-dimensional offensive means are just short of space. It just so happens that we have recruited a lot of female farmers, who can be used as drivers to distinguish them from male farmers. Jarvis, can these vehicles be connected to the internet? Tang Xiaofan contacted Jarvis. He didn't want the vehicles he built to be taken away and used by others. Yes, sir. The highest control authority of all vehicles is in my hands, and people from other forces cannot use them without authorization. Tang Xiaofan sighed slightly. Jarvis was too powerful. Chapter 131. Since everything is under control, why hesitate? Tang Xiaofan came to the heavy factory and started to build a light airport factory. Unexpectedly, this factory was much larger and almost occupied all the remaining space in the city. Then, the factory was built in a blaze of light, and a group of farmers automatically ran in and started to work. Looking at the bright lights in the factory, Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction, clicked on the factory's production menu, and found that it could only produce one type of vehicle at present. Big Pelican Airship. Carrying capacity 5 tons. Attack, aviation machine gun. Defense, anti-aircraft armor. Pilots, 3 people. My goodness, this plane looks like a huge flying bird, with a fat belly and steerable propellers on both wings. It looks like it can take off and land vertically. Do you want to produce the Big Pelican Airship? Produce. With Tang Xiaofan's order, the light airport factory began to operate. Not long after, a huge plane appeared above the airport. The gray fuselage was painted with the number 001, and the wings were very long and wide. The most eye-catching thing was the huge propellers on both sides. The plane was pushed out by the mechanical arm in the factory. At this time, 3 female farmers who were still fighting for the ball with the soldiers on the court suddenly put down their basketballs and turned around and ran over. They climbed onto the plane in no time and appeared in the cockpit, already wearing flight suits. Sir, I have taken over the Pelican number 001 plane and will start the test flight now. Please approve it. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and approved. Prepare for takeoff. Clear the airspace. Take off. The 3 female farmers skillfully operated the plane and took off on the spot. The huge roar resounded throughout the castle. Everyone put down their work and looked up at the huge plane. Tang Xiaofan called John E and John Air and asked them to wear the armor equipped with the arc reactor to escort the plane on its first test flight. After receiving the order, the 2 quickly put on their armor and took off. Looking at the huge plane leaving, Tang Xiaofan was not idle either, and called the construction workers again. Because the current black technology town needs to be readjusted. Jarvis has begun to adjust the layout and arrangement of the city wall according to this beast-tide battle. It seems that Jarvis wants to bring the design ideas of the bastion here. Mainly considering that several large areas will be divided in the future, and the scale will become larger and larger in the future. A small castle can no longer meet the needs of development. Fortunately, the production efficiency of the God and Demon continent is extremely high, and the stone workshop can quickly produce new city walls. Gianni, you will start the construction of the airport immediately, and open up an area to the north of the castle to build the airport. The airport must include a takeoff and landing area, a hangar, a maintenance workshop, a lounge, and most importantly, a high tower to serve as a command platform. Jarvis will give you the drawings later, and you should build according to his design as soon as possible. We also need to build a wall near the airport to reserve a place for defense. In addition, we need to build a tank garage next to the airport to use as a defensive fortification. Gianni and others were very happy at this moment. They were ready to work hard. They had already built the dormitory in the city. This was the first time they started such a large project. They were very excited. After the calculation is completed, if there is not enough manpower, come to me. Yes, my lord. After the airport and tank garage were built, Tang Xiaofan planned to start producing Vulture light armored trucks and Pelican airships to improve the flow of materials within his rule. Let resources become your foundation, develop rapidly, and leave other forces that rely on manual transportation far behind. Now wait for the first trial voyage to end. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also glanced at the trading area and found that some castle owners were selling blueprints. But the prices were very high. Even Tang Xiaofan didn't want to take a second look after the first glance. Only a building blueprint called Space Teleportation Magic Array caught Tang Xiaofan's attention. Teleportation array? Does it mean that people from other places can be teleported directly here? Tang Xiaofan thought of little Loli again. If he could build a two-way teleportation magic array, he could send farmers over to help little Loli guard the castle. He immediately checked the specific information of this drawing. Advanced building. Space teleportation magic array. Number of uses, unlimited. Description. At the cost of consuming soul stones, you can teleport to the location of the corresponding magic array. The more things you teleport, the greater the energy consumption. Special reminder. At least 2 teleportation magic circles are required to teleport. Construction requirements. 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron. Starting price. 500 soul stones. Auction time limit. 1 day. Auction cushion. Elf Garden 2 are required to teleport. Tang Xiaofan frowned. This was not good news. That is to say, even if he spent a high price to bid for the blueprint of the teleportation magic circle and then built the magic circle, nor can he teleport the little Lolita from the underground world to him. He needs to build a teleportation magic array in the little Lolita's black iron dwarf castle. Anyway, let's shoot first. In Tang Xiaofan's opinion, the value of the teleportation magic array is still very high. Once the Black Technology Castle and the Black Iron Dwarf Castle have teleportation magic arrays, his warrior corps can use the teleportation array to enter the underground world, where the little Lolita is, and open up a new hunting area. He has mastered 2 hunting areas. The development speed of the Black Technology Castle will inevitably be faster. The most important thing is that his castle power can be extended to the underground world. It is of great significance. It's just a little expensive. The starting price is 500 soul stones, and the final transaction price is bound to be more than 1,000 soul stones. Tang Xiaofan looked at his soul stone reserve of 806, and the balance is insufficient. However, he still has 2 arrow tower blueprints and a skeleton warrior species building blueprint for auction. If everything goes well, it will be no difficulty to get this teleportation magic circle blueprint. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate to participate in the auction. On the other side, the world chat channel also exploded, and the root cause was the skeleton warrior type building blueprint that Tang Xiaofan auctioned. You know, this is a type building blueprint. With it, any castle force can now have 2 type buildings, double the number of recruited soldiers, and the castle force will increase its strength in an explosive way. This is definitely a great opportunity that can't be found. Although no one knows why Tang Xiaofan didn't stay, it doesn't affect them all falling into madness. Chapter 132. Therefore, after the skeleton warrior's construction blueprint appeared, the castle lord belonging to the dark, evil, and undead camps, when he found out that this blueprint was being auctioned, his eyes turned red. Oh my god, Big Boss Tang Xiaofan actually revealed the army construction blueprint. I suspect this may be the first army construction blueprint revealed at this stage. Big Boss Tang Xiaofan is so lucky. To be honest, I'm jealous. This is an army construction blueprint. The significance of war is beyond imagination. It makes people envious to the point of madness. It makes people jealous to the point of madness. It makes people incompetent to the point of madness. Why wasn't I the one who leaked this blueprint? My army is the skeleton warrior. If I have 2 skeleton warrior buildings, I will have double the happiness. Don't cry upstairs. Actively participate in the auction. What are the castle lords of the undead camp waiting for? You will make money if you bid. Big Boss Tang Xiaofan has already laid a bright road in front of you. Its value is obvious to a blind man. I want to bid for it, but unfortunately I don't have enough soul stones. Yes, he is indeed a profiteer. The starting price is 2,000 soul stones. I am afraid I am not even qualified to participate in the auction. Tang Xiaofan is indeed a profiteer. What does the person above know? That is, at this stage, if this kind of military construction blueprint is placed in the later stage and the castle power develops, it may not be possible to buy it with 20,000 soul stones, let alone 2,000 soul stones. The value of military construction blueprint is comparable to that of artifacts. I agree. Why doesn't Boss Tang Xiaofan use this blueprint himself? Boss Tang Xiaofan must be disgusted. His army is demons. Compared with demons, what are skeleton warriors? But skeleton warriors are undead, while demons are evil and dark. It's just right that these two types of soldiers will not cause faction conflicts when they appear in the same castle faction? Your words make sense, right? Boss Tang Xiaofan's army is not demons. It's impossible. So much evidence points to the fact that Tang Xiaofan's army is a demon. How could it not be? Maybe Tang Xiaofan's army is a demon. Then why did he sell this army building blueprint? Because he has too many army types? He doesn't even bother to summon such a low-level army. Your guess is too scary. I agree. So no matter what, Tang Xiaofan will auction the blueprint in exchange for soul stones. He needs a lot of soul stones to upgrade several military buildings. That's right. So envious. Envy +1. Enough talking, I've already started. Even if it delays the upgrade speed of existing military buildings, I must get this skeleton warrior military building blueprint. Dream on. The blueprint is mine. Don't fight, just give up. Haha, who is afraid of who when it comes to money? All of a sudden, a large number of dark, evil and undead castle lords stood up. Among them, the weakest is also a high-level castle lord, and there are also top castle lords. They are very jealous of this army building blueprint, and want to get it. In the Alliance of Gods, there is chaos inside, and many castle lords are shocked by this skeleton warrior army building blueprint. They are all shocked. Fuck, is Tang Xiaofan crazy? You are willing to auction even the army building blueprint? Tang Xiaofan's army is a demon, and it will not cause a camp conflict with the undead army. Why put it up for auction? Can't you summon it yourself? If it were me, I would really use it myself. The significance of the military building blueprint is too great. If it is auctioned off, it is equivalent to that person owning 2 military buildings. The development speed will increase rapidly. Isn't this creating trouble for the future self? Tang Xiaofan is very confident. He doesn't care about these things. After all, it's a demon. I can't understand it. Okay, don't care about what others think. Now is your time to shine. Lend me some soul stones. Shinda, are you going to bid for that blueprint too? Of course, my initial troop type is the undead, and it is a long-range magic type. The skeleton warriors, who can fight in close combat, are a perfect match for my initial troop type. Stop talking nonsense. Lend me all the soul stones in your hands. I still have some soul stones, but they are for upgrading troop type buildings. I am also preparing to upgrade the 4th level troop type buildings. Damn, are you still friends? Friends are friends, but soul stones are the most important. Can I pay you back double? Sign the notarized agreement again. Aren't you afraid that I default on the debt? Of course I'm not afraid of defaulting on the debt, but what if you die? In the end, this undead castle lord borrowed a large amount of soul stones from many people, and all of them signed an agreement to pay back double within 2 weeks. This undead castle lord immediately participated in the auction after getting the soul stones, and other castle lords also made a lot of money, and everyone was happy. It's not unique. In the entire castle force, there are also many castle lords who borrow soul stones everywhere. For them, the architectural drawings of the skeleton warrior race are simply too attractive. The value is comparable to that of a divine weapon. Even if they risk their lives and go into debt everywhere, they must bid for this military building blueprint. Because as long as they get it, they can own 2 military buildings, and there is a great probability that they will stand at the top of the castle power in the future. This concerns their future destiny. How can they not be crazy? In the burial ground, in a dark bone fortress, a figure wearing black armor looked at the ring emitting white light in his hand, stunned. It seems that this ring is destined not to belong to me. This is a holy weapon belonging to the light camp. It was a random reward she got when she was ranked 3rd in the battle power points list during the Beast Tide event. She is the master of the Death Knight country. As a human, she has no discomfort wearing this ring of light, but the Death Knights under her command are unwilling to get close to her, because they hate the light aura emanating from the ring. Are you sure you want to use the current equipment to participate in the auction? Discount of 3,500 soul stones. The figure curled her lips in dissatisfaction. In her opinion, this holy weapon level ring is enough to sell for at least 100,000 soul stones in the middle and late stages, and it may even be more. After all, it is a holy weapon, equipment used by saint level strongmen. But now it can only be discounted to 3,500 soul stones, which is a big loss, but she has no choice. She is alone and does not need friends, so naturally there are no friends to borrow soul stones from. The soul stones in the castle are not enough to bid for the skeleton warrior's architectural drawings. She can only take a loss and discount. Yes! In an instant, the people in the trading area bid for the skeleton warrior's architectural drawings, but not long after, the bidding price rose again. The figure's face turned black. He immediately summoned the Death Knight Corps and said murderously, "Follow me to go hunting." "Yes, Lord." Chapter 133. As expected by Tang Xiaofan, when he put the skeleton warrior's building blueprint on the trading area, the popularity of the World Chat channel exploded instantly. After all, this is a military building. Owning it is equivalent to owning 2 military buildings. Those castle lords belonging to the Dark Camp were very jealous and crazy. The bidding price in the trading channel was rising steadily, starting from 2,400 soul stones, and stagnating, and soon began to rise again. In general, the bidding was quite hot. This blueprint bomb is very powerful. If it was a blueprint of a troop building of the Light Camp, Tang Xiaofan would also put it up for auction. Not to mention that it was a troop building of the Undead Camp. Not only did Little Lowly dislike it, he himself also disliked it. Anyway, it's not bad to get a large amount of soul stones in exchange. At least it can make my troop building, the Farmer Factory, upgrade to level 5 at a faster speed, and summon more special farmers. Compared to farmers, skeleton warriors seem very weak. Moreover, after the farmer wears the mark armor, one farmer can fight tens of thousands of skeleton warriors. Under such a gap in ability, the skeleton warrior architectural drawings, and even other so-called top-level military drawings, are worthless to Tang Xiaofan. He doesn't even need the Dragon Clan's military, not to mention the skeleton warrior. Just like what the top castle lords of the Alliance of Gods discussed, they think Tang Xiaofan is very confident. They are not afraid that the castle lord who took the drawings will cause trouble for him in the future. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than a farmer in steel armor? Tang Xiaofan is not afraid of the Alliance of Gods, which has nearly 400 top castle lords, let alone a force with 2 military castles. At most, it is just a whole composed of 2 castle lords. Tang Xiaofan took a look at the auction progress of the Human Space Teleportation Magic Circle blueprint. The current bidding price has risen to 764 soul stones. The 500 soul stones he offered before were surpassed without even a wave of bidding. This shows that there are many castle owners who know the value of goods. Don't worry. The auction time for this blueprint is 2 days. Wait until you get the soul stone tomorrow before participating in the auction. When the time comes, just use the soul stone to hit it. I don't believe that anyone can snatch it. Tang Xiaofan didn't think about it anymore. It's useless to rush now. He still needs to accumulate more soul stones. He closed the trading channel casually. Now he has 4 blueprints left in his hand, 1 clothing factory blueprint from Bear Grylls, and 1 daily necessities factory blueprint from Yishui. These 2 are low-level blueprints, basically factories that cannot increase power. Generally, they won't sell for much, and few people will use them, but they are of great significance to Tang Xiaofan, because these are daily necessities that can increase the happiness of life. At least, farmers can finally get rid of the monotonous factory uniforms, and with the improvement of dormitory conditions, personal supplies have also entered Tang Xiaofan's field of vision. It can be said that these 2 drawings are urgently needed by Tang Xiaofan. However, the blueprint of the watchtower is an intermediate blueprint. Intermediate architectural blueprint of the watchtower. Number of uses 4 times. The vision brings a bright future, and all scenes in the range are clearly visible. Effective monitoring range of 10 kilometers. There is a certain probability of spying on enemies in stealth mode. Construction requirements: 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. The number of uses is 4, which is just right. I can build a watchtower in the 4 directions of my castle: southeast, northwest, and northeast. This way, any attack from any direction will be discovered. At the same time, the castle's field of vision can be expanded in all directions. Fixed point hunting, fixed point attack range of local forces, no longer blindly looking for. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan handed the Liaowang Tower blueprint to Zhang Yi and asked him to build the Liaowang Tower. Yes, my lord. After Zhang Yi took the blueprint, he turned around and flew high into the sky, disappearing into the darkness in the distance. At this moment, the blood moon has already arrived. The strength of wild monsters has tripled. The world outside the castle has become more dangerous, but because of the Beast Tide battle, wild monsters are no longer seen in the dense forest near the Black Technology Castle. In addition, Zhang Yi is currently wearing a battle armor with an arc reactor, so safety is not a problem when going out at night. Even if he encounters the fire dragon, Zhang Yi has a chance to kill it alone. Zhang Yi's flying speed is very fast. He quickly reached the target location and quickly completed the task assigned by Tang Xiufan. He built a watchtower in the 4 directions of the Black Technology Castle, east, south, west and north. At the same time, a message prompt came. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your castle has a mid-level vision building, the watchtower. Do you want to open the panoramic view? Yes. As soon as Tang Xiufan finished speaking, he felt as if his soul had left his body and came to a height of tens of thousands of meters, looking down. The Black Technology Castle was located in the center of the field of vision, emitting a bright white light, and was the most eye-catching. Surrounding it were continuous dense forests and mountains. Each watchtower has a field of view within a 10-kilometer diameter. The 4 watchtowers cover a 40-kilometer area, which is a very large area. In this area, Tang Xiufan can see the mountains, lakes, jungles, wild monsters, and the strongholds of local forces clearly. He saw groups of wild monsters, the entrance to the goblin tribe, the valley where the captured 2-headed demon tribe was located, and many goblin and 2-headed demon tribes, and even lizardmen. This is simply a map scanner. Too strong. Tang Xiufan was full of emotion. With these 4 watchtowers, the warrior team's hunting and attack targets are more purposeful. At least they can search and mark in this area. In addition, he didn't expect that there were 2 castle forces scattered near his castle. Before, due to the limitation of the hunting range, the warrior team did not find them, but now, the 2 castles hidden in the dense forest are completely exposed to the view of the watchtower. Tang Xiufan marked the location of the 2 castles. After the arc reactor was installed, the warrior team was sent to attack. The novice period has passed, and the beast tide activity has also ended. The era of the castle lord has arrived. In this new era where the main theme is castle hegemony, and the hegemony of all races, Tang Xiufan took the initiative to attack the castle forces entrenched near his castle without any psychological burden. It's like playing the Age of Empires. If you don't attack other people's cities, others will come to attack your city. Good and evil do not exist. The key is strength. Soon, Johnny returned to the castle, which took less than 5 minutes. The Mark II armor, which was the arc reactor, was flying faster than the dragon of the same level. As for the progress of other arc reactors, it was already very encouraging. With the help of more automatic manipulators, it won't be long before the arc reactor can upgrade the energy of all Mark II armors. Chapter 134. With a rumbling sound, 2 factories rose from the ground. Successful? Tang Xiufan was stunned for a moment, then showed a hint of surprise. He thought that the 2 factories would take some time, but he didn't expect them to be built so quickly. Watching the new female farmers quickly enter the 2 factories, Tang Xiufan walked over and began to check the items that could be produced. Daily Necessities Factory. Can produce personal hygiene products, school supplies, daily necessities, food supplies and entertainment supplies. The workers in the factory are all female farmers. They don't know how to work in the factory. Soon, boxes of items are produced. It actually consumes at least ordinary iron ingots and wood. Jarvis, the more I see this kind of factory, the more I am amazed at the technology of this world. What kind of mechanism can produce like this? Sir, according to the inference of relevant information, it should be a device similar to material conversion, but the working mechanism involves the principle of causality such as the wishing machine, which I can't crack. No need to crack, let's slowly understand it. This time, the upgrade of the farmer's factory has added many new positions, and Tang Xiufan has recruited some of them. In addition to the Terminator Guide, the Forging Master, the Food Master, the Architect, the Fighting Master and the Mechanical Master were all recruited to work with the previous farmers, and the junior researchers replaced the farmers who were blind in the Metal Research Institute. Because there are middle school teachers, a new school was built this time to teach middle school knowledge. All the soldiers and farmers are facing a new test, that is, the exam. Originally, when training in elementary school, Tang Xiufan felt that the farmers must improve their abilities and arranged an elementary school graduation exam. However, these farmers, whether soldiers, workers, blacksmiths, or cooks, all took his words very seriously. Everyone spent their spare time either studying or taking tutoring classes. There were several libraries in the city, and they were often full. As for electrical engineers and material engineers, since there were no corresponding factories to arrange for them, Tang Xiufan sent them to his castle. Anyway, the machine tools and automatic robotic arms in the castle were ready, so they were asked to conduct research and preparation on the Mark III armor in it, mainly to increase portability and convenience of wearing, and to prepare for the subsequent expansion of the base. The emergence of new professions such as painters, musicians, And performing artists has made the original theater once again a powerful attraction. Not to mention the musicians and performing artists, the performances started immediately, and they were all sold out, and tickets were hard to come by. The painters were pulled by the warriors to paint their armor. The 1st and 2nd warrior regiments chose their own iconic patterns and colors as the outer paint of the armor. The 1st warrior regiment chose red, with yellow in the shape of lightning, while the 2nd warrior regiment chose black, with blue hammer shape. Tang Xiaofan chose gold for his own armor, which was eye-catching and radiant. Another clothing factory was also built, Clothing Factory. It can produce different types of clothes, pants, shoes, socks, hats, and other clothing products. Clothing products have also begun to be exported, which are sets of clothes, all kinds of styles and colors. Tang Xiaofan chose a few comfortable clothes, and the rest of the clothes were uniformly distributed in the city. The clothes were distributed by Nong Yi and a few people. Now Nong Yi no longer goes to the blacksmith shop, where there are professional blacksmith masters. He is very busy now, with a position similar to that of a mayor, responsible for taking care of the food, drink, defecation and urination of more than 2,000 people in the entire black technology town. Looking at the busy and happy farmers, Tang Xiaofan was full of satisfaction. Of course, he was not complacent now, because there was a strong enemy beside him. At this time, Nong Yi came to report that the assembly of the arc reactor of the Warrior Group 1 had been completed, and 500 sets of equipped Mark II armor were ready to be put into battle at any time. Tang Xiaofan then handed over the control of the watchtower to Zhang Yi and said to him, "You lead the Warrior Group 1 to go out hunting. By the way, eliminate the 2 castle forces I marked." Those 2 castle forces. Tang Xiaofan judged from the types of soldiers that it should be a high-level soldier castle, a top-level soldier castle. It's time to send them out. "Yes, my lord." Zhang Yi immediately saluted respectfully, and then he flew out of the castle with the soldiers wearing the new Mark II armor. The 2 little angels in the castle followed him. Tang Xiaofan wanted them to follow the warrior team to gain experience and upgrade their level. As for the hundreds of goblins who participated in the Beast Tide War event before, according to the laws formulated by Tang Xiaofan, they had no right to live in the city and had been sent back by the warriors. In a blink of an eye, the Black Technology Castle entered a busy state again. The chefs began to prepare food, and the soldiers who would return from the expedition would need to replenish their energy. There were also many more chirping sounds in the city, and the female farmers began to formally integrate into the city. Because in this alien world, only the Black Technology Castle can bring everyone enough sense of security and abundance. There are 4 watchtowers around the castle for surveillance, and any attack by powerful creatures will be discovered in the first time. And there are 500 steel warriors who have been guarding the castle. In short, the safety of the Black Technology Castle is absolutely guaranteed. In his spare time, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the trading channel. The 2 arrow tower blueprints had been auctioned off, and a total of 429 soul stones were obtained. It was much cheaper than the arrow tower blueprint that Tang Xiaofan auctioned some time ago. This was normal. After all, the Beast Tide had ended, and the crisis of the castle lord had temporarily passed. The arrow tower blueprint was a low-level defensive building, and it was actually quite good to be able to sell it for about 200 soul stones. As for the skeleton warriors troop building blueprint, it was still under bidding. The bidding price has now risen to more than 4,600 soul stones. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Xiaofan will make a fortune again. In addition to the blueprints, Tang Xiaofan also put a total of nearly 130,000 units of ordinary food on the trading area. In addition, there are more than 10,000 units of elite-level food, more than 2,000 units of commander-level food, and hundreds of units of lord-level food. Some of this large amount of food comes from the castle defense battle, and some comes from the Beast Tide battle. Special food is slowly being exchanged, and ordinary food is still unpopular. But Tang Xiaofan was not in a hurry. Food was a necessary consumable. One day, the market demand would pick up. On the other side, in the dense forest more than 10 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, a group of warriors, 500 fully armored warriors, plus 2 little angels, had surrounded a high-level castle. The Battle of the Castles was reignited. Chapter 135. It was late at night in the God and Demon continent, and the blood moon was across the sky, presenting a creepy atmosphere. Many castle lords had fallen asleep. They had experienced the fierce and cruel Beast Tide battle, and they were exhausted physically and mentally, and could fall asleep as soon as they lay down. As for the safety of the castle, they did not need to worry too much. Countless wild monsters were killed in the Beast Tide battle, which directly reduced the probability of their castle being attacked by wild monsters at night. The defense of the castle could be handed over to the soldiers under their command. As the lords of the castle, they need to have a good sleep. Suddenly, a message appeared in the world chat channel, startling countless sleepy castle lords. I started to join the wanderers. It's a big revelation before being eliminated. Tang Xiaofan's demons are attacking my castle. They are covered in blood-red steel bodies and flying in the sky. They are spewing fire under their feet and shooting light bullets with their palms. A machine gun in the left hand and a giant axe in the right hand. The total number of demons exceeds 500. These demons are extremely powerful and cannot be measured by level. The most powerful demon is already level 21. In front of Tang Xiaofan's demons, defensive buildings such as walls, arrow towers, and fences are useless. My high-level troll army was slaughtered by Tang Xiaofan's demons in less than 5 minutes. From beginning to end, I didn't see Tang Xiaofan himself, but I know that this castle battle must have been initiated by him. My castle is finished. Finally, I have a tip. I don't have a map, but there are 2 mountains about 10 kilometers southeast of my castle. They are about 700 meters high, very close to each other, and almost the same height. I named them Twin Mountains. As long as we find twin mountains in the forest, we can determine the location of my castle. And then, we can find the location of Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. In addition, the owners of the castles near Twin Mountains, run for your lives. Tang Xiaofan's demon team is nearby, and his next target is one of you. Boom! In just a moment, the entire world chat channel was boiling. Many castle lords were awakened by this big news, and they lost all their sleepiness. Tang Xiaofan actually has so many demons. More than 500. How is it possible that this number is more than my friend's top-level troops? To be honest, mine is also top-level troops, and the troops building is level 3, including those who died in battle. I have recruited a total of 48 troops so far, less than 50. Why does Tang Xiaofan have so many demons? What's the point of fighting? The demons are stronger than the top troops, and there are more of them. Is Tang Xiaofan the illegitimate child of the game officials? They take such good care of him. I can probably guess why. First, Tang Xiaofan's troops must have a very high level of construction. Second, Tang Xiaofan's demons are strong and have a very low mortality rate. Third, Tang Xiaofan must have used the blueprints to increase the number of troops, thereby increasing the number of demons. This is the most critical. The analysis makes sense, but that's 500 demons. Yes, Tang Xiaofan has so many demons, it must be related to the number of troops, otherwise Tang Xiaofan would never have so many demons. 500 demons, have you ever calculated it? It takes a lot of time and resources to summon a top-level troop, but demons don't seem to have these restrictions. Is there such a possibility? The cost of summoning demons is actually very low. What are you thinking? My war lion is only a mid-level troop, but it requires hundreds of units of resources, and takes a while to summon. Aren't there a lot of demons? There are so many in the novel. Don't compare it with mythology. You know, this is the land of gods and demons. What level is the most powerful demon? Is Tang Xiaofan's demon promotion so fast? After the Beast Tide War, the strongest troop in my castle was only in the late 16th level. My strongest troop has just entered the 16th level. The marginal person of the strongest level 14 troops passed by. Don't worry about it. It seems that as far as I know, only a few of the troops under the command of the top castle lords have been promoted to level 18, but it is still a long way from level 20. A level 21 demon. This is too scary. No wonder boss Tang Xiaofan can easily get the first place in the combat power scoreboard. Once the level 21 troops are released, the level 18 lord level wild monsters will die as many as they come. The Beast Tide is nothing in front of Tang Xiaofan's demon group. Is this the real strength of Tang Xiaofan? If the castle lord hadn't revealed it just now, no one would have imagined that Tang Xiaofan already had a level 21 soldier, and it was a demon. Where exactly is Twin Mountain in the forest? Damn it, why doesn't this game have a map? If so, it would be very easy to find the location of the Black Technology Castle. But it's definitely not the kind of map in the game. It doesn't matter whether there is a map or not, there are no Twin Mountains near my castle anyway. Twin Mountains? All of a sudden. Many castle owners in the forest got up overnight. They appeared on the top floor of the castle, and looked into the distance. Soon, some castle owners breathed a sigh of relief. Some castle owners turned pale on the spot. I saw the Twin Mountains. Damn it, Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle is actually near me. My castle is at the foot of the Twin Mountains. Fuck, I also saw the Twin Mountains. I'm going to move overnight. I won't stay any longer. If there is a castle lord who can see the Twin Mountains, run away. Tang Xiufan's demon team is already strong enough to hunt at night. Maybe they will come directly to your castle in 2 days. Why do we have to start a war? As the recognized strongest castle lord, Tang Xiufan has credibility and appeal, so he should also support the weak castle lords, right? The wise man upstairs. Is this person still living in a dream? This is a competition among all races, and war between castle lords is inevitable. If you want peace, go and negotiate with the local forces of the god and demon continent first. See if they will let you go. This kind of person will definitely not survive more than 2 episodes in a war movie. If you are afraid of war, then take your castle heart and change your job to a wanderer. Since you are the lord of the castle, you must be prepared to be attacked by other castle lords. It's not just Tang Xiufan, many top castle lords are attacking castle forces near them. Anyway, I have already fled from the Twin Mountains overnight. Me too. In fact, at this moment, many castle lords around the Twin Mountains are like frightened birds. They integrate castle supplies overnight, summon their troops, and run away with the heart of the castle. They have no destination, but as long as they can stay away from the Twin Mountains area, it will be fine. Chapter 136. In the channel of the Alliance of Gods, level 21, did Tang Xiufan's demons take medicine? It's not hard to understand. In the first few days of the novice period, Tang Xiufan was ahead of us in attacking local forces. Look at the Goblin tribe, the Two-Headed Ogre tribe, and the Lizardman tribe. After all these battles, the demons under his command must have been greatly improved. In addition to the battle of castle defense, there is also the battle of Beast Tide. I don't know how many commander-level monsters and lord-level monsters those demons killed. It's not so incredible to be promoted to level 21. I just realized that Tang Xiufan is so strong, more than 500 demons, it's crazy. I have to admit that among the entire castle forces, no castle lord is Tang Xiufan's opponent. In our alliance, there is no one who can fight against the Black Technology Castle alone. So what? We are an alliance, no matter how strong he is not the opponent of our entire group. As long as our alliance is united, even if Tang Xiufan forms a demon army in the later stage, it will be swept away by our alliance army. So, don't be too afraid of Tang Xiufan. By the way, does anyone in our alliance have a castle near the Twin Mountains? No, I don't think so. Lao Zhou, what forest are you in? Don't scare me. Lao Zhou, say something, don't play dumb with us. Fuck, what am I talking about? I'm already gathering troops. What's going on? Is your castle near the Twin Mountains? Are you so unlucky? Even if this is the case, Lao Zhou, don't be impulsive. Going to war with Tang Xiufan's demons is not a blow to you. Your bloodthirsty wolf will definitely not be able to defeat it. The bloodthirsty wolf is one of the top troops, but among all the top troops, the bloodthirsty wolf ranks at the bottom, and the highest level belongs to the dragon army. I'm just fighting a chicken feather war. I'm escaping now. Well, you don't have to be so exaggerated, do you? What do you know? The magic wolf I sent out to hunt sent back news that there are demons besieging a castle force less than 8 kilometers away from my castle. Damn it. My bloodthirsty magic wolf also found a vision building nearby, which must have been built by Tang Xiufan. He has discovered the location of my castle. If I don't run away immediately, Tang Xiufan's demons will definitely come to kill me. Hiss, stop talking and run away. I can't take most of the supplies in my castle away. It's a big loss. Come to me first. I give it back to you after you escape. What if I die? You have to pray that you can survive. In the dense forest, a high-level castle is shaking, and the bodies of trolls are everywhere inside and outside the castle. Troll high-level troops, the dead trolls all belong to the troops of this castle. As the order goes, the castle troops have been slaughtered by Tang Xiufan's warriors. Don't kill me. I surrender. In the courtyard of the castle, a middle-aged man was pale and screaming in fear. In less than 5 minutes of resistance, all his high-level soldiers were slaughtered. The huge gap in strength made his scalp numb. Tang Xiufan's demon team was too terrifying. Facing the demon team, the arrow towers, and other defensive equipment of his castle were useless. And as for the high-level trolls under his command, they were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. He saw with his own eyes that in Tang Xiufan's demon team, there was a demon holding a red sword, which turned into a red light. In an instant, more than half of his troll troops died. In terms of castle strength, his castle is not even on the same level as the Blackdeck Castle. He must surrender, otherwise not only his troops will be killed, but also himself. He doesn't want to die. He would rather give up his status as the lord of the castle and become a wanderer, but he doesn't want to die. Surrender? Johnny paused for a moment and said to the middle-aged man, Do you understand? What a beautiful demon! The middle-aged man was instantly attracted by the majestic figure in red steel armor. Suddenly, the middle-aged man woke up. He didn't think much and said, enlightenment? John E said devoutly, believe in the Lord and you will have eternal life. Believe in Tang Xiufan? Seeing John Yi's glowing eyes looking at him, the middle-aged man's face turned green. He didn't want to believe in Tang Xiufan. After all, Tang Xiufan was the lord of the castle like him. Believing in Tang Xiufan, shouting the Almighty Lord, and praying to Tang Xiufan day and night, what kind of thing is this? No, I don't want to believe in Tang Xiufan. The middle-aged man shouted and hurriedly avoided the gaze. He decided that as long as he escaped from the forest alive, he would spread the news that Tang Xiufan's demons forced him to believe. At that time, Tang Xiufan would become the public enemy of all castle lords. Because no castle lord would be willing to become a believer of other castle lords, thus losing freedom and losing control of life and death. This act of forcibly spreading faith will definitely be resisted. At that time, countless castle lords will regard Tang Xiufan as an enemy. He will use this method to avenge Tang Xiufan, to avenge the destruction of the castle power. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man thought too much after all. As soon as he finished speaking, John E rushed over and said angrily, "You heretic who doesn't repent dare to call the Lord's real name, only death can redeem your soul." Puff, blood flashed. The middle-aged man's expression was stiff and gradually twisted. Then, he fell in a pool of blood with a painful face. He actually died at the hands of the demon Tang Xiufan. He couldn't believe it. The middle-aged man turned his head in horror, looking at John Yi's cold mask, who appeared behind him at some point, and the middle-aged man died with a horrified voice. Until his death, he still regretted not spreading the news of Tang Xiufan spreading a faith to the World Chat channel at the first time, making Tang Xiufan a public enemy. Accompanied by a rumble. The heart of the castle was destroyed by the warriors, and the middle-aged man's castle troop buildings, warehouses, and even the surrounding arrow towers and other buildings became ruins. In an open space, a large amount of food, wood and other supplies appeared out of thin air. These supplies were originally stored in the castle's warehouse. When the middle-aged man's castle was destroyed, the stored supplies in the warehouse also fell out and became the spoils of the Black Technology Castle. Clean up the battlefield. John Shichi, you take a few people and send the important supplies back to the Lord's castle. As for the rest of us, Johnny looked into the distance and said, after cleaning up that castle, there will be no other castle forces within 10 kilometers around my Lord's castle. The soldiers nodded, and then the warrior team was divided into two waves. One wave of soldiers cleaned the battlefield and collected supplies, and the other wave of soldiers flew directly to another castle several kilometers away. Chapter 137. Tang Xiufan was eating in the castle when a message suddenly appeared. Congratulations to your troops for destroying the enemy's castle heart. The enemy castle disappeared. You destroyed the enemy castle and gained an extra 1,700 soul stones. You obtained the material reserves of the enemy castle warehouse. 28,000 units of food, 54,860 units of wood, 41,000 units of stone, 7,650 units of refined iron, and some monster materials. You defeated a castle force. The influence and reputation of your Black Technology Castle in the God and Demon continent have increased. Great harvest. Tang Xiufan had to admit that the gains from the castle battle were far greater than those from hunting wild monsters. In this castle battle, he harvested nearly 1,700 soul stones alone, and more than 100,000 units of other supplies. How many wild monsters did he have to hunt to get such a harvest? The most important thing was that this level of castle battle was too easy for his warrior team. He didn't need to put in much effort to win the war. A great harvest. Attacking castle forces and local forces is a shortcut to the rapid development of castles. Not just my Black Technology Castle. Castle lords in other places are also fighting each other. Especially those castle lords with top-level troops will not let go of the fat meat around them. The war between castles has already begun when the novice protection shield disappeared. As for the death of the middle-aged man, Tang Xiufan didn't take it to heart. This was a war game. The battle for the castle is more brutal than the beast tide. If you don't want to be a dead soul on the battlefield, you should change your job to a wanderer as soon as possible. Since you have chosen to join the castle battle, there is no need to pity you if you die. There is another castle force. With the panoramic view of the watchtower, Tang Xiufan can clearly see the high-level castle standing in the dense forest. Above the castle, there are still a large number of bloodthirsty winged demon wolves hovering. On the back of one of the bloodthirsty demon wolves, there is a young man with complete equipment. Are you planning to run away? Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, then gave orders to the warrior team to speed up and surround them. If you want to run, leave the castle supplies behind. Under Tang Xiaofan's gaze, a team of warriors flew straight to the bloodthirsty wolf castle above the dense forest. The young men riding on the back of the wolf seemed to have discovered something, and desperately shouted to the bloodthirsty wolves under his command, "Go! The group of demons are coming! Tang Xiaofan's demon team is coming, too fast! Is there any castle lord near Twin Mountains who would like to come and support us?" Old Zhou sent 3 urgent messages in the internal group of the Alliance of Gods. According to his estimation, the flying speed of the demons far exceeded that of his top-level soldiers, the bloodthirsty demon wolves. If Tang Xiaofan's demons wanted to intercept him, he would not be able to escape. There must be support to save his life. As for the demon team that defeated Tang Xiaofan, he had no such idea at all. You know, Tang Xiaofan has a demon of level 21 under his command, and his demon team slaughtered nearly 10,000 wild monsters during the Beast Tide. What kind of terrifying strength is this? He even suspected that even if a dozen top castle lords united, they might not be able to suppress Tang Xiaofan's demon team. His only wish was that someone would come to help him hold back the demon team and give him time to escape. However, to his disappointment, the top castle lords in the Gods Alliance said that their castles were not in the forest. This was not shirking responsibility, but the truth. After all, the area of the Gods and Demons continent was so large, and dozens of castle lords in the Gods Alliance were scattered all over the world. Even if there is a castle lord of the Alliance in the forest, it is not such a coincidence that it is near the Twin Mountains. All the castle lords who spoke up said that they could not help. Now, they only have one thought in their minds, that is, Lao Zhou is too unlucky. It is bad enough that he is in the same forest as Tang Xiaofan, but he is also near Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Now he is discovered by Tang Xiaofan's watchtower and attacked by the demon team. This is really bad luck. For Lao Zhou, they have no ability to go to support him. Even if they can support him, they will not go. Because even if a dozen or 20 top castle lords united to form a top-level army, they were no match for Tang Xiaofan's demons, so they would just be giving away heads and experience. No one can help me. Fuck, then what's the point of me joining this alliance? Old Zhou, don't be emotional when you speak. You know the situation of our Gods Alliance. The current alliance is to prepare for the future hegemony of all races. Of course, there is no way to help each other in the early stage. This is a fact. When the space teleportation magic array becomes popular in the future, our Zhongli Alliance will be able to show its powerful strength. No matter who it is, including us Alliance members, if we encounter the attack of Tang Xiaofan's demon team, we can only run for our lives. It is also a fact that no one can help you. Run away quickly. If it doesn't work, give up some bloodthirsty demon wolves as sacrifices. As long as you are still alive, you can get up soon. Our alliance can support you with some supplies to make up for your losses. Bear Grylls also noticed the situation in the alliance group, and he quickly spoke up to comfort Lao Zhou. Bear Grylls has come out. He's right. I support Bear Grylls. Donate 10,000 units of food. Lao Zhou, you don't have to worry about supplies, so don't worry about other things. Just get away. Is it over so soon? In the dense forest, Lao Zhou rode a bloodthirsty demon wolf and fled madly. There was a stone tablet hanging on the melon seeds of another bloodthirsty demon wolf not far from him. That stone tablet is the most important thing for the castle lord, the castle heart. As long as the castle heart is not destroyed, the castle lord has a chance to make a comeback. Once the castle heart is destroyed, the castle lord will lose his status as the castle lord accordingly. It is not that he will be eliminated directly, but he will be forced to become a wanderer, unable to recruit soldiers, and then lose the opportunity to participate in the 10,000 races tournament. Therefore, even if the young man is running for his life, he still takes the castle heart with him. As for the castle behind him, the buildings inside the castle need materials to rebuild. This made the young man very distressed, but he also agreed with what the people in the alliance said. As the lord of the top castle, as long as he can survive, everything is possible. Coupled with the compensation of resources in the alliance, his castle power can recover in a very short time. The only question now is whether he can escape the pursuit of Tang Xiaofan's demon. Old Zhou, run away quickly. I left a message hoping that he can let you go. Seeing this message, Old Zhou was overjoyed and asked quickly, Brother Hua, are you Tang Xiaofan's friend? No, I applied to add him as a friend and left him a message at the same time. Don't worry. Chapter 138. When applying to add the other castle lord as a friend, you can indeed leave a message. But who is Tang Xiaofan? The game official recognizes him as the world's strongest castle lord. There are hundreds of people who add him as a friend every day. A mere friend request message is just like a drop of water in the ocean. It would be strange if Tang Xiaofan could see it. Old Zhou was so angry that he almost fell off the back of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. He suspected that the man surnamed Hua was deliberately mocking him, or just wanted to show his efforts as a member of the Alliance to rescue members of the Alliance. He tried hard, but he couldn't save anyone. He had no other choice. In this process, Hua showed his identity as a counselor and received a lot of praise. Very profitable. As for himself, what does life and death have to do with Hua? Many Xian-level castle lords join the Alliance of Gods every day, so what does the death of one matter? Of course, these are Lao Zhou's own thoughts. In panic, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Fuck, why are you still chasing me? In a short time, Lao Zhou led his bloodthirsty demon wolves to escape several kilometers away, but he looked back. Tang Xiaofan's demons were chasing him closely, and they were getting closer and closer. They were only a few hundred meters away from him. He could clearly see the demons' cold masks and bright eyes shining in the dark night. As expected, as the legend goes, demons are synonymous with cruelty and indifference. They are bloodthirsty and never have any thoughts of mercy. They always kill their enemies. Lao Zhou screamed in fear and ordered the bloodthirsty demon wolves under his command to speed up. At the same time, he ordered a team of bloodthirsty demon wolves to leave the team to resist the demons chasing from behind, so as to buy time for him to escape. I sent out more than 20 bloodthirsty demon wolves. The weakest is level 8, and the strongest has reached the early stage of level 16. It should be able to delay a little time. Lao Zhou felt very distressed. Each bloodthirsty demon wolf was carefully cultivated by him, and participated in the battle of the Beast Tide, and its strength increased greatly. Now he was sending them to the death, so he was naturally very uncomfortable. But as long as I can escape, it's worth it. Tang Xiaofan, just wait, one day I will make you pay with blood. Old Zhou said to himself with hatred. He alone was naturally no match for Tang Xiaofan, but he had the Alliance of Gods behind him. In the future, when the top castle lords of the Alliance of Gods united, they would surely be able to destroy Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, and he would be one of the castle lords. At this time, a sharp scream came from behind. He looked back and saw that his bloodthirsty demon wolves had already come into contact with Tang Xiaofan's demons. However, as soon as they came into contact, a series of bloody lights burst out from the bodies of more than 20 bloodthirsty demon wolves. They didn't even release their magic skills, and they turned into corpses, falling from the sky and finally disappeared in the dense forest. How is it possible? Old Zhou was shocked. More than 20 top-level soldiers, one of which was at the early stage of level 16. They couldn't resist a single move. At the same time, he also saw the murderer who killed the bloodthirsty demon wolf, a red demon who looked at him coldly in the air. The demon held a huge red sword and was shaking off the blood on the sword. So strong. Is Tang Xiaofan's demon so strong? Old Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. His bloodthirsty demon wolf had magic power, so how could it be killed in one encounter? However, he had no time to think about it. He roared loudly in an almost crazy tone, ordering the remaining dozen or so bloodthirsty demon wolves to run for their lives as quickly as possible. They must escape from this area, or even escape from the forest to other places, and make a comeback in the future. Because staying here means death, you disloyal man, you can't escape. In a flash, a light shadow chased after him. It was Zhang Yi holding a giant sword. After experiencing the Beast Tide battle, he was already level 21, almost reaching the limit of the level, only half a step away from being promoted to level 22. In the air, he raised the machine gun in his left hand and pointed forward. Believe in the Lord, all glory and glory belong to the Lord. You dare to attack the Lord's messenger, die. Zhang Yi's body instantly rose with a monstrous murderous aura. In an instant, murderous intent enveloped Lao Zhou and the dozen or so bloodthirsty demon wolves around him. Time seemed to be frozen. Lao Zhou and his bloodthirsty demon wolves were all frozen in the sky, not daring to move. No matter how frantically those bloodthirsty demon wolves flapped their wings, they dared not move. Zhang Yi used level suppression and murderous intent to lock the enemy, who was only at the peak of level 16, to stay still. It was a very easy thing. This was the murderous suppression condensed by Zheng Baisheng, who had experienced hundreds of battles. Lao Zhou's top-level bloodthirsty demon wolves were far from comparable to Zhang Yi. They were also intelligent creatures. Facing an opponent who could kill them at will, they chose to surrender. Let me go! Go, stupid wolf. Damn, you idiots will die if you stay. Old Zhou struggled desperately, and kept driving the bloodthirsty wolf, but it was useless. Seeing a large group of demons surrounding him, old Joe screamed in fear, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am willing to hand over all the supplies in my castle, and then take my bloodthirsty wolf out of the forest, and never set foot in this area again." John E. shook his head and said, "Cunning to soil, in your soul, I see your hatred for the Lord. When you return, you will become the enemy of the Lord. This kind of disloyalty is unforgivable." John E. flew over, holding a gun without hesitation, and shot at Lao Zhou. The close-range machine gun fire killed Lao Zhou on the spot. He never understood why his deepest thoughts were dug out until his death. Can the devil peek into people's inner world? However, he no longer had the opportunity to ask. Tang Xiaofan stood on the towering city wall, looking at the information prompt that appeared. "Congratulations, Lord of the Castle, your troops destroyed the enemy's castle heart, and the enemy castle disappeared. You destroyed the enemy castle, and gained an additional 3,001 soul stones. You obtained enemy supplies, 2,750 soul stones. You obtained enemy supplies, a blueprint. You defeated a castle force. Your high-tech castle has increased its influence and reputation in the god and demon continent." Huh? Tang Xiaofan looked at the information prompt and felt puzzled. How could a castle only have soul stones, and no supplies such as food, wood, and stone? Besides, it was a castle force with top-level troops. Why didn't the warehouse burst out supplies after the heart of that man's castle was destroyed? Tang Xiaofan frowned, and he suddenly realized, it must be that the owner of the castle knew that the supplies could not be taken away, so in order to avoid losses, he traded the castle supplies to his friends. He planned to wait until he escaped to a safe place, and rebuilt the castle before exchanging the supplies. Chapter 139. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt very sorry. He didn't get any of the materials of a first-class castle force. All of them were used to help that person's friend. He suffered a heavy loss. Fortunately, there are soul stones. Obviously, that person didn't trust his friend very much. At least he left the soul stones. After all, it's not nothing, Tang Xiaofan whispered. 2 castle battles, 1 high-level castle lord, 1 top-level castle lord. Big profit. Tang Xiaofan had obtained a total of 7,451 soul stones alone. He was so rich. He also revealed a blueprint, but after all, this was enough to satisfy Tang Xiaofan. Now, in the dense forest within 20 kilometers, there was only one castle, the Black Technology Castle, and no other castle forces existed. Tang Xiaofan immediately ordered a group of soldiers to clean up the battlefield and bring the spoils back to the castle. The internal channel of the Alliance of Gods had exploded with the news that Lao Zhou had died. A large number of top castle masters were awakened and broke out in cold sweats. Lao Zhou is gone. Nearly 40 bloodthirsty demon wolves still failed to help Lao Zhou escape. Zhou Yong is really dead. Zhou Yong has disappeared from my friend list. You should know what this means. Only when the person dies will he disappear from the friend list. He was swept away in less than 10 minutes. The demon's strength is simply terrifying. Don't mention Zhou Yong. Any of us, the troops under our command, are no match for Tang Xiaofan's demon. Lao Zhou's death was not unjust. He was simply no match for him. Do you have Zhou Yong's castle supplies? Don't think about the castle supplies. This is the legacy that Lao Zhou left me. Fuck. Brother Hua, Bei Yi, Lao He. I'm adding Tang Xiaofan as a friend, and I must ask him to give an explanation. Brother Hua, have you added him? No, there is no response at all. Bai Yi let out a long sigh and said leisurely in the channel, "Don't waste your energy. He will never approve the friend request without any benefits." The harvest from the 2 castle battles was quickly transported back to the Black Technology Castle by the soldiers. The most important thing for Tang Xiaofan was to get the blueprint. He had no doubt that the blueprint kept by the top castle master must be extremely difficult to reveal. Tang Xiaofan no longer hesitated. After getting it, he immediately chose to identify the blueprint. A blue light fell. Congratulations to the Castle King for obtaining a legendary building, the Sky City of War Fortress. Please ask if you want to extract it at this time. Tang Xiaofan was completely stunned. The legendary building he randomly got was not the factory building blueprint he wanted, but the Sky City. Is it a city? Tang Xiaofan was completely confused. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He took a few deep breaths and tried to calm his agitated mood. War Fortress, Sky City, it's rich. This time it's definitely rich. Tang Xiaofan was very glad that the castle lord he just killed did not identify this blueprint. After all, this is a legendary war fortress, a city. If the opponent gets it in advance, I will cry to death. Wait a minute, What should I do with my high-tech castle after extracting the Sky City? The castle is the court territory of the castle lord, and the Sky City is a war fortress, independent of the castle. Tang Xiaofan understood. In short, the castle is the foundation of the castle lord. Even if his high-tech castle is only a primary town now, it is his main base. It needs to be upgraded, and it must be ensured that it cannot be destroyed. As for the Sky City, it can be regarded as a secondary base. Extract. Tang Xiaofan said in his mind, and in an instant, an extremely bright golden light appeared above the black technology castle, as if the entire sky was cracked. Then the shadow of a city appeared in the golden light, and then it turned from virtual to real. After a moment, the shadow turned into a majestic giant city. This giant seat was white and gold in color, as if it was made of fairy jade. The surrounding walls were surrounded by strange golden streams, and it exuded an extremely holy light. The most shocking thing is that it is suspended directly in the sky above the black technology castle, above Tang Xiaofan's head. Casting a large shadow on the dense forest below, Tang Xiaofan is really worried that it will fall down. Once it falls, he and his farmers will be directly crushed into pancakes, with basically no possibility of survival. Fortunately, it did not fall, and has been above the black technology castle. It seems that there is a powerful force that pulls it up and can float in the sky. This is the city in the sky. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and immediately checked the specific properties of the Sky City. War Fortress, Sky City. Level, Primary. Affiliated Force, Black Technology Castle. City walls, each is 250 meters high. War weapons, each wall is equipped with 10 sacred magic cannons, and 200 small and medium-sized magic cannons. Protection facilities, defense shield. Auxiliary facilities, City Lord's Mansion, Legion Station, Temple, Statue of the Lord of the Castle. Low energy reserve, low power consumption. Previous state, peaceful, suspended. The Sky City is really strong. Tang Xiaofan was excited, looking at the Sky City. This is a huge city, 10 kilometers long and wide, which is definitely a huge city compared to his current black technology castle. As for its walls, they are extremely majestic. In addition, the Sky City is also equipped with sacred magic cannons and magic cannons, such war weapons. Tang Xiaofan suspects that once the sacred magic cannon is activated, not to mention the saint-level strongmen, demigods, even true gods can be killed with one shot. Its defense is a defensive shield that covers the entire Sky City in all directions. It has both attack and defense. It is a perfect castle. The only bad thing is that the energy value of Sky City is low. This requires him to refill the energy of Sky City, not bad. Even if the oil provided with the car can only last for a few kilometers. Tang Xiaofan comforted himself. He asked, how many soul stones are needed to make the energy of Sky City reach a perfect state? He calculated a little bit, and he currently has thousands of soul stones in stock, nearly 10,000. In the entire God and Demon continent, it is estimated that no castle lord can be richer than Tang Xiaofan. A fully powered Sky City requires 1 million soul stones. Tang Xiaofan's scalp exploded instantly. He decided not to consider recharging Sky City. Does that mean that Sky City, with its current energy state, cannot participate in the war? Sky City can absorb the elemental magic power between heaven and earth and replenish the city's energy. The current energy reserve of Sky City can only maintain the suspended state. The Lord of the Castle can activate war weapons at the cost of consuming soul stones. Each time the sacred magic cannon is activated, 2,000 soul stones are consumed, and the small magic cannon consumes 10 soul stones. That's fine. If a powerful local force attacks his black technology castle, then he can activate the war weapons of Sky City. Generally speaking, he decided to let Sky City quietly float in the sky, attracting the elemental magic power between heaven and earth to replenish its energy. Chapter 140. At this time, a golden light shot out from the Sky City and penetrated into Tang Xiaofan's forehead. At the same time, he completely controlled this exclusive war fortress that belonged to him. He knew all its information. With a thought, the towering Sky City suddenly flew vertically upwards. Flying to a height of tens of thousands of meters, Tang Xiaofan turned his head and saw that the farmers in the city were extremely enthusiastic. The appearance of the Sky City made them fall into deep shock and unable to extricate themselves. That's our war fortress. Sky City. The farmers were shocked. Sky City is a legendary building and a powerful war weapon that can attack other dimensions. The farmers didn't expect that such a war weapon would appear so soon. Praise the Almighty Lord. The farmers looked at Tang Xiaofan in admiration. In their opinion, It was the creator they believed in who summoned a war weapon like Sky City to help them conquer this vast alien world. Sky City is coming. The glory of the Lord will surely shine on the entire continent of gods and demons. This world is destined to belong to the Almighty Lord. Johnny was very excited as he waved the giant axe in his hand. The old men such as Nong-E, Nong-Er, Jian-E, and Ji-E were also extremely excited. Nothing could make them more excited than the arrival of the Sky City. Looking at the Sky City flying up to the clouds, every farmer's eyes lit up. I really want to enter the Sky City and see the scene inside the city. That is the Lord's miracle. Almighty Lord, please protect your devout believers. May the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal. Tang Xiaofan looked at the first-class farmer and said with a smile, the energy reserve of the Sky City is insufficient, and it cannot be included in the war plan for the time being. First develop the Black Technology Castle, and reserve more soul stones. I believe that the Angel City will appear on the battlefield soon. Naturally, the farmers all obeyed the words of the Lord. Besides, the Sky City has already arrived, so how far will it be from entering the battlefield? It's nothing more than insufficient energy reserves. As the Angel team continues to expand their hunting range, the soul stone stored in the castles of the local forces around them will increase. They believe that it won't take long before the Sky City can enter the battlefield. By that time, the Lord's castle will sweep across the forest and establish a powerful farmer's dynasty. Tang Xiaofan thought that now that he had the Sky City, a war fortress, the plan to deploy a protective shield could be put on hold for the time being. Because he believed that as long as he opened the sacred magic cannon of the Sky City, even a saint-level strongman or a demigod would not be able to destroy his castle. If a large-scale enemy force attacked, then using large, medium and small magic cannons can also protect the castle. With the Sky City, it would not be so meaningful to deploy the Angel Guardian Shield, and it would seem a bit wasteful. Let's go to the Sky City and take a look. It was late at night, but Tang Xiaofan had no intention of sleeping. As soon as he thought about it, a straight beam of light fell from the sky, teleporting Tang Xiaofan into the Sky City in the clouds. Tang Xiaofan was touring this legendary war fortress. It was 10 kilometers long and wide, and the 4 walls were 150 meters high. Each wall was equipped with a large number of sacred magic cannons, as well as large, medium and small magic cannons. Full fire was enough to kill the true god. It was a powerful weapon used by the gods and demons to attack the lower-level plane dimension world. It not only has terrifying artillery fire that can sweep across the world, it can also carry the functions of a city, which is equivalent to the Sky City being both a transport warship and a battleship. Tang Xiaofan wandered around the entire Sky City. He walked through the towering city walls, gently stroked the dozens of meters-long sacred magic cannon, and saw the Legion Station. Everything in the Sky City shocked him. He had no doubt that the Sky City had the war strength to attack the local empire in the central area. As long as it is given sufficient energy, it will be a killer on the battlefield. Jarvis, how is the analysis going? Sir, the current analysis progress is 15%, and it is expected to take some time to fully analyze this Sky City. After Tang Xiaofan summoned the Sky City, he immediately arranged for Jarvis to analyze it. He didn't want to use precious soul stones to drive this big guy, nor did he want to be restricted by the energy system of this world. He had the arc reactor in his hand, so he naturally had to build a new energy system independently. And the Sky City was obviously the culmination of the technology of the god and demon continent. I don't know what the anti-gravity mechanism here is. Tang Xiaofan asked Jarvis to start the analysis as soon as possible. As for the artillery system, Tang Xiaofan plans to transform it into the rocket launcher and group-controlled artillery in the Jarvis database. As for the development of missiles, there is no global positioning system at present, and Tang Xiaofan does not know what unknown dangers there are in the outer space of the god and demon continent, so the satellite launch will be temporarily postponed. But with the Sky City and the Mark II armor, the Air Force will definitely be no problem, so using saturation artillery fire, it is possible to suppress the enemy's firepower. There is no need to rush to launch missiles. Blue Star, live broadcast room. Did I eat too much tonight and have hallucinations? Why did I see a city in the sky? You didn't eat too much, I saw it too. What is that? Isn't it obvious? Tang Xiaofan's city in the sky, he's walking around in it. Really? Too exaggerated. Is this still a battle of all races? Isn't it K country beating other countries? Of course not. It's other countries, and the native gods and demons accompanying K country to play single-player games. Now that something like the Sky City has appeared, can Country K declare its rule over Blue Star? Country K must have a conspiracy. They have been planning this for a long time. Are you idiots? This blueprint was originally obtained by Zhou Yong from the Mushroom Country. He doesn't need it himself. But now he blames Tang Xiaofan from Country K? Yes, Zhou Yong from the Mushroom Country is too miserable. +1. I have seen miserable people, but I have never seen such miserable people. With the Sky City, he can definitely survive. Yeah, what happened to Zhou Yong? Why didn't he summon him after he got the blueprint? Life is so wonderful. Tang Xiaofan of Country K has been made successful again and again. People of Country K, call your players back and stop beating up the kids. Dream on. I'd beat you all up in the future. Just wait, Iron Warriors and Sky City will crush you again and again. Long live Country K. My country turtle firmly supports Country K's sovereignty over Blue Star and applies to join Country K. My country P also wants to join Country K. My country by Ka-Cha also applies to join Country K. My country O is a staunch ally of Country K. Country O above is shameless. Chapter 141. Among the harvests from conquering the two castles, there are 28,000 units of food, which Tang Xiaofan put on the trading channel. So far, the total number of ordinary food he has put on the shelves has reached nearly 160,000 units. Elite level, commander level, and lord level food add up to 30,000 to 40,000 units. Ordinary food is not in demand, but special food is exchanged one after another. After all, special food can increase energy value, so it is still very valuable in the market. As for the wood, stone, and refined iron materials harvested from the castle battle, they are all stored in the warehouse of the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan plans to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a mid-level town in the near future. Black Technology Castle Warehouse. Capacity. Contains a small extra-dimensional space, the size of which will expand as the castle level increases. Reserved materials. 289,300 units of wood, 157,000 units of stone, 23,400 units of refined iron, and some monster materials. Current status, invincible. Special reminder, if the heart of the castle is destroyed, the extra-dimensional space of the warehouse will collapse, and the reserved materials will all fall and become the spoils of the hostile forces. Please protect your heart of the castle. The material reserves in the warehouse have exceeded half of the requirements for upgrading to a mid-level town. Once that batch of special food is sold out, there will be a considerable amount of supplies. Work harder. Clear a few local forces and a few castles. My Black Technology Castle can be upgraded to a mid-level town. Tang Xiaofan was not very anxious about upgrading the castle. But after all, the castle is the main base of the castle lord, and its significance is still very important. If conditions permit, Tang Xiaofan does not mind upgrading. After all, a royal capital is needed to establish a dynasty. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan sent all the monster materials stored in the warehouse to the little Lolita in the underground world. He collected a total of 10,000 monster materials, enough to make thousands of standard equipment. After a while, when the dwarves in the Black Iron Dwarf Castle make standard equipment, Tang Xiaofan and the little Lolita can make a fortune again. In this beast-tide battle, many castle lords dropped blueprints. Among them, there must be some blueprints for the equipment refining shop. I believe that standard equipment will appear in large quantities in the trading channel in the near future. However, since there are too many castle lords, and the number of castle lords with humanoid soldiers is at least in the hundreds. Roughly estimated, the total number of humanoid soldiers under the command of these castle lords must exceed 5,000. What does 5,000 humanoid soldiers mean? To equip these 5,000 humanoid soldiers, at least 20,000 pieces of equipment are needed, and this is based on the premise that each person is equipped with only a few pieces of equipment on average. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan is not worried about others stealing his business at all, because equipment is both scarce and consumable. Equipment has both market value and liquidity, and can be said to be enduring. At any time, as long as there is equipment listed in the trading area, someone will buy it. This is a long-term way to make money. Tang Xiaofan and the little lowly in the underground world can make a lot of profits from it for a long time. Tang Xiaofan took a look at his own soul stone reserve, 7,451 soul stones, and the ones he had consumed before are now back. If this continues, it won't take long for my farmer factory to be upgraded again. Sure enough, war is the way to development. Hunting wild monsters is only a temporary solution after all. The core way for the castle forces to develop is to go to war with the castle forces and the local forces. The larger the scale of the war, the more you will gain after the war. Tang Xiaofan has already tasted the sweetness brought by the war. Just 2 castle forces, one high level and one top level, have contributed thousands of soul stones and countless supplies to him. It has to be said that this is the fastest way to make money. Of course, Tang Xiaofan also knew. The fact that the harvest was so great had a lot to do with the fact that the Beast Tide had just ended. The 2 castle forces had passed the test of the Beast Tide and obtained a lot of soul stones in the battle. Now, all their spoils fell into Tang Xiaofan's pocket. It was a great harvest. And there are also blueprints of Zhang Tiankong City. This was the only thing that made Tang Xiaofan feel that the harvest from this battle was worth it. And it also made Tang Xiaofan full of expectations for future wars. Yo! Accompanied by a strange low roar, several bloodthirsty demon wolves flew into the Black Technology Castle and landed in the yard, and crawled obediently in front of Tang Xiaofan. These were the 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves that survived the soldiers' axes during the battle just now. Johnny thought they were cute, so he brought them back for Tang Xiaofan to deal with. The 2 demon wolves lowered their heads obediently. They were 7 or 8 meters long, which was really big. The bloodthirsty demon wolves were dark blue all over, and looked like they were carved from stone. They looked very strange, with 4 claws, like beast monsters. The front half of the body, from the head, neck to the forelimbs, was like a giant wolf, but the ribs had wings, similar to eagle creatures, covered with dark blue feathers. The back half of the body, from the abdomen to the hind legs and the tail, is more like a wolf. It is no longer covered with feathers, but dark blue wolf fur. The fur is soft and undulates with the wind, just like wheat waves and silk. Top-level troops. They look good. Tang Xiaofan praised them, and then checked the troops' information of the 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. Current growth status, growth period. Strength level, mid-level 14. Loyalty, 92 points. Growth potential limit, peak level 20. Special reminder. After successfully obtaining bloodline evolution, the bloodthirsty demon wolf has a certain probability of evolving into a vampire wolf bat, and the growth potential limit is increased to level 30. Both levels have reached the peak of level 16, and they are also 1 step away from being promoted to level 18. These 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves are also the most powerful troops under Zhou Yong. As a result, they didn't even have a chance to fight. They were suppressed by Zhang Yi's powerful murderous aura, and had no idea of resistance, and they didn't even show their abilities. Obviously, compared with Tang Xiaofan's kung fu, the top troops, like bloodthirsty demon wolves, are still far behind, but they look decent after all, and they are also top troops, and they are air combat troops. They are also good as a means of transportation in the castle. Then, Tang Xiaofan called the 2 little angels, and gave each of them a bloodthirsty demon wolf. With the bloodthirsty demon wolf, they can keep up with the pace of the warrior team, so that they can only fly slowly behind the warriors when they are in the sky. In the previous battle, the 2 little angels were not upgraded, and they could not adapt to the warriors' fast fighting style. However, with the help of the 2 bloodthirsty demon wolves, Tang Xiaofan believed that they would catch up soon, and there would be more and more souls in the temple in the future. Chapter 142. Tang Xiaofan said to Zhang Yi, who had worked hard all night, "Well done, go and rest." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully, lined up to take off their armor, and went back to rest. The bloodthirsty demon wolves also bowed their heads respectfully to Tang Xiaofan. As a surrendered soldier, their loyalty should not be high. But under the influence of the power of faith and the temple, their loyalty still reached more than 90 points. More than 90 points, so they will loyally execute Tang Xiaofan's orders, and there is no possibility of defection. Then, the 2 little angels flew high into the sky and flew towards the temple. 2 or more bloodthirsty demon wolves also flapped their wings and followed. Tang Xiaofan stayed alone in the castle. It was almost dawn, and he was very sleepy. He took a shower and fell asleep on the bed. He didn't know that others had already started to plot against him. Late at night, the Anti-Demon Alliance, the 5 top castle masters who lived in the forest, were chatting. Zhou Yong is dead, killed by Tang Xiaofan's demon team. Zhou Yong, the castle lord who appeared in the World Chat channel, he claimed that Tang Xiaofan had more than 500 demons. The most powerful demon even reached level 21. I don't know if it's credible or not. Of course it's credible, and it can't be false. A top castle lord was destroyed. The hostile castle force is Tang Xiaofan. Lao Wang, how did you know? It seems that this news has not been spread in the World Chat channel. Because I'm also in the Alliance of Gods. Fuck, Lao Wang, you can do it. You actually got into the Alliance of Gods. Haha, It's not difficult to get into the alliance of gods. As long as you are the lord of a top castle, you can get in. If you want to get in, I can help recommend you. That's fine. I heard that Bear Grylls is one of the founders of the Alliance of Gods. I want to get in touch with Bear Grylls. Let's get down to business, Lao Wang. Well, Zhou Yong's army is bloodthirsty demon wolves. There are about 40 of them, and the most powerful one has reached the peak of level 16, facing the attack of Tang Xiaofen's demon team. It seems that it didn't last more than 10 minutes. Zhou Yong led his bloodthirsty demon wolves to escape at the first moment, but they were still caught up and killed by Tang Xiaofen's demons. Fuck! Is Tang Xiaofen's demon strength so terrifying? The top castle force didn't even last 10 minutes. This castle battle allows us to clearly see the gap between the top castle forces and the Black Technology Castle. I even suspect that the 5 of us combined are no match for Tang Xiaofen. After this statement, the 5 top castle lords in the Anti-Demon Alliance fell silent. Not to mention, the 5 of them combined really can't beat Tang Xiaofen's demon team. Just that level 21 demon is enough to sweep away their top troops. Is Tang Xiaofen really unstoppable? What do you mean by unstoppable? Everyone has weaknesses. Old Wang, please speak quickly, don't play dumb. I have good news for you. Tonight, I sent troops to attack a goblin tribe. Guess what we found? What? A map. A magic map of our forest. It is said that it was a caravan from a local human empire. They wanted to cross the forest, but were attacked by the Sanctuary Warcraft family, and the whole team was wiped out. When the goblins were picking up their relics, they accidentally found this magic map. Magic map? What's the use? Very useful. I have found the location of Twin Mountains on the map, and also roughly marked the location of the Black Technology Castle. Haha. Wait until the right time. The problem is, I'm afraid we can't handle Tang Xiaofen. Brothers, it's time to strengthen our anti-demon alliance. As long as they are the castle lords in the forest and grassland, they will all be recruited. We must launch an expedition to the Black Technology Castle. We must not let Tang Xiaofen's demons continue to grow. When the top castle lords in the Anti-Demon Alliance heard this, they all showed their ruthlessness. As castle lords belonging to the same forest, the stronger Tang Xiaofen is, the weaker they are. When Tang Xiaofen becomes too powerful to be defeated, they are finished. So, they must destroy Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Castle before it reaches the Invincible Realm. As long as they knock down the Black Technology Castle, and make Tang Xiaofen and his demons disappear from the forest, their anti-demon alliance can dominate this resource-rich forest. Rule this area in the form of an alliance. Tang Xiaofen was still sleeping soundly at this time. He didn't know that there was an anti-demon alliance in the forest that was planning to invade his Black Technology Castle within a week. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, and would even welcome it. His war fortress, the Sky City, is not for show. Not to mention a small anti-demon alliance. Even if the alliance of gods with dozens of top castle lords came to kill him, as many as came would die. Due to the low energy, the Sky City cannot carry out cross-regional expeditions. However, there is no problem in protecting Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Castle. As long as Tang Xiaofen is willing to pay the price of consuming his own reserve of soul stones, he can now activate the Sky City's war weapons, the sacred magic cannons and large, medium and small magic cannons to attack the invading enemies. These cannons. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can kill a large number of people. Therefore, even if the Alliance of Gods gathers a large army to kill them, Tang Xiaofen can rely on the Sky City to make them come and go without return. What's more, the Anti-Demon Alliance is many times weaker than the Alliance of Gods. And judging from Jarvis' progress, he will soon be able to complete the analysis of the Sky City. By then, free from the constraints of the Soul Stone, the Sky City, which is filled with a large number of artillery and rocket launchers, will let those overconfident opponents understand what a crushing blow is. Since the appearance of the Sky City, a war fortress, Tang Xiaofen has not worried about the security and defense of his castle at all. Even sleep becomes more sweet. Tang Xiaofen woke up. The sky outside the castle was still a little dim, and suddenly a ray of golden morning light broke through the sky, as if illuminating the whole world in an instant. Almost at the same time, Tang Xiaofen also opened his eyes, and his biological clock woke him up. Although he stayed up late all night, Tang Xiaofen still woke up on time and felt no mental fatigue. As Ling, his level has been promoted to level 9, and he only needs a short sleep to ensure that he is energetic. The higher the level of life, the stronger the body function. For saint-level strongmen and demigod strongmen, they will not be affected by not sleeping for a long time. Because at their level, sleep is the worst choice, and the spirit and soul are the foundation of the body. As usual, he got up, washed, and ate breakfast prepared by the kitchen. Now it was the chef master who made breakfast for Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan enjoyed a simple fried egg sandwich. It seems that the professional farmers summoned by this system are all real masters. Chapter 143. Then Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. After one night, he found that the auction price of the skeleton army building blueprint he had thrown in had reached more than 5,800 soul stones. In fact, this value is far from the true value of this blueprint. If it were in the middle and late stages, it would definitely be sold for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soul stones. However, Tang Xiaofan did not want to keep it as a treasure and auction it off in the middle and late stages. That would really rot in your hands, and at present, more than 5,800 soul stones are already a sky-high price. Except Tang Xiaofan, no castle lord can come up with so many soul stones on his own, and they all rely on borrowing money. Many castle lords of the undead system are borrowing soul stones everywhere, just to take pictures of this rare military building blueprint. The soul stones in the early stage are the most valuable. The value of soul stones in the later stage is bound to plummet. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile as he looked at the bidding price that was still increasing. It seems that I can start looking forward to the 5th level farmer's factory. Compared with the upgrade of the farmer's factory, a mere mid-level military construction blueprint is not important at all. This is the fundamental reason why Tang Xiaofan sold the skeleton soldier's construction blueprint. The auction will end in about 4 hours. I hope that by then, the bidding price can exceed 7,000 soul stones. While talking to himself, Tang Xiaofan turned his head and looked at the bidding for the space teleportation magic circle blueprint. The bidding price of this blueprint has reached about 1,200 soul stones. Obviously, those who know the goods can see that there are still many castle owners who regard the space teleportation magic array as strategically important. I'm not in a hurry to raise the price. The auction time for this blueprint is 1 day, and it will not end until around 8 o'clock in the evening. I will raise the price then. Now that the soul stone reserves are abundant, Tang Xiaofan can be said to be determined to get this space teleportation magic array blueprint. When he has the opportunity to get 2 more of these blueprints, he can build a teleportation magic array to connect the Black Technology Castle and the Little Lowly's Black Iron Dwarf Castle. At that time, the warrior team will be able to directly enter the underground world, and his castle power will also extend to that chaotic dark world. This is of great strategic significance to Tang Xiaofan's castle power and the battle for hegemony in the god and demon continent. Then, Tang Xiaofan looked at the food again. As usual, hundreds of thousands of units of ordinary food were not in demand. Special food was gradually exchanged by the castle lord, especially the commander-level food and lord-level food, which sold the best. After visiting the trading area again, and not finding anything worth his time, Tang Xiaofan turned off the trading channel, and went straight to the castle yard. Now, he had to arrange the reception of the 2 newly conquered castle resource points. After all, the current transportation problem has been solved, and it is time to start large-scale resource collection. For Tang Xiaofan, this was planned long ago. At this moment, the production workshops of the 2 vehicles were roaring, and various machines were running at high speed. Tang Xiaofan first came to the heavy machinery factory, where light armored transport vehicles were being produced. A row of vulture light armored trucks had been waiting for Tang Xiaofan to come and inspect them. Next to the motorcade, there was a group of soldiers from the 1st Regiment who came as a guard. The drivers of the motorcade were all female farmers. These female men were not inferior to male farmers at all, and they quickly mastered the driving skills of the car. They saw Tang Xiaofan in the cockpit and waved to show their respect for Tang Xiaofan. Because the body of the vulture was very high, it was inconvenient to get on and off the car, so Tang Xiaofan told them not to get off in advance. At the same time, a group of large pelicans were also hovering in the sky. Although the load capacity of these large pelicans was also good, it was still not as high as the vultures on the ground. Therefore, as a means of transportation, the airships set out together this time to build relevant airports and waterways at each resource point. With Jarvis's arrangement and coordination, the safety and work efficiency of all farmers are ensured. With Tang Xiaofan's nod, the first batch of convoys set off, and the big pelican also flew away. The huge city gate opened, and the huge convoy filed out, escorted by a team of soldiers and a group of steel warriors in the sky. After all, this is still a forest. Although many wild monsters died in the beast-tide battle, the forest is not lacking in monsters, and they may appear at any time. Although there are heavy machine guns on the convoy, it is more reassuring to rely on the guards of Mark II armor. As for the Great Pelican's formation, no escort was arranged. Because of the existence of the 4 watchtowers, there is no visual blind spot within the Black Technology Castle's sphere of influence. In addition, the Great Pelicans have a good flying speed, so they can completely avoid risks and advance through Jarvis's arrangement. Watching the convoy directly push down trees more than 10 meters high and open a wide passage in the dense forest, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel that he didn't seem to care about the environment. Fortunately, this world is big enough, and I believe that my destructive power is still insignificant. The 2 factories occupied a large area of land, which had been flattened by the construction team, and then a wall was built around it. Although if the next beast tide comes, such a large defense range may be a bit dangerous, but in Jarvis's plan, the defense force will increase artillery, which will greatly enhance the defense capability. The model of the artillery is the 1130 close-in defense gun on the base. This is an 11-barrel 30mm rotary rapid-fire gun close-range defense weapon system, equipped with 11 gun barrels, and equipped with unlimited ammunition magazines. It can lock onto more than 40 targets at a time. The maximum firepower is 11,000 rounds per minute, or about 166 rounds per second. This automatic artillery is mounted on an automatic turret base, and is equipped with a tracking system to fire 165mm caliber machine gun shells. The sample gun has been made, just outside the factory, because this area will be pushed open to leave a firing range, just right for testing the gun. Tang Xiaofan, led by the craftsman of the weapons workshop, climbed up a section of the city wall. The sample gun was installed on a bulge on the city wall, facing the dense forest. Seeing Tang Xiaofan coming, the weapon craftsman waved his hand quickly, and only heard a mechanical sound of gears turning, and then saw a flash of fire spraying out from the muzzle, forming a red firework at the muzzle, and the trees in the distance turned directly into mist, and all the trees hit by the shells were like this. At least some leaves fell, raising smoke and dust. It's powerful. How about the automatic detection device? My lord, it has been completed. It was transformed from the visual parts of the Mark II armor. Please take a look. Tang Xiaofan saw something similar to a telescope on the wall, wrapped in an iron shell. Tang Xiaofan asked Jarvis, "Jarvis, what is the enemy identification rate of this monitor?" "Sir, this is actually one of my information collectors. The recognition rate reaches 100%, and there will be no misjudgment." "Oh, your computing power has improved so much?" "Yes, the current arc reactor has formed a network. For me, unless there is an extremely complex budget, these monitoring and operations can be easily handled." Chapter 144. Jarvis, what about the Sky City? How's the analysis going? Looking at the dazzling fire in the distance, Tang Xiaofan understood that after being equipped with such automatic artillery, his castle and resource points would be truly impregnable. This kind of artillery was originally used to provide close-range missile defense for ships, and it could even hit missiles that were close at hand. Tang Xiaofan believed that there would be no enemies faster than missiles in the God and Demon continent. If there were any, even if they were invisible, they would find it difficult to escape Jarvis' multi-level scanning. In addition to appearance recognition, Jarvis can also perform thermal imaging, radiation and other multidimensional recognition of objects. If there is an enemy who really bypasses Jarvis's recognition, Tang Xiaofan intends to admit it. Moreover, if the enemy comes to force his way in, he looks at the half-meter-long warhead in his hand, and he thinks that the other party must not know the power of the so-called high-speed artillery. The 1130 close-in defense gun hits 80mm steel plates as easily as tearing paper. In this world, what kind of creature can have such heavy armor? The experimental results were very satisfactory. Tang Xiaofan decided on the spot that the 1130 close-in defense gun would be the main defense weapon, and began mass production, and deployed it in all places that needed defense. The farmer in the weapons workshop completed his task and left. Tang Xiaofan was alone on the newly built wall, and began to think. Now, the warrior team has 2 leading warriors. They are the strongest and the highest level. The warrior team is currently 1,000 people, divided into 2 teams, taking turns to attack. So from the perspective of the military system, there are currently 2 commander-type warriors, which will cause chaos in the team management. It has nothing to do with level, but the experience accumulated from countless battles. Although at present, these farmers are very loyal to Tang Xiaofan, but with the expansion of the territory in the future, the soldiers will need to be stationed outside the castle, and the constraints of loyalty will be reduced at that time. And the ties of family, and the pursuit of honor are the source of a person's continuous struggle. Tang Xiaofan also has certain plans for the future warrior army system. In addition to the natural level, we also need to start formulating an army honor system. Jarvis recorded. I consider myself the commander-in-chief, and have the highest command authority over all the soldiers under my command. Under me, I appoint generals, divided into 3 ranks: general, lieutenant general, and major general. Generals are responsible for the combat work in a region. Under the generals are colonels, also 3 ranks, divided into colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors. Colonels are responsible for the combat in a city. Below them are lieutenants, 3 ranks, captains, lieutenants, and second lieutenants. Lieutenants are in charge of combat troops, captains command 100 people, lieutenants command 50 people, and second lieutenants command 10 people. After saying this in one breath, Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and said to Jarvis, "You will improve the military merit and promotion system, and assign reasonable ranks to everyone based on the current combat records and situations." "Yes, sir." Tang Xiaofan said again, I mean to prevent accidents, you will be authorized by me to directly manage the armor and vehicles of each combatant. You can predict and intervene directly in advance without asking for permission in advance." "Yes, sir." Then, Tang Xiaofan left the test site and entered the temple alone. He took out the pure souls from the believers from the Holy Grail. Previously, due to insufficient soul stone reserves, he could only transform 2 souls into angels. Now, not counting the military building drawings that were being auctioned, he already had enough soul stones to reincarnate all the pure souls of believers into angels. "You have obtained 283 pure souls baptized by divine power." In the message prompt, Tang Xiaofan came to the temple, stretched out his right hand, and a soul light rain fell into his hand. He brought the soul to the farmer's factory, and after reaching his hand in, he received a prompt as before. "Do you want to consume 2,830 soul stones to reincarnate the soul?" "Yes," Tang Xiaofan responded. In just a moment, Tang Xiaofan's own reserve of soul stones decreased, leaving only 4,621. However, he didn't care. After the auction of the skeleton warrior species building blueprints was over, his soul stone reserve would exceed 5,000 again, or even approach 10,000. Using just over 2,000 soul stones to exchange for more than 200 angels with great potential was a great value. Moreover, it can also balance the layout of the combat power under his command. At the same time, a dazzling light also bloomed in the farmer's factory. Soon after, it lasted for nearly 10 minutes before the light of the factory completely dissipated. In front of Tang Xiaofan, 283 light balls appeared. Looking at these light balls, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. Angels are creatures that need to continue to develop to become mature, and their combat power can be reflected. Moreover, they cannot wear their own mark armor, and they are likely to suffer fatal injuries that cannot be healed, and they are likely to die. I am greedy. Even if they are not as good as armored warriors, they still have the potential to become gods. It is not an exaggeration to list them as top-level soldiers. Although they are only slightly weaker than my armored warriors, they are also the top combat power in the native land of gods and demons. It didn't take long for the light balls in front of Tang Xiaofan to break one after another, and the little angels in the light balls appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. More than 200 angels looked like little angels with wings. Unexpectedly, the last angel actually had 3 pairs of snow-white wings. This is a 6-winged angel. It has 2 more pairs of wings than other little angels. Angel of the Heart. Strength level, level 14. Loyalty, 100. Perfect form, Angel of Love. Angel of the Heart? That is to say, the Angel of the Heart is a special angel. Special angels are rare compared to orthodox angels. But at least they have 6 wings. Angel of the Heart Holy Spirit, initial level, level 14. After adulthood, it will be the level of a lower true god. It is worthy of being a special angel. True gods are gods, immortal. No matter what, the training value of this type of soldiers is still very high. Praise you, Almighty Lord. Thank you for giving us new life. May the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal. More than 200 little angels, with a fanatical look on their faces, knelt on the ground, saluted and prayed to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan looked at the newly bred Angel of the Heart. She is beautiful, has 6 wings, wears a snow-white dress, and exudes a holy glow. Like the 2-winged angel, she is also a female angel. Her figure is about 40 centimeters, taller than the newborn ordinary angels. I didn't expect it. The upgraded farmer factory can actually breed special angels. It should be related to the increased probability. Tang Xiaofan was very excited. He felt that he had opened up a new branch of soldiers, which was a good route. Chapter 145. Looking at this special 6-winged angel, he imagined how powerful it would be when it matured, and was filled with joy. He named this new Angel of the Heart Dijia, and ordered her to lead the newly bred two-winged angels to the temple to meet up with the previous two angels and learn about the Black Technology Castle. Yes, Almighty Lord. The Angel of the Heart Djia saluted Tang Xiaofan with a respectful look. Then he flapped his 6 white wings and flew to the temple. The other newly born winged angels near the farmer's factory followed closely behind, forming a snow-white angel team, which looked extremely spectacular. These transformed souls were Tang Xiaofan's fanatics before they sacrificed themselves, and some were even devout believers. When they died, they had a pious idea that they would ascend to heaven and gain eternal life. At present, they have transformed from humble goblins to noble angels, which can be regarded as a form of eternal life. Moreover, they were born in the Black Technology Castle, which is definitely a paradise compared to their primitive tribal life. Now, after these souls were reincarnated through the farmer factory, they all became angels, and they were also fanatics in terms of faith. These angels had an extremely firm belief in Tang Xiaofan. The combat capability of angels was beyond doubt, and they were all powerful warriors. And the existence of the Angel of Heart must have its own special skills or spells. Angels themselves were a powerful top-level military force. At least their potential was superior to that of black dragons and fire dragons. What we need to do next is to expand the size of the angel army. Slowly improve their strength. But there is a problem. His castle is a farmer's castle, and there is no special building for recruiting angels. So, the only way for him to obtain angels is to have his followers die near the temple, and have their souls purified before they can obtain pure souls. Then use the farmer's factory to consume soul stones to summon these angels. Although he has a local earth goblin follower under his command, he can't kill them all and reincarnate them as angels. Moreover, this deliberate killing will cause flaws in the originally pure faith, and it is very likely that a pure soul will not be obtained. Besides, the fundamental reason is that the soul stones in his hand are not enough now. He mainly wants to upgrade the farmer factory, and it is impossible to spend too many resources for an angel army. Take your time. We can always find a way to solve it. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it, and glanced at the current situation of the angel team. Among them, the number of little angels on the two wings is the largest, nearly 200. This shows a problem. Only a few soldiers have magical powers. Most soldiers are good at charging into battle formations, including those soldiers under Tang Xiaofan. Among the current soldiers, only Zhang Yi has mastered a combat skill. After all, high-level skills have high damage. Forget it. Let's arrange for the angels to upgrade as soon as possible. Not long after, a mighty team rushed out of the Black Technology Castle. The angel army was ordered by Tang Xiaofan to go to the dense forest outside the castle to hunt wild monsters. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also sent a message to the 2nd Regiment of Warriors, dispatching a captain with 100 warriors to protect the angel army. The strength of the newly reincarnated angels is very weak, only level 2, and it is easy to suffer casualties when hunting wild monsters. Once they die, Tang Xiaofan will have to spend soul stones to help them reincarnate, which is a loss. There may also be a risk that if there is no temple near the place where the angel falls, the soul cannot be recovered. Having an 18th level warrior to lead them to level up can not only protect their safety, but also quickly improve their level. When the general level of the Angel Legion is raised to the elite level 10, they can go hunting alone, or even attack local forces. Not bad. Every aspect of the castle is developing rapidly. The strength is also increasing rapidly. It seems that the hunting range can be expanded again. Tang Xiaofan is quite satisfied with the development speed of the Black Technology Castle, especially the number of troops under his command. He believes that among the hundreds of castle lords, whether they are top castle lords or low-level castle lords, his number of troops is absolutely second to none. Tang Xiaofan came to an open space not far away. There were many things piled up here, including equipment, food, wood, stone, refined iron, and other supplies. This was the harvest of the warrior team last night. Tang Xiaofan looked back and found that his warrior team had also attacked 2 local forces last night, a small goblin tribe and a small 2-headed ogre tribe. So far, with the Black Technology Castle as the center, within a range of 20 kilometers in diameter, all local forces have been cleared out. In this case, apart from the native wild monsters in the forest, it is difficult for threatening monster forces to appear. But most of these equipment are low-level and damaged. There are more than 5,000 units of food, wood, stone, and refined iron. A total of about 2,800 soul stones were harvested, but there are still no blueprints. Just this wave of soul stones has made up for the consumption of my reincarnated angel soul. Sure enough, the more wars there are, the easier it is to obtain supplies and soul stones. Looking at the piles of spoils in front of him, Tang Xiufan's face was full of smiles. Then, he put the harvested equipment and food on the trading channel. Wood, stone, and refined iron were stored in the castle warehouse, waiting to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a mid-level town in the future. Soul stones were placed in the Cyclops ring, as usual. At the same time, Tang Xiufan checked his personal information. Lord of the castle, Tang Xiufan. Level 9. Castle level, primary town. Castle arms, farmers. Castle buildings, farmer factory, temple, metal laboratory, blacksmith shop, weapon workshop, stone workshop, wood workshop, kitchen, shower room, barber shop, heavy factory, light airport factory, farmland, animal stables, hospital, library, primary school, middle school, theater, concert hall, tavern. Soul stones. 7,421. It's almost time. Let's see how the auction price of the blueprint is. Tang Xiufan entered the trading channel and watched the auction of the Skeleton Warrior's architectural drawings. So far, the auction price has reached 6,730 soul stones and is approaching the 7,000 mark. Once the auction is over, the number of soul stones he owns will instantly exceed the 10,000 mark. This made Tang Xiufan feel unreal. The soul stones that were extremely precious to other castle masters seemed to come too easily to him. Tang Xiufan didn't know that while he was paying attention to the auction of the drawings, a team of 5 or 6 wanderers appeared in the dense forest more than 20 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle. Chapter 146. That's the Twin Mountains. Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle must be nearby. Let's go, speed up. We're about to find the location of the Black Technology Castle. When the time comes, no matter what method we use, we must make Tang Xiufan accept us. Are you really going? I'm worried that Tang Xiufan will kill us directly. How is that possible? We are not the masters of the castle. Tang Xiufan is so eager to welcome us wanderers who have taken the initiative to surrender. How could he be willing to kill us? Really? I have a bad feeling. Don't be such a pessimist. Hurry up. As long as we can join the Black Technology Castle, we will be rich. 5 or 6 wanderers passed through the Twin Mountains and ran quickly in the dense forest. However, before they entered the sphere of influence of the Black Technology Castle, they were attacked by a large group of goblins. Yo yo yo. Capture these humans from another world. Hand them over to the Great Goblin King. Several wanderers were dumbfounded at the time, not understanding where these strong goblins came from. When the goblins surrounded them, they were all scared and their faces turned green. In the dense forest, dozens of strong goblin warriors suddenly appeared and surrounded the 6 wanderers wearing simple equipment. Fuck. I said you are a jinx. You didn't see the Black Technology Castle, but were surrounded by a group of goblins. The young wanderer, who was glared at, felt very depressed. He just said it casually, feeling that something bad would happen. Originally, he was worried that he would break into the sphere of influence of the Black Technology Castle and be killed by the demons under Tang Xiufan. Who knew they would encounter something like this? A large group of goblins surrounded them first. It seemed that these goblins were well equipped, and they were not easy to mess with, and they shouted, "Your Majesty the King," which was obviously not Tang Xiufan. Captain, I heard that goblins eat people. Especially the goblin tribes living on the edge of the forest. They often rob passing local human caravans and bring them back to the tribe for barbecue after capturing people. What the hell? This wanderer team has a total of 6 people, with the captain at the highest level, and the other wanderers ranging from level 8 to level 10. The captain was a middle-aged man, and he said with a dark face, "Don't talk nonsense. These goblins are very strong, at least level 10 elites. We are no match for them. If you don't want to be caught and barbecued, then run for your life." After the voice fell, he took the lead and ran in the direction he came from, not caring about his teammates at all. As for finding the Black Technology Castle, joining Tang Xiufan, and dreaming of wealth, let's talk about it after we can escape. Seeing this, the other wanderers also ran away quickly. But at this moment, a big net fell from the sky and caught them all. All 6 wanderers were covered by the big net. No matter how they swung their broken swords, they could not break the big net shining with magic. Then, a Lord-level goblin came and forcibly pulled them out. It's over. The 6 wanderers had sad faces. Their hands and legs were all tied tightly. It was difficult for them to even struggle, let alone run. I would not have come if I had known. Not only did I not see Tang Xiufan's demon, I was also tied up by the goblins. Who can I go to for justice? Don't eat me, I surrender. The young wanderer screamed in fear. He was tied to a wooden stick, with a goblin on each end. Isn't this the prelude to barbecue? He was so scared that his face turned green, and he shouted to surrender. Surrender? The strong goblin lord came over and slapped him, beating the young wanderer so hard that he was dizzy and saw stars. The goblin lord said, "Are all humans from another world so undignified? Then why do you dare to treat my tribe so arrogantly and forcefully spread your faith?" I didn't. The young wanderer's mouth was full of blood, and he stammered and couldn't speak clearly. But the middle-aged captain, who was quick-witted, shouted, "Powerful goblin warriors, you misunderstood. We are free wanderers, not the lord of the castle. It was someone else who destroyed your goblin tribe. His name is Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle dominates this forest area." So the middle-aged captain thought that the person who destroyed the goblin tribe must be Tang Xiaofan. In order to survive, he decisively sold Tang Xiaofan. The other wanderers also nodded desperately. They would rather die than die. How could they remember to seek refuge with Tang Xiaofan? They would save their lives first. "Are you wanderers?" The goblin lord frowned and said, "Who is Tang Xiaofan?" The middle-aged captain said anxiously, "Tang Xiaofan is the owner of the Black Technology Castle, and his castle is nearby. Your tribe must have been destroyed by the Black Technology Castle. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. You have caught the wrong person. We will naturally go to find the Black Technology Castle." The goblin lord felt that his IQ was insulted, and he said stubbornly, "However, since you are humans from another world, you are not wrong. You are all bad guys." The goblin lord glanced at him and said, "Send someone to take them back to the royal city, and hand them over to His Majesty the King for disposal. The remaining warriors will follow me to find the Black Technology Castle for revenge." "As you command, Lord Abar." Hey Li Leo. 12 strong goblin warriors carried these wanderers into the dense forest, not caring whether the branches hitting the wanderers hurt them or not, until the screams of the wanderers disappeared in the depths of the dense forest. The goblin lord took the other goblins away from here to look for the traces of the Black Technology Castle. The Black Technology Castle, the birthplace of the belief in the evil god. After finding out the location of the Black Technology Castle, please ask His Majesty the King to send an army to destroy it. After the goblin lord led his troops away, a silver figure appeared in the air. It was John Eyre under Tang Xiaofan. John Eyre just happened to patrol here. After discovering the abnormality, he activated the adaptive environment function of the Mark II armor, and successfully completed the invisibility. At this time, after mastering the latest intelligence, he said to himself, "Royal City, Your Majesty, this should be the Goblin Kingdom that the Lord is looking for." The Goblin Kingdom is the nest of the local goblin forces in the God and Demon continent. It is very well hidden. The Goblin tribe that defected to the Black Technology Castle is a branch of the Goblin tribe. The goblins of the tribe have always lived in the underground world. They have only seen the goblin messengers from the kingdom. They learned the general location of the kingdom from the messengers, but they don't know where the exact location is. But one thing is certain, the Goblin Kingdom is also hidden in a corner of the underground world. Thinking of this, John Eyre whispered, and the figure of a warrior flashed in the underground forest, drilled into the dense forest not far away. Those goblins, returning to their kingdom with captives, can help us mark the exact location of the Goblin Kingdom. After saying that, John Eyre's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared. Chapter 147. Soon after, a short battle took place in the dense forest. John Eyre, who was at level 20, personally took action with terrifying power and directly suppressed the 30 or so elites from the Goblin Kingdom. Even the 18th level Goblin Lord, who was in the lead, had no power to resist John Eyre's powerful strength. Lord, love all races. All races should respect and believe in the Lord. As John Eyre whispered, the Goblin warriors from the Goblin Kingdom were terrified. They looked at the extremely powerful steel warrior floating in the air, expressionless, holding a giant axe and looking at themselves. The Goblin warriors struggled for several minutes. Their courage was gone with the wind, and finally they knelt on the ground and begged John Eyre for mercy. "Take him back to the castle, and let the Lord decide." "Yes, sir." Black Technology Castle. Time passed, and the auction of the Skeleton Warriors' architectural blueprints had come to an end. The current bid price was as high as 7,040 soul stones, which shocked countless castle lords, and the World Chat channel became extremely lively because of this auction. A blueprint auction actually made my blood boil. Where did the castle lord come from? And he was so rich. The bid was as high as more than 7,000 soul stones. Even if I searched my castle from top to bottom, I couldn't find so many soul stones. I heard that it only takes 5,000 soul stones to upgrade the military structure to level 4. Have all the military structures of the castle owners participating in the auction been upgraded to level 4? Mine is only level 2. I just upgraded it to level 3. That's the difference. At this stage, no one can come up with so many soul stones at once. I heard that in order to bid for this military structure blueprint of Mr. Tang Xiaofan, many top castle owners are borrowing soul stones everywhere. I heard about it too. This news is indeed true. A friend of mine borrowed 300 soul stones from me and signed a notarized agreement to return 500 to me within a week. So they are not rich, but heavily in debt. This is playing with their lives. Is it worth it? Of course, as long as we can grab this unit building blueprint from Boss Tang Xiaofan, it will definitely be worth it. What's a soul stone? With 2 unit buildings and double summoning units, are you still worried about not having soul stones? I can only say that at least they can borrow soul stones. I also covet the blueprints, but I can't get soul stones at all. This is a feast for the top castle lords. High-level castle lords are not eligible to participate. With this wave, Boss Tang Xiaofan will become rich overnight. Maybe Boss Tang Xiaofan can directly upgrade the military buildings to level 4. It seems that no one has upgraded the military buildings to level 4 until now. Even the top castle lord should still be 1 level short. I just want to say that I envy Tang Xiaofan. I envy you +1. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the lively world chat channel and saw the information in the channel, but he didn't have too many thoughts. He was definitely rich overnight, but as for relying on the soul stones from the auction to upgrade the military building to level 4, this was purely underestimating him. When the beast tide ended yesterday, his farmer factory had already been upgraded to level 4. Currently, he is continuing to reserve soul stones and moving towards the level 5 military building, and it seems that it won't take long before he can start upgrading again. This is the speed of his castle development. No castle lord can match him. Finally, the auction ended, and the Skeleton Warrior's construction blueprint was sold at a sky-high price of 7,200 soul stones. As for who won the blueprint, no one knows. Even Tang Xiaofan doesn't know, of course, he doesn't care. No matter who wins the blueprint, it can't shake the deterrence of his warrior team against the castle forces. The castle lord who won the blueprint can only speed up the development. As for the castle battle, even if there is an extra mid-level troop, it is not a threat at all. Just like Tang Xiaofan, in addition to farmers and goblins, his troop also has angel troop, which can be listed as the top advanced troop. Would he care if another castle lord had an extra mid-level troop? Obviously, he would not care. Troops of this level, even if there are more of them, are just stronger cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their role is to speed up the development of the castle power in the early stage. It is useless in the middle and late stages of war. In the burial ground, in a dark bone fortress, a figure wearing black armor breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I got it. Those people really fought hard for this blueprint. But in the end, it finally fell into my hands. The figure looked at the azure blueprint that appeared out of thin air in his hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly under the black helmet. Then, she came to the yard of the bone fortress. Do you want to build a skeleton soldier building in the currently designated area? Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, the blue blueprint disappeared from her hand. Accompanied by a slight earthquake, a large area of golden light suddenly appeared in front of her, and there was a shadow of a building in the golden light. Soon, the shadow became real and quickly turned into a military building that could recruit skeleton warriors. In just this moment, she consumed 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of refined iron, and 5,000 units of soul fire. In the burial ground, stones and soul fire can be found everywhere, and they are not scarce resources. But wood and refined iron are hard to obtain. It took her a long time to prepare these materials. They were originally used to upgrade the primary town. Now it seems that her castle cannot be upgraded in a short time. As for her Death Knight unit building, it is also difficult to upgrade to level 4 in the near future. In order to bid for the Skeleton Warrior unit building blueprint, her reserve of soul stones has been exhausted, and she also paid a low price to deduct a holy level light ring. But no matter what, if you can bid for the blueprint, you will make money. Looking at the buildings that appeared in the castle courtyard, her mood also improved a lot. Skeleton Cemetery, Intermediate Arms Building. Initial level, level 1. 7 skeleton warriors can be recruited every day. Special reminder, when recruiting skeleton warriors, there is a certain probability that skeleton mages, skeleton knights and other arms will be recruited in the skeleton cemetery. The skeleton cemetery has sufficient energy. Do you want to recruit skeleton warriors? Yes. An order was given, accompanied by a sound like a ghost crying. The skeleton cemetery was filled with gray fog. Soon after, the gate of the cemetery opened and a group of undead soldiers walked out. 6 skeleton warriors and 1 skeleton mage. The initial level was level 2. At this time, she walked over, kicked a skeleton warrior to pieces, and then threw a bone staff to the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage held the bone staff, sniffed and called twice, and when the bone staff was swung, the skeleton warrior, who was kicked to pieces, was resurrected again, but the soul fire was a little dim. Chapter 148. Not bad. This deal is worth it. She expressed her satisfaction. Then she turned over and rode on the back of an undead bone horse, pointing her sword at the cemetery in the distance. Death Knights, listen to my orders, follow me to the battle. Yes, Lord. Clang. Dozens of tall and mighty Death Knights gathered, followed by their loyal figures, and poured out of the Death Knight Kingdom Castle. The newly recruited skeleton warriors and skeleton mages followed closely behind. The auction at the Black Technology Castle has ended, but Tang Xiufan's expression is a little strange, with a hint of surprise in his shock. After the auction, he did not receive the full amount of soul stones, only 3,540. The other 3,500 soul stones turned into a ring emitting white light. Tang Xiufan immediately asked, "What's the matter with the ring?" The bidder used the current equipment to deduct 3,500 soul stones at a low price. So that's it. It's really a low price deduction. After all, this is a holy weapon. Tang Xiufan smiled brightly. A holy weapon deducting 3,500 soul stones is really a waste of money. According to his idea, a powerful equipment like a holy weapon will definitely be worth more than hundreds of thousands of soul stones in the later stage, or even more. Now the bidder used a holy weapon to deduct only a few thousand soul stones, which is a huge loss. Speaking of which, the bidder lost a holy weapon. Why didn't the bidder use such a powerful equipment as the holy weapon himself? Tang Xiufan was a little confused, but soon he understood. The reason was very simple. This ring was the equipment of the light camp, and the bidder obviously belonged to the dark, evil, and undead camp. Once the light ring is worn, it will directly affect the status of the undead army. Since it cannot be worn, it is naturally useless. It is normal to be used to offset the soul stone. Holy weapon. Which castle lord can get such powerful equipment? Even for me, the best equipment is only the king-level Cyclops ring. Tang Xiufan guessed that this holy weapon of the ring type could not have been snatched from the hands of local forces. The probability of opening a treasure chest is also very low. The highest probability should be a reward from the battle power scoreboard of the Beast Tide event. For example, Tang Xiufan, his scoreboard reward includes equipment rewards. Random equipment rewards, the lowest is a holy weapon, and the highest is a true artifact. It's just that he didn't choose the equipment reward at that time, and finally drew the exclusive building Terminator mushroom. Among the top 100 in the scoreboard, there are also many top castle lords of the undead system. The most dazzling one is the Death Knight country, which won the 3rd place in the scoreboard. The bidder is most likely to be this castle lord. The 3rd place won the holy weapon reward, so the luck should be good. It's a pity that the holy weapon drawn is the holy weapon of the light camp. Tang Xiufan sighed a little. If he had chosen the equipment reward, he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood if he had drawn the equipment of the evil, dark, and undead camps. Fortunately, he did not choose to draw the equipment in the end. At the same time, his eyes fell on the ring emitting white light. Holy light ring. Grade, holy artifact. Greatly improves the loyalty of the soldiers in the light camp. When the magic power is sufficient, you can release the second holy magic, the Sword of Great Light. When the magic power is sufficient, you can release the King Magic 3 times, the Revival of Light. There is a high probability of attracting the active surrender of the soldiers from the light camp. Special reminder, this is the only holy ring of the Holy Church in the God and Demon continent. The only equipment of the Holy Church. It is undeniable that it is powerful. Just based on the holy magic that comes with it, the Great Sword of Radiance, not to mention that it also has the King Magic, the Revival of Light, which seems to be a very powerful healing magic. However, Tang Xiufan looked puzzled. Isn't faith prohibited in the continent of gods and demons? Don't the local forces all believe in the truth? Then how can an organization like the Church appear? According to Tang Xiufan's understanding, the Church is generally related to faith. He was somewhat puzzled and curious about what kind of organization the Holy Church was. He even expected the followers of the Holy Church to appear in front of him. At this moment, John Eyre led the warriors and escorted a group of goblins back to the castle. Jarvis said respectfully to Tang Xiaofan. Sir, we found a trace of the Goblin Kingdom. On Blue Star, as Tang Xiaofan eliminated 2 castle forces again, the internet once again launched a wave of criticism against Country K. Country K is bullying too much. What did my teapot country player do to offend anyone? Just because I am close to your castle, I will be swept away. That's right, beat the hegemony of Country K. Strongly demand Country K to compensate for the losses caused to Teapot Country. Yes, it's too tragic. The 1,000-fold loss of Teapot Country happened in the capital. It's pitiful that so many people were living carefree at that time, and suddenly a volcano erupted. What about the netizens of Teapot Country? Please express your opinions. Yes, it seems that people from Teapot Country rarely speak up. By the way, how come no one in Salgu Country, where Zhou Yong is talking? At this time, the people who were really familiar with Teapot Country and Salgu Country, looking at the indignation of the crowd, couldn't help but say, don't you know that Teapot Country and Salgu Country are applying to join K Country? What do you mean? It means that Teapot Country and Salgu Country are applying to give up their independent national qualifications and merge into K Country and become part of K Country. How can this be possible? Too much. Country K is already overcrowded. Immigration applications have to wait until next year. Too shameless. People in Teapot Country are always lazy and greedy. They are really shameless. People in Grass Country are not much better. Telephone scammers are all in your Grass Country. Teapot lazy man, stop dreaming. Country K has rejected your application. Your new contestant has appeared in the God and Demon continent. White-faced liar, stop dreaming. Your contestant has also appeared in the God and Demon continent. Although Tang Xiaofan's victory brought huge benefits to Country K, it also brought huge troubles. The number of Blue Star people who applied to immigrate to Country K has exceeded 300 million. The number of foreign love affairs of men in Country K is increasing rapidly. Because marrying a K Country person can automatically obtain K Country identity, women from other countries in Blue Star have begun to show their talents. Online dating and long-distance relationships have become a quick way to get in touch with Country K. For a time, a single K countryman had at least 500 brides to choose from, and the dowry started at least 1 million K country currency. It's hard to find a man in Country K. Chapter 149. Goblin Kingdom? Tang Xiaofan pondered for a long time. He was not unfamiliar with this Goblin Kingdom. The first time the two sides came into contact was when Tang Xiaofan conquered the Goblin tribe in the underground world. Under the influence of Zhang Yi, the goblins of the tribe defected to the Black Technology Castle and became his believers. That time, the Goblin Kingdom appeared in the information prompt, and as soon as it appeared, it directly blacklisted Tang Xiaofan and his Black Technology Castle with a very high hatred value. With the continuous development of the Black Technology Castle, the influence and reputation of the Goblin Kingdom have been present in almost every event. The Goblin Kingdom's hatred for the Black Technology Castle is increasing. It can be said that the Goblin Kingdom hates the Black Technology Castle very much. The Goblin Kingdom and the Black Technology Castle have reached the point of no return. The only possible relationship between the two sides is war, and it is difficult to have peace. Only when one side is defeated can the dispute stop. Tang Xiaofan looked up at John Eyre and said, "Explain the situation in detail." John Eyre replied respectfully, "My lord, I led a team of soldiers to search for local forces that have escaped the net and monster gathering places around the castle, and accidentally discovered a team of goblins." In his speech, John Eyre also mentioned those wanderers. Those wanderers were captured by the goblins and taken to the Goblin Kingdom. The reason why I didn't save them is that when they were captured by the goblins, in order to beg for mercy, they took the initiative to expose the information about the location of my Black Technology Castle. They are a group of disloyal people who are not worthy of being saved, and their words of surrender are not credible. You did the right thing. Tang Xiaofan nodded to John Eyre in appreciation. He didn't expect that wanderers would appear near the Black Technology Castle so soon. But rather than saying that they came to seek refuge with him, it would be better to say that these people wanted to rely on him, this towering tree, and use the resources of the Black Technology Castle to improve their own strength. Of course, the wanderers' refuge with the castle forces is a mutually beneficial relationship in itself, and neither side will suffer. However, Tang Xiaofan did not want wanderers to appear in his castle. Although this is a real world, many castle lords and wanderers regard themselves as players who have descended into another world. Players. Are they loyal? From the fact that those wanderers were captured and immediately turned their firepower to the Black Technology Castle, it can be seen that these so-called players are unreliable. Even Tang Xiaofan himself is self-centered, and cannot be loyal to other players. It is very difficult to want other players to be loyal and fight for their own castle forces. It takes a lot of energy and massive resources to cultivate a group of wanderers who are loyal to the castle forces. For Tang Xiaofan, this is not worth it. Instead of spending huge amounts of money to build a group of wanderers loyal to the Black Technology Castle, it is better to use the resources elsewhere, such as upgrading the castle, upgrading the arms buildings, purchasing various building blueprints, expanding the size of the arms under his command, and improving the castle's power. You know, the arms are absolutely loyal to Tang Xiaofan, and the loyalty of the arms can be observed and predicted. Players are full of various uncertain factors. Even subordinates, who are full of loyalty, can sell you out in a blink of an eye. So Tang Xiaofan didn't want to waste his time and energy on them. At least at this stage, Tang Xiaofan didn't want to have too much contact with wanderers. Perhaps when Tang Xiaofan established the Black Technology dynasty in the future, he would allow wanderers to appear in the ruling area of the dynasty, and allow them to live in his kingdom under the constraints of the kingdom system. As for now, Tang Xiaofan said to the second warrior, "Pass on my order and send warriors to patrol the border of the castle. No wanderer is allowed to enter the territory of my castle. If found, he will be expelled. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot." "Yes, my lord." John Eyre obeyed respectfully. Under his expressionless mask, he clearly exuded the aura of murder and death. He also didn't like those wanderers. Then he pointed to the goblins kneeling on the ground. "My lord, these goblins are from the Goblin Kingdom. Now they are afraid of our powerful military force and dare not resist. We captured them and brought them back." When Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on the goblins, they immediately prostrated themselves and said in fear and trepidation, "Please spare us, my king. We were also forced to come here. Please forgive us." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "Send them to the temple to receive the judgment of the priest. Let me ask a few questions first." It can be seen that these goblins are very frightened. Seeing that the steel warriors are respectful to Tang Xiaofan, an ordinary human man, they know that the owner of his Black Technology Castle is the one who decides their fate, and they are even more panicked. Tang Xiaofan asked, "The king of the Goblin Kingdom?" The 18th level Goblin Lord in the lead wanted to speak in panic, but Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and interrupted him. "Answer whatever you are asked. I will not punish you for your past, as long as you can pass the test of sacrifice in the temple." "Praise you, merciful master," the 18th level Goblin Lord said hurriedly. "Is there anyone in the Goblin Kingdom over 20 levels? Tang Xiaofan frowned and asked. The 18th level Goblin Lord nodded and said, "Only the Grand Elder is 20 levels, and he is also the most powerful goblin warrior in the history of the Forest Goblin Clan." The Goblin Clan is widely distributed, not only in the forest, but also in many places. There is not just one Goblin Kingdom. Basically, there is one kingdom, and one ruling power in an area. The Goblin Kingdom, where the level 18 Goblin Lord is located, rules the forest. There are many races like the goblins, and only a few powerful races have only one ruling kingdom in the God and Demon continent, such as the natural Elf Empire. Except for the core of the Elf Empire, the elves in other places are just branches, and these branches are not allowed to hold the kingship. Goblins are different. There are too many goblins, all over the world of God and Demon continent. So there are independent goblin kingdoms in many areas, and each goblin kingdom has its own king. A level 20 Goblin Elder. Tang Xiaofan frowned slightly. The strength of a level 20 warrior is beyond doubt, but that's it. Even if this elder has some special abilities, Tang Xiaofan believes that his Iron Team can still sweep the entire Goblin Kingdom. Now it seems that there are not as many difficulties as he expected. If you want to destroy and conquer the Goblin Kingdom, you only need to get rid of the level 20 Goblin Elder. The other goblins have no power to fight. Tang Xiaofan asked, "How far is your Goblin Kingdom from my castle?" "Almighty Lord, I have a magic map to check." Chapter 150. The 18th level Goblin Lord took out a light golden scroll-like object from his bosom. He stood up carefully and handed the scroll to John Eyre. Then he hurriedly returned to his original position, continued to kneel on the ground and said respectfully, "This is a map of the entire forest, which marks the locations of various forces, including the location of the Goblin Kingdom. The underground capital of the Goblin Kingdom is about 800 kilometers away from your castle." Tang Xiaofan took the magic map handed over by John Eyre, and after spreading it out, it showed the entire forest. The entire map was drawn with black thin lines with large and small mountains, lakes, forests, resource points, force distribution marks, and mineral resource marks. This is a very detailed map. Tang Xiaofan found the location of the Goblin Kingdom on the map. The distance between it and his castle is about 14 centimeters. He compared the map's scale and found that it is 800 kilometers away. How did you appear in this area in such a short time? Tang Xiaofan frowned and asked in confusion. It only took a few days for the goblin tribe in the underground world to join him and believe in him. For his Iron Warrior, the distance of 800 kilometers can be covered in a shorter time by flying at high altitude. But goblins can't fly. If they travel by land, they need to cross mountains one after another, and they also have to be careful of attacks from local forces and wild monsters. If they are not careful, the whole army will be wiped out. Even if the great elder of the Goblin Kingdom got the news and immediately sent goblins to investigate the situation, the speed would not be so fast. Is there an underground passage? Or do the goblins have flying mounts? The 18th level Goblin Lord said respectfully. We are taking the underground safe passage. In order to better manage all the goblin tribes in the forest, the kingdom has established multiple safe passages in the underground world that extend in all directions. Inside the underground safe passages, there are also magic railcars that can slide quickly. With the help of the magic railcar, our team arrived in this area in just 2 days. After that, we have been investigating information about the goblin tribe in the surrounding area. Just when we were about to go to the goblin tribe, we met a few human wanderers, through whom we learned about the Black Technology Castle. So, we were captured by this lord, but we didn't resist at all. The 18th level Goblin Lord and the other 20 or so goblins all looked at Tang Xiaofan with flattery. Tang Xiaofan didn't feel embarrassed, he was used to it. This was the right of the winner. What caught Tang Xiaofan's attention was the underground safe passage, and the magic rail car mentioned by the 18th level Goblin Lord. Beyond my expectation. The Goblin Kingdom not only has underground safe passages extending to all directions and all power areas, but also has built a subway. Isn't the underground magic railcar just a subway? The world of magic is indeed not to be underestimated. Tang Xiaofan suspected that this world might not only have the dwarf airship and elf arc in a certain game. It seems that these local forces have not had a break in the inheritance of civilization. If it is a kind of magic or a martial art, Tang Xiaofan would not care no matter how exaggerated it is, because a single skill cannot form a technology. But the magic railcar is not understood. This is a comprehensive product. There are many problems that need to be solved and many technologies are required. This shows that the magic technology level of the local forces may not be that low. Tang Xiaofan continued to ask, what is the plan of the level 20 Goblin Elder? The level 18 Goblin Lord shook his head and said, the Goblin Elder only sent me here to gather intelligence, and did not tell me the specific plan. But I am very sure that the greedy Goblin Kingdom will definitely invade your castle territory. After becoming Tang Xiaofan's captive, the level 18 Goblin Lord and the goblins around him all hated the greedy Goblin Kingdom. Goblins are originally synonymous with greed, cowardice, and evil. In the face of a powerful existence, they express their submission. The Goblin tribe in the underground world was once a vassal of a dark dragon. They often paid tribute to the dragon to avoid being eaten. But until now, the Goblin tribe has taken refuge in the Black Technology Castle, and the Black Dragon underground has not appeared. Maybe it is full and sleeping. When it wakes up and gets hungry, it will naturally think of the Goblin tribe, the free meal delivery. When faced with a weak existence, the goblins will immediately become greedy and cruel slaughterers. This is the goblin. As a neutral race in the chaotic camp, John Eyre instantly showed his murderous intent after hearing the 18th level Goblin Lord's words about invading the Black Technology Castle, and said to Tang Xiaofan, my lord, please allow me to clean up the disloyal people in the Goblin Kingdom. Respected God's envoy. The 18th level Goblin Lord said cautiously, there may be a large number of warriors in the Goblin Kingdom, and the number of soldiers in the Black Technology Castle is still a bit small. John Eyre glanced at him with disdain. The 18th level Goblin Lord immediately lowered his head in fear, and dared not say more. Tang Xiaofan said, why did you capture those wanderers and send them back? The 18th level Goblin Lord said, the purpose of capturing them is to investigate the information of the other world. Tang Xiaofan said, how do you know about the other world? Not only goblins, but also goblins, two-headed ogres, and lizardmen know about the other world, and it seems that there are unusual existences. The 18th level Goblin Lord said, some time ago, a voice sounded in our minds, telling us that creatures from another world have descended on the god and demon continent. This voice said that only by killing the creatures from other worlds and destroying their castles can they live happily. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. He didn't know where this voice came from, or which terrifying existence it came from. But he finally knew why the local forces and wild monsters would attack the castle lord's castle so actively. Mysterious power reward. Isn't this similar to the welfare of their castle lord? The only difference is that the two are from different forces. Who is the owner of the voice? We don't know. Tang Xiaofan frowned and then changed the subject. How many people are there in the Goblin Kingdom? And how big is the army? The Goblin Lord said quickly. There are about 1 million goblins in the forest. The core population of the kingdom has a legion of 5,000 elite goblin warriors. The Goblin Lord spoke in great detail. He was not a legion warrior, but a member of the palace guard of the Goblin Kingdom. His duty was to protect the king and guard the palace. Because of his status, the level 20 Goblin Grand Elder found him and sent him to lead a team of goblins to participate in this mission. As someone close to the power center of the Goblin Kingdom, the level 18 Goblin Lord knew a lot of information about the Goblin Kingdom, including the number of strong men, the size of the kingdom's army, and the Goblin Kingdom's defense deployment, etc. He was quite familiar with these secrets. Chapter 151. Tang Xiaofan looked at him. What's your name? The 18th level Goblin Lord said respectfully. My lord, my name is Ka Zudu, a member of the palace guard of the Goblin King. My father is the commander of the 3rd Legion of the kingdom, a late 19th level warrior, and my mother is... Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and seeing this, Ka Zudu immediately shut up. Tang Xiaofan said, Ka Zudu, go back to the Goblin Kingdom and tell them that there are multiple 18th level warriors in the Black Technology Castle. Do you understand? I understand. Ka Duju promises to complete the mission. The Goblin Ka Duju immediately accepted the order. He didn't know why Tang Xiaofan did this, but he didn't intend to ask clearly, because being able to go back meant escaping death. Tang Xiaofan said, your team members stay here and say they are in trouble. Yes, my lord. Soon the Goblin Ka Duju left the Black Technology Castle independently. He was also ruthless. In order to act more realistically, he found a broken sword and stabbed himself several times. The armor on his body was also chopped into pieces by him. Finally, the Goblin Kadudu, with a painful expression, walked towards the underground passage alone. Tang Xiaofan was not worried that Kadudu would expose himself. He had already reminded him, and Kadudu naturally knew what to do. Besides, as long as Kadudu was not stupid enough to mention the Almighty Lord in front of other goblins, or pray in public, he would not be discovered. Normally, it is difficult for people to detect whether they are believers or not. As for betrayal, Tang Xiaofan didn't care at all. At that time, it would just be one more soul killed by the sword. As for these, Tang Xiaofan looked at the 20 or so Kingdom Goblin warriors, who were still kneeling in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said to Jean Eyre, take them to the temple, and let the priest judge them. Yes, my lord. Jean Eyre acted without hesitation, waving his giant axe, and driving the goblins towards the temple. The Kingdom Goblins lowered their heads, and obeyed the arrangement. Jean Eyre asked respectfully at this time, my lord, after Kodoko passes the news to the Goblin Kingdom, the Goblin Kingdom is likely to send a legion to attack the Black Technology Castle. Do we need to take any precautions? A soldier's duty is to fight, Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. As for the defense of the Black Technology Castle, don't worry, Jarvis will arrange it. Tang Xiaofan looked at the magic map in his hand. Jarvis, have you included the map? I didn't expect there would be an elf tribe. Yes, sir. The map has been included. The elves don't seem to be far from my Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up slightly. After all, these were not the elves recruited by the castle lord, but the native elves born and raised in the god and demon continent. They were very attractive to him, and he wanted to catch some and raise them. The elves in the god and demon continent are mainly natural elves, mastering the power of nature. Among them, there are also extremely rare elemental elves, such as ice elves, fire elves, wind elves, sea elves, holy light elves, night elves, etc. But most of them are ordinary natural elves. The elf tribe in the forest is a branch of the natural elf empire from the central area, with a population of about 3,000 elves. This is the information discovered by the Goblin Kingdom, recorded on the magic map. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also discovered through this magic map that in the forest, in addition to high-level races such as elves, there is also a dragon nest, a pure-blooded dwarf kingdom, and other powerful local forces. There is even a Warcraft family established by Warcraft above level 20. Magic beasts are nobler than wild monsters. Wild monsters that reach level 20 can be called magic beasts. Magic beasts above level 20 can speak human language and have extraordinary wisdom. However, due to their origin as wild monsters, the family forces established by magic beasts above level 20 are not considered as local wisdom forces. The reason is very simple. The inheritance time of magic beast families above level 20 is too short. Creatures similar to wild monsters, such as giants, dragons, beasts, etc., are all inherited from ancient times and have a long history. There is only one family of Warcraft in the forest. Don't worry too much. What needs attention is the local forces, such as the Dragon's Nest, the Forest Giant Kingdom, the Dwarf Kingdom, etc. As long as these local forces can be suppressed, my Black Technology Castle can rule the forest and establish a Black Technology dynasty. Tang Xiaofan thought of the level 20 fire dragon that he had only met twice. That dragon should be from the Dragon's Nest in the forest. As for the arrogant fire dragon, Tang Xiaofan was just thinking about it, but he was not afraid of it. As long as it dares to come, the warriors under Tang Xiaofan will teach it how to be a docile dragon. Tang Xiaofan said to Jean Eyre, who was standing respectfully beside him, "The elf tribe will be the first high-level local force we attack the castle. The Goblin Kingdom is about 800 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, and the elf tribe is only 200 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle. It is easy for Tang Xiaofan to make a choice. If the situation is optimistic, Tang Xiaofan's warrior team may have already conquered the elf tribe before the Goblin Kingdom's army comes. As for the army of the Goblin Kingdom, Tang Xiaofan actually didn't take it seriously from the beginning. Because the big mushroom in the castle is a fatal attack to the army underground. When the Goblin army comes out from underground and gathers at the entrance of the cave, a big mushroom will be planted to end the battle. Even if the Goblin Grand Elder above level 20 is lucky enough to survive, he is only level 20, and a warrior grandmaster can be sent to deal with him. In front of the Mark II armor equipped with the arc reactor, any master is a piece of cake. Yes, my lord. After saluting, Jean Eyre prepared to gather the troops. According to Jarvis's military merits, Jean Eyre, as one of the only two majors, could gather his 1,000-man army. He had memorized the route to the elf tribe from the magic map. With their flying speed, it would not take too long to reach the elf tribe. From gathering to departure to the combat zone, it would take at most half an hour. Of course, if they were running on the ground, they would have to pass through the continuous mountains, which would take a long time. This is the advantage of flying, but Tang Xiaofan stopped him and said, "Don't rush to set off. This time, I will fully staff your second corps." Now that the territory has expanded, in addition to combat troops, there are also patrols, guards, rotations, and other tasks. Tang Xiaofan plans to recruit another 1,000 soldiers. Because of the increase in skilled workers, the production efficiency of Mark II armor has also increased. Although the Mark III automatic equipment armor is being developed, combat does not wait, and the Mark II can also be transformed into the Mark III, so Tang Xiaofan directly ordered to continue production. Now that most of the equipment has been made, it is the right time to recruit. Chapter 152. All the warriors recruited this time are fighting masters. They are born at level 18, and can all reach a level of more than 50% armor control rate. Meet the Lord. As teams of fighting masters were summoned, they were led by the lieutenants of the original 2nd Regiment to form new combat teams. To fill the vacancies this time, the lieutenants and backbones of the original 2nd Regiment's combat team were transferred out to form a new combat team, and the original deputy positions were promoted to full positions. As the 2nd Regiment began to organize their equipment and familiarize themselves with the orders, Tang Xiaofan put away the magic map. This thing was very important, and could be used as a war atlas later. So Tang Xiaofan carefully stored the magic map in the Cyclops ring. Things stored in space equipment will not be lost. Tang Xiaofan was not worried about the safety of the 2nd Regiment. After the Battle of the Beast Tide and the overnight hunting, the 2nd Regiment had extremely rich combat experience, and all members were equipped with arc reactors. Jarvis could directly micromanage and command, so Tang Xiaofan didn't need to worry at all. At the same time, a pair of large Pelican airships followed the 2nd Regiment, and the pilots were a group of female farmers, who looked like female gangsters, wearing flight suits and sunglasses. They gathered in the automatic mechanical arm workshop and unscrupulously commented on the new soldiers of the 2nd Regiment, who were queuing up to change their clothes. The new and old soldiers are easy to distinguish. One is the hairstyle, and the other is the tattoo. Because of the existence of barbershops, almost everyone will go to get a haircut. The emergence of tattoos is because after the painters drew patterns on the armor, the soldiers found that they could paint on the body, which immediately became a trend. Now both men and women in the castle have tattoos, and there are all kinds of strange patterns. The newly summoned fighting masters, however, are like tender white roosters. Now the female farmers have almost become the tyrants in the city. Although some soldiers have married female farmers, and formed their own small families in the dormitory building, most of the female farmers have no such idea at all. According to them, they have not enjoyed enough and are not in a hurry to get married, Tang Xiaofan has decentralized the management of the city and the army. Since the military commander and the city manager did not raise any issues, Tang Xiaofan was too lazy to care. Because of this, the female farmers were even more complacent. Back on the top floor of the castle, Tang Xiaofan opened the World Chat channel. The World Chat channel was still quite lively. There were always a large number of castle lords and wanderers chatting and speaking on it. The enthusiasm of the Beast Tide activity had completely subsided, and Tang Xiaofan's demons were only mentioned occasionally. As for the fact that Tang Xiaofan destroyed 2 castle forces in a row late last night, it had long been forgotten. The reason, of course, was that wars between castles were common. Not only Tang Xiaofan, many castle lords had already started castle wars and had been attacking surrounding castle forces. So far, Tang Xiaofan has only destroyed 3 castle forces in total. Compared to some war maniacs and other level castle lords, this number is actually not much. After browsing the chat messages for a while, Tang Xiaofan was about to exit the World Chat channel when he suddenly found that many people were asking for help in the channel, and the person they were asking for help was him. Boss Tang Xiaofan, help! A team of 6 people was captured by a group of goblins near Twin Mountains 2 hours ago, and is now being taken to the Goblin Kingdom. Boss Tang Xiaofan, help us! We originally came to seek refuge with you. Master Tang Xiaofan, please save me. The goblins who captured our team claimed that they would take us back for barbecue. It's so King horrible, the goblins actually eat people. Please help, Master Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan, you can't just ignore us. No matter what, our team is going to seek refuge with you. The most important thing is that we are innocent. The people from the Goblin Kingdom were clearly looking for trouble with the Black Technology Castle, trying to find out the intelligence of the Black Technology Castle, and then send a large army to besiege it. We helped you step on the landmine. The guys upstairs are miserable. Not only did they fail to join the army of Tang Xiaofan, but they were also captured by the Goblin Kingdom, the enemy of the Black Technology Castle. I have to say, their luck is incredible. Why did the Goblin Kingdom want to trouble Tang Xiaofan? What other reasons could there be? Tang Xiaofan killed too many goblins, and his hatred value skyrocketed, alarming the Goblin Kingdom in the forest. Killing goblins will increase hatred value. When the hatred value reaches a certain level, it will be blacklisted by the kingdom and other forces. One of my friends was blacklisted by the Goblin Kingdom, and now he is scared to death. That friend is you, right? I think Boss Tang Xiaofan should save these wanderers. After all, they are all going to the Black Technology Castle. The Black Technology Castle has the obligation and moral obligation to save them from the goblins. Goddess bitch, get out of here. Why should Boss Tang Xiaofan save them? They wanted to go there on their own, not Boss Tang Xiaofan who invited them. What does their being caught along the way have to do with Boss Tang Xiaofan? Going to war with the Goblin Kingdom for a few wanderers is not worth it. I am also a wanderer, and I stand up and say that if Tang Xiaofan does not help, which wanderer will go to him in the future? Our Wanderer Alliance will also boycott the Black Technology Castle because of this matter. Agree +1. Haha, it sounds like Tang Xiaofan welcomes you wanderers. Boycott? Our castle forces firmly support Tang Xiaofan in boycotting your Wanderer Alliance. I can guarantee that if you wanderers dare to appear in the sphere of influence of the Black Technology Castle, you will definitely be expelled by the demons of the big boss Tang Xiaofan, and you may even be killed directly. It is simply a matter that is outrageous to both humans and gods. Don't take yourself too seriously. The castle forces and the wanderer forces quarreled in the World Chat channel. The core content of the quarrel was whether Tang Xiaofan should save those people. After all, they were captured by the goblins of the Goblin Kingdom because they wanted to join the Black Technology Castle. The two sides started from the cause of the incident, and finally rose to the height of morality and justice. The argument was so lively. Anyway, the World Chat channel was quite intense. As for Tang Xiaofan, the protagonist at the center of the incident, he just turned off the World Chat channel. Save those wanderers? Overthinking. Tang Xiaofan had learned from John Eyre that after being caught by the Kingdom Goblins, those wanderers directly sold the Black Technology Castle. Otherwise, the Goblin Lord card would not have locked the Black Technology Castle so quickly. Tang Xiaofan did not directly send the warriors to chop them up, which was considered that he was slow. Tang Xiaofan had no good feelings for those wanderers at all. Chapter 153. Just then, Tang Xiaofan suddenly saw a new message in the friend column. So far, he has only 2 friends. One is the little Lolita in the underground world. The other is Yi Shui who sold him the blueprint yesterday. Yi Shui's castle is the home of the Ice Elves, located at the border of the area ruled by the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Big brother, will you save those wanderers? Obviously, the one who sent the message was the little Lolita, and she also paid attention to the turmoil in the world chat channel. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. Of course not, I won't save those people. Little Loli, oh, what if Kura was captured by the goblins? Well, the big guys come to save Kura. Which goblin dares to capture you? I've destroyed all their lairs. Are there goblins targeting you? Don't be afraid, I buy a magic portal and come to help you. Yeah. Little Tsungli was very happy. As for the wanderer, the little Loli forgot about it in an instant. She trusted Tang Xiaofan very much. Tang Xiaofan, I have good news for you. Since Kura built the dwarf palace, many guests have come to the castle, not only dark iron dwarves, but also orthodox dwarves. Looking at the message sent by the little Loli, Tang Xiaofan's expression was stunned for a moment. Are they all here to join you? The role of the dwarf palace can greatly increase the chances of the dwarves in the local forces joining you. Tang Xiaofan had no confidence to refute the little Loli's luck. Until now, his castle had not seen any local intelligent creatures come to join him. All of them came to cause trouble for him, and some even hated him to the point of being his mortal enemy. The dark iron dwarves stayed. The orthodox dwarves only came to pay homage to the dwarf palace. The old man stayed in Kura's castle. Tang Xiaofan asked, Dwarf old man, what level? The little girl replied, Kura doesn't know. The dwarf old man didn't tell her. He just told Kura to help prevent the invasion of dark creatures and asked Kura to call him Saint. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched. The dwarf Xavier took the initiative to join the little girl. He was the first peak level 18 dark iron dwarf, and has now been promoted to level 20. Tang Xiaofan was almost certain that the old dwarf, who could make him respect him and call him a saint, was a master of level 21. Tang Xiaofan was shocked by the little Lolita's luck. It doesn't make sense at all. Tang Xiaofan was very confused. He learned from the Goblin Lord Kadu that the local forces were very hostile to them, the castle masters from another world. The two sides were almost enemies to the death. This can also be seen from the experience of the Black Technology Castle. The war between the castle forces and the local forces is an inevitable trend and cannot be stopped. But what about the little Loli? There are local intelligent creatures who come to her for help. It's okay to have a sky swordsman dwarf Xavier, but now even a level 21 strong man of the orthodox dwarf clan has joined her castle forces, sitting in the dwarf palace for her, and actively helping the little Loli's castle resist the invasion of dark creatures. This is simply illogical. Could it be that the little Loli's luck value has reached a terrifying value, allowing the local intelligent creatures to ignore her identity as an alien life? Facing the little Lolita's luck, Tang Xiaofan couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only conclude that the goddess of luck and the little Lolita were a family. Tang Xiaofan asked, What's the old dwarf's temper like? Remember to build a good relationship with him, and go to him when you are in danger. Yeah. The little Lolita replied obediently. Don't worry, big brother. The old dwarf is very good to Kura. He also gave Kura a hat made of gold. It's just like the crown in the movie. But when Kura put it on, it felt too heavy and ugly, like something a man would wear. Tang Xiaofan gritted his teeth and felt a little sour. Since it's a gift from the old man, just keep it. It doesn't matter if it's ugly or not. You get used to it after wearing it more. Well then. By the way, the dwarf grandfather also gave Kura a high-level refining shop blueprint. It can allow 100 dwarves to forge equipment at the same time. Kura has already built it, and asked the dwarves to speed up the forging of equipment. It won't be long before Kura and Dada can sell equipment to make money. Yes. Tang Xiaofan was calm. In front of the active surrender of a level 21 strongman, a high-level refining equipment layout drawing didn't seem to be a big deal. How are the 3 black dragon eggs? Well, Uncle Xavier said that the dragon eggs will hatch tomorrow. Tang Xiaofan nodded happily. Train them well, they will become your right-hand men. Yes, don't worry, Dada Kura knows. After chatting with the little Lolita in the underground world for a while, Tang Xiaofan was ready to delete the friend request that kept flashing on the side. At this time, he accidentally found a familiar name, Bear Grylls of the ancient giant bear castle. Huh? Tang Xiaofan was a little stunned. This time, he didn't search for keywords specifically, it was purely accidental. The number of people who applied for his friend has reached hundreds again. It must be fate that he could accidentally find Bear Grylls' friend request among them. Tang Xiaofan clicked in and saw the title of the message, Emergency, concerning the safety of the Black Technology Castle. The title is quite attractive. Is this a job transfer to a certain shock department? Tang Xiaofan is not disgusted with Bai Yi, the recognized male god by countless castle lords, but he does not want to have too much contact with him. because Bai Yi is too determined and has too strong desires. It seems that he was born to be a hegemon who dominates one side. In this world, Bai Yi has a kingly demeanor. Dealing with such a person is not an easy thing. Otherwise, Tang Xiaofan would not have deleted Bai Yi directly because of the reward of the Beast Tide event. Tang Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to accept Bear's friend request. He wanted to know what Bear meant by it's about the safety of the Black Technology Castle. On the Kaomi Prairie, the majestic and heroic Bear was leading his ancient giant bear group to hunt a group of orcs. Orcs are a race different from orcs, belonging to the evil race of the Chaos Camp, the most famous of which is the Centaur, known as the Bandit on the Prairie. Suddenly, Bear's expression was stunned, and then he showed a look of surprise. Tang Xiaofan added me as a friend? Bai Yi thought he would be rejected by Tang Xiaofan again, but he didn't expect Tang Xiaofan to do things beyond his expectations. Be careful this time, don't be impatient, don't say the wrong thing, or you will be deleted by Tang Xiaofan again. He regretted being deleted by Tang Xiaofan last time. At this time, Tang Xiaofan sent a message, let's talk about business. Bai Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He was ready to express his apology to Tang Xiaofan for the last incident, but Tang Xiaofan didn't give him the chance at all. He had no choice but to reply. Several top castle owners in the forest have formed an anti-demon alliance, and they plan to gather the alliance forces within a week to besiege your Black Technology Castle. Chapter 154. Seeing Bear's message, Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, the local forces and wild monster forces are scattered all over the forest. Are you sure they can gather together? Bear replied, they can avoid many dangerous places. That's basically impossible. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, the forest is 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers long and wide, and the area is too large. Give them a month, and they may not be able to appear in front of me. Bear's eyes lit up. Tang Xiaofan knew so much about the forest. He guessed that Tang Xiaofan should also have a magic map in his hand. He replied, I heard that the lords of the top-level castles have moved out of the heart of the castle. They are coming towards your Black Technology Castle with the help of the Alliance's flying troops. In addition, they are also recruiting castle owners with flying troops in the forest in order to achieve the goal of gathering within a week. In short, the Anti-Demon Alliance has a strong intention to destroy your castle. Seeing the news from Bear Grylls, Tang Xiaofan whispered, flying troops. This type of troops has a natural advantage because they can fly. For example, Zhou Yong's top troop, the Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf, is a flying troop. Facing the troops on land, the Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf has an inherent advantage, and it is easy to win in a battle of the same level. The Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf is powerless to resist only when it encounters Tang Xiaofan's armored warriors. If it were a land-based soldier, Zhou Yong would not be so scared that he would run away directly, and he was even killed by Tang Xiaofan's warrior team on the way to escape. If the Anti-Demon Alliance uses all flying troops, it is possible that they can really complete the assembly within a week. The dangers on land do not put too much pressure on the flying troops. As long as the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance use the guidance of the magic map to avoid those dangerous areas, it is really not a big problem to gather near the Twin Mountains within the deadline. In other words, the top castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance claimed that they would besiege the Black Technology Castle within a week. They are sure of it. You have to be careful. In the friend column, Bear Grylls sent a message. I heard that in the Anti-Demon Alliance, there is a castle lord with the top-level troops, the Eternal Treeman Guard, who won the reward for the top 100 in the Beast Tide event. A magic scroll was randomly found, which can balance the strong man at the peak of level 20. Tang Xiaofan asked curiously, how do you know so much about the Anti-Demon League? Kaomi Prairie, Bai Yi replied with a smile. I have a wide range of friends. So far, there is a castle lord in the Anti-Demon League who is my friend. When chatting with me this morning, something was revealed. I don't like to make friends with people who betray their friends. Seeing Tang Xiaofan's reply, the smile on Bai Yi's face suddenly froze. There was a hint of resentment in the deep blue tiger eyes. He betrayed his friend for whom? Fortunately, Tang Xiaofan comforted him in time, but I don't think that person should be considered your friend. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Tang Xiaofan would find an excuse and delete him again. Bai Yi continued the conversation and quickly replied, I was abrupt last time. You and I don't know each other. What about this time? I helped you a lot. Bai Yi naturally understood that you were playing tricks with Tang Xiaofan, but he didn't understand, so he explained it directly. Tang Xiaofan didn't want to appreciate it, and argued, this is not a help, it's just a reminder, because even if I was kept in the dark and the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance gathered to kill me, They would also have only one way to die. Not a help. If hundreds of castle lords unite, you are not afraid? Once your level 20 demon warrior is imprisoned by the magic scroll, your black technology castle is likely to be in danger. Tang Xiaofan was stunned and replied coldly, "You want to find out my secrets again? I have no such intention. I just hope you can be more vigilant and don't underestimate the anti-demon alliance." "Oh, okay. If there is nothing else, let's do it." "Wait a minute." Bai Yi replied hurriedly, "I have brought you news anyway." The process of him adding Tang Xiaofan as a friend was simply difficult. Up to now, he has applied to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend for no less than 20 or 30 times, and almost all of them were rejected by Tang Xiaofan. I had finally added it before, but Tang Xiaofan turned around and deleted it. Bai Yi didn't want to be deleted by Tang Xiaofan again. I am also one of the founders of the Alliance of Gods. I can often get their news, which is helpful to you. Tang Xiaofan thought about it, and it was not bad to have someone to help him find out. So he asked, "So what do you want to do?" Bai Yi knew that it was a critical moment, and quickly replied seriously, "No other meaning. To be honest, your black technology castle power has unlimited future prospects, and it is bound to become the dynasty overlord of a region. I don't want to be your enemy. Maybe we can cooperate and build top castle strength together." This is what Bear Grylls really thinks, and it is also one of the reasons why he has been adding Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan is the strongest castle lord recognized by the game official, and is said to be at the top of all living beings. If it is not necessary, no castle lord wants to be an enemy of Tang Xiaofan. As for the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance, why do they want to attack the Black Technology Castle? It is completely due to geographical factors. Like Tang Xiaofan, they all want to rule this vast and resource-rich forest, and no one wants to withdraw. In this case, they can only go to war. If Tang Xiaofan doesn't die, they must die. Only by destroying Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle can the Anti-Demon Alliance they established dominate this area. Because Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is growing too fast. When someone broke the news last night that Tang Xiaofan has a level 20 demon, several top castle masters of the Anti-Demon Alliance were shocked and felt their scalps tingling. They dare not let Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle develop wildly. Otherwise, they will be the ones who are eventually expelled from the forest or even killed directly. They are panic, dread, and fear. Therefore, they are determined to concentrate the power of the Anti-Demon Alliance in the near future to completely eliminate Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. In this way, they will have no worries and can develop their power with peace of mind. Tang Xiaofan understood Bai Yi's idea and replied, "Let's talk about making friends later. I don't have many friends." Bai Yi was happy, knowing that he had passed the test temporarily, leave the future to fate. On the Karami Prairie, Bear Grylls swung his sword and slashed out a sword light that was several meters long. As the sword light passed, several elite orcs died instantly, and a small-scale hunting operation ended. Looking at the message in the friend column, Bear Grylls smiled, and he felt that his reply was quite good. Leave the future to fate. What will happen in the future, whether he and Tang Xiaofan are enemies, friends, or other relationships, will be determined by fate. Chapter 155. After a long time, Bear Grylls didn't receive a reply from Tang Xiaofan. He rolled his eyes silently. As expected, Tang Xiaofan was a straight man. But at least we have taken the first step. The most difficult problem has been solved. As if he had thought of something, Bear Grylls' mood became quite good. At this time, another message came from a friend. Bear Grylls opened it quickly, but saw that the person who sent the message was not Tang Xiaofan, but one of the 9 members of the Alliance of Gods, the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle. The Lord of Black Dragon Castle. Bai Yi, do you still have the factory blueprint? I buy it at a high price. Bai Yi was inexplicably disgusted. Factory blueprint? He had already sold it to Tang Xiaofan, half sold it, and even if he didn't give it to Tang Xiaofan, he wouldn't have sold it to anyone else. Do you really think that Bai Yi is a rough man? The Lord of Black Dragon Castle certainly didn't expect Bai Yi's idea, and he continued to ask, "Have you added Tang Xiaofan as your friend?" "Yes." The Lord of Black Dragon Castle said seriously, "It's a good opportunity for you to mention Zhou Yong's matter to Tang Xiaofan. Zhou Yong is a member of our alliance. The alliance needs Tang Xiaofan to give an explanation for killing him. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, you have to give an explanation to the other members of the alliance, right? What explanation do you want?" Bai Yi was speechless, defeated by the logic of the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle. Zhou Yong was unlucky. The castle fell near Tang Xiaofan, and he couldn't blame others for dying at Tang Xiaofan's hands. Besides, Do you think someone like Tang Xiaofan would bow his head to our God's alliance and give us an explanation? What explanation do you want? Let Tang Xiaofan say sorry, he killed the wrong person? The Lord of Black Dragon Castle. At least let him say sorry. Bai Yi directly closed the friend column. He felt no need to reply. The Lord of Black Dragon Castle's proposal made him feel very impatient. How could he not know what kind of personality Tang Xiaofan had? After all, he had been deleted by Tang Xiaofan before. If he asked Tang Xiaofan to give an explanation for Zhou Yang's matter with a questioning tone, he had no doubt that Tang Xiaofan would turn around and delete him again. He had finally eased the relationship with Tang Xiaofan, so how could he offend Tang Xiaofan because of a dead and unfamiliar alliance member? Such an act is really stupid. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle is also stupid enough. Or maybe he didn't know his position after becoming a member of the Alliance of All Gods. The Alliance of Gods is indeed very strong, and it can be said to be the most powerful alliance among the castle forces, but just based on this point, they want to force Tang Xiaofan to retreat. To put it bluntly, it was just a fantasy. He would not be stupid enough to lose the friends he had added with great difficulty. All troops, listen up. Attack the target, the Kobold tribe 7 kilometers away. Clear this field. Roar, roar, roar. Dozens of mighty ancient giant bears raised their heads and roared. Under the leadership of Bear Grylls, the ancient giant bear team quickly disappeared in the distance. Humph. In the mountains and forests near the Black Dragon Castle, a young man riding on the back of a dark dragon roared angrily. It's Tang Xiaofan again. Why are you always against me? Not only did you steal my first place in the rankings, you also stole the factory blueprint that Bear Grylls was going to give me. Now, because of you, Bear Grylls is ignoring me. The young man was so angry that his face turned red. He also realized why Bear Grylls was angry. A person like Tang Xiaofan, who stood above all the castle lords, would never give face to the Alliance of Gods. He asked Bear Grylls to ask Tang Xiaofan to give an explanation to the Alliance of Gods. Wouldn't that indirectly let Bear Grylls offend Tang Xiaofan? Obviously, Bear would not do that, so he got angry and cut off the communication. But Bear would not be wrong. How dare he blame Bear? Bear is a member of the Alliance of Gods, and he needs to curry favor with him. If you want to hate, you have to hate Tang Xiaofan. If there is no Tang Xiaofan, there will be no such thing today. One day, sooner or later, I will kill Tang Xiaofan with my own hands. Wait a minute. It seems that the Anti-Demon Alliance in the forest has been making a lot of noise recently, and it seems that they are gathering together to besiege Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. Should I get involved? The young man's eyes showed a struggle, hesitation, and hatred. He was in Cameron Highlands, adjacent to the forest. The distance between them was about 1,000 kilometers. With the speed of his dragon army, they could arrive soon. Wait a little longer. Let's see if the Anti-Demon Alliance has a chance of winning first. If the Anti-Demon Alliance's assembled army is no match for Tang Xiaofan, I'd be killed if I go. But if Tang Xiaofan is weak, I might as well go and join in the fun. Ha ha. The young man sneered, and in the sky, more than 10 black dragons sprayed dragon breath towards the rat tribe below. The blazing dragon flames, like the anger in his heart, were difficult to calm down for a long time. Soon, this small rat tribe was slaughtered by his black dragons. Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan was watching a basketball game, of course. It was the basketball game of the God and Demon Continent. It was a modified basketball game, more like a rugby game. The rules were much looser than the game on Blue Star. After all, the contestants were too strong. With a height of more than 2 meters and extremely strong limbs, they run like small tanks on the basketball court. Of course, the most exciting thing is the collision between small tanks. This kind of scene of people and horses falling down is also the favorite moment of the audience on the sidelines. This game is a battle for the top spot in the league. The two sides are the 7th Company of the 1st Army, which is mainly composed of veterans, and the 19th Company of the 2nd Army, which is mainly composed of new recruits. The game entered its climax from the beginning. Because the rules do not have any restrictions on traveling, bumping, hitting, etc., except for not allowing malicious fouls, and the basket is relatively large and the backboard is extremely heavy, which is particularly suitable for dunking and scoring. Therefore, the tall warriors of both sides kept colliding in the air, and soon sparks flew. Come on, Fight 56, knock over that rookie. Fight 1703, don't forget your fists, knock him. Warrior 2nd Regiment cowards, wait for your ass. You guys from the 2nd Regiment, you are the masters of fighting, don't be defeated by those old-fashioned people. The fans of both sides also joined the quarrel crazily, exposing each other's shortcomings and mocking each other. without caring about Tang Xiufan's presence. Because Tang Xiufan also participated in the roar on the sidelines, he kept shouting and cursing, sometimes supporting the 7th company, sometimes supporting the 19th company, but unfortunately his voice was drowned in the noisy waves on the sidelines and was inconspicuous. In the end, this fierce duel ended with the 19th company narrowly winning by 1 goal. Everyone dispersed, leaving Tang Xiufan alone. Everyone was arranged to work by Jarvis, and even the time for watching the game and relaxing was calculated. Only Tang Xiufan was free. As long as he made a good plan, Jarvis and other farmers in the management would arrange the work. And every farmer, no matter what work he was doing, was full of enthusiasm and pride. They were very satisfied with their lives, so in the Black Technology Castle, only Tang Xiufan was very idle. Chapter 156. The farmers in the castle, some cooking, some working, even the little angels, were praying, accumulating energy, preparing to hunt and upgrade their levels. Everyone was busy, only Tang Xiufan was idle. He suddenly hoped that the Anti-Demon Alliance's alliance army would gather earlier and besiege his Black Technology Castle, so that he would have something to do, and not be so idle. Up to now, there are more than 200 little angels in my castle, and there is also a special angel. It's just that their abilities are not enough, they don't have enough battles, and they don't grow fast. But praying in the temple, and soothing the farmers' hearts should be enough. Thinking of this, Tang Xiufan's mood gradually improved. Time passed, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. The 200 or so little angels in the Angel Legion all returned. After a day of hunting, some of them have reached level 6 and gained a lot. But after all, their strength is still too low, and they can't hunt at night like the warrior team. At night, the strength of wild monsters increases 3 times. This is not something the current Angel Corps can handle. The open space near the castle is piled with the Angel Corps' harvest today, with nearly 1,000 wild monster corpses. It can be seen that the Angel Corps is working very hard. As for the corpses of wild monsters, the farmers will naturally deal with them. Now Tang Xiufan has handed over the collection and decomposition work to the officials of Nongyi Town. Tang Xiufan only needs to count the harvest of soul stones, drawings, etc. Not bad. Tang Xiufan took the spoils handed over by a certain angel of Heart Tiga. In one day, the Angel Corps harvested more than 240 soul stones in total. This is not bad. At least it shows that the Angel Corps has a large combat range. Compared with the warriors, who could not fly at the beginning, the Angel Corps can fly, which is a great advantage. In other words, their upgraded level is a waste of money. Tang Xiufan looked at his soul stone reserve again. Soul stone. 7,765 pieces. Some of the soul stones were harvested by the warrior team last night. Last night, in addition to conquering 2 castle forces, the warriors also destroyed 2 goblin tribes, and hunted a large number of wild monsters, which was a great harvest. Not long after, the first group of warriors also returned. More than 400 iron warriors returned together, and the scene was very shocking. The reason why not all the members were dispatched was because the castle needed to be guarded, so some people were assigned to patrol the castle, and the second group also assigned some people to patrol. Not bad. Tang Xiufan scanned each soldier. They had grown a lot. Most of them had been promoted by 1 or 2 levels. It was time to make up for the vacancies, and make up 1,000 places, like the second army. Finally, Tang Xiufan's eyes fell on John E. Lord. John E. flew down from the angel, and saluted respectfully. He held a giant axe, and exuded a sharp aura. Although there was only 1 level difference between level 21 and level 20, the momentum and combat power were completely 2 levels. Starting from level 21, the creature began to leave the mortal body, and began to transform into a god. As of now, he has a level 21 warrior, and a level 20 warrior named John Eyre. Among all the castle forces, his strength is definitely the strongest. Of course, the lucky little Lolita in the underground world, who is guarded by a level 21 old dwarf, is not included in his calculations. Then Tang Xiufan said, the army begins to expand. Reorganize the team according to their respective ranks, integrate newcomers into the team, and ensure that the combat effectiveness will not decline. Yes, my lord. John E. saluted respectfully, and obeyed Tang Xiufan's words without hesitation. Tang Xiufan said, in the future, the 2 warrior corps must cooperate with each other and compete with each other. Make contributions to the Black Technology Castle to rule this world. Lord, please rest assured, Ejuan will not let you down. Zhang Yi's eyes burst into a blazing flame. The corps leader is a goal he is willing to fight for with his life. Tang Xiufan immediately went to the farmer's factory, and began to recruit fighting masters. As more than 600 strong men were summoned and the team was reorganized, Johnny happily took his team to wash, eat and drink. The EP101 army had a lot of gains from this hunting expedition, including more than 2,000 wild monster corpses, more than 500 soul stones, and a blueprint for a mid-level magic equipment. The soul stones continued to be stored, and the food collected from the wild monster corpses was put on the trading channel as usual. As for the collected monster materials and the blueprint for the mid-level magic equipment, Tang Xiaofan forwarded them all to the little Lolita in the underground world, asking her dwarfs to make them into equipment. Everything was done. Tang Xiaofan also held a grand dinner in the castle to welcome the new warriors and the little angels. Countless delicacies were served from the kitchen. Now the delicacies of the Black Technology Castle were prepared by the chef master himself. They were absolutely delicious and colorful. There were not only Chinese food, but also Western food, Mexican food, Japanese food, etc. There was everything you could think of, and it was dazzling. Although the little angels did not need to eat, no one could resist the delicious food, and they ate happily. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan had already ordered the beer in the bar to be available, but he required that people not get drunk. Therefore, although the atmosphere was very warm, it was not out of control. It was just that under the instigation of several female farmers, several new fighting masters fought with those warriors. As expected, each of the new fighting masters was very powerful, which made those female farmers scream. After eating and drinking, Tang Xiaofan did not continue to attend the banquet, but returned to the bedroom of the castle, ready to bid for the space teleportation magic circle drawing. At this time, a message appeared in his mind. It turned out to be the frontline intelligence of the Second Army sent by Jarvis. In the picture, John Eyre was waiting respectfully. When he saw Tang Xiaofan, he hurriedly said, "My lord, the elf tribe is different from what we thought, and it's a bit troublesome." Tang Xiaofan frowned and said, "Oh, our people are injured?" John Eyre said respectfully, "No, the armor is so powerful that naturally no local forces can hurt me. It's just that I was careless when spying on the elf tribe and exposed my whereabouts." John Eyre explained that he was sneaking into the elf tribe for reconnaissance after arriving at the elf tribe. He was discovered because of carelessness when evacuating. Of course, he left quickly after being discovered. Tang Xiaofan was a little surprised. "You, such a master, were also discovered?" John Eyre is now a powerful level 20 warrior, and his movement speed is like a ghost. Moreover, after his armor was modified by Jarvis, it can adjust the color as the environment changes, making it extremely difficult to be discovered. If John Eyre wants to hide his figure, it is difficult to be discovered. Chapter 157. It can be said that John Eyre's ability to hide is very strong. He is a natural assassin. "Yes, my lord." John Eyre nodded and said, "The perception of the 21st level elf elder is very sharp. She can detect very subtle fluctuations. Even my slight movements cannot be hidden from her." After a pause, John Eyre looked at Tang Xiaofan carefully, and then said, "After I investigated the population, strength, defense distribution and other intelligence information of the elf tribe, I did not evacuate immediately. I wanted to sneak into the treasury of the elf tribe, to see if there were any treasures inside. When I was hiding, I must have triggered some kind of magic restriction outside the treasury, and then my whereabouts were discovered by the 21st level elf elder." "Huh?" After hearing John Eyre's explanation, Tang Xiaofan suddenly looked at his powerful warrior with a bit of laughter and tears. He was the commander of a team. Such a distinguished warrior actually wanted to steal someone else's treasure house, and was caught red-handed. As if sensing Tang Xiaofan's thoughts, John Eyre's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon returned to being cold. Like a ruthless killer, John Eyre should not have acted on his own. "Please punish him, lord. It's a good thing to know that you were wrong." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. He couldn't bear to punish his commander, especially since the soldiers were so loyal to him, and were fanatical in their belief, willing to die for him. How could he bear to do that? Tang Xiaofan said, "This is a lesson. Be more decisive in the future. You are a warrior, not a thief or a mage. If you want something, use your gun or axe to get it. If anyone tries to stop you, smash or chop him up." "Yes, my lord." John Eyre replied excitedly, "I will never act rashly again." Tang Xiaofan nodded. His commander was still very obedient. Whether it was John Eyre or other warriors, they regarded his words as oracles, and followed them firmly without violating them. At this time, he flashed and sat on the seat in the north of the castle hall. Tang Xiaofan's seat was quite luxurious, made of pure gold, inlaid with many purple, red, green, blue and other colored gems. The carving is also very exquisite, fully showing the breadth of art. However, This chair is not a trophy from a local force, but was built for him by Nong Yi, who took the lead and led the veteran farmers of the Black Technology Castle, including John E., John Air, GNE, and GE. The gold is a pure natural gold nugget accidentally discovered by the warrior team when they were hunting outside. The gems come from many battles, especially the battles of local forces, and it is easy to obtain a lot of brightly colored gems. The blacksmiths used the blacksmith shop to melt the gold and shape it into a chair. Then, they inlaid and embellished it with dozens of gems of various colors, and then carved it with their heart, engraving the divine patterns of the steel armor. The throne belonging to Tang Xiaofan was born. To be honest, this throne is very exquisite and luxurious. The only bad thing is that it is a bit hard. After all, it is made of gold. If you sit on it for a long time, your butt will feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, these are all small things. Tang Xiaofan looked at John Air, who was standing respectfully in his mind. Okay, tell me about the situation of the elf tribe. Yes, Lord. John Air began to describe that the entire elf tribe had about 5,000 natural elves, all of whom were female elves. The elf tribe was respected by elders, and there were 7 of them, 1 at level 21 and 6 at level 20. The guard corps of the elf tribe was composed of 2,000 adult natural elves, with the lowest level being level 10 and the highest being level 18. The remaining 3,000 natural elves were all elves, and their strength was very weak. 5,000 natural elves? Tang Xiaofan frowned slightly. The magic map from the goblin card showed that the number of natural elves in this elf tribe was not accurate. Of course, it could also be because the magic map was made a long time ago. As time goes by, the elf tribe is also multiplying, and the population will increase. At this time, Tang Xiaofan had another doubt. If they are all female elves, how do they reproduce the race? Even in the angel clan, there are male angels, and the number is very large. For example, among the double-winged angels, there are male angels, who mainly fight in close combat and fight alone. Of course, the angel clan does not need to consider the issue of reproduction, because angels are directly reincarnated from the farmer factory. As long as the farmer factory can continue to convert souls, the scale of the angel clan will become larger and larger. Of course, this does not mean that angels do not have the ability to reproduce naturally. If Tang Xiaofan is willing, he can also find a few female angels to be his wives and give birth to offspring. But that is not acceptable to Tang Xiaofan. The situation of the elves is more special. There are no male elves, which means that the elves do not reproduce naturally. John Air replied respectfully. After investigation, it was found that the elf tribe attaches great importance to an ancient tree. This ancient tree is located in the center of the tribe. All elves live around the ancient tree. The elves regard the ancient tree as the sacred tree of the elves, and it is guarded by many elf elders at night. We found that there are balls of light on the ancient tree, which contain a strong breath of life. So we speculate that the natural elves were born from that ancient tree. Tang Xiaofan was surprised and felt that he had learned something new. An ancient tree that can give birth to elves? He became interested and wanted to take a look at the elf mother tree himself. Putting aside this question, Tang Xiaofan frowned slightly and said to himself, I didn't expect that just an elf tribe would be so powerful. As expected of the highly intelligent race of the gods and demons continent, an elf tribe is so strong. How powerful will the natural elf empire located in the central area of the gods and demons continent be? I'm afraid there are even true gods. As for the elves below the true gods, it can also be described in one sentence: demigods are everywhere, and saints are as numerous as dogs. This is the gods and demons continent. All races in the world are booming, and their strength is terrifying. It is obviously not an easy task for the castle forces to conquer this world. However, the development speed of the castle forces is also very terrifying. Compared with the local forces, all the castle lords have 2 natural advantages. First, they can recruit soldiers, and second, they can strengthen themselves by killing enemies to obtain energy, so as to achieve the purpose of rapid upgrade. This is an advantage that the local forces do not have. Although the goblin card told Tang Xiaofan that their local forces can also get some mysterious rewards by destroying the castle lord's castle, it is still far less than the advantage of the castle forces in terms of rewards. Therefore, as long as the castle lord is given enough time to develop, the castle forces will expand rapidly and become very terrifying. Chapter 158. When the dynasties established by countless castle lords unite, it is not difficult to sweep away the powerful local empires in the central area of the god and demon continent. At least Tang Xiaofan is very confident. What is a true god? In the future, he will create an anti-Hulk armor, combined with nano-materials, and the true gods can be defeated at will. Moreover, the angels under his command have the potential to grow to the peak of the true gods. If he is lucky enough to have a big explosion and give birth to the 18-winged angel Holy Spirit, then he will be even more invincible, because the strength of the 18-winged archangel is as high as the main god level. At this time, John Eyre said in the remote communication, "My lord, with the strength of our warrior team, it is not easy to capture the elf tribe without loss." Tang Xiaofan nodded. A 20-level elf elder, 6 20-level ones, plus 2,000 natural elves above level 10 elites, the legion is indeed not easy to defeat, and it is even impossible to defeat without loss. After all, the number of warrior teams is only 1,000 at present. Moreover, their current M429 machine guns and tomahawks can no longer effectively bring out the potential of the Mark II armor. Before the weapon system is upgraded, a strong enemy like the elf tribe is not suitable for a head-on confrontation for the time being. Does that mean? Is it time to use the Terminator mushroom now? Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. The elf tribe is a little distance away from his black technology castle, but not far away, so he only needs to send out the Terminator guy to attack the elf tribe with the mushroom. Under the big mushroom, Tang Xiaofan had no doubt that the 21st level elf elder would be doomed. Even if the 21st level strongman released the enhanced field, he could not resist the power of the Terminator mushroom. But in this way, the elf tribe would probably suffer heavy casualties, and there would be only a few elves who could survive the attack of the Terminator mushroom. This made Tang Xiaofan a little reluctant. After all, according to the distribution of forces on the magic map, there was only this one elf tribe in the entire forest. Once all the elves here are killed, if you want to get such beautiful creatures as elves again, you may have to go out of the forest. Tang Xiaofan was a little entangled. If he sent the Terminator mushroom to attack, the elf tribe would suffer heavy losses, which made him reluctant. If he did not send the Terminator mushroom, with the current strength of the warrior team, it seemed difficult to defeat this elf tribe without any damage. Should we give up the fat meat at our mouths? This is a difficult question to decide. At this moment, an alarm sounded suddenly, and the alarm bells and alarms of the entire Black Technology Castle suddenly rang. "Sir, someone is invading. The emergency mechanism has been activated." A group of soldiers in steel armor suddenly emerged beside Tang Xiaofan, holding huge shields and protecting him tightly. This was a protective measure that Jarvis had arranged long ago. A group of people guarded Tang Xiaofan and slowly moved to the periphery of the castle. As they moved, a mechanical arm was putting on the Mark II armor for Tang Xiaofan. At the same time, the senior warrior of the first class, who was resting outside, also put on his equipment instantly and appeared in the hall, followed by many other warriors. But everyone started to deploy defenses in an orderly manner, without panic, because Jarvis was in control of the situation. Only Tang Xiaofan was a little confused, but he quickly realized that someone had broken in. He was discovered by Jarvis and activated the defense mechanism, and the person was in the castle hall. "Dare to spy on the Lord, get out!" Johnny shouted angrily, and the red giant sword in his hand fiercely cut through the void. In an instant, a figure was forced to appear from the void. Tang Xiaofan looked up and found that it was an elf. Just like the description in a certain elf novel in Western fantasy, this elf had an extremely beautiful face, long flowing hair, an attractive figure, and the characteristic of pointed ears. But then Tang Xiaofan discovered that this elf that appeared from the void was not a real entity, but a phantom. Apparently, she sensed the danger in the dark, and her real body did not dare to come. As for the source of danger, it was naturally the Terminator tower next to the castle, which had been flashing a cold warning light. Tang Xiaofan believed that these powerful local forces would have their own way of perceiving danger. Facing a weapon like the Terminator, no matter what kind of existence it is, it cannot resist it. Therefore, the elf's phantom came, but the real body did not dare to show up, fearing to irritate Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on her. This was a mature elf, who looked about 25 or 26 years old. Of course, this was just the surface, and Tang Xiaofan also speculated based on human vision. In fact, the elves have a long lifespan, and their lifespan is generally more than 2,000 years. This female elf looked to be in her mid-20s, but her real age might be several hundred years old. "It's you?" John Eyre also spotted the shadow coming through Jarvis's perspective sharing. "This is the great elder of the elf tribe." This female elf was the 21st level elf elder of the elf tribe, who had discovered John Eyre sneaking into the elf tribe's treasure house. The two sides had a conflict, and John Eyre was frightened and retreated. "Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions." The 21st level elf elder smiled at John E., and then glanced at the warriors rushing into the hall, his eyes slightly solemn. Then, She turned her eyes to Tang Xiaofan, who was sitting on the throne, knowing that Tang Xiaofan was the owner of the castle. As she saw it, "I came here for friendship, please don't misunderstand." Tang Xiaofan looked at the elf elder, who showed mature charm, and said, "You dare to say that you invaded my castle for friendship? Please understand, I had to do it." The female elf elder bowed slightly to Tang Xiaofan, very politely. Apart from other things, in terms of appearance and etiquette, the elves are impeccable. We, the natural elves, are a peace-loving race, and do not intend to interfere in the disputes on the continent. Similarly, we do not want to interfere in the war between you and the local forces. She stared at Tang Xiaofan, her eyes shining and her expression sincere. "I hope that we can have peace." "Is that really the case?" Tang Xiaofan looked at her with a smile on his face. The female elf elder said seriously, "It's true, we can sign a peace agreement." Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "I believe you are speaking from the heart now, and I sincerely hope that we can coexist peacefully. But I doubt your previous purpose." Without waiting for the female elf elder to speak, Tang Xiaofan continued, "A 20-level strong man from the elf tribe came to my castle in person for peace. I have reason to suspect that you came to destroy my castle. But you sensed the danger and found that it was impossible. You are not asking for peace, but begging for peace." The female elf elder raised her head slightly, trying to correct Tang Xiaofan's words. The elves are a highly intelligent race. The powerful empire of natural elves intimidates the entire continent of gods and demons. Managers do not need to pray for peace, they just love peace. But this does not mean that natural elves are afraid of war. After all, the powerful natural elf empire was established in war. Chapter 159. This is not important. Tang Xiaofan said calmly, "Since you know that I am the lord of the castle, then you naturally understand that if the elves want peace, they must be loyal to me and submit to me. This is impossible." The female elf elder refused without hesitation. "We are only loyal to Her Majesty the Queen of the Elf Empire in the central area, and will never submit to any castle lord." "Really?" Tang Xiaofan said, "As far as I know, there are people in our castle who can summon natural elves." The female elf elder shook her head and said, "For us, we do not accept this kind of elves." Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really a little worried that the lord of the castle would use his troops to get involved with local forces. If some castle lords got involved with the natural elf empire, and the castle lords of the dragon clan got involved with a local dragon clan, or even formed an alliance, it would be a very troublesome thing for his black technology castle. After all, there are no local farmers in this world. From the fact that the goblins didn't know what farmers were at first, it can be seen that his farmers are unique. Even if he wants to make connections, he can't. Maybe there are only humans, but humans are not farmers at all, and their culture is not the same at all. Now, he indirectly solved his worries. The local forces don't like their fellow tribesmen from another world. This is good news. The lucky little Lolita in the underground world should be unique in the world. Tang Xiaofan's worries were gone, and he was in a good mood. He looked at the beautiful female elf elder in front of him, and seemed to like her a lot. "There is no way we can coexist peacefully. Your elf tribe has only two choices. Either you take the initiative to join my black technology castle, or you leave all the tribe's supplies and leave the forest." Hearing this, the female elf elder frowned and said, "Human from another world, you are too confident. Your castle has only one level 21 strongmen, and my elf tribe has 2 level 21 strongmen and 6 level 20 strongmen. Once the war begins, the only one that will be defeated will be your black technology castle." 2 level 21? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. Didn't the information obtained by Jean Eyre say that the elf tribe only had this female elf elder in front of him, a level 21 strongman? How come there is another one? Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan had an idea and thought of the ancient tree that could breed elves. There are tree people in the elf clan. Including in the castle forces, Tang Xiaofan also knew that there were castle masters who could recruit tree people. Tang Xiaofan suspected that the ancient elf tree was most likely the second level 21 warrior of the elf tribe, who could transform into a powerful eternal treeman guard. Normally, treemen exist in the form of big trees. One more is one more, it's the same anyway. Tang Xiaofan looked at the elf elder and said bluntly, "Your refusal will mean that we need to use war to solve the problem." At the same time, he summoned a Terminator guide, and then asked John E to bring the guide to a mountain outside the castle. When the elf elder descended, Tang Xiaofan communicated with Jarvis to search for the location of the elf elder. Under Jarvis's scan, the elf elder's hiding place was soon discovered. Now, the Terminator guide has locked her, and for a moment, dozens of kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, on a certain mountain top, A very beautiful female elf looked at the Iron Warrior suspended in the air, holding a person in a silver tights in his hand. The elf's expression changed drastically, and the hair on her body stood up. She was the real body of the female elf elder, the 21st level elder of the elf tribe, Monica, the hall of the Black Technology Castle. The spiritual energy body of the female elf elder was almost collapsed because of fear. She took a lot of effort to stabilize herself, staring at Tang Xiaofan with an ugly expression, and said, "We don't expect the emergence of war, and our elves are peace-loving." At this time, she was panicking inside, but she was still calm. Tang Xiaofan saw her mood and said, "Then surrender. I promise you that I will treat the elves of your tribe well, and will not treat them as cannon fodder on the battlefield and let them die." This, the female elf elder whispered, "The elf tribe is loyal to Her Majesty the Queen of the Elf Empire. The Natural Elf Empire is one of the powerful empires in the central area of the gods and demons continent. A long time ago, before the ancient war of gods came, the natural elves were also believers, and they believed in the elf goddess. Later, the war of gods failed, and all the gods who believed in the pantheon withdrew from the gods and demons continent. The dimensional demons invaded the world, and all races were bloodbathed by the demons, and all living beings were devastated. In the end, all races shared a common hatred and united to finally drive the dimensional demons out of the gods and demons continent. The Natural Elf Empire was also established in that chaotic era. The natural elves who had lost their faith turned to the Queen of the Elf Empire, and passed on the Elf Empire from generation to generation, making it so powerful that it intimidated the entire world. The natural elves also spread all over the world. All the natural elves respected the Queen of the Empire, even though many elf tribes had never been in contact with the central area. The elves in the tribes had never seen the Queen of the Elf Empire, but they still showed their loyalty. The noble bloodline of the natural elves makes them look down on everything. Even the dragon race can only let them look at each other equally. Except for Her Majesty the Queen of the Elf, no one can get their loyalty. They will not betray the Elf Empire, and join other racial forces. Tang Xiaofan said, "This is not okay, that is not okay, what do you think I should do?" The female elf elder gritted her teeth, and said the same thing at the beginning, "Coexist peacefully." Her eyes were full of sincerity and hope. The main reason why she expected to coexist peacefully was that she was scared. Her body can easily sense that there is a terrifying force locking her in the dark. Once the owner of this power gets angry, she will be wiped out in the world in an instant by this power, and the probability of escaping is very low. You must know that she is the strongest elf in the elf tribe, with a strength as high as the late level 21. How terrifying is the power that can kill her in an instant? If this power descends on her elf tribe, none of the elves in the tribe will be able to survive. Even the same level 21 elf mother tree cannot protect the elves of the tribe. That would be a horrible disaster. The elven elder was eager to coexist peacefully with Tang Xiaofan and the Black Technology Castle. She didn't want the disaster to befall their elven tribe. Tang Xiaofan said, "You only have two choices, and peaceful coexistence is not one of them." The elven elder said, "The major empires in the central area rule the surface of the earth. If you insist on doing this, it will inevitably lead to war." Tang Xiaofan said, "This is a destined fate." Chapter 160. Hundreds of castle lords descended on this world, recruited soldiers, killed enemies, and upgraded to participate in the 10,000 races competition, chasing immortality. Isn't this a destined fate? Which castle lord would give up the war and coexist peacefully with the local forces? Even if there are individual castle lords like this, they will definitely not live long. Not to mention that the local forces will not let him go. Even the castle forces will not ignore him, but will take the initiative to attack and eliminate him. The only way to escape from the war is to give up the identity of the castle lord and transfer to a free wanderer. After becoming a wanderer, you can wander around the world. Of course, even if you are a wanderer, you still carry the breath of another world and will encounter active attacks from local creatures. Therefore, there is no such thing as peaceful coexistence between the castle forces and the local forces. Only war can solve the problem. Seeing that Tang Xiaofan refused to give in, the elven female elder could only use her big move. She stared at Tang Xiaofan angrily and said, "If my elven tribe is destroyed because of you, the great queen of the elven empire will never let you go. If you send an imperial army, you can sweep across the entire forest. In this forest, all the castle lords, including you, will become victims of the war." The only thing she can rely on now is the elf empire behind the tribe. She tried to use the deterrent power of Her Majesty the Elf Queen to force Tang Xiaofan to give in. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan could not help but remain silent. The strength of the natural elf empire is still very terrifying. In the World Chat channel, he has seen many castle lords mention the natural elf empire. He also knows that this is an extremely powerful empire in the central area of the god and demon continent. If the natural elf empire wants to attack the forest, let alone the castle forces in the forest, even the local forces will not be able to resist the invasion of the natural elf empire's army. This is the power of the empire. After a moment of silence, Tang Xiaofan looked at the female elf elder and said, "You now have a third choice. The tribal elves will be slaughtered by me, and the few elves who survive will become slaves of my black technology castle." The threat of the female elf elder made Tang Xiaofan more radical. In Tang Xiaofan's view, the natural elf empire is very strong. If the black technology castle wants to compete, it will need to consume a lot of materials to expand its army, which will seriously affect the original development plan. But Tang Xiaofan doesn't believe that the natural elf empire will send a large army to attack the forest for a small elf tribe. That is unrealistic. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan did not take the threat of the elven elder to heart. Instead, he went further to threaten the elven elder. "You?" The elven elder's eyes widened immediately. The word slave made her furious. Elves are born beautiful, have a long lifespan, and are a highly intelligent race, so it is common for them to be enslaved by humans. For this reason, the elf empire has negotiated with the human empire many times, even threatening war. But this kind of thing is impossible to avoid. There are still human merchants and adventurers who secretly capture elves, degrade them into slaves, and sell them to nobles to earn a lot of gold coins. Slaves are scars in the hearts of elves, and it hurts when they are torn. Then, the female elf elder was very angry, as if she was poked by ignited gunpowder and could explode at any time. She blurted out, intending to start a war. She did not take the initiative. She was forced. The noble natural elves would not be willing to become slaves even if they died. However, she did not finish her words after all. She reacted quickly and forced herself to calm down, not to be angered by the human in front of her, so as not to let the elf tribe fall into a disaster. On the top of the mountain dozens of kilometers away, the body of the elf female elder still stayed in the same place, and the terrifying power kept locking her. She was tangled in her expression. None of the three choices given by Tang Xiaofan satisfied her, but Tang Xiaofan did not give her this opportunity. Was she afraid that her elf tribe would threaten the black technology castle? She struggled for a long time, and finally shook her spiritual power, using the spiritual energy body in the hall of the black technology castle to convey her meaning. "I choose the second one." The female elf elder took a deep breath. "People of the elf tribe, pack up and travel far away, evacuate this area or even leave the forest. Go to other areas to start a new life. As for the tribe supplies, I can give them to you." This choice is also difficult. After all, her elf tribe has lived here for hundreds of years. The elves have also grown from a few at the beginning to more than 5,000 now. She is very unwilling to be forced to leave the place where they can reproduce and thrive. But compared to the first and third options, this road is the best. Tang Xiaofan looked at her with a little surprise. This female elf elder was not content with the momentary anger. She could take it or leave it. She was very courageous and a talent. Tang Xiaofan said, "You spied on my castle, you should compensate." The female elf elder glared and said, "You blame me for this?" Tang Xiaofan said, "After all, it's because of you that we are so nervous." In the hall, John Eyre, who was far outside the elf tribe, lowered his head silently, very moved and very self-blaming. If he was stronger and reached level 21, how could the female elf elder discover him? If he had reached level 22, it would be easy to kill the female elf elder. After all, he was still too weak. John Eyre secretly made up his mind to raise his level. Don't let the Lord worry about him. Okay. The female elf elder gritted her teeth. She didn't want to argue with Tang Xiaofan about this little issue. "I give you 1,000 imperial gold coins to compensate your subordinates." Tang Xiaofan said, "I don't need the gold coins." The elven elder said, "The gold coins made by our elven empire are very precious and valuable in the central area. It is equivalent to 3 times the gold coins of the human empire. 1,000 elven gold coins can buy a baron's title in the human world, plus a noble territory." Tang Xiaofan looked at her. "Do you know a lot about the world outside the forest?" The elven elder said, "Occasionally, merchants and adventurers from the human world will come to my tribe. Gold coins are useless to me." Tang Xiaofan did not pay attention to the grammatical errors in the elven elder's words. Gold coins are indeed useless to him, at least not now. Without waiting for the female elf elder to speak, Tang Xiaofan said again, "Leave the mother elf tree of your tribe, I will take good care of it." When the female elf elder heard this, her face turned green. The mother elf tree is the foundation of their elf tribe's inheritance and reproduction. Without the mother elf tree, there will be no new elves in their tribe. What's more, the mother elf tree is of great significance to the elves of their tribe. Even if they die, they will not give up. This is impossible. The female elf elder said angrily. We would rather go to war. Really? As Tang Xiaofan spoke, an extremely bright light penetrated the thick clouds and fell from the sky. Chapter 161. Boom! Instantly the earth shook, and in the distant sky, a mountain thousands of meters high was hit by an object and shattered directly, and countless boulders were scattered. It is unknown how many lives were killed in this instant. A huge mushroom cloud rose where the mountain was. This power has surpassed the true god. Even though the Black Technology Castle was dozens of kilometers away, it still trembled under its influence. It was not until a long time later that the tremor stopped. The spiritual energy body of the female elf elder dissipated at the same time when she attacked. Tang Xiaofan did not speak, and the warriors in the hall also stood respectfully. Finally, it was the female elf elder. Her extremely beautiful face turned extremely pale at this time. Although it was only a spiritual energy body, her terrified inner world was still revealed. She looked at Tang Xiaofan in horror. The power of that thing completely exceeded her imagination. The pressure it exuded even made her feel more terrifying than a true god. Fortunately, that thing did not target her. Instead, it destroyed a mountain about 10 kilometers away from her. The human in front of her was obviously demonstrating to her. It was also a warning to her. Tang Xiaofan's fingertips tapped the armrests of the throne, making a soft sound. He didn't say anything, but the pressure on the female elf elder was greater than before, making her more panicked. The female elf elder knew very well that once that level of power descended on her elf tribe, thousands of elves in the tribe would not survive, and even the mother tree of the elves would not be able to resist and would be blown to pieces. Because that is the power of the god level. It shouldn't appear in the forest, the female elf elder exhaled. The gods cannot descend to the world outside the central area. Tang Xiaofan was stunned. The gods can't leave the central area. This is the second big discovery today. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. As for being punished by the plain law, he was not worried at all. Hundreds of castle lords descended to this world. If the plain law of the god and demon continent wanted to punish them, they would have taken action long ago. Why would they wait until now? Besides, since he had drawn the Terminator, it meant that he could use it. Otherwise, why could he draw it? If there were any restrictions, the information prompt would have appeared long ago. Tang Xiaofan said, the 10,000 races agreement of the god and demon continent has nothing to do with our castle lord, so I want to know one thing now. The elf female elder looked bitter. Her purpose of coming here was just to coexist peacefully. When did she want to start a war? From the beginning to now, Tang Xiaofan has been pressing her step by step. And she gave in step by step. She was the weaker party in the whole thing. As for alarming Tang Xiaofan's subordinates, it was really not her fault. Didn't she want everyone to solve the problem peacefully? Besides, she didn't make a move, she just showed up. The female elf elder said, I can give you all the supplies of the tribe. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand to interrupt her and said, I want the supplies, and I also want the mother tree of the elves. As for the elves in your tribe, they can leave if they want to, and they can stay if they want to, I won't force them. As he was talking, Tang Xiaofan opened the world chat channel and checked the time. There were still 10 minutes until 8 o'clock in the evening. The auction of the space teleportation magic circle blueprint was about to end, and Tang Xiaofan said, give you 3 minutes to think about it. The elf elder looked depressed. This human was too strong, and she was unable to resist. She gave in step by step, but was pressed step by step, and finally forced into a desperate situation. She even wanted to use her body and perish with this castle. But she knew she couldn't do it. There was still a terrifying force in the sky that locked the ground. If she made any unusual movements, she would die. Finally, she thought for a long time. She said with a bleak face, we are willing to join your castle forces. Tang Xiaofan was stunned. The answer of the elf elder surprised him. He thought that the elf elder would choose to give up the elf mother tree, take the elves of the tribe away from this sad place, and start over in other areas far away from the forest. After all, it was just a tree. But he didn't expect that the elf elder would give such an answer. Tang Xiaofan said, are you sure? The female elf elder looked at Tang Xiaofan, her eyes full of resentment. Are you sure? Tang Xiaofan asked, can't we cultivate the mother elf tree again? The female elf elder said, yes, but different mother elf trees will breed different elf tribes. We can only be regarded as ordinary tribesmen with these elf tribes. Tang Xiaofan understood. After all, we didn't fall from the same tree, so there is always a difference in closeness. Elves born from the same mother tree are blood-related tribesmen. Even if this elf tribe cultivates another elf mother tree, the elves bred will also belong to another family. From this, we can also see that the elf world does not seem to be very harmonious. At least the relationship is complicated, and there are tribes. Tang Xiaofan also thinks this is normal. The tribe is the tribe, and the tribe is the tribe. There are always differences. No wonder the female elf elder does not want to give up the elf mother tree. Losing the elf mother tree means breaking the inheritance. It is only a matter of time before the tribe is destroyed. Tang Xiaofan stood up from the throne, and said to the female elf elder in a formal manner, "My Black Technology Castle accepts the surrender of the elf tribe." "Wait a minute." The female elf elder said awkwardly, "Wait a minute, my opinion cannot represent the entire tribe. I need to go back and discuss with other elders of the tribe and mother." Tang Xiaofan ignored this and said, "You can come up if you can solve it. If you can't solve it, I will help you." How to help? Of course, another shot. Will surrender obediently. Of course, the Terminator can only be launched once a day, but the elves don't know. The female elf elder said immediately, "Okay, I will try my best to convince them." After that, her spiritual energy body disappeared. A very beautiful elf also left the mountaintop dozens of kilometers away, and flew towards the tribe. Sensing that the dangerous atmosphere in the sky has not disappeared, her speed is faster. Tang Xiaofan said to the warriors gathered in the hall, "Okay, it's late at night, you should go to rest too." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers left the hall in a hurry, and Tang Xiaofan stayed alone in the hall, feeling happy. He didn't expect that he could take over an elf tribe without spending a single soldier. It can be said that he made a big profit. Although the big mushroom just now was consumed, it was still worth it to be able to shock the elf tribe. In addition, since the Terminator was built, it has not been tested. It's a good opportunity to test it. "Sir, all the data has been collected. At present, the Terminator has not brought nuclear pollution. This is good news." Tang Xiaofan didn't want to be unable to set foot in the place where mushrooms were planted. Now it's good, the pollution-free and pure natural big mushrooms can be used. Chapter 162. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan contacted John Eyre on the front line through Jarvis, and asked him to monitor the elf tribe, and not let the duck fly away. The elf elder wanted to go back to discuss, but it was impossible for her to take the elf mother tree and the tribal elves and escape at night. After dealing with the elf tribe, Tang Xiaofan also opened the trading channel. This kind of teleportation castle building is of great strategic significance, and he didn't want to miss it. The only function of the space teleportation magic circle is to teleport across distances. When two space magic circles are connected, the void space channel will be formed, and then two-way teleportation can be carried out between the two space magic circles. As long as the soul stones are regularly replenished for the space teleportation magic circle, the space channel will always exist. This kind of teleportation building is of great strategic significance. The reason why Tang Xiaofan bid for it is because of its strategic value. When there is another blueprint of the space teleportation magic circle, Tang Xiaofan can build a second magic circle in the Black Iron Dwarf Castle of Little Loli. At that time, Little Loli can come to his Black Technology Castle as a guest. And his warrior team can also enter the underground world, where the Black Iron Dwarf Castle is located, and there are many dark creatures. However, Tang Xiaofan did not consider opening a hunting battlefield in that underground world for the time being. For now, he should increase the strategy on the surface, clear the local forces on the ground, and then consider going underground. His main idea was to connect the Little Loli's Black Iron Dwarf Castle with his Black Technology Castle to build a space transmission channel. There were less than 5 minutes left before the auction ended, and the bidding price of the Space Transmission Magic Circle blueprint had reached a high price of 1,700 soul stones after a whole day of climbing. This is a very high price at present. After all, soul stones are very valuable now. Almost all castle lords are short of soul stones, including Tang Xiaofan. He wants to upgrade the farmer factory to level 5, and is also short of soul stones. In order to bid for his military construction blueprint, a large number of top castle lords borrowed money everywhere and owed debts everywhere. This shows how precious and rare soul stones are at this stage. There are still many people who know the goods. Tang Xiaofan looked at the auction price in the trading area. There were quite a few people bidding for the Space Teleportation Magic Circle blueprint. Otherwise, it would not have tripled from the reserve price of 500 soul stones to a high price of more than 1,700 soul stones. Many castle lords are aware of its strategic value. Not to mention that more than 1,700 soul stones will be sold at 10 times the price in the middle and late stages. Unfortunately, the castle lords currently have too few soul stones. Otherwise, they would raise the price one by one. Tang Xiaofan did not waste time and directly raised the bidding price of the Space Transmission Magic Circle blueprint to 1,800 soul stones. This was to deter those bidders and solve the problem at one time. In the next few minutes, the bidding price remained at Tang Xiaofan's offer and did not continue to rise. It seemed that all other bidders had given up. When there was only 1 minute left in the auction, the bidding price finally moved. Someone added 2 soul stones to the 1,800 soul stones. It was obvious that this bidder was short of money, and he raised the price every time he bid, feeling very distressed. Tang Xiaofan was very happy, and he raised the price directly when he saw this, shocking the bidder. Tang Xiaofan was not rich. It was because time was running out. If he raised the price one by one, who would get the blueprint of the teleportation magic circle? Tang Xiaofan was determined to get this blueprint. He would not challenge himself to bet on the last 3 seconds of the auction, just for a few soul stones. If he was killed by someone with a price higher than 1 soul stone, wouldn't he regret it? So he simply raised the bid price to 1,900 soul stones, directly ending the careful thoughts of other bidders. Time passed by second, and the auction deadline was getting closer and closer. Basically, no one bid anymore. However, Tang Xiaofan was a little nervous, worried that someone would kill him at the last second. He has a lot of soul stones, and now he still has more than 8,000 in reserve. In his opinion, even if he consumes half of the soul stones, it is worth it as long as he can bid for the architectural drawings of the space teleportation magic circle. 1,900 soul stones bidding price. Tang Xiaofan felt a little unstable, worried that someone would cut him off. But now no one bids a higher price. So he was a little nervous, and the waiting time was long. Finally, the last second passed, and the auction ended. Tang Xiaofan also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one bid more. He consumed 1,900 soul stones, and successfully bid for the architectural drawings of the space teleportation magic circle. He took a look at his remaining soul stone reserves. Soul stone, 60-10. If we are to compete in the reserves of energy stones, I am afraid that no castle lord can compare to me. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. Many top castle lords certainly cannot match Tang Xiaofan in the number of soul stones they have in reserve. And his military building, the farmer factory, had already been upgraded to level 4 yesterday. Now that he has so many soul stones in reserve, it is not far from upgrading the farmer factory to level 5. Tang Xiaofan was confident that he was definitely the richest among all the castle lords. The reason why he was able to store so many soul stones in such a short time was not only because of the crazy hunting of the warrior team and the auction of the architectural drawings of the skeleton warriors, but also because of the 2 castle forces that were destroyed by the warrior team last night. Those 2 castle forces, 1 high-level castle and 1 level castle, together directly contributed thousands of soul stones to him. Last night's castle battle was an overnight fortune for Tang Xiaofan. You lose 1,900 soul stones and gain a space teleportation magic circle blueprint. Tang Xiaofan's heart moved, and then a blue blueprint appeared in his hand. Advanced building blueprint, space teleportation magic circle. Number of uses, once. Increase the loyalty of castle troops and residents. At the cost of consuming energy, you can teleport to the target that needs to be teleported. Increase the prosperity of the castle's power. Construction requirements, 30,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron. Special reminder, at least 2 teleportation magic circles are required to teleport. Looking at the information on the blueprint, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help shaking his head. The space teleportation magic circle is a high-level building with 3 effects, but among these 3 effects, only the second effect can help him. But it's okay. The second effect is the most important. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment, and decided to build the space teleportation magic circle. Anyway, he has a large amount of materials in reserve now, so he doesn't lack this. It's better to build it early, so that he won't have to worry about it in the future. Chapter 163. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan came to the open space near the outer city wall, near the barracks of the 1st and 2nd regiments, designated a blank area, and chose to use the space teleportation magic array blueprint. The blueprint dissipated immediately, turning into a thick golden light, covering the open space. In the golden light, the shadow of a building could be seen faintly, but it was not clear. After a long time, the golden light dissipated, and a teleportation array with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. It emits white light, but the light is not dazzling. On the contrary, it is a bit dim. Tang Xiaofan roughly estimated that a teleportation array of this size can transport about 100 armored warriors at a time. And as long as the energy is replenished and the teleportation is carried out in time, the ability is very gratifying. Unfortunately, it cannot be opened now, because there is a message prompt telling him that no matching opposite teleportation magic array has been found. The teleportation magic array is bidirectional. At least one magic array must be opened before it can be opened. In other words, Tang Xiaofan needs to get another blueprint of the teleportation magic circle and build another magic circle. Jianni, make arrangements to build a large warehouse for this magic circle. Considering that it is outdoors and this magic circle is very precious, Tang Xiaofan decided to refer to the hangar of Blue Star and build a house for this magic circle, which also serves as a warehouse. It can be imagined that in the future, the magic circle will mainly transport materials, so these materials will need a place to store. And considering that once this magic circle is connected, it may be necessary to transport troops, building a large room can also protect the soldiers from wind and rain and maintain their combat effectiveness. Here, a tactical briefing can be held temporarily, so that the soldiers can understand the latest situation on the other side. Jianni received the order and went. The process of building the hangar is a bit complicated. It is not a simple civil engineering, so he has to find a blacksmith shop to customize the relevant materials after getting the drawings. The main reason is that in addition to the high columns, the roof involves a large amount of steel structure, and in order to avoid a large number of columns, the requirements for the roof are also a bit different. This is a new test and challenge for Jianni and his team. However, Tang Xiaofan was not worried at all. He knew the rules of the blacksmith shop. As long as you didn't go beyond the door of the blacksmith shop, any parts in the design drawing could be made for you. And now the metal laboratory has been put on the right track. All kinds of synthetic metals in the Jarvis database have begun to be analyzed. At present, those special steel materials for construction have formulas in the blacksmith shop. Just pour in the iron ingots, and you can make it. I don't know how the mechanism works here. It's a magical stroke. After explaining these tasks, Tang Xiaofan suddenly discovered that the properties of the teleportation array had changed. Just like the metal laboratory, which is also an advanced building, two special effects were added after the construction was completed. Advanced Building, Space Teleportation Magic Array. Special Effect 1. There is a probability of attracting wild monsters with space attributes to attack your castle. Special Effect 2. There is a probability of attracting merchants from local forces to come to your castle to trade with you. Attract space monsters to attack my castle? This may seem like a disadvantage, but if used properly, it may turn into a good thing. Tang Xiaofan felt that space attribute monsters should be relatively rare monsters. If they can be hunted, they may reveal good things. So for him, this seems to be good news. As for Special Effect 2, attract local merchants to trade with my castle. This is not bad either. At least it can help me understand the world outside the forest. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Why should he think about these things? The metal laboratory has been built for such a long time, and it has not attracted a few local intelligent creatures to come and join. On the contrary, the little lowly in the underground world, the dwarf palace was just built not long ago. A large number of black iron dwarves joined her castle. What's more exaggerated is that even the 20-level strong men of the Orthodox dwarf clan appeared and took the initiative to help the little lowly sit in the dwarf palace. If it comes to luck in this regard, he can't even flatter the little lowly. Tang Xiaofan felt that he didn't need to have any hope for space monsters and local merchants, lest the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Tang Xiaofan stopped thinking about it immediately, and he was ready to open the chat channel to check the chat messages. At this time, he suddenly saw someone send him a message, and when he opened the friend list, he saw that the only 3 friends had all left him a message. Little Lolita, Yishui, and Bei Yi. The common point of the messages was that they all asked if he had any problems. Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. He was staying in the Black Technology Castle. How could he have any problems? He first sent a message to Yishui of the Ice Elf House. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Then he sent it to Bear Grylls, and he was fine too. Finally, he chatted with the little Lolita. The little Lolita, Big brother, are you okay? Tang Xiaofan, I'm fine. Why do you ask? The little Lolita replied quickly, as long as you are safe, hee. Safe? Tang Xiaofan was stunned, and then thought of the Terminator he activated. Tang Xiaofan understood that the Terminator might have been monitored by others, so that's the case, don't worry. The little girl replied happily, okay, then I feel relieved. Tang Xiaofan doted on this little girl from the underground world. Okay, it's still early, Go to bed later. Little girl, yes, Kur is not sleepy. I just want to say that if you are not asleep and have time, Kur wants to talk to you. Don't worry, Kur won't bother you. Tang Xiaofan was stunned and asked, did you encounter something unhappy today? The little girl replied with a smile. Kur is very happy every day, the dwarves work very hard. And the dwarf grandfather also likes Kur very much. Kur is not unhappy. But? Kur is happiest when chatting with you. It feels like you are right beside her. I feel especially safe when chatting with you. Do you like Kur? Of course. Tang Xiaofan replied with a smile. You are always so well behaved that it makes people feel distressed. Why shouldn't I like you? And fortunately, Kur is also a lucky little girl. During the Battle of the Beast Tide, she was protected by the 20th level strongman dwarf Xavier. Now, a 20-level old dwarf from the Orthodox dwarf family appeared in her castle, sitting in the dwarf palace, indirectly protecting the little lowly's safety. Chatting with the little lowly is also a relaxing and pleasant thing for Tang Xiaofan. At least Tang Xiaofan will be in a good mood every time he chats with the little lowly. The center of the little lowly's words is always innocent and cute, which often makes Tang Xiaofan's face show a heartfelt smile. While chatting with the little lowly, Tang Xiaofan opened the chat channel. As the little lowly said, there are indeed many castle lords and wanderers in the world channel discussing the abnormalities near the Black Technology Castle. The object appeared above the forest, powerful and terrifying. It is said that there are mountains as high as thousands of meters, which were directly destroyed by that thing. Discovered. Chapter 164. Looking at the chat channel records, Tang Xiaofan understood that his Terminator mushroom had been discovered. That thing was the Terminator mushroom he activated. He deliberately destroyed the mountain with one shot, just to intimidate the elf elder. To force the elf tribe to surrender. He didn't expect that it was just one shot, but it was still discovered by some castle owners in the forest. What a terrifying thing! It burst out with a dazzling light like the sun. It fell from the sky like the sun. I saw it too. That thing came from high in the sky. I couldn't see where it came from, but its power was so terrifying that it destroyed a mountain thousands of meters high. The mountain was destroyed. As if it was made of paper, it was destroyed easily. And the smoke rising from the spot looked like a big mushroom. Big mushroom? Are you sure it's the big mushroom on Blue Star? Probably, almost, very close. Oh my god, there really is a giant mushroom. Everyone was shocked. This kind of weapon actually appeared in the god and demon continent. No matter what kind of troops you have, no matter how many walls you have, nothing can exist under the giant mushroom. For a moment, many castle lords felt discouraged. The local forces are so powerful. Can they still beat them? The place where the thing landed is Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, right? Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle will not be destroyed because of this, right? Could it be that Tang Xiaofan is too strong, causing the local gods to be wary, so they personally took action, released divine power, and destroyed the Black Technology Castle? It's not impossible. Stop talking nonsense, okay? The target of that thing is obviously a mountain, and Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is not on the mountain, so naturally there is no way it will be a problem. What a pity! How great would it be if that was the case? The lord of the castle spoke, but he was anonymous, worried that if it got out, Tang Xiaofan would hold a grudge against him. Then many people echoed, thinking that it was a pity that the thing did not destroy the Black Technology Castle. Similarly, they also chose to remain anonymous, and did not dare to reveal their true identities. Tang Xiaofan's warrior team was too strong. In less than an hour last night, they swept a high-level castle and a top-level castle. After the news spread, many castle owners felt their scalps tingling. They were afraid of Tang Xiaofan, and were afraid of being remembered. Moreover, in their opinion, Tang Xiaofan was the biggest bug. Among so many castle lords, only Tang Xiaofan can beat other castle lords. The gods of the gods and demons continent should wipe out Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle to ensure fairness. Get lost, you nameless rats. If you have the guts to curse Tang Xiaofan, why don't you dare to reveal your true identity? You only know how to stir up trouble behind his back. I guess these people are mostly some top castle lords with dark hearts, who want to surpass Tang Xiaofan, but can't do it. They can only curse behind his back with the mentality of a grudge woman. Don't you feel ashamed to speak anonymously? That mountain should be the target of that thing to destroy. Of course, it is definitely not a random target, it is a purposeful destruction. Are there any castle owners near that area? You can send castle troops to explore, maybe you can find the treasures left behind. Treasures? Where are the tricksters? I'm already moving, not for anything else, just because Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle is nearby, And now there is an unknown thing coming and destroying the mountain. This is definitely an ominous place, and we can't stay here for long. Upstairs. It's a pity that no one knows the origin of that thing. Is it related to the giant white city? What giant city? There are many people in the chat channel, but no one can answer this question. When the giant white city incident appeared, it did not attract attention, and was regarded as a mirage and ignored. Nowadays, even fewer people know about it. The castle lord who raised the question of the giant white city was unable to explain it to other curious people because no one paid attention. Seeing this, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but mutter to himself, someone knows about the existence of the Sky City. And they firmly believe that a huge city once appeared above the forest and finally disappeared in the clouds. That's not a mirage, nor is it their illusion. But after all, only a few people have seen the Sky City, which is harmless. At the same time, it should not affect the gathering of the Anti-Demon Alliance, which is the most important thing. No one has linked that thing with the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan didn't want someone to associate the Black Technology Castle with the Big Mushroom and scare away the people of the Anti-Demon Alliance. He was not ready to use the Sky City yet, mainly because the current analysis was still in progress, and the progress of the transformation was unknown. Tang Xiaofan decided to transform the Sky City into an offensive and powerful space carrier. It was divided into two aspects, ground attack and air attack. Heavy artillery was used for ground attack, emphasizing saturation attack and tilted attack. Tang Xiaofan understood that the mainstream of this world was castles, so the castles of many local forces would have strong defense capabilities. At that time, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the ground will be attacked by artillery fire. The potential energy and explosion will definitely break all the turtle shells. As for air defense, missiles, and other automatic tracking weapons are the main ones. The main threat in the air is mostly from various monsters in the air, and these monsters move very fast. If you want to hit them, you have to rely on missiles. Also, although missiles are complicated, and Tang Xiaofan is even at a loss for chip production now, but with Jarvis's precise guidance, as long as it is ensured that the missiles can be controlled by Jarvis online, there is no need to make them too automated. As for being exposed at that time, or being known by all the castle lords and wanderers, he didn't care at all. But now, we still have to take it slowly. After all, various transformations still have to wait for Jarvis's analysis progress. Tang Xiaofan didn't take the curses that appeared in the World Chat channel to heart. In his eyes, these anonymous people who don't even dare to show their true identities are just jumping clowns, not worth wasting time to pay attention to. Those people, I'm afraid, can only do such disgusting things. If they dare to stand up, Tang Xiaofan can slap them to death with one slap. Perhaps they are aware of this, and dare not reveal their true identities. Tang Xiaofan looked at the dark sky outside the window, the blood moon across the sky. The elf elder should have returned to the elf tribe. Tang Xiaofan was very curious about their discussion, and whether other elf elders and elf mother trees would follow the advice of the elf elder and join the Black Technology Castle. Even elves, who are a highly intelligent race, must know how to bow their heads. Otherwise, my Terminator mushroom will never show mercy again. Chapter 165. In the elf tribe, the elf mother tree, which is hundreds of meters high, has luxuriant branches and leaves, covering the entire elf tribe like a canopy. There are also countless starlights like fireflies flying out from the branches and leaves of the elf mother tree, pouring down towards the elf tribe below. There are countless elves dancing among the dense leaves, and there are elves singing among the flowers under the tree. This is a beautiful and harmonious and peaceful elf world. Elves are a race that advocates the beauty of nature and pursues peace, freedom, and a good life. In the land of gods and demons, elves are synonymous with beauty and kindness. Many races can live in harmony with elves, but there are always some greedy merchants and adventurers who treat elves as tools to make money. They capture elves and sell them as slaves to some nobles in the human empire. This kind of thing is common in the land of gods and demons. If it weren't for the fact that the natural elf empire is very powerful and has many strong people, and often uses war to intimidate some human empires in the central area, I'm afraid the elves would have been captured long ago. It is comforting that the natural elf empire is really strong and can protect most of the elf tribes. Only a few elves living in remote areas will be harassed by human merchants and adventurers. For example, the elf tribe in the forest. In the courtyard surrounded by flowers, the beautiful elf tribe elders looked at their great elder Monica in astonishment. In their eyes, there was shock and disbelief. The first sentence of the great elder, when he returned to the tribe, was to ask their elf tribe to join the castle power. Is the great elder crazy? They suspected that the elder was eroded by some evil magic, and was a little mentally abnormal. Elder Monica. An elf elder asked with great concern, "Are you okay? Did you get stimulated or encounter something terrible, leading to what?" Elder Monica looked at her, and the elf elder stammered and couldn't speak. What she wanted to say was, "Elder, are you mentally healthy?" But she didn't dare to say it. Elder Monica looked around at the 6 elf elders present and said, "My mind is normal, and I have not been invaded by evil forces." Hearing this, the 6 elf elders relaxed. Then, they looked at Monica in confusion, not understanding why the elder would make such a decision to join the castle forces from another world. Wouldn't that be abandoning the elf empire and betraying the god and demon continent? Elder Monica said, "The tribe's dependence on the black technology castle is not the result I want, but it can save our tribe from a disaster. Let our tribe continue to inherit and multiply." An elf elder frowned and said, "Great elder, you are too serious, right? How can a foreign castle that has been here for less than 10 days threaten the safety of our tribe?" "Yes, great elder." Another elf elder spoke up. "Our tribe has 5,000 people who are good at fighting, and there are 6 level 20 elders, as well as you and mother, 2 powerful level 21 masters. How strong can that castle be as strong as ours?" "This is obviously impossible," said another elf elder. "It's already very good to be able to give birth to a level 20 life in such a short time. I even suspect that there is no level 20 life in that castle." "2," said Elder Monica. Monica's words made the 6 elf elders present silent, and they seemed very surprised. As far as they know, from the time the castle forces descended on the god and demon continent to now, it has only been 8 days. It took the castle only 8 days to train 2 level 20 warriors. Such a development speed is simply terrifying. No wonder a mysterious voice told us that the castle forces are the common enemy of all races on the continent, and the degree of danger is second only to the dimensional demons that appeared in the ancient God War era. An elf elder said in a deep voice, "Even so, our elf tribe can ignore the threat brought by the castle. 2 level 20s, so what? We have 6 level 20s, 2 saints. That's right. We can destroy that castle. Let him see the wrath of the elves." Looking at the lively discussion, Elder Monica sighed and said, "The Visla mountain has disappeared." Hearing this, the faces of the 6 elven elders changed slightly. How could they not hear the hidden meaning in the elder's words? The Visla mountain was destroyed by the power of the castle? An elven elder exhaled and said, "We also saw the thing that fell from the sky. It destroyed the Visla mountains, and killed the mountain spirits that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. It is evil, but also terrifying. Its power is comparable to that of gods." The elf elder looked at Monica, his voice choked, and several other elf elders were also frightened. If that kind of power is really controlled by that castle, then the disaster of their elf tribe is really coming. They have no doubt that if that thing falls to their elf tribe, all the elves in the elf tribe will die in an instant, and no one will survive. Even their mother, the elf mother tree. Because the power of that thing has surpassed the demigod and entered the level of God. Monica sighed and said, "Although I really want to bring good news to the elf tribe, I can't lie to you because it concerns the future fate of our tribe." She told the details of what happened in the Black Technology Castle, including the conversation with Tang Xiaofan, the strong threat from Tang Xiaofan, and the deadly sense of crisis from high altitude. "The Lord of the Human Castle holds that kind of power. He destroyed the Visla Mountains in front of me. The original target of that power was me, but it changed direction. I believe the Lord of the Human Castle wanted to intimidate our elf tribe. He didn't want to destroy our tribe. But he didn't want to let us leave. He threatened us with the power of the god level, just to make our tribe surrender and rely on his castle power. That is an irresistible force. At least our elf tribe cannot resist." Monica looked at the 6 elf tribe elders present and sighed. "Do you think our tribe still has a choice, or die with mother and the tribe members?" The 6 elf elders were silent at the same time. It seemed that there was really no choice. As the elders of the elf tribe, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the tribe, but what about the tribe members? What about the young elves? What about the elf balls that are breeding on the branches of the elf mother tree? As a higher life race, they can choose to sacrifice themselves for the dignity of the elves. They are not afraid of death. But they cannot end the lives of the tribe members for the dignity of the elves. The tribe members have the right to live. Chapter 166. After a long silence, the spirit elder said, "I would like to ask the mother's opinion." After the words fell, the elf elders present all turned their eyes to the elven mother tree that radiated endless starlight. The elven mother tree has protected their tribe for hundreds of years, and the fate of the tribe is also in the hands of the elven mother tree, which is their mother. Monica, the elder, also bowed her head to the elven mother tree and whispered, "Mother, please tell us, What should we do? Alas! Accompanied by a sigh, a beautiful girl appeared in the garden, and Monica and other elf elders immediately knelt on the ground. Mother. This girl is the incarnation of the spirit of the elf mother tree. The lifespan of the elf mother tree is longer than that of the elves. If nothing unexpected happens, it will not be a problem to live for tens of thousands of years. Once it becomes a god, the elf mother tree can also be immortal. This elf mother tree of the elf tribe has grown for more than 3,000 years. It has been breeding elves since hundreds of years ago. Considering the tens of thousands of years of the normal lifespan of the elf mother tree, a tree age of more than 3,000 years is really just a small tree. She is still very young. Get up. The girl walked barefoot in the air, slowly approached, and finally sat down beside the elf elders. She looked young and full of girlishness, but her tone was old-fashioned. Although I bred you, the elves in the tribe are also my children. But I cannot decide your fate. From the moment you have spiritual intelligence, you are free elves, daughters of nature. Elder Monica said respectfully, this is a very difficult decision. I know. The girl reached out and touched the head of the great elder Monica. Monica, you are also the great elder of the elf tribe. You should lead the tribe and your people into the future. But mother, Monica said bitterly, the castle forces are the enemies of our god and demon continent. If we choose to surrender, then we will betray this world and betray Her Majesty the Queen of the Empire. The girl smiled and said, Her Majesty is kind, and will not punish you for this. As for the dispute between the castle and the local forces, she looked up at the dark sky, and the light seemed to be able to travel dozens of kilometers, penetrate the clouds, and see the towering tower on the ground. As long as the lord of the castle does not regard the elves as enemies. Monica nodded. In this way, even if they join the Black Technology Castle, they will not fight with the elves of other tribes in the future. We need to get his promise. In order to keep the disaster away from our tribe, we can choose to surrender. But he should also promise us that we will not participate in the war between the elves, and we cannot kill the elves. Other elf elders spoke up, and then they left under the gaze of the girl. They held a tribal meeting. All elves participated in the meeting, including the elves and the elf balls that flew around the elf mother tree like a ball of light. A fierce debate soon began, and it was not until a long time later that the quarrel stopped. The elves in the tribe were silent, and the light in their beautiful eyes dimmed. They were in a bad mood because the tribe was about to become a vassal of others. Mother! Monica came to the girl and asked, do you think highly of the castle power? The girl smiled and said, why do you think so? Monica said hesitantly, based on your previous temper, we will definitely fight them to the end. The girl rolled her eyes secretly, and then smiled and said, Monica, do I have a bad temper? Monica felt a little cold for some reason, and hurriedly shook her head and said, the elves of the tribe all know that you are a gentle, kind and beautiful mother. The girl did not respond, and looked in the direction of the Black Technology Castle. Do you know how big the Empire's mother tree is? Monica shook her head. She has been living in the forest since she was bred, and has never been to the Elf Empire. But she knows that her mother is from the Elf Empire. Her mother said that thousands of years ago, she was just a branch of the Elf Mother Tree, and was cultivated into a Mother Tree seed by the Empire's elf gods, and planted in the forest. Thousands of years later, the seeds grew into the Elf Mother Tree, and began to breed elves. This is the way of inheritance of the natural elves. The elf god spread the seeds of the Elf Mother God Tree all over the world, and one Elf Mother Tree after another grew. Then, the Elf Mother Tree bred one elf tribe after another. Strengthened the entire elf clan. It is precisely because of this way of inheritance that the elf clan, which experienced the ancient war of gods, has become so large that the elves can be seen everywhere. Elves are a large tribe in the land of gods and demons. The girl said, I want to become the Mother Elf God Tree. Hearing this, Monica took a breath and was shocked. The girl said with longing, the goal of all the Mother Elf trees is to become a great existence, like the Mother Elf God Tree. Monica said, is it the same for Mother? Of course. The girl raised her head, revealing her snow-white neck. Monica whispered, no wonder Mother did not refuse to surrender. Is she trying to use the power of the Lord of the Castle to become the Mother Elf God Tree? The girl said calmly, it's just one of the reasons, the main reason. I can't bear to see the children I bred with great difficulty being slaughtered by an unknown thing. Monica breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, mothers were and still love them. At this time, several elf elders walked into the garden. Mother, Grand Elder Monica. An elf elder said, the tribe has agreed to surrender, but he needs to make a promise to us, and can't force us to hurt other elves. Yes. The girl and Monica nodded. Elves must not kill each other. This is the law issued by the first queen who established the natural elf empire. All elves must not violate it, otherwise they will be despised by the entire elf clan. As for other races, for the sake of inheritance and reproduction, it is better to go to war. Blue Star, today's god and demon continent. The guests stared in amazement as the director zoomed out the camera of the elf tribe, revealing a giant tree several kilometers in size. Oh my god, Tang Xiaofan is so lucky. Is this considered a diplomatic skill, Commander? Remembering her identity as a host, Yu Xian quickly wiped her saliva and asked the commander. This elf is so beautiful. If she could be sent back to China, it would solve many single problems. Yes, yes. Commander is wise. That's the way to do it. Wow. In the studio, there was a sparse applause. Yuchi couldn't help but get anxious and said in a tender voice, Ahem, Commander, we are recording a program. Chapter 167. With Yuchi's reminder, the group of people finally got rid of the beauty of the elf. Aw, sorry. The director scratched his hair in embarrassment. It has been a long time since a beauty as beautiful as the elf appeared on Blue Star. Now there are people who have had microplastic surgery, dental treatments, etc. everywhere. Anyway, it is extremely difficult to see a natural beauty. The director's sharp camera tracking made everyone immersed in this beautiful country and unable to extricate themselves. If the director on the scene hadn't noticed something was wrong and woke up Yuchi, who was less addicted, a live broadcast accident might have occurred. I have to say that Tang Xiaofan's methods have become more and more mature recently. The operations in the past 2 days are a bit like making friends with distant people and attacking nearby people. It feels like Chao Mingda is possessed. Chao Mingda, such a high evaluation. He is the hero who ended the 3 kingdoms in the chaotic world. The way people looked at Tang Xiaofan changed dramatically. They no longer looked at the silly boy who gained power overnight, but gradually began to admire him. Commander, can he gain a foothold in the god and demon continent where all races compete? Yuchi asked the concerns of everyone, because after seeing the strength of the elf tribe, everyone had a clear understanding of the strength of the elf empire. Maybe one day, when Tang Xiaofan walks out of the forest, he may be blocked by the elf empire or other empires. Looking at everyone's eyes, the commander nodded and said, I believe he can, as long as he is given time. The current 2,000 iron warriors may become 200,000 in the future. 200,000. Oh my god, how many resources does this set of armor require? I think it will take at least 200 iron ingots, and refined iron and so on. If it's 200,000 sets, wouldn't that require 80 million iron ingots? Refined iron is even more numerous. Master Gung is no pushover, he is very familiar with manual work, so he naturally calculated the account. 80 million, too scary. How many resources does it take? Everyone looked at the bureau chief. Is this another lie? The bureau chief smiled calmly. Then let's make a bet, and see if Tang Xiaofan has 200,000 sets of armor. Black Technology Castle. The message prompt came almost at the same time. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. There are 5,329 local elves who want to join you and submit to your castle. Do you choose to accept them? Tang Xiaofan smiled. The female elf elder did not disappoint him after all. Bringing the entire elf tribe to join him, this is good news. Accept. Tang Xiaofan chose to accept without hesitation. At this time, he was in a very good mood. This was the first local elf tribe to attach to him, which was a good start for more elf tribes to submit in the future. Until he conquered the natural elf empire in the central area. At this time, several more messages popped up. Congratulations on your castle forces conquering the forest elf tribe. Your influence and reputation in the god and demon continent have greatly increased. Special reminder 1. Because you conquered the forest elf tribe, the natural elf empire's favorability towards you has greatly decreased, and the queen of the elf empire is dissatisfied with you. Special reminder 2. Because you conquered the elf tribe, the local forces in the forest have listed your castle forces as a key focus target. Please be careful. Special reminder 3. Because you conquered the elf tribe, the Goblin Kingdom's hatred towards you has greatly increased. Special reminder 4. The Goblin King removed your castle forces from the blacklist. Special reminder 5. Because your castle forces have the support of the elf tribe, the Forest Giant Kingdom's friendship value towards you has increased. Special reminder 6. Your Black Technology Castle in the forest is famous far and wide. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. It was just conquering an elf tribe, but it caused so many chain reactions. The natural elf empire far away in the central area of the god and demon continent had a significant decrease in favorability towards him, and the queen of the elf empire was dissatisfied with him. Is it really that serious? As for the forest, his move to conquer the elf tribe shocked all local forces. His Black Technology Castle was listed as a key focus target. The Forest Giant Kingdom has increased the friendship value of my castle forces? Could it be that there is some kind of connection between the elves and the forest giants? After gaining the loyalty of the elf tribe, we can indirectly gain the friendship of the Forest Giant Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan expressed surprise. And what surprised Tang Xiaofan the most was the action of the Goblin Kingdom. After the elf tribe surrendered to the Black Technology Castle, the hatred value of the Goblin Kingdom towards his castle forces increased significantly. But what was the result? The Goblin King crossed his castle forces off the blacklist. What does this mean? This means that the Goblin Kingdom hates his Black Technology Castle even more. But the Goblin King feels that with the help of the elf tribe, they may not be able to defeat the Black Technology Castle, so they should try to avoid going to war with the Black Technology Castle. Your Majesty, the Goblin Kingdom. It's quite interesting to do things. The Goblin Kingdom withdraws its troops. Tang Xiaofan felt a little regretful. He had originally planned to wait for the Goblin Kingdom to send a large army to conquer his Black Technology Castle. Then he could arrange for the second army to give the other party a big surprise halfway. The Goblin Kingdom has 15,000 elite soldiers, with a total of 3 legions. If one of the legions of the Goblin Kingdom can be eliminated, the next thing will be much easier. But now, the Goblin King has personally crossed his Black Technology Castle off the blacklist, and it is obvious that he is not allowed to go to war with the Black Technology Castle head-on. The reason is also very simple. The Goblin King is afraid of the elf tribe. He doesn't want to offend the elf tribe again because of a goblin tribe that has already been lost. If the elves of the elf tribe participate in the war with the Black Technology Castle and are hurt, then even if his army wins the war and destroys the Black Technology Castle, it will not be worth it. The elves are a highly intelligent race in the land of gods and demons. The tribe is so powerful that it has taken root in the center of the world and established a powerful natural elf empire. The Goblin King does not want to become enemies with the elves because of his hatred for the Black Technology Castle. Hate is hate, and hatred is hatred. But the Goblin King gave up the conquest of the Black Technology Castle. Unless the elves leave the Black Technology Castle, the Goblin King does not want to have anything to do with the Black Technology Castle anymore. It would be best if they never see each other again and never have any contact with each other until death. What a pity! What a great opportunity! Tang Xiaofan regretted that he failed to defeat one of the legions of the Goblin Kingdom. Facing the Goblin Kingdom, which had 3 legions and 15,000 elite soldiers, he still had a headache. Now that the Goblin Kingdom took the initiative to make concessions, he had to adjust his plan a little. After all, the Terminator is a killer weapon and cannot be used casually. In addition, the Goblin Kingdom is underground. If you attack it, you have to go through thick rock layers, and it is difficult to cause damage to the Goblin Kingdom. Unless Tang Xiaofan can plant the big mushroom on the top of the Goblin Kingdom, point it straight down, and bombard the underground world where the Goblin Kingdom is, it is possible to conquer the Goblin Kingdom directly, or even destroy it. Chapter 168. There is another problem. The Terminator, as the name suggests, is to end everything. If I keep using this Terminator, all the goblins will die by then. Why should I conquer the Goblin Empire? At least let the Goblin Kingdom mine and collect for me. This is the purpose of war. The Terminator's great power is its biggest flaw, but of course, it is also its biggest advantage. But with the Terminator in hand, Tang Xiaofan can be said to have no one to fear in this big forest. Which of the local forces, Goblin Kingdom, Dragon Nest, Forest Giant Kingdom, Orthodox Dwarf Kingdom, Warcraft Family, etc., can withstand the bombardment of the Terminator, Dragon Nest, as the most powerful force in the Dark Forest? It is still impossible to resist the Terminator. One bomb will kill the dragons above level 21, even the demigods and true gods of the Dragon Clan. It still has to serve as a deterrent. Of course, I can use it as soon as the transformation of the Sky City is completed. In this area of the forest, the Sky City is definitely a killer, and its power is controllable, so it won't kill everyone. Tang Xiaofan sighed and shook his head. Jarvis is still analyzing it, and the time is unknown. And he definitely can't use soul stones. He has less than 1% of the soul stones he has in stock. Where can he find 1,000,000 soul stones? Obviously, it's impossible for him to sweep the forest with the help of the Sky City in a short time. The elf tribe is done. Then the next target of the attack is still the Goblin Kingdom. I can't get along with the Goblin King just because he gave up attacking my castle. The elf tribe has a level 21 warrior, 6 level 20 warriors, 5,000 elite elf warriors, plus my warrior team, Angel Army and Goblin Believer Army. It's not impossible to conquer the Goblin Kingdom. But if we start a war now, there will be a lot of losses. Don't worry. Let the Angel Army develop for a few more days. Once the transformation of the Sky City is completed, we will directly attack the Goblin Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan has formulated a strategic plan. After all, he wants to crush the Goblin Kingdom in the underground world in the near future. Once the Goblin Kingdom is conquered, he will definitely become rich overnight. In addition, the Goblin Kingdom also has a large number of underground safe passages. With these two things, Tang Xiaofan will have more confidence in attacking other forces. At midnight, a group of warriors responsible for guarding the safety of the castle patrolled around the castle. The little angels went out hunting with two bloodthirsty demon wolves. For them, the forest at night was no longer dangerous. As long as they didn't encounter enemies at level 21, the angel army could easily deal with them, not to mention the guards of the warriors. In addition, the watchtower monitored the dense forest of dozens of kilometers around the Black Technology Castle. Once a creature above level 20 was found, it would automatically report to Tang Xiaofan, and Jarvis would deal with it according to the situation as soon as possible. It can be said that the safety of the Angel Corps' leveling ground is greatly guaranteed. Tang Xiaofan was also very relieved. After chatting with the little lowly in the underground world, he washed up and went to bed. When he woke up, it was the time when the dawn shone on the forest. After the night passed, the forest returned to peace again. Many wild monsters that had gone crazy all night returned to their nests to avoid danger. As for the cushioning range of the Black Technology Castle, they dared not approach it. And after being cleaned up again and again by the Angel Corps, the number of wild monsters in the dense forest around the Black Technology Castle has been greatly reduced. Groups of wild monsters are almost invisible. If you are lucky, you can encounter wild monsters in groups of 2 or 3. If you are unlucky, you may not find a single wild monster within hundreds of meters. From this, it can be seen that the first to suffer from the arrival of the castle forces are the wild monsters, followed by the war with the local forces. In the bedroom of the castle, Tang Xiaofan got up and washed, and took the hot and sour soup and donkey meat fire made by the chef today. He didn't know how this master chef made it. Now the food in the kitchen is so delicious. There are all kinds of delicious food, including Chinese food, Western food, French food, Mexican burritos, and Italian ham. This master chef is knowledgeable, and can make many delicacies that Tang Xiaofan has never heard of. This is also what Tang Xiaofan is most satisfied with as the lord of the castle. The brothers are fighting hard on the front line and in the rear, and they can't lose their mouths. After eating a rich and delicious breakfast, he went to the city, and saw many wild monsters piled up in the open space, not far away. There were little angels collecting and decomposing them. The collected food and monster materials were automatically stored in the castle warehouse. The soul stone was handed to Tang Xiaofan by the six-winged angel Tiga. Tang Xiaofan took a look. The angel legion and the bloodthirsty demon wolf did not get much after a night of hunting. There were only more than 300 soul stones, which was directly related to the sharp drop in the number of wild monsters in the surrounding dense forests. As usual, Tang Xiaofan put the soul stones into the Cyclops ring, in preparation for upgrading the farmer factory to level 5 in the future. Now, I have a total of 7,750 soul stones. To upgrade the farmer factory to level 5, 10,000 soul stones are needed. It's not far away. At this time, Tang Xiaofan thought of the supplies of the elf tribe. He felt that there should be a reserve of soul stones in the elf tribe. He planned to go to the elf tribe later, and take a look at what the world of the elves was like. But he had to wait for the second corps to come back before setting off with the first corps. After all, the hometown had to be heavily guarded. In addition, he had to try the weapons recommended by Jarvis to enhance the power of the Mark II armor. This time, the reconnaissance in the elf tribe exposed a problem. The warriors wearing the Mark armor and equipped with the arc reactor did not choose to attack and crush. Jarvis participated in the control of the tactical level. After communicating with Tang Xiaofan yesterday, he gave the opinion that the damage of conventional weapons was insufficient and not enough to exert the power of the Mark II armor. If the enemy could not lose its combat effectiveness in the first time, the risk of casualties would increase. Therefore, today Tang Xiaofan will work with Jarvis to solve the problem of upgrading the conventional weapons of the soldiers. First, the current hand cannon is quite powerful and can be used forever. Second, the long-range M429 machine gun is a bit weak and needs to be replaced with a missile with automatic tracking function. Third, the offensive force is currently lacking, especially when the opponent has strong defense capabilities. you can consider transforming the Great Pelican as an offensive weapon platform and carrying 11-30 close-in defense guns. Fourth, considering that the Sky City will be put into conventional combat mode in the future, it will be equipped with escort aircraft carriers, and the production of space carriers will be put on the agenda. After setting 4 major directions, Jarvis immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Chapter 169. Sir, after analysis, the adjustment and transformation plan is as follows. Jarvis's current computing power is extremely powerful, with an energy network composed of nearly 3,000 arc reactors, allowing him to fully perform calculations. The automatic tracking missile has been basically developed and can be miniaturized. But the power will be reduced by a quarter, and the attack range will be reduced to 5 kilometers. At the same time, due to the miniaturization, the speed of the automatic tracking missile has increased by 50%, and it can identify friend or foe. The double-edged axe is modified into a single-edged giant sword, made of titanium alloy, 2 meters long, with a single-sided edge, using the ultra-high-speed movement of the steel armor to kill the opponent. The weapon platform transformation plan has been entered into the light airport factory, and the new model of the Big Pelican will be changed into a gunboat. We named the new gunboat the Big Yellow Duck, carrying 4 scaled-down aviation version aircraft cannons, 50 milliliters caliber, 200 round/second firing rate, unlimited ammunition. Using all-terrain takeoff and landing equipment, the Big Yellow Duck can be converted into a ground defense at any time. The air escort will be completed by armored warriors to ensure air supremacy. The escort fleet of the Sky City needs to be constructed in 3 levels. The first level, the defense level, will use the energy shield as the defense core and form a 360-degree defense shield through micro-aircraft. The second level, the offensive level, will deploy no less than 50 large Pelicans outside the energy shield, waiting for the light airport factory to be able to produce other flight platforms. The third level, the early warning attack level, is mainly composed of medium-sized drone groups, equipped with micro-missiles and aviation machine guns, and is mainly responsible for reconnaissance missions and early attacks. After listening to Jarvis' introduction, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel excited. After the set of equipment is modified, he can walk sideways. Sir, the transformation of the armor's weapon system and the defense system can be carried out in advance. The current resolution of the Sky City is 35%. Okay, implement it as soon as possible. I can't wait. Jarvis took the order and began to issue production plans to the blacksmith shop and factory according to the plan. Especially for medium-sized drones, he did not occupy the production capacity of the light airport factory, but used the temporarily idle heavy factory. The Vulture light armored vehicle produced by the heavy factory has been completed, while the other 2 models have not been released. Although Jarvis has not yet figured out the logic of this production, it does not prevent him from figuring out its operating rules. The heavy factory is like a blacksmith shop or a weapons workshop. As long as the workers input the corresponding drawings into the workshop, the assembly line can easily start production. Then, Jarvis's drone with its own intelligent system, a device with no technical content, will soon start production. Moreover, according to the combat system set by Jarvis, in addition to the ultimate system built around the Sky City, it can be split into multiple subsystems at any time, up to a Legion, with Legion-level configurations, including Pelican fighters responsible for transporting supplies, and Big Yellow Duck gunboats responsible for fire support, and increased drone alert and attack. The company-level team is further reduced in size, and the Big Yellow Duck's fire support is mobile, and is uniformly dispatched by Jarvis as the battlefield changes. As for the smallest combat unit, a 10-man squad, it is equipped with an equal number of drones. Okay. After deciding on the general direction, Tang Xiaofan likes to be a hands-off boss, leaving everything to Jarvis to arrange, but he gave instructions to Jean E and Jean Air. He also wanted to go and see the Elves tribe. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan immediately left the castle, but he was not alone, but contacted Jean Air, who was on his way back, and brought the team to join him. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also put on his Mark II armor. The silver armor, with the blue cold light eye mask, made him look extremely cold. Moreover, the latest automated armor has been put into use. At least the visor can be automatically folded now, so you don't have to hold the helmet in your hand when you take off the visor like before. A team of armored warriors escorted Tang Xiaofan and flew towards the elf tribe. Not long after, the warriors of the 2nd Regiment also appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. A group of armors painted with a black base and a blue hammer-shaped armor saluted Tang Xiaofan in the air and said, "Greetings, Lord." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, Let's go. Mark the location, the elf tribe. Tang Xiaofan was in the armor, watching the ground quickly pass by, and with the holographic effect provided by Jarvis, he could see the many guards and soldiers around him, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. In a gust of wind, everyone formed a flight formation and headed towards the elf tribe. The distance of more than 100 kilometers was fleeting for Mark's armor, and the drone used by Jarvis for testing had already arrived at the elf tribe. From the footage sent back by the drone, it can be seen that the most conspicuous thing in the elf tribe is a giant ancient tree hundreds of meters high with lush branches and leaves, like a canopy. Under the ancient tree is the elf tribe. There are groups of tree houses and flowers everywhere. You can hear elves singing from afar. Elves are a highly intelligent race in the gods and demons continent, and are listed as highly intelligent races along with dragons and titans. Nowadays, the elves in the gods and demons continent are mainly natural elves. They are born from the elf mother tree and control the power of nature. There are also many elves all over the world. The natural elves are one of the major tribes in the gods and demons continent. In the central area, they have established a powerful natural elf empire to intimidate the entire world. Of course, there are not only natural elves in the elf family, but also other types of elves. The most famous among them are elemental elves, which are known as the masters of elements, such as ice elves, fire elves, wind elves, sea elves, earth elves, holy light elves, night elves, etc. They are in charge of the purest single element power, and can easily trigger the terrifying elemental magic between heaven and earth. Release elemental magic that is so powerful that it can rival dragon language magic. For elemental elves, forbidden spells can be released at will. Elemental elves belong to the upper level combat power of the natural elves, and are also the core. However, the birth of elemental elves is very difficult. Some elemental elves are directly born from the elf mother tree, and are reproduced by the elf mother tree like natural elves, but the probability is extremely low. The elf mother tree may reproduce 1 million natural elves before it is possible to reproduce one elemental elf. Some elemental elves are condensed from the elemental magic between heaven and earth. The probability of this type of elemental elf breeding is even lower. In short, even in the huge natural elves, the number of elemental elves is very rare. In addition to natural elves and elemental elves, the elves also have many other special elves, such as flower elves, dragon elves, stone elves, etc. This kind of special elves is rarer than elemental elves. Chapter 170. Just like the dragon elves were born in the dragon cemetery, condensed by the dragon soul power of Pang Tai, and were born to control dragon language magic and soul magic. However, given the rarity of dragon tombs, the birth of dragon elves is very difficult. But no matter what, the elves are the top tribe in the god and demon continent. From the ancient god war era to the later invasion of dimensional demons, the elves did not disappear. With the development and inheritance of the times, the establishment of the natural elf empire, and the wise decision of the first generation of the queen of the elf empire, the influence and deterrence of the elves radiate the entire world of the gods and demons continent. Compared with the natural elves, the dragons and titans among the three highly intelligent races are weaker. These two races are not as powerful as the natural elves today, either in numbers or power. The dragons are second, and the titans are the worst. Of course, the dragons and titans cannot be underestimated. They are just weaker than the natural elves, not to say that their ethnic power is weak. On the contrary, the influence of the dragon clan and the titans in the god and demon continent is also extremely terrifying. Dragon nests are spread across major regions, and the titans are in charge of towering sacred mountains. None of the 10,000 races on the continent dare to look down on the dragon clan and the titans, even the natural elves. That is the elf tribe, the world where natural elves live. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan also flew over the elf tribe in the sky, looking down at the elf tribe in the distance. In the center of the elf tribe, there grows a huge ancient tree, and countless stars linger between the branches and leaves like fireflies, which is the power of life. At the same time, you can see bright balls of light hanging on the branches of the ancient tree. Those are the elf balls. They are absorbing the natural magic of the elf mother tree. When it reaches a certain level, or when it matures, the elf ball will crack and a small elf will emerge from it. The elf is the larva of the natural elf, and will slowly grow into a big elf. There are groups of wooden houses on the ancient elf tree, flowers everywhere, and colorful butterflies flying. You can also see many elves dancing and singing. This is a very dreamy world. It was so beautiful that it was like a fairy tale, making people want to go in. It's a beautiful place. Tang Xiaofan was praising it. He liked such beautiful scenery. Especially in the tribe, The love between the elves made him feel very close. It's very beautiful. John Eyre also nodded. He admired the beauty of nature created by the natural elves. But they give me a feeling of being too fragile. Tang Xiufan's mouth twitched slightly. He had been to the Sky City, and visited every place in the city. The City Lord's Mansion, the Sacred Temple, the Legion's Base, the Sacred Magic Cannon Core. If it really comes to a comparison of beauty, the Sky City is no match for the elf tribe in front of it. After all, the Sky City is a pure war fortress, built for world wars and dimensional invasions. How could it be beautiful? However, Tang Xiufan agreed with the second half of John Eyre's words. The scenery in front of him was too fragile. Once a Terminator came down, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it would become a bubble. This is just a small tribe. Tang Xiufan said. The core of the elves is the natural elf empire located in the central area of the continent. That is the base camp of the natural elves. Don't underestimate the entire elf tribe just because of the elf tribe in front of you. Yes, my lord. John Eyre will remember your teachings. John Eyre hurriedly responded respectfully. The Lord's words are orders, and he must remember them in his heart. How dare he forget them? At this time, several figures flew up to the sky one after another. After a moment, the figures approached. There were 7 people in total, all beautiful natural elves. Led by the late level 21 elf elder Monica, the other 6 were also elders of the elf tribe. Lord, why are you here? Seeing Tang Xiufan coming in person, Elder Monica was a little surprised. The 6 elf elders behind her looked at each other, and then performed the elf etiquette towards Tang Xiufan. Like Elder Monica, they called Tang Xiufan Lord. Lord, the owner of a territory. Now that the entire elf tribe has joined the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiufan is naturally their lord. He smiled and said, Why, the elves don't welcome me. I dare not. Elder Monica shook her head and said to Tang Xiufan, After discussion among all the elves in our tribe, we unanimously agreed to join your castle and serve you. Tang Xiufan nodded slightly. I knew about it last night. Last night? Elder Monica was a little speechless. Their tribe also made this decision last night. She guessed that Tang Xiufan's ability to learn about their tribe's resolution at the same time might be related to the special ability of the castle lord. She was very curious about the lord of the castle, who came from another world. She opened her mouth to ask for some information about the lord of the castle, but when she asked, she couldn't get it out. In just a blink of an eye, she forgot what she wanted to ask, and couldn't remember it at all. Monica's beautiful face lost some color. You know, she is a 21st level strongman. Not to mention her superb memory, she can dig out even the memories hidden deep in her soul. But now, she just couldn't remember what she wanted to ask Tang Xiufan just now. Is there some kind of terrifying power affecting me? Monica felt cold all over, and didn't dare to think about it anymore. At the same time, Tang Xiufan's eyes fell on Monica and other elf elders. Their personal information also appeared in front of Tang Xiufan truthfully. Monica, Nature Elf. Identity, Great Elder of the Forest Elf Tribe. Current growth status, Adult. Level, Late Level 21. Loyalty, 74 points. Growth potential limit, Peak Level 21. Special reminder, after successfully obtaining Bloodline Evolution, Nature Elves have a certain probability of evolving into Ancient Great Elves, and their growth potential limit is increased to Demigod. Natural Elf. Identity, Elder of the Forest Elf Tribe. Current growth status, Adult. Level, Peak Level 20. Loyalty, 70 points. Growth potential limit, Level 21. Special reminder, after successfully obtaining Bloodline Evolution, Nature Elves have a certain probability of evolving into Ancient Great Elves, and their growth potential limit is increased to Demigod and so on, except for Monica. The 6 Elf Elders are all level 20, ranging from early level 20 to peak level 20. Their growth potential limit is also the late stage of level 21, only Monica's growth potential limit is the peak of level 21, and at her current level of level 21, she is only one step away from the growth limit. When Monica is promoted to the peak of level 21, her growth will reach the top of her life. If there is no special opportunity, there is basically no chance to continue to improve. Chapter 171. From this point of view, the growth potential of the natural elves in the Elf Garden is at the peak of level 21, or the late level 21. No wonder he was able to get the 5th place in the scoreboard in the Beast Tide event. The top 5 in the scoreboard at that time were the Black Technology Castle. It can be seen that the Elf Garden was able to stand out from hundreds of castle masters, and squeeze into the 5th place in the scoreboard. Tang Xiufan suddenly remembered that the space teleportation magic circle blueprint he won in the auction last night seemed to come from the elf garden. In addition, natural elves can also evolve again. There is a chance that they will evolve into ancient great elves, with the potential to grow into demigods. Sure enough, we cannot underestimate those top castle lords standing at the top. The top soldiers under their command may also be demigod level. Of course, for Tang Xiaofan, it is not to be underestimated, but not to be afraid of. His soldiers, the weakest farmers, can be killed by true gods after wearing armor. This is the fundamental reason why Tang Xiaofan dared to challenge the alliance of gods composed of hundreds of top castle lords. In addition to the level and growth potential of the elf elders in front of him, Tang Xiaofan was most concerned about their loyalty. Without the constraints of faith, the loyalty of the soldiers who defected was very low. However, Tang Xiaofan was very surprised. He originally thought that Monica and the other elf elders would be less than 60 points loyal to him. That is, they might defect at any time, but what Tang Xiaofan did not expect was that their initial loyalty was not low or above 70 points. This means that unless something serious happens, they will basically not defect. Why is that? After all, they were forced to choose to defect under my threat. Even with the bonus of temples and various castle buildings, their loyalty cannot be so high. Could it be that this is the spirit of the elves' contract? Tang Xiaofan was very confused, but after all, this was a good thing, and he didn't think about it anymore. Surrounded by Elder Monica and a group of elf elders, Tang Xiaofan and his group flew into the elf tribe together. As soon as he entered the tribe, he became the focus of the elves' attention. He was wearing silver armor, which was very eye-catching among the black armors and attracted a lot of attention. Is that human man our future lord? It's him. I can sense the connection between me and the lord. Well, I don't know what he looks like. Is he too ugly? Most humans look very ugly. I hope the lord's appearance can be a little more acceptable. I don't know how the lord will treat our elf tribe. It is said that the castle forces are most enthusiastic about war and invasion. Not long ago, an elf warrior who was patrolling outside was repelled. Is the tribe going to participate in the war? Our elf tribe has lived peacefully in the forest for hundreds of years, and has never fought against other races. It depends on what the Lord decides. If he wants to dispatch the elf warriors of our tribe to attack other forces, we have no choice but to obey. In the tribe, many elves gathered and whispered. Among them were adult elves and young elves. Without exception, they were all female elves, and they were all very beautiful. Are there ugly elves? From the perspective of human aesthetics, obviously not. Elves and angels are both beautiful creatures. The only difference is their temperament. Elves are ethereal, pure, kind, and have natural beauty. Angels are holy, sacred and loyal, and live by faith. Tang Xiaofan swept his eyes, and the adult natural elves bowed their heads to show respect to the Lord. The young elves turned pale and screamed and scattered, as if Tang Xiaofan standing in front of them was a big bad wolf, and they were weak little sheep. Seeing this scene, Elder Monica quickly apologized. Lord, please forgive me, the elves are very timid, and no strangers have ever entered our tribe. They are a little nervous when they see you. It's okay. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and said, Has the lord of the castle attacked your tribe before? He heard some elves discussing this matter, but Elder Monica shook her head and said, The lord of the castle is too weak to attack our tribe. He only harassed the elf warriors of our tribe, who were patrolling the territory. After Elder Becky repelled his castle troops, he never dared to act presumptuously again. Elder Becky is an elf elder in the late 20th level. With her strength, it is no problem for her to repel and deter a castle force. After all, there is only one castle force as perverted as the Black Technology Castle among hundreds of castle forces. At least at present, basically no castle force can defeat a local force comparable to the elf tribe. Even Tang Xiaofan only used the big killer Terminator to threaten. Tang Xiaofan asked, Where is that man's castle? Elder Monica nodded. His castle is located in the northwest of our elf tribe, less than 20 kilometers away. When the elves of our tribe patrol or gather food outside, they occasionally encounter his castle troops. However, the elves of the tribe are hiding in the dark and are not discovered by him. Tang Xiaofan said, Gather the elf warriors of your tribe and attack the castle at noon. The purpose is to destroy it. Grand Elder Monica was stunned, and Tang Xiaofan looked into her eyes without saying a word. Grand Elder Monica gritted her teeth and said, The elf tribe obeys your orders, Lord. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Tang Xiaofan then said, Send the materials to my Black Technology Castle, except for the food. Monica nodded, Okay. Now, the elf tribe is already a force under the Black Technology Castle. The Black Technology Castle has the right to mobilize the materials of their tribe, and she did not refuse. Elder Monica said, Lord, can you please leave some water of life for our tribe? It is the source of life and magic of the elves, and it is very important to the elves. Water of life. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, what does it look like? Monica flipped her right hand, and a string of information appeared on her slender white palm. Water of life. Description: a treasure from the natural elves, made from pure natural magic and elf secret magic. Effect 1. Increase the vitality and natural magic in the body of living beings. Speed up the recovery of physical injuries suffered by living beings, and mental and soul trauma can be quickly healed. Effect 3. There is a low probability of helping living beings break through the ranks. Special reminder: the effect of the water of life on elves and other types of soldiers is doubled. After reading the information, Tang Xiaofan directly put the bottle of water of life into the Cyclops ring. Then he said to Monica, leave enough water of life for your tribe to use. You are a kind lord. Chapter 172. Monica and the elf elders behind her looked at Tang Xiaofan with gratitude. For the elves, the water of life is very important, and is related to the improvement of the strength of the elves in their tribe. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also received a message prompt, informing him that due to his kind act, the overall loyalty of the elf tribe has increased by 3 points. The loyalty of Monica and several elf elders has increased by more than 5 points. Obviously, the elves are kind. Although the water of life itself belongs to them, you must know that the elf tribe chooses to attach itself to the Black Technology Castle, so the ownership of their tribe's things belongs to Tang Xiaofan. Naturally, Tang Xiaofan's move made the elves grateful. What building is that? Tang Xiaofan looked at the main house not far away, which was guarded by many elf warriors. Monica said respectfully, Lord, that is the treasure house of our elf tribe. Tang Xiaofan said, go in and take a look. After that, he took the lead to walk towards the elf treasure house. The elf treasure house, as the name suggests, is a place where treasures are stored. The elf treasure house belongs to the forbidden area of the elf tribe. In addition to the elf warriors, who are responsible for guarding the treasure house on a daily basis, only a few elders of the elf tribe are qualified to approach. Because the water of life that the elves depend on for survival is stored in the treasure house. Seeing Tang Xiaofan walking straight towards the treasure house, Elder Monica and several elf elders quickly followed. When the elf warriors guarding the treasure house saw Tang Xiaofan, at the same time, an inexplicable voice told them that this was the lord of the elf tribe. When they saw Monica and several other tribal elders following behind, they immediately made way. At the same time, the magic band covering the treasure house was closed, and the door of the treasure house was opened. Lord! Several elf warriors saluted Tang Xiaofan. They were wearing leather armor, carrying bows and arrows, and looked beautiful and heroic. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, and then walked straight into the treasury. John Eyre and the guards followed closely behind, and Monica and other elf elders walked at the end. As for the other warriors, they were distributed around the treasury, and began to be on guard. Although it was a tribe under his command, Jarvis still meticulously implemented the protection strategy he had formulated for Tang Xiaofan. 100 warriors have now been replaced by fighting masters, who are protecting Tang Xiaofan closely. The other warriors formed a protective net in the sky and on the ground, guarding different directions. Jarvis started a full-scale scan, monitoring the surrounding environment in multiple dimensions to prevent any form of enemy from approaching Tang Xiaofan. 10 kilometers away from the elf tribe. In the dense forest, there is a high-level castle. Inside and outside the castle, many snake-headed monsters can be seen, Master. A level 16 peak commander-level snake-headed monster walked into the castle, came to a young man, and saluted respectfully. The young man asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" The snake-headed monster commander said respectfully, "I don't know if it's my illusion. I once again feel the breath of natural elves in the dense forest outside the castle. This is normal." The young man said calmly, "Didn't you feel the breath of elves before? We had a conflict with the elf tribe earlier, but they didn't do anything to us. This shows that the elves are kind and peace-loving. The elves that appeared outside the castle are probably just here to monitor our castle and prevent it from getting close to their tribe's territory again." "But Master," said the snake-headed monster commander, "it seems that there are too many elves this time." The young man frowned and said, "What do you mean by that?" The snake-headed monster commander said, "They seem to be preparing to attack our castle. Before the war starts, the elves will generally scout the opponent and learn about the opponent's information." The young man's expression changed slightly. He was a little worried and a little confused. In his opinion, the last conflict had been settled, and he did not send troops to hunt in the territory of the elf tribe. There was no contact between the two forces, and there was no grudge. There was no reason for the elf tribe to suddenly attack his castle. Besides, didn't the elves dislike war? We must have misunderstood. Those elves were just passing by and would leave soon. The young man could only think in a positive direction. He didn't dare to imagine what his castle would become if it was attacked by powerful natural elves. The elf tribe is strong. A 20-level great elf, and thousands of elf warriors. Not to mention that his troops are only mid-level snake-headed monsters. Even those top castle masters are no match. The young man even believed it. Even Tang Xiaofan, who is known as the strongest castle master, can't beat the elf tribe. A 20-level strongman is enough to sweep Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle. Elves? A trace of greed appeared on the young man's face as he sighed. He knew that Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle was not far from his castle. He deduced this based on the beam of light last night. A castle lord claimed that the location where the beam appeared was close to Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle, and his castle was not far from where the beam fell. He then deduced that sooner or later, Tang Xiaofan's demon team would come to attack, and the main reason why he did not evacuate this area like other castle lords and go to a more distant place to develop again was because of this elf tribe. He was planning to attack the elf tribe. After a while, with the development speed of my castle, there is definitely no hope of conquering the entire elf tribe in a short period of time. However, as long as my troops reach level 18, it will be no problem to catch a few elves. As long as I catch a few elves, I will evacuate. The young man was very envious of those beautiful elves. He did not leave, but was waiting for an opportunity to catch an elf. If he succeeded, he would immediately evacuate. Go to a place where neither the elf tribe nor the black technology castle can find him. At this time, the beautiful figure of the elf appeared in the young man's mind, and his greed became stronger. The young man said to the level 16 snake-headed monster commander in front of him, "Promote to level 18 as soon as possible." The snake-headed monster commander was the strongest soldier under his command. At the peak of level 16, at most 2 or 3 days, or even shorter, his snake-headed monster commander would definitely be able to be promoted to level 18. At that time, he would take action and capture all the elves that appeared around the castle. "Yes, master." The snake-headed monster commander obeyed respectfully. Then he led the team out of the castle, and went hunting in the dense forest. The young man stayed in the castle. With his strength, it was still dangerous to go out hunting. It was safest to stay in the castle. "Soon. At most 2 or 3 days, we can start." The young man took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the impulse in his heart. Elves, what he dreamed of. Even if he had to lose some of his soldiers, he had to get them. Chapter 173. Elf Tribe. After entering the treasury, the first thing Tang Xiaofan saw was a series of exquisite wooden boxes. In the innermost part of the treasury was a white jade pool, which was surrounded by magic restrictions. The pool contained the treasure of the elves, the water of life. Whether it was to restore magic power or to heal injuries, the water of life had a very good effect. This was made by the elves with pure natural magic combined with the elves' secret technique. The water of life was unique to the elves. No other race can make it. At most, they can only make a potion with similar effects, but it is not the water of life. Tang Xiaofan took a look at the white jade pool, which was only 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter high. The water of life contained in it was only half the height of the white jade pool, not as much as he imagined. Tang Xiaofan said, "Is this amount of water of life enough for the elves in your tribe?" Elder Monica said, "Don't worry, Lord, the tribesmen only need to drink a small sip every day. If they save a little, there will be some water of life left." Tang Xiaofan said, "You don't have to save it, just give me a few bottles." For Tang Xiaofan, the water of life is not very useful. The Angel of Heart Tiga can not only restore magic power, but also heal injuries. The hospital in the castle also has it. Compared with this kind of magic that is not scientific at all, Tang Xiaofan believes more in his medical technology. In addition, medical technology now has the black technology bonus of Jarvis, and the assistance of automated arms, so various surgical operations can be easily completed. If there are still difficult and complicated diseases, there are also magical Chinese medicine treatments in Jarvis' database. Tang Xiaofan doesn't mind recruiting a few farmers to become old Chinese medicine practitioners in his hospital. Therefore, the water of life is dispensable to him. Tang Xiaofan just wants to save a few bottles for himself. In case of emergency, Monica and several elf elders are more grateful after hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, and their loyalty has increased by a few points. Then, They took the initiative to open the exquisite wooden boxes in the treasure house. There are 17 wooden boxes in total. 15 of them are filled with equipment. These equipments are made by the tribe's elf blacksmiths. Not only are they exquisite in style, but also of high quality. Elder Monica said, "Lord, these equipments are made by us, a total of 379 sets. The lowest are mid-level equipment, and most are high-level equipment. There is also a set of level 20 magic equipment." Then, Monica opened the last 2 wooden boxes. It was filled with soul stones. There are more than 3,600 soul stones in total. "I want them all." Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate to put all the soul stones into the Cyclops ring. 10,480 soul stones. Then, Tang Xiaofan looked at the elf equipment and said to Monica, "I will dispatch a batch of planes to transport them later." Monica said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." "Yes." Tang Xiaofan nodded. These equipments are very useful to him. They are not used to equip the warriors. Compared with the mark armor, these equipments are just for show. Moreover, these equipments were made by the elves according to their own heights, and their own soldiers could not wear them at all, nor did they look down on them. He was going to take them to the trading area for auction in exchange for materials to upgrade the castle. It has been a while since the Black Technology Castle was upgraded to a primary town, but it has not been upgraded to a mid-level town due to insufficient materials. Tang Xiaofan believed that if he auctioned off all these more than 300 sets of elf equipment, the materials obtained in exchange can definitely meet the upgrade needs of the intermediate town, and there will be surplus. After all, most of these equipment are high-level equipment, and only a few are mid-level equipment, which are very valuable. As for the other set of level 20 magic equipment, Tang Xiaofan is not going to sell it. He wants to wear it himself. Just treat it as a collection. After coming to this world once, you have to leave some memories, right? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes on the level 20 magic suit, Blessing of Natural Elves suit. Description: it is a suit carefully crafted by natural elves. It is not only powerful, but also has an artistic atmosphere of elf style. Level 20. Effect 1. Comprehensively enhance the defense and attack of the wearer of the equipment. Effect 2 can release level 20 attack magic, Elf Arrow multiple times. Effect 3. Greatly increase your charm value. Special effect: this is a suit made by the elf tribe. Wearing it will increase your favorability with the elf tribe. Increase charm? Tang Xiaofan laughed in silence, secretly praising the suit as worthy of being made by the elves. At the same time, he had to admit that this level 20 suit was really powerful. Not to mention the comprehensive increase in the wearer's defense and attack, it also comes with a level 20 attack magic that can be released multiple times. The elf arrow is a single target magic attack, but the explosion will cause range damage. Overall, it is very powerful. After all, it is a level 20 magic. You know, the level 20 equipment Cyclops ring on Tang Xiaofan, the space magic it comes with, is only a high-level magic. High-level magic is obviously not as good as level 20 magic. Tang Xiaofan turned to the great elder of the elves Monica and said, "I also want this level 20 suit, but can it be modified to suit my body?" At this time, an elf elder came out. Her name was Aida, a beautiful level 20 peak elf and also a senior elf blacksmith. This level 20 suit of natural elf protection equipment was made by her. Elder Aida said, "Lord, it is not difficult to modify this suit according to your body shape, but it will take 3 days." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me once it's done." "Yes, sir." Elder Aida nodded respectfully. Afterwards, the group left the elf treasure house. Tang Xiaofan then checked the elf tribe's warehouse, which contained a large amount of food, wood, stone, and refined iron. There were more than 30,000 units of refined iron alone, and the wood and stone combined were close to 150,000 units. Tang Xiaofan said, "Leave the food to your tribe, and I take the other supplies." These materials are crucial for him to upgrade the castle. Monica and other elf elders thanked him again. Food is the most important thing for them. As for wood and stone, they are not very useful. They can be collected when needed. As for the refined iron that can be made into equipment, the Lord wants to take it away, and they can only agree. Elder Monica said, "Yes, Lord." Tang Xiaofan nodded. It is a big project to transport nearly 200,000 units of materials to the Black Technology Castle more than 100 kilometers away. But now for Tang Xiaofan's tribe, these are small things. He immediately ordered Jarvis to start organizing transportation and build a transportation route from the Black Technology Castle to the Natural Elf tribe. Chapter 174. After arranging the transportation plan, Tang Xiaofan turned around and went out. "Let's go." Tang Xiaofan told them along the way that a convoy would come to transport the supplies, and asked them to cooperate. Monica and the others naturally agreed. After arriving outside the warehouse, Tang Xiaofan's eyes were once again cast on the elf mother tree that was hundreds of meters high. "That's my body." Accompanied by a clear voice, a girl wearing a green long skirt and with a beautiful face appeared out of thin air. She came barefoot, stepping in the air. John Eyre and the guards beside Tang Xiaofan felt the strong pressure and became alert immediately. The girl smiled at him, indicating that she had no hostility. Then, she looked at Tang Xiaofan and said, "Lord, I am very happy to meet you. My name is Olivia, the mother tree of the elf tribe. My main job is to protect the elf tribe and breed elves." "Mother!" Seeing the girl, Monica and other elf elders hurriedly saluted respectfully. The elves around were also very excited. However, when Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on the girl, his expression was a little strange. Because another message appeared. "Congratulations, Lord of the Castle, an elf mother tree has appeared in your castle power, which can be transformed into a military building. Would you like to convert the current elf mother tree into an elf mother tree military building of your castle power?" Tang Xiaofan did not expect that the elf mother tree was actually a military building of the elves, but after thinking about it carefully, he seemed to think that this was correct. After all, in addition to protecting the elves, the main job of the elf mother tree is to breed elves. When the elves grow up, they will become natural elves like Monica. Isn't the elf mother tree with breeding ability a military building? Tang Xiaofan looked at the information prompt in front of him. The military building of the castle Force Elf Garden is the elf mother tree, which breeds elf soldiers with the help of the elf mother tree. What does transformation mean specifically? Tang Xiaofan asked in his mind. The information prompt came soon. The elven mother tree in front of the castle lord was transformed into a military building blueprint belonging to the castle forces, and then rebuilt at the cost of consuming materials through the blueprint. I understand. Tang Xiaofan has a lot of materials. Although it is not enough to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a town, Tang Xiaofan believes that there is no problem in building a military building. But the problem is, if the elven mother tree is transformed into a military building blueprint, and then built, then will the girl in front of him continue to exist, or was she directly wiped out? Tang Xiaofan asked this question again in his mind. Soon, there was a message prompt reply. After being converted into a building blueprint, the original intelligence of the elf mother tree will not be erased, and its current peak level of level 21 will not change. What has changed is that its ability to breed elf soldiers will be returned to the initial level 1. By improving the level of the soldier building, the breeding ability of the elf mother tree can be improved. The higher the level, the more elf soldiers can be bred. At the same time, since the soldier building is transformed from the native elf mother tree of the god and demon continent, when the level is increased, the original level of the elf mother tree can also be improved to a certain extent. Tang Xiaofan's face suddenly showed a happy expression, that is, transforming the elf mother tree in front of him into a Chio-type building belonging to the castle forces is 100 benefits without any harm. As expected of the game official, the ability is so strong that it defies the heavens. Lord? Monica asked curiously. Ever since the mother of their tribe appeared, the Lord has been staring at them, and his eyes are getting brighter and brighter. This made her, and the several elf elders behind her nervous. Tang Xiaofan immediately came back to his senses, and seeing that Monica and the elf elders looked strange, he laughed to ease the awkward atmosphere, and then asked, "There is a business, do you want to do it?" The girl's clear eyes turned slightly, and she smiled and said, "What do you want, Lord?" Tang Xiaofan said, "It's not an order, it's a business, which is beneficial to both of us. The only thing you need to make sure is that after the business is done, you and my castle are bound together, and you can't betray me even if you want to in the future." "Lord, don't worry." The girl shook her head and said, "We elves are the race that attaches the most importance to the spirit of contract. Since you have chosen to serve the Lord's castle, we will not choose to betray again." After a pause, the girl continued, "I hope the Lord can agree to a request from our elf tribe." Tang Xiaofan said, "Please speak." The girl said with a serious expression, "Lord, please do not force the elves of the tribe to attack the elves of other tribes in the future. The killing of elves among elves will be despised by the entire elf clan. Her Majesty the Queen of the Empire, who is far away in the central area, will also punish us." Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, nodded, and said, "This is just a small matter." "Praise you, Lord." The girl and several elf elders, including Monica, all showed happy expressions. At the same time, their loyalty to Tang Xiaofan also increased instantly, all breaking through the 80-point mark. In addition, The overall loyalty of the elf tribe to Tang Xiaofan is also approaching 80 points. This is good news. At this time, someone asked, "Dear Lord, will you choose to attack the elf tribes in other areas in the future?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "There is no doubt about this. My castle will expand. If there is a chance, I will naturally attack other elf tribes, but don't worry, I will treat them the same way I treat you." Hearing this, the elf elders present were relieved. There is always room for maneuver. The girl looked at Tang Xiaofan with shining eyes. She was more curious about what business Tang Xiaofan was talking about. Tang Xiaofan said to her, "This business can give you new life and a new future. Your strength will not decrease, but will have a chance to become stronger. You are now level 21. Level 21 peak." The girl slightly raised her head to reveal her white neck. Although she is the spirit of the elf mother tree, she looks no different from a real natural elf. However, if you use mental power to explore, you will find that her body is condensed from pure natural magic and belongs to an energy body. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Then after becoming a new life and being fully bound, you can break through level 21. Monica, who was standing by, suddenly raised her head and looked at the girl. Is the mother's premonition going to come true so soon? Is it the perception of the future destiny of a level 21 strong man? Mother has foreseen that the Lord has this ability? Chapter 175. When the mother was in front of her before, she had already shown a faint optimism about the Black Technology Castle. She even placed the original intention of being promoted to the Elf Mother God tree on the Black Technology Castle. Now it seems that the mother is really not whimsical. The smile on the girl's face gradually dissipated and became solemn. She was completely bound and would never betray. This is a question worth careful consideration. Although she believed that as long as the Black Technology Castle could treat the elf tribe well, she and the elves in the tribe would never betray the Black Technology Castle and the Lord. But the issue of complete binding is still worth considering. After a long time, the girl looked up at Tang Xiaofan. "Lord, what if Olivia refuses?" Tang Xiaofan said, "I will force you to accept the new future. Since converting it into a military building will not wipe out the girl's soul, it must be done regardless of whether the girl agrees or refuses. After all, after converting the elf mother tree into a military building, by upgrading its level, the number of elf arms it breeds can be directly increased. In comparison, it took the elf mother tree hundreds of years to cultivate a tribe of only 5,000 elves, which was too slow. Once the elf mother tree becomes a military building, it may only take a few months, or even shorter, for the number of elves it breeds to exceed 5,000. How big is the gap between the two? Tang Xiaofan naturally had no need to choose other options. So even if the girl disagreed, he would force her to give her a new life cycle. Lord. Monica and several elf elders were a little worried, and didn't want conflicts to arise between the Lord and their mothers. However, the girl's solemn expression suddenly disappeared, and she looked at Tang Xiaofan with a bright smile and said, "Who can resist the temptation of becoming a demigod, or even a true god? Dear Lord, Olivia thanks you for your help." Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "The elf mother tree Olivia's current choice. The future you will not be disappointed with the present you." "Praise you, Lord." Olivia bowed respectfully, and then Tang Xiaofan came to her mother tree. The girl and Monica and other elf elders all looked at him nervously. However, Tang Xiaofan did not make any move at all, and the ground began to shake violently. The entire elf tribe was shaking, as if a ground dragon was rolling and frightened all the elves in the tribe. Monica and other elf elders quickly gathered all the elves in the tribe together, and released powerful natural magic to protect them. On the other side, the elf mother tree also began to shake. After a moment, it rose directly from the ground, as if it was about to transform into an eternal treeman guard. What kind of power is this? The young girl Olivia opened her mouth wide, quite horrified, because the elf mother tree in front of her was her true body. The Lord did not get her permission, and even directly avoided her, and forcibly controlled her true body. This was something she had never expected, and she couldn't help but feel terrified in her heart. Almost done. Tang Xiaofan turned to look at the girl. "Okay, Lord." The girl did not hesitate, and instantly turned into a green light, drilled into the elf mother tree, and merged with the main body. Almost at the same time, the elf mother tree trembled wildly. There were countless leaves falling and branches breaking, as if the elf mother tree was under attack. Many elves in the tribe had pale cheeks, and the elves were wiping tears and crying sadly. Monica looked at the elf mother tree that was undergoing a change, and asked in a trembling voice, "Lord, there will be no problem with the elf mother tree, right?" Tang Xiaofan said, "Don't worry, this phenomenon is normal." Soon after he finished speaking, the elf mother tree, which was hundreds of meters high, began to shrink, 400 meters, 300 meters, 250 meters, and soon, the elf mother tree shrank to the extreme, and in a burst of brilliant golden light, it turned into a blue drawing and fell into Tang Xiufan's hand. Huh? Seeing this scene, Monica and several elf elders were stunned. The elf mother tree of the elf tribe, their mother, turned into a piece of paper? Is this normal? Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be long before your mother will reappear and breed elves every day." While speaking, he glanced at the blue blueprint in his hand. The blueprint was transformed and did not need to be identified. It directly displayed specific information. Army building blueprint, elf mother tree. Alignment, kind, lawful. Level 21. Army that can be bred, natural elves. There is a very low probability of breeding elemental elves, ancient elves, and other super top-level armies. Construction requirements: 50,000 units of wood, 80,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron. Special reminder: build an army building, the elf mother tree, and the elves' friendship value towards you will be greatly increased. At the same time, the natural elf empire in the central area of the god and demon continent will also list your castle as a key target. There is a chance to breed super top-level troops, such as elemental elves and ancient great elves. Tang Xiufan was very surprised. Super top-level troops are likely to be troops that surpass level 21 and enter the demigod level. His John, he should be a super top-level troop now. I wonder when he can be promoted to demigod. Every day? Monica and several elf elders were shocked, their expressions full of disbelief. Monica asked quickly, "Mother, can we breed elves every day?" The elf mother tree in their tribe is still very young, more than 3,000 years old, and can only breed 1 or 2 elves every month. If elves can be bred every day, then the scale of their elf tribe can be expanded rapidly. Tang Xiufan put away the idea of super top-level soldiers in his mind, and said with a smile, "Breeding elves every day is the most basic. The higher the level of the elf mother tree, the more elves can be bred every day." "Lord, what is the building level?" Monica was a little confused. "My mother is now a level 21 peak warrior." Tang Xiufan shook his head and said, "Building level is a new concept of military building. The initial level is level 1, and the highest level is level 9. If the situation is optimistic, a level 9 elf mother tree can breed thousands of elves every day." This is what Tang Xiufan deduced based on the number of skeleton warriors bred in the building drawings. Every time the level is upgraded, the number of skeleton warriors bred doubles. He estimated that after reaching level 9, the skeleton warriors building could breed about 1,000 skeleton warriors every day. Of course, this was just his estimate, but Tang Xiufan's ancestor believed that the number should be about the same. Compared with the skeleton warrior summoning building, the elf mother tree is a higher level building. The same level breeds more troops, so naturally, after reaching level 9, the number of elves bred by the elf mother tree every day is likely to exceed 1,000. Chapter 176. Thousands of elves. Hearing this number, Monica and several elf elders took a breath of cold air. You know, their tribe has been multiplying for hundreds of years, and now there are only more than 5,000 elves. After being transformed into a military building, has the mother's breeding ability become so terrible? Monica replied hesitantly, "Lord, is our mother still there?" She was referring to the girl Olivia, who was the soul of the elf mother tree. Without the soul, the elf mother tree is just an empty shell. "Of course, you will be able to see her in my castle soon." Tang Xiufan smiled and assured her. Monica said excitedly, "Great." The other elf elders also looked at Tang Xiufan with gratitude. At the same time, their loyalty to Tang Xiufan also rose. It was almost about to break through the 90th level. And the loyalty of the elf tribe to Tang Xiufan was also rising. This was the average loyalty of all elves, representing the loyalty of the entire elf tribe to him. "Lord, this is the equipment that was taken out of the treasury." In the garden, there were more than a dozen large wooden boxes, several beautiful elf warriors, and equipment that was taken out of the wooden boxes. Tang Xiufan was about to contact a few warriors in the second battle to carry it back. Anyway, many warriors could give their giant axes to their comrades, and they only needed one transportation to transport all the equipment back. But at this moment, Tang Xiufan patted his forehead. Why should he transport it back to the Black Technology Castle? Anyway, they were all going to be auctioned, so he could just put the equipment on the trading channel here. He's really lost his mind. Tang Xiufan laughed dumbly. Then he stopped hesitating and put all 379 sets of equipment on the shelves. Among them, 59 sets of mid-level equipment were sold in exchange for wood, stone, and refined iron. The other 320 sets of high-level equipment were divided into 32 groups, and they were also exchanged for wood, stone, and refined iron, with a limit of 10 hours for the auction. Tang Xiaofan exchanged these three kinds of materials in preparation for upgrading to an upper mid-level town. He believed that after all these equipment were sold, the resources he gained, plus the stored resources, would be enough to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a mid-level town, and even build the Zhang Elf Mother Tree Army building. When this batch of elf standard equipment was put on the shelves, the entire world chat channel suddenly became a sensation, and many people expressed surprise. Because the information of these equipment showed that they were all made by elves. Is Boss Tang Xiaofan cooperating with the elf garden? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't heard of an elf blacksmith appearing in the elf garden. Anyway, I envy Boss Tang Xiaofan. Looking at the equipment that disappeared out of thin air and the empty wooden box in front of them, Elder Monica and several elf elders stared with surprise on their beautiful faces. There is no fluctuation of space element magic, and it is not space equipment. Is this the special ability of the Lord of the Castle in the other world? Are people in the other world so powerful? Faced with the sudden disappearance of a large number of supplies, they were quite surprised. Elder Monica believed that it was impossible for her to do so with her strength of the late level 21. Tang Xiaofan looked up at the sky. Monica, it's almost time. I will obey your will, Lord. Monica understood what Tang Xiaofan meant. Soon, the elf warriors in the tribe were summoned. Except for those elf warriors, who were responsible for patrolling the elf territory outside, all elves above level 10 were assembled. The total number reached more than 1,800. Tang Xiaofan asked, how many level 18 Lord level elves are there? Monica immediately replied, from the early level 18 to the peak level 18, there are more than 500. Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, take all the elf warriors with you. Yes, Lord. Then the mighty elf troops marched in unison and poured out of the elf tribe. All the elves were wearing very sophisticated equipment. The lowest level of equipment is mid-level or high-level equipment, which shows that the overall combat power of this elf army is absolutely very strong. Not to mention, even if the Anti-Demon Alliance comes to kill them, they are no match for them, and will be slaughtered by them. In the entire elf army, there are many kinds of professional elves, the largest number of which is the elf warrior, who is good at close combat. The second is the elf hunter, whose main weapon is the elf bow and arrow, who is good at long-range shooting and almost never misses, known as a sharpshooter. In addition, the elf tribe has other professions. For example, there are elf assassins, elf magicians, druids, etc. The types of professions are very complete. Tang Xiaofan led a group of steel warriors, flying above the elf troops. Looking down from the sky, the dense forest was full of dense elf figures. Not far behind him was the 21st level Elder Monica, and 2 king level elf elders. Natural elves do not have wings, but they master a lot of natural magic, including a variety of flying magic, such as levitation, wind, and so on. With the help of flying magic, they can easily keep up with Tang Xiaofan. The mighty elf army marched in the dense forest. The elves obeyed the orders of the Lord and killed all the wild monsters they encountered wherever they passed. All the way through the dense forest of more than 20 kilometers, the golden light of Yachin kept coming out of the elves. Monica asked in surprise, Lord, what is that light? Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, that is the light of promotion. Every time the light appears, it means that someone has upgraded. Monica inhaled and said, promotion? How could this be? Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, don't be surprised. Everyone can improve their level by killing enemies. Kill the enemy and improve your level? After hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, Monica and the other 2 elf elders were stunned. This way of promotion was simply terrifying to them. Isn't it the same as the undead in the evil camp? It is said that the undead can kill other undead, devour their soul fire and soul power, and then quickly improve their level. This is also the fundamental reason why the growth rate of the undead is so terrible. And now, the elves of their tribe can also improve their own levels by killing enemies. This made them tremble violently, and they felt panic and excitement in their hearts. Because this ability is too terrible, it is enough to turn the peace-loving natural elves into crazy killers. They will lose the nature of the elves and move towards an unpredictable future. Excitement is also because this ability is too terrible. Who in the world doesn't want to have powerful strength? Even elves want to be promoted to gods and gain eternal life. Is it really possible? Said the elf elder Becky in a trembling voice. Monica and another elf elder beside them also bit their lips lightly, and it was difficult to answer Elder Becky's question. Chapter 177. Faced with such a situation, These beautiful elves hesitated, but they were struggling in their hearts. On the one hand, they were killing madly, and it was difficult for them to make a decision. For the elves, killing these wild monsters in the forest was something they had never done before. In the past, these animals would actively avoid the elf team. Unless the elves were alone, they might be attacked by monsters. But now, the elves not only have to kill all the monsters they see, but also take the initiative to find them. Tang Xiaofan flew in the sky, looked back at the three beautiful elf elders, and said, "Why do you have to think so much? Since you have surrendered to me, you are my soldiers, and everything you do is to obey my orders. I ordered you to hunt wild monsters and attack the castle forces. Can you refuse? Of course, you can't refuse. So just regard it as my forced order to you." Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly, and didn't mind becoming an evil god who bewitched the elves. Lord, Monica and the two elf elders' eyes flickered. They were extremely moved. It shouldn't be like this. Elder Becky took a deep breath and said, "If the Lord takes everything for us, then we as elves will be a failure. Since we have chosen to join the Lord, we should accept our future destiny. Even if we are willing to become slaves of power." Monica and another elf elder nodded. This is their destiny, and they have already embarked on this path. There is no reason to retreat. Killing is not in the nature of elves, but it is in the interests of the Lord. As elves under the Lord, they have the obligation to protect the Lord and the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Elves of the castle, I believe you don't regret what you said today. Death is not the end. Killing can also be salvation." "Praise you, Lord." Monica, Becky and another elf elder all bowed respectfully. Looking at the elves in the dense forest below, shining with brilliant golden light, they became excited. The strength of their elf tribe is rapidly improving in a way beyond their imagination. This is the opportunity they have been waiting for hundreds of years. What reason do they have to refuse it? Although they do not understand the last words of the Lord, death is not the end. Killing can also be salvation. What does it mean? However, John Eyre beside Tang Xiaofan understood very well that as the Lord's warriors, they are best at redemption, redeeming the enemy's souls by killing. They believe that the souls they redeemed will be reborn in the Lord's kingdom of God and gain eternal life there. Sisters, I have been promoted to level 14. Great. Woo woo woo, my qualifications are very low, and my level has been stuck at the peak of level 14 for 5 or 6 years. Today I finally broke through, and was promoted to level 16. I am so happy that I want to cry. Many sisters at the peak level have been promoted. Sister Susan, when I killed a big earth demon bear just now, I felt a pure energy entering my body, which increased the natural magic in my body. The shackles of my level that have been stagnant for a long time have finally begun to loosen. I felt it too. What kind of energy is that? Why has it never appeared before? This energy is too strong. The effect is even more amazing than the water of life. Why did something like this happen suddenly? It should be related to the Lord. In the dense forest, elves were shuttling around, leaving behind corpses of wild monsters wherever they passed. Elves don't like killing, so there are a lot of wild monsters near the elf tribe, and some wild monsters often harass the elves. Despite this, the elves just drove them away. Now, the elves followed Tang Xiaofan's will. They directed their killing blades at the wild monsters. They killed their way through the dense forest. No wild monster was a match for the elves. They didn't know how many wild monsters fell at their feet. The blood stained their exquisite armor. The elf swords in their hands were also dripping with blood. Many elves' beautiful cheeks turned pale. They were panicking and inexplicably excited. Finally, the elf troops crossed more than 20 kilometers of dense forest and arrived at their destination. A few hundred meters ahead was their target, a castle standing in the dense forest, tens of meters high. There was open space around the castle, and many snake-headed monsters were on guard around the castle, which was very conspicuous. The visit of the elf troops had already attracted the attention of the castle owner. After all, the elf troops had killed their way here, and the movement was not small. The snake-headed monster troops, who were out hunting, were urgently recalled to guard their castle. What happened? The young man on the balcony on the top floor of the castle looked at the figure that appeared in the dense forest in the distance with a horrified expression. There were so many of them that he roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 of them. They were all elves. What shocked the young man was that they were all stained with blood to varying degrees. The murderous aura was so strong that he seemed to feel it even though he was hundreds of meters away. Are these elves all crazy? Aren't the native elves of the god and demon continent a peace-loving race? Why are they so crazy? Most importantly, they surrounded my castle. What do they want to do? The young man was trembling all over. He could tell from his toes that something bad was going to happen next. There might even be a disaster befalling him. But this doesn't make sense at all. The young man couldn't understand why the troops of the elf tribe surrounded his castle. Since the brief contact a few days ago, he restrained the snake-headed monster troops in his castle, and didn't provoke the direction of the elf tribe. The young man really wanted to capture a few elves before evacuating this area. However, this is just an idea after all. He has not put it into action yet. Since he has not taken action, there is no such thing as offending the elf tribe. Then why did the elf tribe besiege his castle? He didn't understand, and seemed to have thought of something. He called the most powerful soldier under his command, the 16th level peak snake-headed monster commander, and asked angrily, "Speak, did you provoke the nearby elves when you were hunting wild monsters outside?" He suspected that it was the snake-headed monsters under his command who did it, because the snake-headed monsters seemed to be acting on their own. "Lord, calm down." The chief commander of the snake-headed monsters said hurriedly, "We obey your orders. Since the last incident, we have never provoked the elves. Even if we met in the dense forest, we left quickly, and did not dare to contact the elves." "Really?" The young man frowned, and the chief commander of the snake-headed monster said respectfully, "I dare not deceive the Lord." Seeing this, the young man became more confused. Chapter 178. If it wasn't him, or the snake-headed monster under his command, then who could it be? Seeing the elf troops approaching, the young man immediately shouted, "Beautiful, kind elves, why are you invading my castle territory? I believe there must be some misunderstanding." In the dense forest, an 18th level peak elf walked out. She was an elf hunter by profession, wearing light armor, leather boots, carrying a quiver and holding an emerald green longbow in her hand. The elf responded, "By the order of the Lord." "Lord?" The young man was stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. There was a castle lord behind the scenes. Obviously, the elf tribe surrendered to a castle lord, and under the order of the castle lord, they gathered a large army to attack his castle. But how is this possible? There are level 21 elves, and many level 20 elves in the elf tribe. And just looking at the size of the elf army outside, you can tell that the strength of the elf tribe is very terrifying, and not easy to mess with. Who can conquer such a powerful elf tribe? The young man believed that even Tang Xiaofan, who was known as the strongest castle lord, could not suppress the elf tribe. Wait, Tang Xiaofan. The young man's eyes widened instantly. He first deduced that Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle was in this area, and it was not far from the elf tribe and his castle. This was also the fundamental reason why he was preparing to evacuate. Since Tang Xiaofan was here, the biggest suspect was him. Is it really Tang Xiaofan? Is Tang Xiaofan's castle powerful enough to suppress the Holy Spirit? In a trance, the young man raised his head and looked at the distant sky. There were thousands of figures there. Among them, 3 elves and a group of black demons were surrounded by a man in silver armor. It was vaguely visible that the man in armor was looking at him with his arms folded across his chest. In the sky full of stars, that man was so eye-catching. The silver armor was exactly the same as the armor of the black demon beside him. There was a shining gem in his chest, and like the cold light in his eyes, it made people feel full of cold murderous intent. "Tang Xiaofan!" The young man screamed. He couldn't believe it. "I didn't expect that the person behind the elf army was really Tang Xiaofan, and what I didn't expect was that Tang Xiaofan came here so quickly. Even the ones who came to attack were not his demons, but elves from the elf tribe. Did Tang Xiaofan really conquer the elf tribe? Tang Xiaofan conquered the elf tribe. The commander of the snake-headed monster told me that the number of elves outside the castle increased sharply. It turned out that it was not to monitor my castle, but a prelude to Tang Xiaofan's intention to attack my castle. It's Tang Xiaofan. He's set his sights on my castle." The young man's face turned green instantly, and he shouted loudly, "Boss Tang Xiaofan, don't do anything. I will immediately evacuate this area with the heart of the castle. I will even leave the forest and never come back. You can if you want to live." Tang Xiaofan's voice, amplified by Jarvis, came through. "I allow you to leave alive, but you must leave all the supplies in your castle behind. Except for the heart of the castle and your initial troops, you cannot take anything else with you." "Okay." The young man gritted his teeth and nodded. He felt sorry for the supplies in the castle. After all, it was his hard work for so many days. The situation is stronger than the person now, but as long as he can survive and have the heart of the castle, he can still make a comeback. It's nothing more than a few castle supplies. The most important thing is to stay alive. Damn it! How can Tang Xiaofan's castle power be so perverted that it can even conquer such a powerful elf tribe? I was ready to give in, but it's a pity that I didn't even get an elf. Now I have to retreat, What bad luck. The young man cursed secretly. He was envious and jealous, you know. That was the elf tribe. The elves living there were not the elf soldiers recruited by the castle lord, but the native natural elves, authentic. And the beautiful elves, that taste would definitely make him feel great. Unfortunately, there was no chance for all this. He had been drooling over those elves for a long time. But now, he was caught by Tang Xiaofan. He was so envious, forget it. Life is more important. The young man said to the snake-headed monster commander beside him. Let's go. Yes, Lord. The snake-headed monster commander obeyed respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked for some unknown reason. Lord, don't you want to catch a few elves before you leave? If you leave like this, you won't have a chance to play with elves in the future. Snake-headed monsters are also an intelligent race with high intelligence, but because the capacity of their brains is not large, they often have confused minds and often speak without the control of their brains, saying whatever they want. The snake-headed monster commander always remembered that the Lord had been thinking about catching 1 or 2 elves to play with. Now they were about to evacuate, so he asked without thinking. As a commander, he knew that the Lord had been thinking about catching a few elves to play with. Now they were about to leave, but the Lord didn't mention this topic. As the commander, he naturally had to fulfill his obligation to remind him. The young man's face turned green immediately. How could he say such a thing? What frightened him the most was that when the snake-headed monster commander finished speaking, the air around him seemed to solidify. The whole world became silent. It's over. Tang Xiaofan must have heard it. The elves outside the castle must have heard it too. The young man trembled all over. He felt very cold, and a suffocating chill enveloped him. I was afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. His most powerful snake-headed monster leader gave him a perfect assist. At this moment, the young man found that the elves around the castle began to approach again. He knew that this must be Tang Xiaofan's order to attack. That damn, stupid snake-headed monster commander sent him to hell with just one sentence. The young man shouted at Tang Xiaofan in the sky in horror. Boss Tang Xiaofan, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't think about catching elves. Don't listen to the nonsense of this snake-headed monster. I am wronged. But Lord. Shut up. The young man roared at the snake-headed monster commander, who shook his head and dared not say more. Kill. Tang Xiaofan's reply was simple. Suddenly, a large number of elf hunters raised their elf bows and arrows. They aimed at the target, drew their bows and shot arrows. In an instant, dense elf arrows flew into the air, drew perfect parabolas, and fell towards the young man's castle. Puff puff puff. In just a moment, a large number of snake-headed monster soldiers were shot and killed. Swish swish swish. Batch after batch of elf arrows flew into the air, and soon everything inside and outside the castle was pierced by elf arrows. The snake-headed monster corpse, lying on the ground, was shot into a hedgehog by the elf arrows. Chapter 179. Hundreds of elf hunters only shot 3 rounds, and the young man's snake-headed monster troops were almost completely killed and wounded. Even the snake-headed monster elites and upper-level commander-level snake-headed monsters could not withstand so many elf arrows. However, the peak level 16 snake-headed monster commander was quite strong. He waved the giant mace in his hand and knocked down the flying elf arrows one after another. It seems that he is a good level 16 commander, with rich combat experience and quite tenacious. He fully utilized the specialties of snake monsters and had great muscle strength. Many arrows were knocked away by his mace. He was quite confident and protected the lord behind him very well. Unfortunately, his opponent was not a monster. Bang! At this moment, an arrow pierced the air and flew straight at him with a terrifying whistle. The young man reacted quickly and hid behind the snake-headed monster commander. At the same time, he screamed, Boss Tang Xiaofan, don't kill me. I am willing to join you and sign a notarized agreement to become your affiliated castle force, as long as you let me go. Puff. The snake-headed monster commander was unable to resist. His mace was directly shot off, and then his neck was shot through by the green elf arrow. Because this arrow came from an 18th level peak elf hunter, it contained terrifying natural magic, which was not something the snake-headed monster commander could resist at all. When the snake-headed monster leader was shot through by the arrow, the young man behind him was also affected. The powerful impact made the two retreat continuously, and finally the green elf arrow nailed the snake-headed monster to the castle wall. The young man was caught in the middle and screamed, Get out! The young man shouted and spent a lot of effort to push the snake-headed monster leader away. He was in great pain all over his body, as if he was crushed. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. He ignored the dead snake-headed monster commander lying in a pool of blood. He hurriedly checked his body, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the snake-headed monster commander, who was several meters tall, he was too short, and the arrow pierced the snake-headed monster commander's chest and did not hit him. He survived by chance, but at this moment, another elf arrow flew over as fast as lightning and did not give the young man a chance at all, knocking him away and nailing him to the castle wall. The young man widened his eyes, unable to believe that he would die one day. Moreover, he died so unfairly. He felt that he was completely killed by his own troops. Very unfair. He looked up at Tang Xiaofan standing in the sky. Beside Tang Xiaofan, there were 3 beautiful elves following him. He was envious and jealous. Finally, he closed his eyes unwillingly, but when he was conscious, he opened the world chat channel. Are there any casualties among the elves? Reporting to the Lord, the elf troops are unharmed. Hearing the answer of the elf elder, Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. This was the elf troops he imagined, powerful and beautiful warriors. Of course, the strength of this castle was too weak, and the total number of snake-headed monsters was less than 60. Facing the 3 rounds of arrow rain from hundreds of sharpshooters, the snake-headed monsters inside and outside the castle could not even dodge, and were shot to death one after another. The young man and his most powerful 16th level peak snake-headed monster commander were also killed by 2 arrows from an 18th level peak sharpshooter. From beginning to end, it was the elf sharpshooters who performed, and those elf warriors, elf magicians, and even druids had no chance to appear. That's good. Tang Xiaofan said to Monica, send the order, destroy the heart of the castle. Clean up the battlefield. Yes, Lord. At the same time, the World Chat channel was also shaken by the news from the young man. The World Chat channel was very lively, with countless castle lords and wanderers participating, discussing the sudden news. Tang Xiaofan, the lord of the Black Technology Castle, conquered a tribe of more than 5,000 natural elves, including level 21 elves, many level 20 elves, and thousands of elf warriors. Tang Xiaofan's power has expanded 100-fold. He has gone crazy. He is sending the elf tribe to wipe out the castle forces near the Twin Mountains. The castle lords in the surrounding areas, please evacuate immediately. Call on the castle lords in the forest to unite and fight against the Black Technology Castle. Otherwise, my today will be your future. Many people were shocked and unbelievable about this news. Has the Black Technology Castle of Tang Xiaofan become so terrifying? There are several level 20 elves, and there is also a level 21 elf that was conquered by Tang Xiaofan. This is too scary. Up to now, many top castle lords have level 18 troops. If they can defeat a level 20 strongman, I can barely believe it. But a level 21 and a natural elf is simply not something the current castle lord can handle. Level 21, also known as the Holy Land, the Saint. Life forms of this level have already mastered a powerful domain. It is said to be invincible in the domain. Even if dozens of level 20 warriors come together, a level 21 warrior can easily kill them. In the Black Technology Castle of Boss Tang Xiaofan, there are already level 20 demons. But this does not mean that his demon team can defeat the elf tribe headed by a level 21 warrior. Naturally, elves are a high-level race, and even in our castle forces, they are top-level soldiers. The demons are very strong, but there is no reason why they are so strong. In the chat channel, countless castle lords and wanderers were venting their shock. They all felt it was incredible that Tang Xiaofan conquered an elf tribe with 21st level strongmen, 20th level strongmen, and more than 5,000 elves. It is suspected that someone uploaded false news and deliberately targeted Tang Xiaofan. In order to make Tang Xiaofan the imaginary enemy of countless castle lords, the reason is very simple. The stronger Tang Xiaofan is, the more likely those top castle lords will regard Tang Xiaofan as a thorn in their eyes. They may even unite to besiege the Black Technology Castle. Because the top castle lords can't let Tang Xiaofan dominate the entire god and demon continent alone. Otherwise, what are they playing for? Not to mention participating in the 10,000 races tournament. It's a question whether they can save their lives. After the news about the elf tribe was exposed, the top castle lords of the major alliances expressed their concerns about their future. Most of them are still attacking the 18th level lord monsters. But Tang Xiaofan has conquered the local elf tribe protected by the 21st level elf strongmen. How can they not worry about such a terrifying strength? Chapter 180. If they hadn't set up the space teleportation magic circle, they would have directly pushed down the Black Technology Castle to prevent future troubles. They knew Tang Xiaofan was very strong before. After all, he was the strongest castle lord officially certified by the game. It can be said that Tang Xiaofan is the number 1 in the castle forces, and no castle force can defeat the Black Technology Castle. But even so, it is still within their acceptable range, but now, There is news that Tang Xiaofan not only conquered the lord of the local elf tribe with a 21st level strongman, but also destroyed a castle force with just 3 rounds of arrow rain. This level of power is already too strong to be able to bear. They panicked, and the internal information group of the Alliance of Gods said, "Brothers and sisters, Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle is so strong, we must find a way to restrain him, otherwise we will all be in danger." Even the 21st level elves bowed their heads. The strength of his castle is simply terrifying. I can't figure out how Tang Xiaofan defeated the 21st level elves and conquered that elf tribe. Could it be that his demon has been promoted to level 21? In addition to the level 21 and 20 elves, the news broke that the tribe has more than 5,000 elves, including at least 1,000 elite elf warriors. Who among the current castle lords can defeat such a powerful local force? No one can do it, not even the Xian level castle lord. What about Sister Qi? Her army is the natural elves, and she has the most say. Sister Qi is rarely online. I heard that her castle, the Elf Garden, is now doing business with a dwarf kingdom. Envy! Can you restrain Tang Xiaofan? If he continues to develop like this, we won't have a chance to participate in the 10,000 races tournament. What else can we do? We can only wait until everyone's castle has a space teleportation magic circle, then gather together, and go on an expedition to the forest. Then we can directly push down Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. As for now, we can only watch. Alas, I'm worried about something. What? By the time our Alliance of Gods can gather, Tang Xiaofan will be unstoppable. Don't scare me. I heard that the Anti-Demon Alliance in the forest is gathering. I wonder if they can knock down Tang Xiaofan's high-tech castle. It may still work. Tang Xiaofan has conquered an elf tribe and has thousands of soldiers under his command. The Anti-Demon Alliance can never be Tang Xiaofan's opponent. That's not necessarily true. After all, the Anti-Demon Alliance has hundreds of castle lords and tens of thousands of flying soldiers under their command. This is a large army of tens of thousands, and the war force is super strong. No matter how strong it is, can it be stronger than a level 21 elf? Maybe the castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance have already begun to retreat. If it were me, I would also retreat. Going is just to die. What a pity. The Alliance of Gods sighed. The dozens of top castle lords were all shocked by the revelations in the World Channel. Tang Xiaofan's strength has now become so strong that it makes them feel scalp-throbbing. In the Alliance of Gods, many castle lords want to push down Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle to prevent future troubles, so that Tang Xiaofan will not be the only one in the future. But no matter how much they think, they have no way to gather together and go on an expedition to the forest. Because dozens of level castle lords are basically in different places. Even if there are some in the same area, there are not many. They do not have the ability to complete the assembly of the Alliance army. At least before the space teleportation magic circle becomes popular, it is a fantasy to assemble the Alliance army. The Anti-Demon Alliance, the Alliance members increased from the initial 5 top castle lords to more than 100 people in a short period of time. The castles of these more than 100 Alliance members are all located in the forest. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Is the revelation in the World Chat channel true? If it is true, then if we gather together, wouldn't it be giving heads and experience to Tang Xiaofan and his troops? It is very likely. In our alliance, it seems that the most powerful troops are only at the peak of level 18, and there is not even a level 20 troop. How can you defeat the 20 level elves under Tang Xiaofan's command? Elves? They must be very beautiful. TSK. More than 5,000 local elves, authentic. Tang Xiaofan is so lucky. Why not me, jealous? Is the elves more important or destroying the Black Technology Castle? Elves are also important. After destroying the Black Technology Castle, those natural elves will belong to us. What are you thinking? Where's Lao Wang? Where did he go? Oh my god. Brother He is not only one of the top 5 masters in the Beast Tide event scoreboard, but I heard that he also single-handedly contributed to the establishment of the Alliance of Gods. This is a true god-level figure. I didn't expect such a god to join our alliance. Our Anti-Demon Alliance has grown stronger again. Brother He, is your thigh missing a pendant? The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle has just joined the Anti-Demon Alliance. There are only 5 top castle lords in the entire Anti-Demon Alliance, and most of the other castle lords are mid-level, but the common point is that all of their arms are flying arms. From here, we can see the intention of the Anti-Demon Alliance. They want to gather and go on an expedition to the Black Technology Castle. Otherwise, the Alliance would not have only flying soldiers. For the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance, the owner of the Black Dragon Castle is definitely a god-level figure, standing at the top of the world, with billions of castle masters, and the influence of 9 is only second to Tang Xiaofan. And the owner of the Black Dragon Castle is also one of the founders of the Gods Alliance. Such a big man. Even the general top castle masters are difficult to contact. Not to mention the intermediate and advanced castle lords in the Anti-Demon Alliance. Now, the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle has joined their Anti-Demon Alliance, which naturally makes them feel excited. Even many members of the Anti-Demon Alliance feel that with the help and leadership of the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, they can destroy Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. This comes from the overflowing self-confidence. Brother He, say something. Are you here to help us deal with Tang Xiaofan and the Black Technology Castle? By the way, the Black Dragon Castle of the Great God is not also in our forest, right? Is the Great God a man or a woman? Brother Black, of course he's a man. I like men too. On a certain mountaintop in the Boliri Highlands, a man called Brother Black was watching the chat channel. He enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped. In the Alliance of Gods, everyone is the lord of a top castle. Even though his army is a dark dragon, and he is one of the 9 counselors of the Alliance, no one has ever flattered him so directly. Chapter 181. The Anti-Demon Alliance is different. There are only 5 top castle lords, and the others are intermediate and advanced castle lords. Here, he is the great god standing at the top of the world. He is worshipped by everyone. Hello everyone, I am the castle lord of the Black Dragon Castle. As you wish, Tang Xiaofan is also my enemy. If it weren't for the fact that the members of our alliance are too far apart, we would have gathered together to destroy the Black Technology Castle. Great. With the help of the great god, the members of the Anti-Demon Alliance are very excited, as if they have seen the dawn. Someone asked. Our alliance's troops are already on their way to assemble. In 5 days at most, hundreds of castle lords with flying troops can assemble near the Twin Mountains. But now, Tang Xiaofan has conquered the elf tribe and has the help of a level 21 warrior. How can we win? Yes, master, can you give us some advice? The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle. It was revealed that there was a level 21 warrior in the elf tribe conquered by Tang Xiaofan, but that did not mean that the level 21 elf had joined Tang Xiaofan. I believe that a strong man of this level is a person with pride and dignity, and will not easily surrender to the Lord of the castle, even if he is Tang Xiaofan. I suspect that she may have died or escaped. Of course, this is just my guess. And this is not particularly worrying, because we are not dealing with the elf tribe, but the Black Technology Castle. The Anti-Demon Alliance continues to assemble, and do not give up halfway. After the assembly is completed, send troops to investigate the situation of the Black Technology Castle. If there are no elves in the Black Tech Castle, or if there are fewer elves, then stop talking nonsense and start the war directly. As long as Tang Xiaofan is killed, and the heart of the Black Tech Castle is destroyed, the elf tribe will immediately defect. The key point. Kill Tang Xiaofan and destroy the heart of the castle, and the victory of this war will belong to us. Brother He is right. Our opponents are not the elf tribe, nor even those demons. We just need to let our troops hold them back. Our mission is to kill Tang Xiaofan and destroy the Black Technology Castle. As long as we do this, we will win. Not only can we get everything Tang Xiaofan is now, but we can also divide up those demons and elves. Don't say it, just thinking about it makes me excited. The Lord of the Black Dragon Castle took the opportunity to say, everyone should have confidence in themselves. The total number of troops of the castle lords present is as high as tens of thousands, and they are all flying troops. We can definitely defeat Tang Xiaofan and the Black Technology Castle. On the day of the war, I will also lead the Black Dragon Legion to help you. I believe that as long as we all unite, it will be easy to defeat the Black Technology Castle and eliminate Tang Xiaofan. The Great God is mighty. With the help of the Black God, the Anti-Demon Alliance will win. The Great God is the Great God, and his words give us full confidence. 5 days later will be the day when the Black Technology Castle will be destroyed, and our Anti-Demon Alliance can not only rule the forest, but also shock the entire castle power, making countless castle lords and wanderers shocked by our actions. 5 days later, our Anti-Demon Alliance will shine in the world. The Alliance members were very excited. It seemed that they had seen themselves standing on the ruins of the Black Technology Castle. On the top of the mountain, the Black Dragon Youth was smiling. With the Anti-Demon Alliance helping him to advance, if the chance of victory was high, he and his Black Dragon Legion would naturally appear. And if the combined power of an alliance could not defeat Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, he would naturally not be so stupid as to evacuate immediately after appearing. In short, he was invincible. Because of this, he didn't feel bad at all since it wasn't his Black Dragon that died. At this moment, A new friend message came. He opened it, and his eyes lit up. Bear Grylls, I heard you joined the Anti-Demon Alliance. The young man, the great god, is so well informed. Bear Grylls, don't worry about it. Let the Anti-Demon Alliance withdraw. They will definitely die if they go. The young man raised his eyebrows. That's not necessarily true. I know Bear Grylls is worried about my safety. The power of the Black Technology Castle will collapse in an instant. Bear Grylls, I don't want this matter to implicate our God's alliance. Youth. Calami Prairie, Bear Grylls was thinking in his heart, knowing that he could not convince the Black Dragon youth, and then he stopped paying attention to the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, and contacted Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan, what? Bear Grylls, the Anti-Demon Alliance is here. Within 5 days, hundreds of castle lords with flying arms will gather at Twin Mountains. Among them, there may be a member of our God's alliance. Lord of the Black Dragon Castle, you should be careful. Tang Xiaofan nodded. This time it was a favor from Bear Grylls. I know. Bear Grylls, aren't you worried? Tang Xiaofan, what should I worry about? Bear Grylls felt that Tang Xiaofan was talking to death. I forgot to congratulate you. You conquered the elf tribe. Your Black Technology Castle is even more powerful. Tang Xiaofan, how did you know? Bear Grylls, someone broke the news in the World Chat channel, and the person who broke the news should be the owner of the castle you conquered. When Tang Xiaofan heard this, he quickly said, I almost missed something important. Bai Yi was puzzled. What important thing? Tang Xiaofan, it's okay, that's it. I still have things to deal with. Bai Yi opened his mouth. Bai Yi wanted to ask Tang Xiaofan how he conquered the elf tribe, but in the end, he still didn't ask, for fear that Tang Xiaofan would delete him as a friend again. In the dense forest, on the ruins of the castle, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the lively World Chat channel and patted his head. I almost missed something important. Fortunately, the people of the Anti-Demon Alliance are very naive. If they were scared and retreated directly, I would have lost a lot. He didn't expect that the Lord of the Castle would expose his conquest of the elf tribe before he died. Fortunately, the Anti-Demon Alliance did not stop gathering, but continued to gather towards his Black Technology Castle. These people are very confident. It is normal to be full of confidence. After all, they have hundreds of castle lords. With so many castle lords, the total number of their troops must be at least more than 50,000. And all of them are flying troops. The scene is absolutely overwhelming, and the war strength is bound to be strong. This is the source of their self-confidence. Because of their confidence, they came, tens of thousands of flying troops. The strength is really strong. If I don't have the Sky City, I have to build more planes to fight them, but unfortunately, there is no if. Tang Xiaofan has a plan. A few days later, the Sky City will be analyzed and put into use. The entire three-dimensional combat system will be developed and matched with the Terminator. He plans to let the two mountains remembered by countless castle lords and wanderers be buried with hundreds of castle lords of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Chapter 182. Tang Xiaofan knew that at that time, Sky City, the war fortress belonging to the farmer tribe, would be completely exposed, and the Terminator, this killer weapon, would be exposed together. However, Tang Xiaofan didn't care. Sky City would appear in front of people sooner or later. Moreover, destroying the Anti-Demon Alliance was extremely important for him to rule the forest. In comparison, exposing the existence of Sky City was not a big deal. He didn't think about it anymore and looked at the message prompt that just appeared. Congratulations to the Lord of the Castle. Your troops destroyed the castle heart of the enemy force. The enemy castle disappeared, and you won this castle battle. You destroyed the enemy castle and gained an extra soul stone plus 300. You gained a residential blueprint. You obtained the material reserves of the enemy castle warehouse, 7 soul stones, 7,800 units of food, 36,400 units of wood, 15,900 units of stone, 9,600 units of refined iron, some monster materials, and some equipment. The harvest is not bad. As usual, Tang Xiaofan stored the soul stones and blueprints. Food, wood, stone, refined iron and other materials were packed and left behind by the elf tribe and a team of warriors to guard. Soon, Jarvis would send a transport team to receive them. Not only did tens of thousands of units of materials need to be transported, but the resource points attached to the castle itself also needed to be developed by building roads. Tang Xiaofan said to Monica and the 2 elf elders, "Next, the mission of your elf tribe is to clear out the wild monsters and other local forces in the surrounding dense forests and improve your strength. In addition, I will plant the elf mother tree in my castle. You can come and have a look when you have time. When my castle's sphere of influence continues to expand, It won't take long for it to border the elf tribe, so your tribe doesn't need to move. The reason why Tang Xiaofan didn't let the elf tribe move, in addition to the fact that his castle's sphere of influence could soon extend to this side and border the elf tribe, there was another reason. That is, there are not many wild monsters near the Black Technology Castle. The number of wild monsters centered on the Black Technology Castle has plummeted, and it is difficult to find suitable targets for hunting. Unlike before, wild monsters are in groups and can be seen everywhere. If the elves go to his castle, then the hunting difficulty of the angel army being cultivated will be higher. On the other hand, on the elf tribe side, because the elves manage this area very well, there are a lot of wild monsters, and they can hunt here to their heart's content and quickly improve their strength. I will obey your will, Lord. Monica and the two elf elders bowed respectfully. They had no reason to refuse Tang Xiaofan's words. Besides, they also agreed very much. The elf tribe has lived in this area for hundreds of years, and got used to it. Suddenly moving to the Black Technology Castle more than 100 kilometers away not only requires rebuilding the tribe and creating a new living environment, but also the elves in the tribe will not be able to adapt. It is better to stay here and develop. If they miss their mother, they can also go to the Black Technology Castle to take a look. After all, a distance of more than 100 kilometers is not out of reach. Elf Monica asked, Lord, do you need to send a team of elf warriors from the tribe to accompany you to the Black Technology Castle and obey your orders? Not for now. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. He thought for a while and said, in about 5 days, there will be a large number of castle lords coming to besiege my Black Technology Castle. At that time, I will recruit the elf warriors from your tribe. During this period, you should work hard to hunt wild monsters and improve your strength. In addition, the wild monster corpses hunted are decomposed, collected, and the food and monster materials are all stored. The soul stones and drawings obtained are also kept. Yes, Lord. Monica obeyed respectfully. Tang Xiaofan looked at Monica and the two elf elders beside him, and said, don't show mercy when you encounter castle forces, and don't ask me for instructions. Send troops to attack and destroy their castles. The era of war has arrived. Kindness and leniency will only make your elf tribe weaker and weaker. Although you are the first batch of high elves under my command, if you do not improve your strength, you will not be able to enter the core circle of my castle power. Sooner or later, you will be marginalized or even eliminated. This is my only advice to your elf tribe. Don't worry, Lord. Monica and the two elf elders said solemnly, the elf tribe will never let you down. As their loyalty increased, their words and actions became more and more in line with the core interests of the Black Technology Castle. They were no longer indifferent to the world as before, but full of a strong desire to struggle. Tang Xiaofan nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the attitude of the three elves. In fact, his words just now were not just casual, because after he returned to the Black Technology Castle and built the Elf Mother Tree Army building, a group of natural elves who were more loyal to him would appear. Those recruited elves were the ones he focused on training. As for the elf tribe, if its strength did not improve to gain his attention, one day, he might really forget the elves in the tribe. I leave this to you. Tang Xiaofan glanced at Monica, waved his hand, and then left with the second-class warrior. Monica and the two elf elders didn't look up until Tang Xiaofan was far away. This is the hope and beginning of the prosperity of our elf tribe. Monica said to the two elf elders, the Lord has given us a chance, so our tribe must seize it. I don't want to be abandoned by the Lord one day along with our tribe members. Great Elder, we understand. The two elf elders nodded, their expression serious and faintly excited. They have been stuck at level 20 for decades. Now, the opportunity is in front of them. Killing the enemy can increase their level, so they naturally have to seize it. Becoming a god is the dream of every creature in the god and demon continent. The natural elves who live in harmony with the world also hope to become gods. This is the fundamental driving force that urges them to move forward. On the other side, Mark Armour returned to the Black Technology Castle at the fastest speed, and arrived in less than a quarter of an hour after a distance of more than 100 kilometers. After returning to the castle, Tang Xiaofan asked John Eyre to take the team to rest. The result of this battle was satisfactory, but the Second Army did not take action at all. It was time to redraft the battle tactics. This is not like before, when the opponent was not strong and could be beaten in any way. Now the opponents are very strong and have good means of attack and defense, so the 2nd Regiment not only needs to update the equipment and weapons, but also needs to learn the tactics of the new weapons. In this regard, Tang Xiaofan believes that Jarvis will handle it well. Chapter 183. During this trip to the elf tribe, the warriors were almost useless, and were marginalized the entire time. It was because Tang Xiaofan underestimated the spirit of contract of the elf tribe. He originally thought that this trip to the elf tribe would not be smooth and there might be some troubles. Then he could let Jean Eyre and the others take action. It would be enough to shock the entire elf tribe. If that didn't work, he would consider using the Terminator to threaten the elf tribe. In short, the elf tribe must obey. But what was the result? Tang Xiaofan didn't expect that the elf tribe was more obedient than he thought. Not only did they obey his orders, but they didn't stop him from taking the mother tree of the elves away. On the contrary, they supported the decision of the mother tree of the elves, Olivia, to become a military building of the Black Technology Castle. This made Tang Xiaofan's deterrence plan that he prepared in advance fail to be realized. It felt like a punch on sweet cotton, which was useless even if it was strong. No matter what. As long as everything goes well. Tang Xiaofan was very satisfied with this trip to the elf tribe, and then he returned to the castle. After letting Jean Eyre and the others to rest, he came to the nearby open space and took out a blue drawing from the Cyclops ring, low-level building blueprint, residential buildings. Number of uses, 30 times. Effect, slightly improve the loyalty of the castle residents. Required materials, 500 units of stone. This blueprint was the harvest when the snake-headed monster castle was captured. Unfortunately, it was useless, so he threw it directly into the warehouse. The system can now build a 4-story residential building, a room for 4 people. In order to improve the comfort of everyone's life, Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and built various 6 or 7-story small Western-style buildings in the city. The living comfort of the small Western-style buildings has been greatly improved. Not only are they equipped with elevators, but each room has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. In addition to farmers who are married, 2 people can also apply. The house is south-facing on 3 sides, with 2 bedrooms and the living room facing south. The kitchen and bathroom are on the north side, and are built to separate wet and dry areas, with unified water supply and drainage. In Tang Xiaofan's memory, he particularly hated the expensive housing prices and rents when he was on Blue Star, as well as the hateful lottery policy. After he built a lot of small buildings, he issued an order that as long as someone applied, a new residential building would be built. And it doesn't charge a penny, and there is no need to draw lots. Because in the current expansion plan of the Black Technology Castle, this is an area that can accommodate millions of people living together, but now there are less than 10,000 people, and all kinds of living conditions are very excellent. According to Jarvis's opinion, once the population reaches 1 million, new cities will be developed. Because there are so many people now, all the traffic jams on Blue Star have not appeared. Considering the convenience of movement, everyone shares the transportation in the city, including electric bicycles, electric cars, etc. These transportation tools must be picked up and returned at fixed places, which greatly maintains the cleanliness of the town. The so-called electric bicycles and electric cars use the power source of previously developed batteries. Although the energy intensity is not as strong as the arc reactor, it is enough for these tools to operate for half a year. The prototype of the vehicle was developed by Jarvis based on the daily vehicles used by human society in the database. The development capacity of the heavy factory was not used at all, and it was built directly in the blacksmith shop. It is simple and convenient, and is well received by farmers. Now, there is no privileged class in the entire Black Technology Castle. Although some people currently hold important positions and hold great power, there are less than 5,000 farmers after all. Moreover, everything is under the control of Jarvis, whether it is applying for tickets to the opera house or arranging rooms. As the city's intelligent brain, Jarvis fully utilizes his expertise and fundamentally eliminates the possibility of anyone abusing his power for personal gain. Moreover, the farmers are very simple. Their life is fighting, working and having fun. The other thoughts are to be loyal to Tang Xiaofan, maintain the safety of the Black Technology Castle, defeat all those who dare to offend, and wash away their sins with their blood. Apart from this, there are almost no other thoughts. In addition, the planning of the entire Black Technology Castle is also being carried out in an orderly manner. Although the 3rd layer of the city wall has not been completed, the 2nd layer of the city wall has not been filled. The entire city is divided into 4 areas. All the factory areas are outside the 2nd layer of the city wall, while entertainment and life are concentrated in the north area. Sports activity buildings and armor maintenance are in the east area. The military command department is in the west area, and the south area close to the inner city is Tang Xiaofan's territory. Tang Xiaofan came to the 2nd wall of the castle again, and took out another blueprint, the Elf Mother Tree Army Building Blueprint. In front of him was a large open space, which could be used to temporarily place the elf mother tree and build dormitories for the elves. When the Black Technology Castle's sphere of influence expands again in the future, Tang Xiaofan plans to give this area to the elves to live in. As for the integration of the two arms in the future, Tang Xiaofan thinks it's up to nature. Do you want to build a top-level arm building elf mother tree in the current designated area? Tang Xiaofan chose yes, and the blue blueprint in his hand disappeared in an instant. It enveloped the area designated by Tang Xiaofan. It was vaguely visible that there was a large tree shadow in the golden light. Although it was not as exaggerated as the main body of the elf mother tree, it was also tens of meters high. It was almost comparable to his core castle. Along with the tremor of the earth, the tree shadow in the golden light stretched out thick roots, broke through the flat ground, and took root in the ground. It was not until nearly 10 minutes later that the ground vibration stopped. The golden light also disappeared, and what appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision was a newborn elf mother tree. It has luxuriant branches, and is about 40 meters tall, only 1/10 of the main body of the elf mother tree. However, the natural magic it exudes is even more pure. When Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on it, its information appeared: elf mother tree, top-level military building. Alignment, kind, lawful. Initial level, level 1. Can breed 3 natural elves every day. Upgrade required, 100 soul stones. Special reminder: the top-level military building elf mother tree has a very low probability of breeding elemental elves, ancient elves, and other super-top military types. Sure enough, the higher the level of the military type, the fewer military types you get every day. My farmer factory is an ordinary military building. When it is at the first level, there is no limit on summoning farmers. It is also the first level. The mother tree of the elves can breed 3 elf soldiers every day. The materials required for upgrading are exactly the same. In addition, the mother tree of the elves has a chance to breed elemental elves and ancient elves, which are super top level soldiers. The growth potential limit is the demigod level. From this point of view, there should be elemental elves or ancient elves in the castle force's elf garden. After all, so many days have passed, and it is unreasonable that none of them have been bred. Unless the castle lord of the elf garden is unlucky. Every breeding is ordinary natural elves. Chapter 184. While Tang Xiaofan was talking to himself, a girl appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was the girl Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree. As the message prompt said, the transformation into a military building would not erase Olivia's intelligence. Now that the elf mother tree military building has been built, the girl will naturally appear. Lord. The girl Olivia smiled sweetly, and saluted Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan also looked at her. At this time, Olivia no longer showed loyalty. The reason is that she no longer belongs to the natural elves of the god and demon continent, but is a military building unique to the Black Technology Castle. Military buildings do not need loyalty, because they are loyal to the castle master. Another point is that military buildings generally have no intelligence. Even Tang Xiaofan's farmer factory is the same. It seems that there is no thought. Olivia is a little special. Before becoming a military building, she was the spirit of the elf mother tree. Now, the elf mother tree has been transformed into a military building. She still exists, and still appears in the form of an energy body. My lord. Is this the new future? Olivia turned her head, and looked at her body. Before, her body was hundreds of meters high, but now it was only tens of meters high. But the consolation was that she could sense that although her body had shrunk to 1/10 of its previous size, and because her body was compressed by someone, the natural magic power in her body became even more pure. She felt that her strength was higher than before. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, "The reduction of your body is only temporary. After the level is raised, your body will also become larger accordingly. This can be seen from the fact that after the level of the farmer's factory is increased, the scope of the factory is also expanding. I think the mother tree of the elves will also grow taller." Tang Xiaofan asked, "Can you still transform into a tree man now?" Olivia hummed and said, "As long as the Lord agrees, I can transform and participate in the battle, but it seems that there are restrictions, and I cannot leave the sphere of influence of the castle. At present, the Black Technology Castle is a primary town. The direct territory of the castle is 2 kilometers, and the sphere of influence is 12 kilometers. In other words, Olivia can move freely within a range of 12 kilometers. When the level of the Black Technology Castle is upgraded in the future, the sphere of influence will continue to expand, and Olivia's range of activities will be even larger." "Not bad," Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. "With you protecting my castle, Even a 21st level strongman will have to flee. Olivia said seriously, Lord, rest assured, with me, Olivia, here, unless it is a strongman above 21st level, I will never let anyone harm your castle. Tang Xiaofan nodded. This attitude was quite good. He asked again, after becoming a military building, have you gained anything else? Olivia was silent. After a long time of self-perception, she took a deep breath and said, replying to Lord Xia, there is an extremely terrifying force that affects my breeding ability. At present, I can breed 3 natural elves every day, and there is hope to breed elemental elves and ancient elves. I can also sense the soul connection of all children. Soul connection? Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, what does this mean? Sensing their location. Olivia nodded and said, this kind of soul connection can also help me call back my children. If an elf dies, I can even summon their souls back, and then use the magic of life and nature to help them revive. Resurrect dead elves? Tang Xiaofan was stunned. Isn't this ability similar to his temple? The temple can also call back the souls of the fanatics, and resurrect the fanatics, who died in battle, and reincarnate them into angels. He didn't expect that the elf mother tree could do the same. Tang Xiaofan asked, do all the elf mother trees have this ability? Olivia shook her head and said, originally, I didn't have this ability. Tang Xiaofan said, there is a castle lord in our castle force, who can also breed natural elves. Do you think the elf mother tree of the castle lord can also call back the souls of elves? This kind of recall requires soul connection. Olivia said, if the elf mother tree has intelligence like me, then it should have the ability to recall souls. If it does not have intelligence, then it does not have this ability. That's fine. Tang Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. The elf mother tree in the elf garden is a random military building of the game official, and it should not have intelligence. Besides, even if it has intelligence, it is not a big deal for him to be able to recall the elf soul and revive the elf. He has his own Jarvis Black technology system, so there is no reason to be afraid of an ordinary castle lord. Olivia smiled and said, recalling souls to revive elves? This is a very powerful ability. Olivia will not have to worry about the sacrifice of elves in the future. Because even if their souls are sacrificed, they will return to my side, and I will revive them. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded. This is also good news for him. And he also wondered, after he had the soul of the elf, could he try to use the temple to reincarnate it? If successful, what kind of elf would be reincarnated? He expressed his expectation. Olivia suddenly asked excitedly, Lord, shall we start breeding natural elves now? Olivia can't wait any longer. Wait a moment. Tang Xiaofan hurriedly stopped her, then took out some soul stones, clicked twice, and upgraded the elf mother tree to level 3, consuming a total of 600 soul stones. Elf mother tree. Top level military building. Alignment, kind, lawful. Previous level, level 3. Can breed 15 natural elves every day. Upgrade required, 5,000 soul stones. Special reminder, the level 3 military building elf mother tree has a low probability of breeding elemental elves, ancient elves, and other super top level military types. It takes 5,000 soul stones to upgrade the elf mother tree to level 4. Tang Xiaofan still had sufficient resources in reserve, but he did not continue to upgrade the elf mother tree. Because the soul stones he reserved were used to upgrade the upper farmer factory to level 5. For Tang Xiaofan, the farmer factory was naturally more important than the elf mother tree. If he now consumed resources to upgrade the elf mother tree to level 4, then the road to the farmer factory's level 5 would be extended again, which was not cost effective. That's it. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the elf mother tree that had soared to a height of 100 meters, and then turned to signal Olivia that he could breed elves. Yes, Lord. Olivia was very excited, not only because she was about to breed elves, but more importantly, she felt the increase in her body's magic power. The Lord really did not lie to her. As long as her body continues to improve, one day, she will surely be able to break through the peak of level 21 and be promoted to a demigod or even a true god. Chapter 185. Gradually, on the branches of the elf mother tree, bright balls of light appeared. Those were elf balls. They contained elves, the young bodies of natural elves. After a moment, they flew down and landed in front of Tang Xiaofan. After a few seconds, all 5 elf balls collapsed and turned into a group of very cute elves. Yeah! Olivia cheered excitedly. Lord, there are really 15 elves. Tang Xiaofan, yes, that's right. Then, he checked the information of these elves, natural elves. Larva. Strength level, level 1. Loyalty, 100. Growth potential limit, Peak level 21 him? Tang Xiaofan was stunned before he finished reading the information of the 15 elves. He was confused. Why did the elves he bred have a loyalty of 100 points, like his farmer, and always be loyal? It seems a little different. This made him very strange, logically speaking. The loyalty of the elf troops should not be too high. Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. He had investigated and found that the initial loyalty of the troops recruited by other castle lords was mostly around 80 points. This was already a very high initial loyalty. There was only a very low probability of defection. After the troops were recruited, the castle lord would start to maintain the loyalty of the troops and use various methods to improve the loyalty of the troops. As long as the loyalty reached more than 90 points, they were basically considered dead soldiers. Once the loyalty exceeds 90 points, even if the lord of the castle dies, the soldiers are affected and the loyalty drops sharply. It will not drop below 80 points. At that time, the soldiers will definitely avenge the dead lord of the castle, or even follow him to death. If the lord of the castle does not maintain the loyalty of the soldiers, causing the loyalty to continue to decline, the probability of defection of the soldiers will increase significantly. Once it drops below 60 points, the fate of the lord of the castle will be worrying. Therefore, it is very important for the lord of the castle to maintain the loyalty of the soldiers. Now, there is a question that Tang Xiaofan needs to study. The loyalty of the elf soldiers he bred is not the common 80 points, but directly reaches 100 points. Just like the farmer, he is always loyal. This made him feel incredible, and Tang Xiaofan immediately asked in his mind. Soon, the information prompt gave a response. The initial loyalty of the soldiers is directly related to the soldiers' buildings of the castle lord. The current castle soldiers' building, the Elf Mother Tree, is transformed from the native Elf Mother Tree and has spiritual intelligence. During the transformation process, the spiritual intelligence of the Elf Mother Tree changes. The loyalty to the castle lord is greatly improved, reaching a peak of 100 points. As a soldier bred by the Elf Mother Tree, the loyalty of the elves is directly affected by the spiritual intelligence of the Mother Tree, and the initial loyalty is increased to 100 points. After listening to the explanation of the information prompt, Tang Xiaofan understood. In general, the key point is still Olivia, the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree. Olivia's loyalty to him, because of the transformation, has directly increased from more than 80 points to 100 points. Then the elves bred by her also have 100 points of loyalty to Tang Xiaofan. If there is no Olivia, or if the Elf Mother Tree does not have intelligence, then even if he transforms the Elf Mother Tree into a military building belonging to his castle forces, the initial loyalty of the elves bred will only be around 80 points, not 100 points. It was Olivia who directly affected the loyalty of the elves bred. No matter what. This is a good thing. After Tang Xiaofan understood the reason, his smile became brighter, and the young and beautiful Olivia in front of him made him more and more satisfied. With Olivia, Tang Xiaofan no longer had to worry about the loyalty of his elves. Lord? Olivia, who looked like an elf girl, blinked her beautiful eyes. She didn't understand why the Lord was staring at her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Although her tree age was more than 3,000 years old, she was just a young girl in the Elf Mother Tree clan. It's okay. Tang Xiaofan shifted his gaze, and checked the information of other elves' natural elves. Larvae. Strength level, level 1. Loyalty, 100. Growth potential limit, peak level 20. Tang Xiaofan looked at the information of the 15 elves one by one, and the common point was that they were all larvae of natural elves. The difference is that their growth potential limits are divided into two types. About 80% can grow to the peak of level 20, and the remaining 20% can grow to the peak of level 21. What a pity! Tang Xiaofan felt a little regretful. None of the 15 elves were elemental elves. Although the natural elves were already at the top of the top troops, and could be compared to the Dragon Titan troops, Tang Xiaofan still hoped to breed super top elemental elves and ancient Tai elves. Unfortunately, all the elves bred this time were natural elves. He was a little disappointed, but there are quite a few elves. A level 3 elf mother tree can breed 15 elves. Tang Xiaofan had to admit that the lower the level of the military building, the more soldiers it can breed and recruit. The elf mother tree breeds 3 elves at level 1, 8 at level 2, and 15 at level 3. And Tang Xiaofan's initial military building farmer factory can summon unlimited farmers at level 1. Tang Xiaofan has no doubt that among all the castle military buildings, the one with the least number of soldiers of the same level has the most soldiers, and the reason why he has so many farmers under his command is that he has more soldiers than most of the top castle lords. There is more than one reason. The key is that farmers are considered the lowest level soldiers. Even so, Jarvis gave these farmers a completely different life. Although it seems that after the farmer started, the castle upgrade quickly solved the food problem. The farmland, animal pens, and kitchens all ensured that the farmers had enough food sources to summon. However, if there was no mark armor provided by Jarvis, then the 2,000 farmer warriors in Tang Xiaofan's hands would not be able to defeat a fire dragon, let alone the castle lord, who had a black dragon as a top-level soldier. That was a legion of dozens of black dragons. It only took a few mouthfuls of dragon flame to wipe out thousands, or even tens of thousands of farmers. So, with Jarvis's iron armor, everything changed. Just like when humans were on the Blue Star, they were also the food of other beasts at first, but when humans began to create their own civilization and build their own weapons, all the beasts that were once invincible could only become human food or pets for viewing. Even the Siberian tiger, a beast that has evolved to the peak, can only survive by relying on human compassion. So, the most powerful thing about humans is never physical strength, but brains. Chapter 186. Anyway, he has not lost any farmers since he came here. With the help of Jarvis, he has a lot of farmers under his command. Now, he has a total of 5,106 farmers, more than 2,000 warriors, more than 2,000 other farmers, including more than 1,000 female farmers. The reason why he did not continue to recruit female farmers was that Tang Xiaofan found that not all farmers wanted to start a family. He thought that the castle would continue to expand, so he did not continue to recruit farmers for the time being. Moreover, the soldiers who changed their jobs were divided into two teams by Tang Xiaofan. In addition, there was a legion of angels, which was Tang Xiaofan's core team. In addition, there was a small team of goblins, with a few hundred people in the goblin tribe. This is the current situation of Tang Xiaofan's troops. Lord. At this time, the girl Olivia suddenly spoke, her eyes looking at the temple in the distance. I feel the power of faith. Yeah. Tang Xiaofan nodded, not hiding it. All the angels in the castle are my believers. I will also become a god with my faith, and become the evil god of faith of all the creatures in your god and demon continent. Olivia was stunned, and did not speak for a long time. Finally, she said, Lord, the power of the god of faith is not strong, and it is directly related to the number of believers and the level of faith. Tang Xiaofan looked at her in surprise. God knows it very well. The mother tree of elves inherits the memory from the ancient era of the War of Gods. Olivia pointed to her head, and then said, Back then, we elves were also believers, loyal to the great elf goddess. Under the protection of the goddess, our elves were very powerful, and were the main force of all races to resist the dimensional demons. Later, Olivia seemed to sigh softly. The faith system of the gods and demons continent was defeated. The great elf goddess was also severely damaged by the abyss demon god. When she was dying, the goddess arranged a super god level defense magic circle to protect us, and she fell into a deep sleep and sealed herself in an unknown dimensional world. Tens of thousands of years have passed until now. Her Majesty the elf goddess has not been able to return to the god and demon continent. What Her Majesty the goddess does not know is that the races of the continent did not evacuate this world, but completely united together. The power of pursuing the truth eventually drove the dimensional demons out of the god and demon continent. The natural elf empire was also established in that turbulent era. Tang Xiaofan said, From what you said, you don't seem to hate the elf goddess. Olivia asked in confusion, Lord, why should I hate Her Majesty the goddess? Tang Xiaofan said, The two-headed demons, goblins, and goblins I met all called the god of faith the evil god of faith. I thought all the races in the gods and demons continent hated the god of faith. That's not the case. Olivia smiled and said, The reason why races like goblins hate the gods is because the gods they believe in betrayed them. After the failure of the ancient war of gods, many gods of faith ignored the desperate appeals of their believers and fled the gods and demons continent. Let the dimensional demons wash the world with blood and slaughter their believers. This is the fundamental reason why they are despised and hated. And the goddess of our elves, Olivia said, even when her divine power collapsed and she was on the verge of falling, the goddess's crown still protected us. After the failure of the god war, the goddess was severely injured, but she did not flee. Instead, she used the core power of the broken godhead to arrange a super god level magic circle to protect the elves, the capital of the natural elf empire. The location we are in now is at the core of that divine formation. Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan and said with a slightly melancholy voice, The great elf goddess, who protected us with her life, how could we hate Her Majesty? Really? Tang Xiaofan suddenly thought of a question. If the elf goddess revives and returns to the god and demon continent, will you, the elf clan, continue to believe in the elf goddess? This depends on the decision of Her Majesty the Queen of the Empire. Olivia said, now, the elves are loyal to the Queen of the Empire, and have established a tribe whose power can even rival that of the goddess. Tang Xiaofan heard the hidden meaning. If the goddess of elves returns, the elves will no longer be her believers. After all, there is a new system, and the elves are still so powerful now. It doesn't matter whether there is the protection of the goddess of elves. This is not ungratefulness, it is the development of the times, and some things will eventually be eliminated. Just like the times are developing and progressing, the faith of the elves was the source of their power, but now it has completely turned into admiration for the elf queen, and the source of their power has become their own recognition and confidence. Now that the elf goddess has returned, they can only start all over again, show miracles, and develop believers, but there are many difficulties and obstacles. Tang Xiaofan said, in the land of gods and demons, are there still races or forces that are looking forward to the return of the god of faith? Of course. Olivia was very sure of this. Although it is now the age of truth, there are always some races or forces that throw themselves into the arms of faith again. Tang Xiaofan thought of it at the same time, and his eyes were fixed on the exquisite ring worn on the index finger of his left hand. This holy ring is called Glory Ring, which is a treasure from the Holy Church. Wearing it will be hostile to the Holy Church, and there is a chance of being attacked by the Holy Church. He can now be sure that the Holy Church is most likely a certain religious organization. They do not pursue truth, but pray for faith, hoping that their former god of faith will return to the land of gods and demons. Truth and faith. I am afraid there is bound to be a war between gods. This is a war between the god of faith from ancient times and the god of truth from today. Even without our lord of the castle, the civil war of the gods in the land of gods and demons may also break out in order to compete for the ownership of this world. Tang Xiaofan thought of the dimensional demons that invaded the land of gods and demons in ancient times. It can be seen from the sweep of the faith god system that the dimensional demon is very powerful. And later, the continent's myriad races only repelled the dimensional demons and expelled them from the god and demon continent, but did not wipe out the dimensional demon clan. So it is very likely that the dimensional demon will make a comeback. Faith god system, truth god system, dimensional demon god, castle force. Tang Xiaofan suddenly became a little dazed after talking to himself, because he thought of a problem. If these four camps all gathered in the god and demon continent, I'm afraid there will be a big fight between the gods. Chapter 187. Too chaotic. Tang Xiaofan felt his scalp tingling, but faintly. He felt a little excited and expectant again. Compared to the chaotic fight between the gods of the four camps, the fight between the castle forces was just like a child's play. The battle between the four camps is the real stage for hegemony. Look forward to the arrival of the God War. But now, development is still the most important. Without strength, you can't even drink soup. My biggest asset is the number of farmers, which is the simplest thing. One day, my black technology castle will have the final say in the land of gods and demons. This is not a boast, but Tang Xiaofan's goal and dream, and also the driving force of his struggle. If a person has no dream, what is the difference between him and a salted fish? Lord. A group of beautiful and cute elves surrounded Tang Xiaofan. They were less than 1 meter tall, and all wore clothes woven from flowers, green vines, and leaves. When they walked, they jumped and jumped, very happy. Like Tang Xiaofan's angels, the elves would grow up quickly as their levels increased. It wouldn't take long for them to be almost the same as adult elves. This is the characteristic of the troops. Of course, not all the initial troops are juveniles. Only the troops that are bred and raised will be juveniles at the initial stage. Like other troops that are directly recruited and summoned, such as skeleton warriors, grey dwarves, bloodthirsty demon wolves, snake-headed monsters, etc., they are in adult state. The common point is that no matter whether it is breeding, or recruitment and summoning, the initial level of the troops is very low. However, you can quickly increase the level by killing the enemy. Tang Xiaofan looked at the innocent and cute elves in front of him and smiled. I will send a few elves to protect you later. When you go out to hunt wild monsters, you must work hard and be brave to grow up as soon as possible and become stronger so that you can better serve my castle. Yeah. Don't worry, Lord, we will all work hard. The elves nodded their heads vigorously. When they looked at Tang Xiaofan, their big eyes were full of little stars of admiration. Tang Xiaofan used the connection between the castle lord and the troops to dispatch 2 elf elders from the elf tribe, the level 20 elf Becky. He had not considered the safety of the elves before, but now that he found the loophole, he immediately recruited strong men from the elf tribe to protect them. In fact, the elves can also go hunting with the angel team, But they are not of the same race after all, and problems will inevitably arise when they cooperate, so Tang Xiaofan decided to separate them. The angel army is one camp, the natural elves are one camp, and the farmer army is one camp. Soon after, two figures descended from the sky. They were the elves Monica and Becky. After entering the castle, they respectfully saluted Tang Xiaofan and the elf mother tree, and then turned their attention to the dozen elves playing happily in the open space. The expressions of the two big elves were extremely excited. The Lord really did not deceive them. After becoming a military building in the Black Technology Castle, the breeding capacity of the elf mother tree was greatly improved. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen elves were bred. Such breeding ability is simply too terrifying. Moreover, they can also sense the blood connection from these elves, and can be sure that these elves are bred from their mothers and are their sisters, unlike the elves in other tribes, who can only be called tribesmen. Sister? No, it's the elder. Well, elder? The elves jumped over. Monica and Becky smiled brightly, and were very happy. Monica said to Tang Xiaofan with great gratitude, "Praise you, Lord Mo Jing, you are the Lord who brought hope of prosperity to our elf tribe." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "The elf tribe is now one of the forces under my command." Pause for a moment. He continued, "From now on, the elves bred by Olivia will be handed over to you. Your task is to protect them when hunting wild monsters, and help them grow up as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord." Monica and Becky saluted solemnly. Even without Tang Xiaofan's instructions, they would do their best to protect these new elves. To them, these elves are the future of the tribe. After Monica and Becky take the elves out of the castle, Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel to check the auction of the batch of elf equipment. If everything goes well, he will prepare to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a mid-level town. There is no reward for upgrading the castle. There was only one time when Tang Xiaofan, as the first castle lord to upgrade the castle to a primary town, received the first world announcement in the history of the castle forces. So far, the game official has only made 2 world announcements for the castle forces, and the protagonist of both world announcements is Tang Xiaofan. This shows how high Tang Xiaofan's influence and reputation are in the castle forces. It can be said that among the hundreds of castle lords, and those free wanderers, none can compare to him. He is definitely the most well-known castle lord, and because of this, many top castle lords are afraid of Tang Xiaofan. Especially the anti-demon alliance of the forest, they are afraid to the core. So much so that in such a critical period of development in the early stage, they did not hesitate to organize hundreds of castle lords and summon tens of thousands of flying soldiers to expedition Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. If Tang Xiaofan is not eliminated and his castle heart is not pushed away, the castle lords of the anti-demon alliance will not even be able to sleep. No matter whether there is a reward for upgrading the castle, it still has to be upgraded. Tang Xiaofan talked to himself while browsing the channel. As the core base of the castle lord and the foundation for the establishment of the dynasty in the future, the importance of the castle is self-evident. Among all the buildings of the castle lord, the upgrade of the military building ranks first. The second is the castle base. After all, once the castle base is breached and the heart of the castle is broken, even if the castle lord does not die, he will be forced to change his job to a wanderer, and will never be able to recruit military units again. There are many benefits to upgrading the castle. First, it can expand the castle's sphere of influence. Secondly, the influence and reputation value will soar, which will attract the attention of local forces and increase the probability of local intelligent creatures to actively surrender. Secondly, the defense of the castle heart has been improved, and it is not easy to be broken. Finally, the higher the level of the castle, the closer it is to establishing a dynasty. And this last point is what Tang Xiaofan is most looking forward to. His goal is to rule the forest and establish his own dynasty. Ruling, he has already obtained it. As long as he rules the forest again and upgrades the castle to the royal capital level, he can directly establish the dynasty of his dreams. Chapter 188. Tang Xiaofan scanned the trading channel, and all the equipment he had put on the shelf had been exchanged. These included some ordinary equipment, and a small number of mid-level elf equipment, which were converted into wood, stone, and refined iron and stored in his castle warehouse. The remaining ones were high-level elf equipment, which were not sold directly, but were being auctioned. The auction time limit was 8 hours. 320 sets of high-level elf equipment, each 10 sets in a group, a total of 32 groups. At this moment, every set of high-level elf equipment has someone bidding for it. The high-level equipment auctioned by other castle lords is higher, because this is equipment made by elves. It is of high quality, beautiful appearance, and very artistic, especially some female castle lords, who like it very much and are bidding desperately. Among them is Bear Grylls. However, before the auction, Bear Grylls took the lead in contacting Tang Xiaofan. Bear Grylls, Master Tang Xiaofan, do you have an extra set of high-level elf equipment? You know, my army is the Ancient War Bear. I am the only one in the entire Ancient War Bear city. It would be a waste to bid for 10 sets of equipment. Tang Xiaofan, no. Bai Yi. Tang Xiaofan, you can wait. I will give priority to selling you a set of equipment after the elf tribe creates new equipment. Bai Yi, when will it be available? Tang Xiaofan, I don't know. Kalami Prairie, the goddess of Bai Yi with a strong figure. He gritted his teeth and felt uneasy. Thinking back, he sold an extremely precious architectural blueprint to Tang Xiaofan at a friendly price, which was equivalent to half selling and half giving it away. Anyone would be grateful to him. What happened? Tang Xiaofan deleted him immediately. He didn't remember his kindness at all. Now he was unwilling to sell him a set of high-level equipment made by elves. He was so angry. Bear Grylls. Are you a great master? I buy it at a high price. Tang Xiaofan. There is another set, but you can't afford it. Bear Grylls. What equipment? Tang Xiaofan. King-level magic equipment. Bear Grylls. Excuse me. After the chat, Bear Grylls decisively participated in the auction. He really didn't need that much. But he could wear one set, keep one set as a spare, and sell the other 8 sets of elf equipment. Nowadays, high-level equipment is still scarce. What's more, this is equipment made by natural elves, and there is no market for it. He won't lose money after all, and he may even make a small profit because things are rare and expensive. Thinking of this, Bear Grylls' mood finally improved. Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan also closed the friend column. Continue to search for things on the trading channel. The current trading area is full of goods. Not only are there food, wood, stone, refined iron and other materials for sale, but there are also equipment, blueprints, and soul stones for auction. The only bad thing is that the prices are extremely high. Tang Xiaofan doesn't want to buy them. In addition, Tang Xiaofan also found that the lord of the castle was actually selling fresh fruits, honey, bread, millet and other things. Even drinking water was sold. What surprised Tang Xiaofan the most was that there were really people buying water, and the sales volume was not low. It should be that some castle lords are unlucky and have landed in places with scarce water resources, such as the Gobi Desert. They can't find drinking water and can only buy it. Tang Xiaofan sighed. The random construction of soldiers depends on luck, and he didn't expect that the place where the castle landed also depends on luck. If you are unlucky, you can't even find water. For the lucky castle lords, there are abundant resources around them, and they don't have to worry about these things. It has to be said that some people are unlucky. Tang Xiaofan remembers that some people have been saying that this landing is unfair, and many castle lords claim that. Game officials. Being overly partial to certain people also caused a big stir in the World Channel. His opinion on this is also very clear. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. No one cheats, this is fair. If someone really wants to complain about injustice and envy others' troops, they can only blame their bad luck. Game official. Hundreds of castle lords are deployed all over the world in the god and demon continent. It is impossible to be perfect and satisfy every castle lord. The solution it provides is to randomly assign all types of troops and buildings, and randomly assign the landing places. For the official, this is the fairest. Hundreds of castle lords, types of troops and buildings, landing places, etc., are all random. At least for the official, it is fair, and there is no discrimination. Of course, these are no longer important. After walking around the trading area, Tang Xiaofan did not find what he wanted. What he values most now are things like blueprints. But the castle lord who sells these things is even more evil than he was at the beginning, and raised the price to a point where even he felt dumbfounded. He shook his head, and couldn't afford it. Finally, he could only exit the trading area, and the world chat channel next to him was still busy. Previously, due to Tang Xiaofan's conquest of the elf tribe, the popularity of high-level elf equipment was not high. Now that the elf tribe incident has come to an end, the popularity of elf equipment has also risen. Many castle lords and wanderers are discussing the elf equipment auctioned by Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan made a lot of money by conquering the elf tribe this time. More than 300 high-level elf suits, this is a sudden wealth. When the auction of this batch of elf suits is over, maybe Mr. Tang Xiaofan will be able to upgrade the Black Technology Castle directly to a mid-level town. Andy! My castle is still only a high-level castle. It's too difficult to upgrade a castle to a town. All the resources add up to 200,000 units. It's scary. I heard from a friend that to upgrade a low-level town to a mid-level town, it takes 500,000 units of wood alone. All the resources add up to almost 1 million units. Hiss, crazy! The later the castle is, the easier it is to distance yourself. The more powerful the castle lord is, the more resources he can obtain, and the faster the castle upgrades. For example, when most castle lords have not yet upgraded to primary towns, Tang Xiaofan has already started to attack intermediate towns. Who has the confidence to compete with Tang Xiaofan? Comparing with Tang Xiaofan is just asking for trouble. At this time, several castle lords suddenly stood up and shouted, "Tang Xiaofan, will you sell your elves? I will buy one at a high price." As long as there are elves, it is said that in the human empire in the central area, there are nobles who regard elves as slaves, trading them, and buying them at high prices. 100 soul stones for one elf, you will make a fortune. I am willing to make this deal with you. Tang Xiaofan. More than a dozen castle lords appeared one after another, calling out to Tang Xiaofan, claiming that they wanted to buy elves from him. Everyone knew that Tang Xiaofan had just conquered a tribe with more than 5,000 natural elves, which made countless people envious. These people who suddenly appeared all shouted at Tang Xiaofan, saying that they wanted to buy his elves at a high price. For a moment, the World Chat channel was shocked. After a moment of silence, more castle lords and even wanderers ran out. They were stimulated and couldn't help wanting to buy elves from Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 189. With all the unbearable purchase information, the entire chat channel was instantly diverted. Tang Xiaofan also saw these chat messages. His expression was unusually calm, neither happy nor angry. After a moment, he typed the following words in the chat channel. "You guys are quite arrogant. You took the initiative to stand up and provoke me. You dare not be anonymous? I have written down your castle IDs. It's best not to let me come across them. No one can escape." In just a moment, the World Chat channel was completely boiling. As the strongest castle lord certified by the official game, Tang Xiaofan's real body rarely appears in the World Chat channel, and even if it does, it is a fake. But now, Tang Xiaofan has stood up. Not only did he confront those who wanted to buy his elves, but he was also very arrogant. But the most important thing is that no one can refute Tang Xiaofan's words, because he is the strongest. Among hundreds of castle lords, no castle force is Tang Xiaofan's opponent. Tang Xiaofan is known as the number one in the game, which is unquestionable and without doubt. Even the top castle lords at the level of counselors in the Gods Alliance can't raise their heads in front of Tang Xiaofan. This is not about being defeated. Tang Xiaofan is invincible. Who gives you the confidence? This sentence is so cool. Thumbs up for Tang Xiaofan. Those grandsons just now were so arrogant and domineering, they even threatened to buy elves. Without even looking at what kind of stuff they are, can they buy elves? Those people are obviously trying to provoke Tang Xiaofan. And the castle lord from the Alliance of Gods actually came out to get involved and wanted to buy the elves of boss Tang Xiaofan. TSK. Have the people of the Alliance of Gods become so arrogant? After all, they are an alliance composed of hundreds of level 1 castle lords, known as the strongest group of castle forces, and the future world overlord. How can they not be arrogant? In this case, the Alliance of Gods thinks that it is so powerful that it doesn't have to worry about boss Tang Xiaofan. This is bullying boss Tang Xiaofan because he is alone. Boss Tang Xiaofan, please form an alliance to teach the Alliance of Gods a lesson. If boss Tang Xiaofan forms an alliance, I will be the first to sign up. For this proposal, countless castle lords expressed their support in a short period of time. Some even estimated that with Tang Xiaofan's influence and popularity in the castle forces, coupled with his unrivaled strength, if he formed an alliance, the number of members would definitely be more than 100. 100 alliance members. What is this concept? In front of such a huge alliance force, the Alliance of Gods is nothing. The alliance army led by Tang Xiaofan, not to mention ruling the entire castle force, has no problem dominating half of the castle force. This is Tang Xiaofan's influence. At this time, countless castle lords and wanderers participated in the World Chat channel. Many people are criticizing the Alliance of Gods, saying that the Alliance of Gods is too arrogant and is seeking death. Some people are criticizing Tang Xiaofan, calling him a lone wolf. Anyway, you criticize me and I criticize you. Tang Xiaofan's supporters and haters were having a blast in the World Chat channel. At the same time, the Alliance of Gods was also in chaos. Fuck, who in the Alliance is provoking Tang Xiaofan? Don't you consider the impact of your words? Although the original intention of establishing our Alliance of Gods was to deal with Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, now our goal is to dominate all races. It would be best if we could coexist peacefully with Tang Xiaofan. Peace? How is that possible? Even if we are willing to make peace, Tang Xiaofan will not agree. After all, this is the era of castle hegemony. Even so, a certain member should not drag our alliance into it. I believe that many people present want to destroy Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. But we must understand one thing. It is best to destroy the Black Technology Castle in one go. Such provocative actions in the World Channel will not only have no impact on Tang Xiaofan, but will also lower the quality of the members of our God's alliance. Tang Xiaofan holds a grudge against our alliance, which is not a good thing for us. Who is so brainless to do such a thing? There is no point in arguing further. Forget it this time. Remember the goal of our alliance of gods. The World Chat Channel involves all the castle lords and wanderers, and the impact is too great. In the future, members of the alliance must not cause trouble on it, so as not to bring bad influence to our alliance. Brotherhood makes sense. What's the point of just saying it? Provoking Tang Xiaofan, and those castle lords who suddenly appeared, which forces are they from? Who are those people? The chat history refreshed too quickly. I couldn't find his castle ID after searching for a long time. It was just a spur of the moment. There was really no other intention. It's you. This time you are really famous. Many people are greeting your ancestors in the World Chat Channel. Get lost. I am afraid of them? Is it his turn to be arrogant? If our alliance gathers together, won't it be easy to push down his Black Technology Castle? Old Qin is mighty. Support. I also dislike Tang Xiaofan, but I just don't say anything to him. If our alliance really gathers together, won't it be 10 times stronger than the Anti-Demon Alliance? Once we go on an expedition to the forest, we can directly turn his Black Technology Castle into ruins. The alliance is powerful. That's right. The members of the alliance talked a lot. They are all the masters of top castles, with top-level troops, and they are among the very few people standing at the top of the castle power. They were strong and confident, but Tang Xiaofan stood above them and looked down at them. This made them very unhappy. In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan opened the friend column and checked the information. Bei Yi, what happened just now has nothing to do with me. An alliance member said something wrong. Don't mind it. Tang Xiaofan, wrong words? Bei Yi, of course it's not just that. His surname is Qin, and he is a friend of Zhou Yong, the top castle lord you killed before. Zhou Yong's castle supplies are in his hands. Tang Xiaofan, what else? Zhou Yong, he remembered that he was once the lord of the bloodthirsty wolf castle. Late at night not long ago, Zhou Yong's castle was pushed down by his warrior team, and 2 bloodthirsty wolves were captured by him. Is the man surnamed Qin here to speak up for Zhou Yong? It shouldn't be that simple, it's obviously planned. Bai Yi, I originally wanted to kick him out, but you know there are 9 members of our alliance. I'm just one of them, and my suggestion can't play a decisive role. In addition, I suspect that the mastermind behind this incident is the Lord of the Black Dragon Castle. Although he is also a member of our alliance, he is now very close to the Anti-Demon Alliance. He is planning to join forces with the Anti-Demon Alliance to encircle and suppress you. You have to be careful. I understand. Chapter 190. Tang Xiaofan closed the friend list. His expression was a little cold. The battle for castle hegemony was inevitable. No matter who attacked his castle, he was happy to accompany them. Winning or losing, it all depends on strength. But anyone who wants to attack his elves is his enemy. 5 days left. The Black Dragon Castle and the Anti-Demon Alliance are about to arrive at the Black Technology Castle. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. The blood moon descended, and the angel army returned first. In today's hunt, no angel was harmed. After all, the armored warriors who followed the angels out hunting were basically invincible, under the control of Jarvis. So no accidents happened during the hunting, and even if there were any accidents, they were nipped in the bud. However, these were all in Tang Xiaofan's plan. He didn't want to waste soul stones to revive angels. And Tang Xiaofan, although there were not many, but mosquitoes were meat no matter how small, and they couldn't be wasted easily. Almighty Lord. The 6-winged angel Tiga handed the soul stones he had harvested to Tang Xiaofan respectfully. As for the corpses of wild monsters hunted, they were piled up in the open space of the castle, and several farmers were breaking them down and collecting them. Tang Xiaofan nodded and counted the harvest of the angel core, a total of more than 260 soul stones. Considering the strength of the angel core, such a harvest is not bad. Tang Xiaofan looked at the 6-winged angel Tiga and asked, "Is the hunting going well? Did you encounter any strong local forces?" "Praise your almighty Lord." The 6-winged angel Tiga said respectfully, "Under your protection, the Angel Corps has not encountered any local forces so far. Tang Xiaofan said, "Okay, keep working hard." "Yes, Lord. May your glory be as eternal as the sun." The six-winged angel Tiga knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement. It was the highest honor for their angel army to be praised by the Lord. After the six-winged angel Tiga left, Tang Xiaofan deposited the soul stone into the ring of the Cyclops. Not long after, the warrior team also returned to the castle. One in front and one behind, two warrior teams. They were two steel armies, one red and one black, with about 1,000 people each, which was evenly distributed. They are all equipped with drones, big pelicans, and big yellow ducks to assist combat machinery. They conducted new tactical exercises today. After all, it is a modern combat method now, which emphasizes overall coordination. The imaginary enemy is not the kind of battle between dozens of arms of the rich countrymen, but the Elf Empire as the imaginary enemy. The opponent's tactics are mature, the combat arms are reasonably equipped, the experience is rich, and the combat capability is strong. First, the drone conducts reconnaissance, and then after contacting the enemy, Jarvis immediately issues combat orders based on the information. Among them, the big pelicans conduct tactical evasion. They are responsible for the transportation of spoils, and do not participate in combat. Then the big yellow duck begins to swim, preparing to gain absolute air supremacy. The first to attack were the drones and the soldiers, who fought for air supremacy. The soldiers used long-range missiles and palm cannons as their main means of attack to annihilate the enemy's air force. Then, the big yellow duck entered the field and began to annihilate the enemy's ground forces. Finally, the soldiers were responsible for clearing the field, and then the big pelican cleaned the battlefield and collected the spoils. The entire combat system was adjusted at any time according to the size of the enemy. Everything was under the control of Jarvis, perfectly achieving the crushing of local forces. Of course, the two teams are not completely independent. During the exercise, if one of the warrior teams encounters trouble, the other will take the initiative to help. When there are no difficulties, they will fight and hunt separately. The harvest of the two warrior teams was handed over to Tang Xiaofan together. In total, more than 1,700 wild monsters were hunted, and more than 400 soul stones were obtained. And after a whole day of hunting, many warriors were promoted. Of course, for warriors, the level is not very meaningful at present, and their strength never depends on the level. Of course, under the development of the Mark Armor operating system by the fighting masters, they also summed up their own suitable combat methods, and with the new missiles, single-edged giant swords, and palm cannons, 3 conventional weapons, the fighting masters developed a whole set of fighting methods, first-hand missiles plus palm cannons, close combat giant swords plus palm cannons, and high-speed attacks in coordination with formations. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, and said to the soldiers, "Rest as usual, and go out hunting after midnight." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers saluted respectfully, and went to rest. It's just that the research and development of the automatic armor has not been completed yet. All the soldiers take off their armor, with the help of the fully automatic arm, which takes some time. But the scene of queuing to take off the armor is indeed quite spectacular. "Jarvis, how is the progress of the automatic armor system?" "Sir, all the computing power is currently analyzing the Sky City, and we can only use fragmented time to perform calculations, but it won't take long." "Okay, but I don't want our reaction speed to be slowed down due to the limitations of the armor." "No problem, sir. I can rotate the soldiers on duty." On the other side, Olivia flew out of the body of the elf mother tree, and stared at the warrior team that was changing their clothes. For her, such a scene was very shocking. It was the first time she saw such a large number of steel warriors, and she could also sense that the beliefs of these warriors were very fanatical, and they were all fanatics. This surprised her. Are they the Lord's followers? Before, Tang Xiaofan told her that he would become the god of faith in the future. She did not agree, but advised Tang Xiaofan to change the way to become a god. In her opinion, the power of the god of faith is very weak, at least not as strong as the god of truth in today's era. But now, she is a little uncertain, because the strength of the god of faith is directly related to the believers. If the Lord's followers have enough, and their faith is firm enough, then the divine power that the Lord can master in the future will also be very terrifying. All the Lord's followers are fanatics. It's unbelievable. At this time, the great elves Monica and Becky also returned to the castle with 15 elves. With the help of one of them, who was at the late level of level 21 and the other at the late level of level 20, the elves were in great glory, fighting through the dense forest and killing a large number of wild monsters. In less than a day, the elves, who were only at the initial level of level 1, were all upgraded to level 5. Such a promotion speed is terrifying. Mother, what are they doing? After Monica and Becky entered the castle, they immediately saw the farmers who were gathering around the farmer's factory and taking off their armor. Chapter 191. Looking at the lively and orderly team, Olivia walked over and whispered, "They are queuing to change clothes. These people are all fanatics of the Lord. God of faith?" Monica and Becky took a breath at the same time. After all, they were not bred soldiers, but natural elves born and raised in the god and demon continent. They knew the God of faith very well. Then, "Mother," the great elf Monica asked carefully, "as an elf tribe loyal to the Lord, do we need to believe in the Lord? When the Lord becomes a god, we, the loyalists who are not believers, may be excluded by the believers. Although I believe that the Lord will treat us equally. Become a believer?" The girl Olivia was silent. She remembered the elf goddess that the elves once believed in. Once, the elf goddess protected the elves with her life. Finally, they were defeated by the dimensional demons from the outside world. After being severely injured, they sealed themselves in the dimensional playing world. Now the elves are loyal to Her Majesty the Queen of the Empire, and no longer need the God of faith. Olivia said, "Monica, my first child, the fate of the elf tribe is in your hands." Monica hesitated. She knew that her decision was much heavier than joining Tang Xiaofan's castle. Once they believed in Tang Xiaofan, their elf tribe would be completely disconnected from the mainstream world of the gods and demons continent and become the diehards of Tang Xiaofan's chariot. In the end, Monica didn't say much. He still needed to think about it. After handing the spoils to Tang Xiaofan, she and Becky led the elves around the elf mother tree. Through meditation, absorbed the natural magic power emitted by the elf mother tree. This is one of the ways for the elves to improve their strength. Before practicing meditation, Monica also gave each of the elves a drink of water of life. The water of life can restore injuries, increase magic power, and double the effect on elves. Looking down from a high altitude, the power camps of the Black Technology Castle are clearly divided. The farmer factory is surrounded by farmers. Some of them change clothes, some play basketball, and some do beauty treatments, take a bath, watch a play, and change clothes. In short, they are very busy, but full of joy. In particular, many female farmers gathered around the basketball court, constantly cheering for the farmers on the court, and sometimes they would lead the dance to cheer them up, creating waves of heat. Around the mother elf tree, there were elves led by Monica and Becky. They focused on improving their own strength and turned a deaf ear to the noise near the farmer's factory. Only a few elves could not concentrate and occasionally listened attentively, but they would soon be pulled back by Monica and others to continue working hard. And around the temple, there were little angels sitting. They bowed their heads and prayed, without making any sound, but they were constantly emitting pious messages. The three camps did not communicate much. Although Monica and Becky were very curious about what race those beautiful creatures with white wings were, they had lived for hundreds of years, but had never seen such creatures. Those beautiful creatures exuded a holy light, and were full of affinity. Even Monica, a 21st level elf, couldn't help but want to get closer. On the other side, Tang Xiaofan was counting the supplies in the castle. The auction of high-level elf equipment is over. 320 sets of high-level elf equipment, all sold out. A total of 287,900 units of wood, 195,000 units of stone, and 103,200 units of refined iron. A great harvest. Tang Xiaofan looked up at his castle warehouse. Castle warehouse. Capacity. The size of the space will increase as the castle level increases. Reserve supplies. 569,300 units of wood, 324,000 units of stone, 138,200 units of refined iron, 37,500 units of food, and some monster materials. Current status, invincible. Note, if the heart of the Black Castle is destroyed, the warehouse's dimensional space will collapse, and the reserve supplies will all fall and become the spoils of the hostile forces. Please protect your castle heart. Before building the Elf Mother Tree Army building, consume 150,000 units of wood, 80,000 units of stone, and 30,000 units of refined iron. But this is nothing, because I harvested the supplies of the elf tribe, the supplies of the castle, and the auction supplies of more than 300 sets of high-level elf equipment. After adding them all up, compared to before, the castle supplies have doubled. The material needs of the Black Technology Castle upgrade to a mid-level town have also been met. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan no longer hesitated and called up the castle upgrade information prompt, The castle has sufficient supplies. Do you choose to upgrade the castle to a mid-level town? It requires 100,000 to 300,000 units of raw materials, 300,000 units of stone, and 100,000 units of refined iron. Yes. As soon as Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, the Black Technology Castle was immediately enveloped by a dazzling golden light. Not only the castle itself, but also the territory directly under the castle was enveloped by the golden light. Praise the Lord. This is the miracle displayed by the Almighty Lord. The little angels and elves saw this scene, and their admiration was beyond words. But soon, they continued to immerse themselves in the prayer. On the other hand, the girl Olivia, the elves Monica, Becky, and the elves all opened their mouths wide to the golden miracle in front of them. They were in disbelief. Because this was the first time they had seen it, Jianji exclaimed in a low voice, "Mother, the Lord's castle is getting bigger, taller, and more magnificent." Monica on the side looked around for a moment, and then added, "The open space in the castle is also expanding, and the surrounding trees, rocks and other things have disappeared out of thin air and turned into a flat ground. The whole castle is changing. This is the magical power that belongs only to the Lord of the castle." The young girl Olivia was filled with emotion. Even she, who was at the peak of level 21, did not possess this level of power. Only the Lord of the castle from another world could possess such a special power. Monica looked at Tang Xiaofan, who was bathed in golden light in the distance, and asked in a low voice, "Mother, do you know the origins of the lords of the castles like the Lord?" The young girl Olivia shook her head. How could she know? She suspected that even the patron saint of the natural elf empire would not know. The Black Technology Castle, shining brightly with golden light, shone in the dark forest. Under the reflection of the blood moon, it became even more dazzling, like a pearl falling in the forest, shining brightly. Finally, after nearly half an hour, the golden light disappeared. Tang Xiaofan looked up at his Black Technology Castle, which was more than 70 meters high. There was a hammer-like statue on the top of each sub-fortress. Chapter 192. The overall color of the Black Tech Castle also changed, and it was snow-white as if it was made of white jade. After upgrading to a mid-level town, the Black Tech Castle became more magnificent and luxurious, no less than some luxurious castles of human nobles. In addition, the direct territory of the Black Tech Castle has also expanded a lot, and the walls that are several meters high have also expanded everywhere. At this time, a message prompt came. Congratulations to the Lord of the Castle. Your Black Tech Castle has been upgraded to a mid-level town, and the direct castle territory has expanded to 5 kilometers, and the castle's sphere of influence has increased to 20 kilometers. The defense value of the castle heart has increased 5-fold. Your Black Tech Castle has greatly increased its influence and reputation in the God and Demon continent. Special Reminder 1. Some forces in the forest have noticed your castle. Special Reminder 2. The Goblin Kingdom's hatred for your castle has increased. Special Reminder 3. The Forest Giant Kingdom's friendship for your castle has increased. Next level, Advanced Town. New buildings, middle school, temple, stadium, garbage treatment plant, park, power plant, fire station, police station, hospital. Current camp. None. The scope of the castle upgrade territory has also skyrocketed. When it was a primary town, my castle's direct territory was 2 kilometers, with a range of 15 kilometers. Now it has been upgraded to a mid-level town, and the direct territory has been increased to 5 kilometers, and the range of influence has been expanded to 20 kilometers. What does a 20-kilometer range of influence mean? To put it simply, the range of influence of the Black Technology Castle now completely encompasses the goblin tribes of the underground world. If you walk a little further northwest, you will reach the Twin Mountains. That is to say, Tang Xiaofan's range of influence is almost close to the Twin Mountains. As long as the Black Technology Castle is upgraded to a high-level town, the Twin Mountains will also be within his sphere of influence. Moreover, many new buildings have been added, and it looks like a standard town. Of course, for example, the power plant is a bit of a waste for Tang Xiaofan, because all the electricity used in his castle now comes from the arc reactor in his room. There is no need to build additional power stations. Of course, the garbage plant seems to be useless, because both production garbage and construction garbage can be converted into materials for reuse by the castle. Other buildings are not bad. For example, the hospital is useless. Currently, none of his farmers have caught a cold. It seems that the goblin tribe has had injured warriors, and the angels and elves have not encountered any injuries. As a result, the hospital has become a decoration. The doctors and farmers, who were supposed to save lives and heal the wounded, are almost growing hair. The police station is useless, but it is better than nothing. After all, the farmers are very obedient now. They have a clear understanding of various rules and never break them. The original idea of building a prison was abandoned because the farmers were very obedient. Although there are sometimes big disagreements between male and female farmers, and arguments often break out on the court, the guards controlled by Jarvis will quickly calm down the disputes. Now that there are police, Tang Xiaofen plans to let Jarvis withdraw these life-level monitoring and management. From the experience of being born in Blue Star, management that is too detailed will make the organization lose vitality and creativity. Tang Xiaofen didn't want his farmers to be just a group of humanoid robots. He hoped that they could find their own lives in this alien world. When mentioning Twin Mountains, Tang Xiaofen couldn't help but think of the Anti-Demon Alliance army that was gathering hundreds of castle lords. According to a rough estimate, they could gather more than 50,000 flying soldiers, which could indeed be called a large army. Even so, Tang Xiaofen didn't plan to summon more soldiers. Come on! Both my castle soldiers and Terminators are ready. Any castle lord who dares to participate in this expedition will only have one result: death. Tang Xiaofen will not be lenient to his enemies, because he knows what his fate will be if he loses. This time, he will definitely kill the entire Anti-Demon Alliance. In addition, there is a Black Dragon Castle from the Alliance of Gods, which is well known in the castle circle. It is also a warning to some people who secretly covet his Black Technology Castle. After upgrading the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofen checked his own reserve of Soul Stones. Soul Stones. 12605. Just a little bit. Tang Xiaofen shook his head, somewhat helpless. It takes 20,000 Soul Stones to upgrade the farmer's factory to level 5, and now, he still needs half of the Soul Stones. He thought about it, opened the Soul Stone trading channel, and soon a large number of Soul Stone sales information appeared in front of him. But the price was so high that Tang Xiaofen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The lowest price of a Soul Stone was as high as millions of materials. Is this crazy? A pure profiteer in the business world, but I don't have enough resources to buy Soul Stones. How about lend it to someone? Tang Xiaofen immediately thought of the little Lolita in the underground world. The reason why he was eager to upgrade the farmer factory was that if he upgraded now, he could get new professional soldiers. Compared to the 4th level, the 5th level farmer factory would definitely breed more powerful technicians, and if it was upgraded tomorrow, it might delay the transformation of the Sky City and the portable transformation of the Mark II armor. If the little Lolita has it, she will definitely lend it to me without hesitation. There is also the ancient giant bear, Bear Grylls. He would not refuse, but he would inevitably owe a favor, and it is not easy to get a favor from Bear Grylls. After thinking about it, Tang Xiaofen still felt that the little Loli was more reliable. Just when Tang Xiaofen opened the friend list, and was about to send a message to the little Loli, a roar suddenly sounded. The night fell and everything was silent. The sudden roar seemed extremely loud, scaring away countless beasts in the dense forest. Tang Xiaofen looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly found that there was a rolling fire cloud in the distance, as if a sea of fire was burning the sky. In the sea of fire, a group of huge figures could be vaguely seen. They flapped their giant wings, carrying the sea of fire, and their roars were deafening. A group of fire dragons? Tang Xiaofen widened his eyes, a little surprised. He didn't understand why so many flaming dragons suddenly appeared. It seems that the leader is the level 20 peak fire dragon. It turned out that it was the one who did it. When the Beast-Tide battle came, the level 20 fire dragon was scared away, and before leaving, it didn't forget to show its murderous intent to me. Now it's back. There are 29 fire dragons in total. The lowest is level 18, and most are level 20. Hiss. Tang Xiaofen's expression changed from initial shock to daze, and finally to ecstasy. Because he suddenly felt that he seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck. Aren't these fire dragons the soul stones that came to your door? Good people, no good dragons. Chapter 193. The appearance of the fire dragons made Tang Xiaofen overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to find more soul stones to upgrade the farmer factory to level 5. He even planned to borrow some from the little Lolita in the underground world as an emergency measure. In addition to the little Lolita, Bear Grylls was also listed as his second soul borrowing target. After all, he had to collect 20,000 soul stones before 12 o'clock tonight and upgrade the farmer factory to level 5. In this way, he could immediately recruit more technicians. However, before he could open his mouth, he borrowed souls, brought a sea of fire, roared, and a group of fire dragons swept in. What a surprise! Tang Xiaofen did not expect that the level 20 fire dragon that had appeared in front of him during the novice protection period would actually treat him so well. It would be fine if he came back by himself, but he also brought more than 20 giant fire dragons with him. So cool. At this time, Tang Xiaofan was very happy and smiled brightly. There were 29 fire dragons, the lowest of which were at the peak of level 18, and most of them were at level 20. There were also many fire dragons that had entered the peak of level 20. It should not be a problem to explode several thousand soul stones. Even if the drop probability is not 100%, there is a 90% chance. Because the higher the level of wild monsters, the more likely they are to drop soul stones, and the higher the blood level of wild monsters, the more likely they are to drop soul stones. The Dragon Clan is a highly intelligent creature, not a wild monster, but the Dragon Clan is also a creature that can drop soul stones. Generally speaking, only creatures in human form do not drop soul stones, such as goblins, two-headed demons, goblins, etc. 29 fire dragons. The lowest is level 18, and the highest is level 20. I'm going to be rich this time. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh that the old friend of the level 20 fire dragon, who he had met twice, had a close relationship with him. Thinking about him and worrying about him, helping him in times of need, helping the needy. A good dragon. My lord, enemy attack. In just a moment, the six-winged Archangel Tiga and the little angel surrounded Tang Xiaofan, and stared vigilantly at the fire dragons roaring in the sky. The angel army was also ready for battle. The two bloodthirsty demon wolves also flapped their wings and hovered over the castle, ready to fight with the attacking fire dragons at any time. The dragon army recruited by the castle lord was not strong enough to intimidate the native creatures. Similarly, the dragon might emitted by the native dragons of the god and demon continent was also difficult to intimidate the army recruited by the castle lord. Now, with the blessing of faith, the bloodthirsty demon wolves' loyalty to Tang Xiaofan has reached 100 points. Facing the raging dragons, they were fearless and willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the lord's castle. As for the little angels, they were even more loyal. They were all Tang Xiaofan's fanatical followers. These fire dragons wanted to destroy their lord's castle, unless they stepped over their bodies. Not far away, the elves also showed hostility to the fire dragons. Although their levels were very low, a breath of dragon was enough to destroy them. But they would not be afraid or retreat. They were also willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the lord. Strange. The dragon's nest is more than 3,000 kilometers away from here. How could these fire dragons come from thousands of miles away to attack the lord's castle? The great elf Monica was a little confused. The dragon's nest was the most powerful force in the forest. Whether it was their elf tribe, the dwarf kingdom, or the forest giant kingdom, they were all weaker than the dragon's nest. In the dragon's nest, there lived dragons of various elemental attributes. The flame dragon was one of them. So many flame dragons came to the Black Technology Castle across thousands of kilometers, which puzzled Monica. Could it be that the Lord had offended them before? As a native natural elf of the god and demon continent, Monica knows the dragons very well. The flaming dragons are also called red dragons. Once a creature offends them, or covets their treasures, they will be marked by them. Monica thinks that the Lord may have provoked one of the flaming dragons in the past. They came in a group, intending to destroy the Black Technology Castle and vent their anger. The girl Olivia smiled and said, "No matter why these dragons come, they are obviously enemies. Since they are the Lord's enemies, don't let them get close to the castle and threaten the Lord's safety." "I understand, Mother. Please leave it to me." Monica nodded. As a high-level natural elf in the late stage of level 21, she is not inferior to races of the same level, let alone a group of fire dragons whose highest level is only the peak of level 20. With her strength, she is enough to suppress these flaming dragons. There is no need for Mother and the Lord's other subordinates to take action. She can handle it by herself, Lord. Monica came to Tang Xiaofan and said respectfully, "I request to go to battle and defeat the attacking flaming dragons." "Almighty Lord." The angel army also requests to go to battle. The six-winged angel Tiga held a scepter and emitted a holy light that was breathtaking. As the archangel of the angel team and the leader, she stood up to share the Lord's worries and took the initiative to petition to wipe out these heretics from the dragon clan. Other angels also requested to go to battle. Although the enemies were very strong, generally level 20, and there were many peak level 20 dragons, the angels were not afraid. Angels, the sword of the Lord, the meaning of their existence is to clear all obstacles for the Lord and sacrifice his glory. Tang Xiaofan looked at the elf Monica, who stood respectfully in front of him. "Can you handle it?" Monica said respectfully, "Reporting to the Lord, I can use the 20 level domain to suppress these flaming dragons. In front of the domain of the 20 level strong, the 20 level dragons are just weak-winged lizards. I like this adjective very much. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, this time it depends on Monica. No one else should take action, and the warriors should be ready to fill in and intercept, and don't let anyone go. The purpose of his doing this, of course, was to let the little angels and elves get experience. These flaming dragons were at least level 18, and at most level 20. In his eyes, they were real experience treasures. As long as these dragons were eliminated, the elves and angels under his command would surely be able to increase their levels. Tang Xiaofan believed that after killing these flaming dragons, his little angels would definitely grow up. Yes, my lord. Immediately, a full 500 warriors stood up. They were all urgently recruited warriors. After receiving Jarvis's warning, they immediately put down their work and lined up to wear armor. The remaining warriors were not affected. In Jarvis's opinion, these warriors were more than enough to deal with these fire dragons. Monica opened her mouth, wanting to ask these warriors to get some experience. She now understood that as long as they participated in the battle, they could gain special energy after the enemy died, thereby improving their own strength. If they did not participate in the battle, and stood aside to watch, they would not gain special energy. However, seeing that Tang Xiaofan did not take the initiative to speak, she did not dare to ask more. Chapter 194. Monica suddenly said, Lord, these flaming dragons should be from the dragon's nest. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded. As soon as these dragons appeared, he knew where they came from. After all, there are so many of them, and they are all flaming dragons. The biggest possibility is that they came from the dragon's nest, which is more than 3,000 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle. Only in the dragon's nest are there a large number of dragons. I think that the level 20 fire dragon is not stupid. When the beast tide came, it was forced to leave this area. Before leaving, it saw that the Black Technology Castle was not easy to mess with, so it went back to call friends. Now they came together to besiege Tang Xiaofan's castle, but they still underestimated the development speed of the Black Technology Castle. Its only chance was the beast tide. If they attacked the Black Technology Castle together with the beast tide, they might be able to take Tang Xiaofan away. But at that time, the level 20 fire dragon was scared away by the 9 blood-colored thunders when the beast tide came, missing the precious opportunity. When they came back, everything had changed. Even without Monica, the late level 21 great elf, Tang Xiaofan could rely on his warriors to wipe out the flaming dragon. Do you really think the close-in defense gun is just for show? As long as it is flesh and blood, as long as it is a carbon-based creature, no one can escape the huge impact of tearing steel. There are also the tracking missiles newly equipped by the soldiers, and the huge sniper rifles, which can easily kill the dragons. Do you know me? Monica seemed a little surprised. Of course, we are neighbors. The level 20 fire dragon was slowly retreating, and the flame dragons behind it also discovered the existence of the great elf Monica, and they all break suddenly in the sky, and flap their wings, ready to escape. They can be arrogant and domineering in the face of a castle force from another world. But in the face of the great elf Monica of the late level 21, they also know what it means that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The key is that Monica is not a snake, but a high-level natural elf. With Monica's strength, she is enough to peel off their skin with one hand. They are scared and ready to withdraw. Liar, this idiot, why didn't you investigate it in advance? What do you mean that the strongest force in this castle is only at the peak of level 18, not even level 20, and brought us here to make a fortune? Is this getting rich? This is losing your life? What Liar said is right. Those creatures in steel armor do look delicious. Why is Monica here? Did she join the castle forces? Retreat! The fire dragons were growling and flapping their wings wildly to escape. However, it was too late. A green light suddenly descended, covering all the more than 20 flame dragons present in an instant. Every fire dragon in the light felt difficult to move, and its own life force was still being sucked away. No matter how they resisted, it was useless. It seemed as if invisible chains bound them. They flapped their wings frantically, but could hardly move at all. Damn it! This is a domain, Monica's level 21 domain. Damn it! Elf Monica, let us go! Monica, how dare you fight us? Let us go quickly, otherwise the chief will definitely destroy your tribe and make the forest a cemetery for your natural elves. The fire dragon shouted angrily, but they were extremely terrified in their hearts. If it was a domain at the early stage of level 21, they might be able to break it together. After all, most of them were level 20 dragons, and they could destroy the domain of a strong man at the early stage of level 21. But Monica's level is as high as the late level 21, not far from the peak of level 21. As a veteran level 21 strongman in the forest, Monica's strength, status, and influence are second only to their patriarch. Now the great elf Monica personally took action and used her domain to suppress them. It was difficult for them to escape. The level 20 fire dragon was also covered by Monica's level 21 domain. It screamed in fear, "Monica, why are you doing this? We dragons are friends with your natural elves. How can you help the lord of the castle in another world to deal with us? Friends?" The great elf Monica shook her head. She did not agree with this word. Especially in this forest, the dragon nest and the elf tribe are not friends. In the early years, elves would disappear from the tribe from time to time. It was not until their mother was promoted to the peak of level 21, and she also reached level 21, that such a situation did not occur. Monica knew. A few of the elves who disappeared had accidents, and most of them were attacked and eaten by evil dragons. Monica always remembered this grudge. The natural elves of the forest are not friends with the dragons. Monica replied with certainty. The level 20 fire dragon said angrily, "You shouldn't help the castle lord of the other world. They are the enemy of all races in our god and demon continent." Monica corrected, "If I kill you, no one will know." The level 20 fire dragon suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. The other fire dragons that were still struggling, spewing dragon breath, and releasing dragon language magic also stopped and looked at Monica with an incredible look. At this time, they finally discovered. There was a big tree standing near the White Castle. They didn't pay much attention to it at first, thinking it was just a tree with strong natural magic power. Now they saw that it was the mother tree of the elves. Did the elves of the elf tribe move their mother trees to this castle? The elves took refuge with the owner of this castle. This is also the reason why Monica appeared here. Their elf tribe betrayed the myriad races of the god and demon continent and turned to the invaders from another world, and even dared to attack us. Damn it, why didn't anyone notify us? Such a big thing happened, we should have been informed first. Maybe. We were on the way when the elves surrendered, and we missed it. As they spoke, the flaming dragons also felt that their bodies were getting more and more tired. They had plenty of magic power in their bodies, but they just felt tired and had a drowsy impulse. My vitality is drastically decreasing. This is the power of the domain from the betrayer Monica, which can not only bind us but also devour our vitality. Damn it, we were hurt so badly by that guy Liar. Level 20 fire dragon Liar kept roaring at Monica. Let us go. It sprayed dragon breath and even released dragon language magic, but unfortunately, the gap was too big, and its attack could not break Monica's territory at all, let alone hurt Monica. After a while, the struggles of the fire dragons became weaker and weaker. Monica turned her head and looked at the warriors and said, "It's almost time to take action. These flying lizards have lost the power to resist." Flying lizards? Such a title made the fire dragons extremely angry, wanted to refute and retort, but found that he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. The life force was swallowed up in large quantities, and the first thing that appeared was weakness all over the body, and finally it fell. Chapter 195. The warriors looked at each other. So far, this was the first time they hunted like this. They didn't put in any effort, and the only thing they did was harvest. However, they didn't hesitate to release missiles to kill the dragons. In a blink of an eye, nearly 10 flaming dragons were killed by their missiles. Dragon blood fell from the ground like a rainstorm, attracting a large number of wild monsters to fight for it. This night, it is destined to be a carnival feast. Your troops killed the 18th level peak flaming dragon, and obtained 1,000 energy value and 1,001 soul stones. Your troops killed the 20th level initial flaming dragon, and obtained 2,000 energy value and 1,500 soul stones. Your troops killed the 20th level peak flaming dragon, and obtained 7,000 energy value and 3,000 soul stones and 1 blueprint. Your troops killed. A series of information prompts appeared, making Tang Xiaofan smile. Under the suppression of the 21st level elf Monica, these flaming dragons, which were only at the peak of level 20, had no power to resist at all, and their vitality was mostly swallowed by the domain, and they were unable to resist the attacks from the warriors. The powerful missiles were enough to break through the dragon's armor. As the tiny missiles fell from the sky, the lives of the flaming dragons were ended. Soon, more than 10 flaming dragons were killed by the warriors. At the same time, the little angels and elves on the ground also gained a huge amount of experience in killing monsters. The 6-winged Archangel Tiga, who had already stepped half a foot into the 18th level, took the lead in breaking through the peak of the 18th level. After being promoted to the 18th level, Tiga, who was originally only about 1.2 meters tall, also jumped to about 1.5 meters tall, becoming a graceful young lady. With a height of 1.5 meters, she looked much bigger than the other little angels, and she looked like an adult all of a sudden. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and her figure showed a perfect golden ratio. Even Tang Xiaofan, who had seen many beautiful angels and pretty elves, found her very stunning. Not long after, the last batch of elves that were bred, these peak level 10 elves, also completed their promotion and entered level 12. At the same time, the warriors continued to hunt the remaining flaming dragons. For Tang Xiaofan, these flaming dragons that attacked in groups were nothing more than experienced treasures, or even experienced copies. They were here to give him, and his little angels, and elves experience and kills. Not only did the little angels and elves gain a huge amount of energy, but as the lord of the castle, Tang Xiaofan, although he did not participate in the battle, was also able to take away a batch of energy. With the help of considerable energy, his level also jumped into the peak of level 10, not far from level 11. Great harvest. Each flaming dragon gave a lot of energy and soul stones. All the little angels and elves were promoted, and many little angels were promoted from the peak of level 12 to level 13. In addition, each flaming dragon also exploded soul stones. And Tang Xiaofan also found that it was not just soul stones that exploded, even blueprints were exploded. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. The killing in the sky is still going on. Under the control of the great elf Monica, her level 21 domain can restrain and suppress the flaming dragons, but the warriors are free to move and release missiles without being affected. Gradually, more and more flame dragons were killed. Finally, one flame dragon could not hold on any longer. In despair and fear, it roared with its ultimate potential. "Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too." The remaining flame dragons that were still alive also lost their courage. Seeing that a dragon led to surrender, they also spoke up, saying that they were willing to surrender and did not want to die. "Major." The soldier stopped the missile attack and asked John E. As the commander on the front line, John E had the power to respond to emergencies. The life and death of these dragons depended on his thoughts. He took a look at the soul stones he had collected and said, "We still don't have enough soul stones. We need to collect 20,000. Then, the other warriors once again aimed their missiles at the flame dragons, begging for mercy. 1, 2, and finally when they killed the third level 20 flame dragon, they exploded more than 7,000 soul stones. "That's enough." John E nodded slightly, and ordered the warriors behind him to stop attacking. And his calm eyes, through the visor, looked at the extremely terrified flame dragons. They killed a total of 20 flame dragons that came to attack the angel castle this time. Disloyal ones. Become believers of the Lord, and you will be saved. Impossible. A flame dragon roared and refused without hesitation. "We can surrender and become captives of your castle, fighting for you until our people come with treasures to exchange for our freedom. But we will never become believers of the God of faith. We will never believe in the Lord of the castle from another world." A blood-red giant sword slashed at its neck, and the sharp blade intersected with the dragon scales of the flaming dragon, rubbing against each other and producing sparks like metal collisions. The one holding the giant sword was John E, who had now broken through the late stage of level 20 and entered the peak of level 21. With his mastery of combat skills, coupled with the bloodline suppression of high-level life on low-level life, he was enough to crush the late-stage 20th level flaming dragon in its prime. "Really?" The cold mask exuded a breath of indifference and death, and he slashed the flaming dragon's neck with a giant sword in his hand. "I give you one more chance. Answer well." "Don't kill me. I surrender." The flaming dragon quickly lowered its head, completely losing its temper, and without hesitation, expressing its willingness to become a believer. The other flaming dragons also twitched and surrendered. Believers are believers. After all, it's better than losing your life. "You cowardly dragons." Among the dragons, the level 20 fire dragon Lear angrily said, "The pride of the dragon clan and the dignity of the five-color dragon have all been lost by you." "Shut up." Some flaming dragon shouted, becoming even more angry. When staring at the level 20 fire dragon Lear, both of its hands spewed out hot flames. "Damn Lear, if it weren't for you, would we be here? You're the one who hurt us." "That's right. Lear deliberately hurt us. No matter what we become, it's all your fault." "Shut up." Johnny said softly, raised the giant sword in his hand, and the flame dragons that were just roaring and noisy immediately shut their mouths and became very well behaved. Level 20 Fire Dragon Lear also fell silent. Initially, it brought these people here because it felt that it alone could not destroy the human castle. It hoped to share the fruits of victory together. It never thought that this expedition would fail, and it never thought that its people would be slaughtered by a group of steel demon-like monsters. Chapter 196. The Fire Dragon Lear felt guilty, for it had brought disaster to its people. No! I won't accept this. I can't die here. I want to avenge my dead people. The Fire Dragon Lear roared, and at the same time, a terrifying magic power burst out from its body, and the blazing dragon flame shot in all directions, almost shaking the 20-level domain of the great elf Mecha. Is this about to be promoted? Mecha flew in the air, looking at the 20-level Fire Dragon Lear, who was undergoing a mutation. Its level was originally at the peak of level 20. Ruling's aura was surging like crazy, heading towards level 21. And the blazing dragon flames around it also had a tendency to form a level 21 domain. All signs showed that the level 20 Fire Dragon Lear had exploded with super potential in despair, and was about to be promoted to level 21. John Eyre asked Mecha, Ms. Mecha, can you suppress the flaming dragon after it is promoted to level 21? Mecha was stunned. This was the first time someone called her like this. She smiled and said, of course, my level is the late 21st level, and my domain is stable. Even if the Fire Dragon Lear is promoted to the 21st level, it is only in the early stage, and the domain is not fully formed. It is no match for me. That's good. John Eyre nodded. Then wait until it is promoted to the 21st level, and then save its soul. Yes. Mecha nodded, and asked curiously, how to save the soul? The Lord said, the dirty body will be purified. Only pure souls are worth saving. For those who blaspheme the Lord, only death can redeem their souls. Killing is redemption. Death is eternal life. The warriors whispered in unison, and made a gesture of praying to the Lord. At this moment, Mecha, a great elf of the late 21st level, felt cold sweats inexplicably. For some reason, these masked warriors made her feel terrified. Even the dimensional demons that her mother often mentioned to her did not give her this feeling. John Eyre continued, Ms. Mecha, please suppress it after it is successfully promoted. Leave the redemption of heretics to our warriors. Okay. Mecha replied stiffly. She didn't even dare to look at the warriors' cold faces, and turned her head away in a hurry. As for the trembling flame dragons, they were so scared that they almost fainted after hearing the warriors' words. What kind of creatures are these? Too scary. Second only to the legendary dimensional demons. Iron warriors, such a race has never appeared in the god and demon continent. They must be evil creatures from another world, comparable to demonic creatures. Why am I here? I regret meeting Lear, he killed us. The flaming dragons trembled constantly, and dared not speak. They could only communicate with the spiritual secrets of the dragon clan. On the other side, Lear, a level 20 fire dragon, who was in the state of promotion, was conscious. After hearing the conversation between Mecha and the warriors, he trembled all over and almost failed to break through. However, he stabilized in the end and wanted to burst out the strongest power at the moment of breakthrough. As long as he returned to the dragon's nest, he would be safe. It can even ask the clan leader to send a huge dragon army to the Black Technology Castle. Fire Dragon Lear believes that as long as the entire Dragon Nest army attacks, it will definitely conquer the Black Technology Castle and eliminate this ugly castle force. Even the great elf Mecha and the elf mother tree must die. As time passed, the aura of Fire Dragon Lear became stronger and stronger. After an unknown period of time, its aura finally reached its limit, and it was successfully promoted to level 21. Almost at the same time, it roared in dragon language, releasing the 21st level dragon language magic, meteorite falling from the sky. Instantly, hundreds of huge meteorite fireballs fell from the sky, some hitting Mecha's 21st level domain, and some hitting Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Castle. Not only that, the Fire Dragon Lear also spewed out hot dragon breath, carrying the newly derived domain power, attacking the surrounding green light curtain. This green light curtain is Mecha's 21st level domain barrier. As long as it is broken, it can escape. How can I let you do what you want? Praise to the elf goddess. The great elf Mecha waved the magic wand in her hand, and directly released the forbidden spell of the elves. In an instant, the terrifying natural magic swept across the world, and the dragon flames on the Fire Dragon Lear were all extinguished, and the dragon's breath flames were directly wiped out. Even the meteorites falling from the sky were blown up by the powerful natural magic, and turned into countless flame fragments flying towards the dense forests in all directions. Damn it! Monica, why do you always go against me? Fire Dragon Lear roared, and he was just one step away from success. The dragon breath, containing the power of the domain, had penetrated the green light curtain, and he could escape immediately. But before he could act, the green light curtain returned to its original state. Not only that, he couldn't break free from the forbidden spell of the elves, and he was finished. Even if he was promoted to level 21, his strength was far inferior to that of the great elf Monica. It was destined to die here. Fire Dragon Lear looked up in the direction of the Black Technology Castle again, hoping that the meteorite he summoned could destroy the human castle. Even if it means death, it will not let the human have an easy life. However, it was disappointed again. Many meteorites that fell towards the Black Technology Castle were blown up by thick branches when they were still hundreds of meters in the air. In fact, no meteorite fragments could hit the White Castle. Olivia. The Fire Dragon Lear widened his eyes. He saw the giant tree with luxuriant branches and leaves and emitting endless starlight. He saw the girl in a green dress standing on the top of the giant tree. She, Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, the guardian of the elf tribe, is a peak level 21 warrior who can rival the leader of the dragon nest. Even she is here. She came to protect the White Castle in person, and together with the great elf Monica, the two level 21 warriors of the elf tribe all appeared. How could such a powerful castle force be broken by it, and a group of flaming dragons, the highest of which is only level 20? This expedition spanning thousands of kilometers was doomed to fail from the beginning. I surrender. The Fire Dragon Lear decisively gave up struggling, because no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape the 21st level domain of the great elf Monica. Moreover, it was trapped more and more, and now it couldn't even flap its wings. The magic power in its body had been completely suppressed by the forbidden spell, the elf goddess Yongzon, and it couldn't even breathe out the dragon's breath. It had no choice but to surrender. It surrendered. Monica looked at John Eyre. In her opinion, the value of a 21st level dragon captive was very high. Whether it was taken as a pet mount or let the dragon nest come to redeem it, it would be very beneficial to the Black Technology Castle. John Eyre shifted his gaze and looked respectfully at Tang Xiaofan in the castle. He asked the Lord to obey the order, but Tang Xiaofan shook his head simply. Chapter 197. Since the novice period, the Fire Dragon Lear has repeatedly shown hostility towards his castle. Now, it has brought more than 20 flame dragons to attack his castle. How can he let it go so easily? Besides, it is only a level 21 flame dragon, which is not a big deal. Because among the other surrendered flame dragons, there are also 2 or 3 flame dragons at the peak of level 20. When these flame dragons become his troops, they can get more experience by killing enemies. After they acquire the ability, it won't take long for them to be promoted to level 21. Another point is that Tang Xiaofan's own level has reached the peak of level 10, and he is only one step away from being promoted to level 11. He believes that if he kills the Fire Dragon Lear, he will be able to be promoted. Killing the level 21 flaming dragon should be able to explode a lot of good things. As Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself, the second-class warriors did not hesitate to release powerful missiles and began to attack Lear. No! The siege lasted for a full 10 seconds, and the Fire Dragon Lear finally roared unwillingly, and was killed by the soldiers' concentrated fire. From this, we can see how powerful a creature at level 21 is. Even if it does not resist and allows the enemy to attack, it is difficult to kill it. But in the end, the Fire Dragon Lear still fell. At the same time, golden light appeared on the bodies of several soldiers, and Tang Xiaofan also had golden light on his body. It was not until a long time later that the golden light disappeared, and Tang Xiaofan was successfully promoted to level 11. He immediately checked the kill information prompt. Your troops killed the 21st level initial flame dragon, and obtained energy value plus 10,000 soul stones plus 1,000, blueprint plus 1 dark gold treasure chest plus 1 blueprint, and even a treasure chest. It's really a big explosion. Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly. When the Fire Dragon Lear died, he not only promoted to level 11, but also exploded blueprints, and even treasure chests. From the time of his arrival to now, Tang Xiaofan's troops have killed nearly 100,000 wild monsters, but none of them have exploded treasure chests. In the wild, Tang Xiaofan had not found any trace of the treasure chest. The only thing he knew was that the little lowly in the underground world had obtained a treasure chest and opened a black dragon egg from it. Calculating the time, the black dragon egg should have hatched. In the sky, with the fall of the Fire Dragon Lear, the remaining 6 flaming dragons did not have the courage to resist at all, and did not dare to raise their heads. They were afraid that they would be killed by those creatures wearing steel armor because of a glance. Even Lear, who had entered the 21st level, was not persuaded to surrender. They did not think they had much value in the eyes of the castle lord. Apart from anything else, being obedient and docile might help them survive. Lord, love the world. People should believe in the Lord and respect the Lord. The omnipotent Lord created the world and everything. Love, selflessness, mercy. John Eyre's cold voice sounded at this time. At the same time, endless light rain fell from the void and wanted to merge into the bodies of those flaming dragons. Some flaming dragons felt the crisis and wanted to resist, but a giant sword was directly placed on their necks. They were so scared that they dared not move and let the light rain enter their bodies. Lord, protect his believers. Believe in the Lord, your souls will be immortal. Even if you fall, you can still gain eternal life in the Lord's kingdom. Gradually, the golden vertical pupils of the flame dragons became confused, and it was not until a long time later that they woke up. Under the shocked gaze of the great elf Monica, the flame dragons crawled in the sky and bowed their heads respectfully. Eternal life. At this moment, the great elf Monica really felt cold all over, and even shivered uncontrollably. Praise you, Almighty Lord. Black Technology Castle. 6 huge flame dragons prostrated themselves in front of Tang Xiaofan. They were extremely respectful, and gave their faith to Tang Xiaofan. These 6 flame dragons were all level 20, 2 of them were mid-level 20, 1 was late level 20, and 3 were peak level 20. They were absolutely strong enough to sweep across the territory of any castle lord. Even if they met Tang Xiaofan, there were 2 level 21 elves sitting in the Black Technology Castle. If it was the castle of other castle lords, I'm afraid they would have been razed to the ground long ago. Of course, for Tang Xiaofan, it was a bit regrettable that he didn't see the effect of the close defense gun, but at least he tested the strength of the 2 strong men of the elves, which was still good. Tang Xiaofan clicked on the information of the dragons to check. Abra, Flame Dragon. Previous growth status, Adult. Level, Peak level 20. Loyalty, 95 points and so on. 6 Flame Dragons. Their growth potential limits are all peak level 21. It can be seen from this that the dragon army is also at the top among the top level arms of the castle forces, and can completely rival the natural elves, who are also highly intelligent races. These fire dragons have already entered adulthood. However, they are still some distance away from the peak of their potential. It is very difficult to reach the limit of potential, and it requires various opportunities. Sometimes, the shackles of a realm can make it difficult for native creatures to break through until death. For native creatures, it does not mean that they can definitely be promoted to the limit of their potential. It only means that they have this potential. However, the troops under the command of the Lord of the Castle are different. No matter how high the potential limit is, as long as you keep killing enemies and gaining energy, you can grow to that level. After that, the shackles will appear, and you need to evolve your bloodline arms to reach a higher level. Tang Xiaofan looked at the 6 flaming dragons in front of him. These flaming dragons have become his arms, and the road to the growth limit is smooth. If nothing unexpected happens, each of them can be promoted to the peak of level 21. Loyalty is also good. All are above 90 points, and the highest has reached 95 points. Loyalty is more than 90 points. This is amazing. As long as there is such loyalty, the soldiers are almost loyal to the castle lord. Even if the castle lord dies, the soldiers will not defect but will fight to the death to avenge the castle lord. However, it is very difficult to improve loyalty and maintain loyalty. On the contrary, the failure of the battle, the bad attitude of the castle lord, etc., may reduce the loyalty of the soldiers. Therefore, many castle lords are troubled by the loyalty of the soldiers, and consider how to improve the loyalty of the soldiers. Compared with Tang Xiaofan, the local creatures have just defected and the loyalty is as high as 90 points. This is almost incredible. The only one who can compete with Tang Xiaofan is the little Lolita in the underground world. Her luck and charm are both amazingly high. The loyalty of any dark iron dwarf who has joined the little Lolita has never been lower than 90 points. The little Lolita is gifted. I'm different. The reason why the loyalty of the flame dragon is so high is all due to the power of faith. Under the influence of faith, these flame dragons have become my believers, believing in me and considering me as their god of faith. Chapter 198. Naturally, their loyalty is high. Comparatively speaking, the elves in the elf tribe do not have such high loyalty. After the natural elves of the tribe came over, their initial loyalty was only above 80 points. The reason is that they are not my believers and do not believe in me. Faith is a shortcut to greatly improve loyalty. As long as they are believers, their loyalty will be ridiculously high. And under the influence of the power of faith, the loyalty of the troops will continue to increase to the point of being die-hard and fanatical. Hundreds of castle lords. I wonder if there are other castle lords besides me who are on the path of faith. Tang Xiaofan felt that there should be. After all, it is the general trend for castle lords to become gods through faith. Some smart castle lords, who saw the opportunity early, should also start to cultivate believers. The reason why Tang Xiaofan was able to walk ahead of countless castle lords was entirely because he opened up the unique advantage of Almighty Lord when he ruled. The peasants, who are naturally loyal, are extremely suitable for faith. If it were any other type of soldiers, Tang Xiaofan would not be sure if he had the ability to make them believe in him. Even if he did, it would be very difficult. The peasants are different. They live by faith, and even if Tang Xiaofan does not speak, they will take the initiative to recruit believers for Tang Xiaofan and spread the glory of the Lord. Lord. John Eyre flew over and handed the collected spoils to Tang Xiaofan. The harvest is quite good. Looking at the piles of spoils, Tang Xiaofan smiled. There were a total of 19 flaming dragons that attacked in groups, and now only 6 are still alive. That is to say, 13 of the flaming dragons were killed, including one that burst out its potential in a desperate situation and was promoted to level 21. Except for a few of the 18th level peak lords, the other flaming dragons that were killed were basically level 20. So a large number of soul stones exploded, a total of 5,700 soul stones. 2 blueprints. And another treasure chest. The dark gold treasure chest was placed in front of Tang Xiaofan, nearly 2 meters high. Tang Xiaofan didn't know how the fire dragon liar could carry such a big treasure chest. Perhaps the treasure chest didn't belong to it at all, but came from the mysterious game official. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it, and put the soul stone away. At the same time, he checked his inventory. Soul stone, 20,472 pieces. Finally, all the soul stones are collected. I will upgrade the farmer's factory to level 5 later. The level 5 farmer factory will definitely be able to breed more skilled workers. As long as the farmer factory is upgraded before 12 o'clock tonight, the farmer summoned will be based on the level 5 standard. There are more than 2 hours until 12 o'clock. No hurry. Tang Xiaofan turned to look at the 2 drawings that were exposed. The information of the 2 drawings is unknown and needs to be identified. These 2 drawings, the other one is from the fire dragon liar, who was promoted to level 21. They are extremely high level. I think the drawings that have been exposed are not ordinary things. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and immediately identified the 2 drawings. The bright identification light enveloped the 2 blue drawings. After about 10 seconds, the identification light dissipated. Both drawings also revealed their true colors. Heavy Rail Transit Vehicle Factory Drawings. Grade Advanced. Description: use it, and you will get a complete rail transit vehicle. Castle Building Upgrade Drawings. Grade: Rare. Description: use it to upgrade the designated castle building by 1 level. Special reminder: the upgraded castle building level cannot exceed level 5. Both drawings are special drawings. It can be seen that the stronger the enemy killed, and the higher the bloodline level, the better the quality of the drawings that are exposed. Big profit. Railway Transportation Vehicle Factory. Isn't this a train? I make a lot of money just from this blueprint. And it's advanced. Compared to the other 2 vehicles, the train is definitely more efficient. Compared to cars and planes, the transportation capacity of trains is unquestionable. In particular, the ores at many resource points are very heavy, and the blacksmith shop cannot be moved outside. Relying solely on cars and planes, the transportation capacity has always been restricted. But the train is different. The transportation capacity is absolutely instant kill level. Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. So far, he had only used 2 factory blueprints, and had produced a light truck and a light aircraft. The appearance of these 2 vehicles alone had greatly improved Tang Xiaofan's black technology castle, and the efficiency of collecting materials had been greatly improved. Now there was a train. Even if his empire was tens of thousands of kilometers in the future, the train could solve the transportation problem very well. Of course, it would be even better if a new blacksmith shop could be built, and the blacksmith shop, wood workshop and stone workshop could be placed in other areas. At that time, the raw materials can be directly processed on site, and the factory can handle them centrally. Of course, even if the raw materials can be processed directly at that time, the subsequent assembly work must still be carried out in its core territory. Tang Xiaofan turned his attention to another blueprint. Castle Building Upgrade Blueprint. This is the first time such a blueprint has been exposed. But it can be marked as rare. It must be rarer and more difficult to expose than other blueprints. Castle Building Upgrade Blueprint. As the name suggests, This is an upgrade blueprint. It can upgrade the level of castle buildings. This effect is amazing, but it saves me a lot of materials. But there is a problem. Since the level of the blueprint is too low, it can only upgrade the 4th level building to a 5th level building at most, and it cannot exceed the 5th level. Tang Xiaofan first thought that the level of the former farmer's factory was exactly the 4th level, so this blueprint could be used. In this way, he can save a full 20,000 soul stones, and the saved soul stones can also be used to reserve for upgrading the 6th level farmer's factory in the future. Then, Tang Xiaofan thought of his castle again. The current level of the Black Technology Castle is a mid-level town, which is equivalent to a level 5 building. It seems that it exceeds the limit and cannot use this building upgrade blueprint. Finally, Tang Xiaofan thought of it and immediately asked in his mind, "Can I use the castle building blueprint to upgrade the Sky City?" The Sky City is a weapon like a war fortress, not a castle building, and cannot be upgraded with this type of blueprint. Okay. Tang Xiaofan said to himself, it seems that this blueprint can only be used to upgrade the farmer factory. As for the Elf Mother Tree Army building, let's take it slow, the core is still the farmer factory. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, and immediately took the castle building upgrade blueprint, and walked towards the farmer factory. But just when he was about to use it, he suddenly paused. Because he saw the advanced building standing not far away, the metal laboratory, from the corner of his eye. The metal laboratory was built by him using the blueprint. It didn't say what level it was, it seemed to be a constant advanced building. Chapter 199. But Tang Xiaofan once asked information prompts and got the answer that the metal laboratory can also be upgraded, and the condition for the upgrade is the castle building upgrade blueprint in his hand. The metal laboratory is an exclusive building of my castle. It can increase the attack and defense of the troops by 10%, and can analyze various alloys for me, providing a technical basis for building equipment. Its effect is very powerful. However, the metal laboratory also has limitations. At present, it can only analyze metal alloys. If it can conduct research on other materials, such as nanomaterials, then the evolution of my armor can also be put on the agenda. So, should we use this blueprint to upgrade Metal Lab too? Tang Xiaofan frowned. He was considering whether it was more cost-effective to upgrade the farmer's factory to save 20,000 soul stones, or to upgrade the Metal Lab. After pondering for a long time, Tang Xiaofan finally made a decision. The castle building upgrade blueprint is marked as rare, and it is obviously difficult to get it. And the Metal Lab is another camp-exclusive building that cannot be upgraded with supplies. Upgrading the farmer's factory can only save some soul stones at most, and it seems that upgrading the Metal Lab is more cost-effective in comparison. After all, who knows when such a blueprint will be revealed again? Comparatively speaking, it is much easier to obtain soul stones. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan turned to the metal laboratory and immediately chose to use the blueprint without hesitation. In an instant, the blueprint in his hand disappeared. The metal laboratory in front of him was shrouded in a dazzling golden light. It can be vaguely seen that the appearance of the metal laboratory is changing, but it is not clear. After about a few minutes, the golden light dissipated, and the upgraded metal laboratory appeared in Tang Xiaofan's field of vision. Compared to before the upgrade, it is more magnificent, majestic, and spectacular, and the golden light it emits is also more rich and pure. Material Laboratory. Description: the ultimate exclusive building of the farmer clan, the ultimate laboratory of materials, can produce and analyze all substances. Effect 1. Greatly improve the loyalty of the castle residents to the castle lord. Effect 2. All castle soldiers increase their attack and defense power by 20%. Effect 3. Can analyze and provide relevant formulas for materials that can be described. Hidden Effect 1. As the ultimate exclusive building of the farmer clan, the material laboratory can greatly increase the friendship value of the light-related intelligent creatures and greatly increase the probability of active surrender of the light-related intelligent creatures. Hidden Effect 2. Greatly increase the hatred value of the dark and evil camps. Hidden Effect 3. Once the material formula developed by the laboratory is applied, it can be synthesized using materials from the current world material laboratory. Even the name is different after the upgrade. Looking at the information attributes of the material laboratory, Tang Xiaofan took a breath. Before the upgrade, the metal laboratory only had 3 common effects, plus 2 hidden effects. After the upgrade, the material laboratory has 3 common effects and 3 hidden effects. It seems that all effects have been greatly improved, and the attack and defense of the castle troops have also increased from the previous 10% increase to 20%. Just for this reason, it is worthwhile for Tang Xiaofan to choose to upgrade the metal laboratory with the blueprint. In addition, The research on materials is based on the analysis of the materials that exist in the current world. Otherwise, if the research results in materials that can only be produced by substances that are not available in the God and demon continent, wouldn't there be no chance of mass production? In other words, in the future, even if the new materials developed by the material laboratory are new, I can find a way to mass produce them. And, after the upgrade, the research speed of the material laboratory will also be greatly improved, and the work efficiency will be greatly improved. It's simply too powerful. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but be happy. He was glad that he didn't use the blueprint to upgrade the worker and peasant factory. The value of the soul stone saved was not worth the new attributes of the material laboratory. He made a fortune. After a long moment, Tang Xiaofan calmed down. He looked at the little angels kneeling and praying at the entrance of the material laboratory. These soldiers of the light camp were inspired by the material laboratory. They knelt down spontaneously at the gate of the temple to pray. The little angels were also very excited after the material laboratory appeared, but they finally chose to pray near the farmer's factory. What a terrifying aura of faith! In the distance, the girl Olivia, the great elf Monica, and the elf elder Becky all showed surprised expressions. Material laboratory. Mother, what is that? Faced with Monica's question, the girl Olivia's expression was dull, as if she was lost in memory. That is the supreme hall of the farmer clan, which appeared in ancient times, and is the core temple of the farmer's pantheon. But since the end of the ancient war of gods, the material laboratory has become a ruin. It is said that it was destroyed by the dimensional great demon god himself. Today, perhaps even the ruins can't be found. I didn't expect it. The girl Olivia said in great shock. It actually came to the Lord's castle. Could it be that the Lord will become a god in the future? God? The great elves Monica and Becky trembled. In the distance, Tang Xiaofan heard the discussion of the three elves. He couldn't help but shook his head. He didn't want to be a god. His title was much more powerful than a god. At this time, a soldier came and knelt respectfully, saying, Almighty Lord, there is still a batch of materials to be processed. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the giant dragon corpses piled up in the open space in the distance. There were a total of 23. Go and rest. Let others deal with it. Yes, Almighty Lord. The soldiers quickly retreated and went to the city to rest. Tang Xiaofan asked Nong Yi and others to store all the giant dragon corpses in the castle warehouse. The reason why he didn't let the warriors collect it was because they could only get some dragon materials at most. Comparatively speaking, it seemed that the complete dragon body was more valuable, so he had to preserve it and sell it to the sponsor for a good price. After collecting the dragon corpse, Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes on the dark gold treasure chest about 2 meters long in front of him. Treasure chest. Grade, dark gold. Description: you will get unexpected gains when you open it. Unexpected gains? Tang Xiaofan was very interested and opened the treasure chest immediately. The moment he opened the box, a dazzling red light burst out, almost blinding Tang Xiaofan. He looked at the item in the box. It seems to be a dragon egg. Its maximum diameter is more than 1 meter, and it is oval in shape. It is red all over, emitting red light, like a rare giant ruby. The eggshell of the dragon egg is also covered with golden lines to show its nobility. Dragon egg of the flame dragon. Demigod level. Incubation time, 3 days. It has a very high growth potential, and has the potential to become the Dragon King of the Flame Dragon clan. Cultivate it well, and it will become the most powerful Flame Dragon King under your command. Dragon Egg. Chapter 200. Tang Xiaofan sighed, inexplicably feeling a little disgusted with the fire dragon egg in the treasure chest. Tang Xiaofan was indeed a little disgusted. The growth potential of the demigod level was actually very amazing. Even for the top castle lords, this fire dragon egg could be called a treasure, enough to make countless castle lords jealous. Because even for the top soldiers, their growth potential limit is only the peak of level 21. For the top soldiers, the natural elves, the growth potential limit is generally the late level 21 and the peak level 21. Only in very rare and lucky cases, there are elemental elves and ancient great elves with the potential of demigods. Moreover, this is a natural elf that can rival the dragon clan in Titan, and is ranked at the top of the top-level arms. Some relatively poor top-level arms have a growth potential limit of only the early stage of level 21 and the middle stage of level 21. The worst level arms cannot even reach level 21. For example, the bloodthirsty demon wolf has a growth potential limit of the peak of level 20, which is the weakest top-level arm. It is reasonable to classify it as a high-level arm. In the entire castle padding, The growth potential limit of the top soldiers is generally around the early stage of level 21, and only a few can reach the late stage of level 21 or the peak of level 21. In comparison, the preciousness of a fire dragon egg with a growth potential of demigod level is self-evident. Moreover, it is a dragon soldier and comes from the native land of the god and demon continent, so its value can be increased several times. If it is properly cultivated, once it grows into a demigod level flame dragon king, its strategic significance will be extraordinary. Facing this fire dragon king egg, Tang Xiaofan believed that any castle lord would be tempted, or even jealous. Its value is second only to the artifact. If he took it to the trading channel and auctioned it, there would definitely be countless castle lords, and even free wanderers coming to bid and fight for it. After all, it is a demigod level troop, which is extremely precious. However, Tang Xiaofan was a little disgusted with it, thinking that its growth potential was too low. What is the demigod potential? The lowest potential of the little angels under his command is demigod. The four-winged angel is at the peak of demigod, and the six-winged angel has the potential to reach the level of lower true god, the peak level of lower true god. For example, the angel of heart Tiga. She is currently the only four-winged angel under Tang Xiaofan. If she is further promoted to a six-winged angel and has 3 pairs of physical wings, then the growth potential of the angel of heart Tiga can even enter the level of middle true god. It can be said that the growth potential of each one is enough for countless castle masters to look up to. Under such a comparison, what is a mere half-god level fire dragon king egg? Tang Xiaofan considered it for a long time, but he didn't abandon the fire dragon king egg in the end. If he put it up for auction at this stage, the proceeds from the auction would hardly match its value. To put it bluntly, Tang Xiaofan felt that he would suffer a loss. The reason why Tang Xiaofan auctioned the precious skeleton warrior species architectural blueprint was, first, to reserve resources, and second, because the skeleton warrior species architectural blueprint was of no use to him. However, this fire dragon king egg seems to be somewhat useful. After it grows up, it can command the flame dragons in his castle. In addition, it is a native creature of the god and demon continent. In the future, Tang Xiaofan can use it to extend his tentacles to the local dragon forces. If it can become the flame dragon king in the local dragon forces, and unify the local flame dragon lineage, it will also be very helpful for the development of Tang Xiaofan's castle forces. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan decided to keep the fire dragon king egg. Its incubation time is 3 days. Tang Xiaofan felt that this time was a bit long, so he asked the information prompt about the hatching speed of the fire dragon egg. How to hatch it faster. The information prompt responded quickly. Consuming soul stones can speed up the hatching speed of the fire dragon egg. The fastest speed can be accelerated to within 1 day. It is estimated that about 3,000 soul stones will be consumed. The same attribute of the flaming dragon provides elemental magic to it, which can also speed up the hatching speed. The time can be accelerated to within 2 days. In addition to these 2 methods, the information prompt also told Tang Xiaofan that placing the fire dragon egg in the magma of the Earth's core, consuming treasures with fire attributes, etc., can speed up the hatching process of the fire dragon egg. In short, there are many ways, and the most practical one is to consume soul stones, and let the flame dragon infuse elemental magic to help hatch. 3,000 soul stones are too expensive. Let the flame dragon handle it. Almighty Lord. As a peak level 20 dragon, its size can be said to be extremely huge. From head to tail, it is more than 60 meters long. When the wings are spread out, it reaches nearly 80 meters. It is a huge guy, like an ancient beast. In front of the huge body of the flaming dragon, the top-level bloodthirsty wolf looked like a little chicken, giving people the feeling that one claw could tear the bloodthirsty wolf into pieces. It must be said that creatures like dragons are still very good. Tang Xiaofan did not mention the fire dragon egg immediately, but asked, Abra, what kind of dragons are there in the dragon nest in the forest, and how many dragons are there? The flaming dragon said respectfully, there are many types of dragons in the dragon nest, including gem dragons, about 5,000 or more, I don't know. More than 5,000? Tang Xiaofan was surprised. He didn't expect that there would be so many dragons in such a small forest. How many dragons are there in the entire god and demon continent? As expected of one of the powerful races in the god and demon continent, the dragon race relies not only on the identity and bloodline of a highly intelligent race, but also on its powerful racial strength. Wise Lord. The flaming dragon Abra said cautiously, if those evil dragon heretics in the dragon nest learn that a dragon has fallen in the Black Technology Castle, they may send a large dragon army to conduct an expedition. After becoming Tang Xiaofan's believers, The dragons in the dragon's nest became heretics in the eyes of the flame dragon Abra. In its eyes, dragons that do not believe in the Lord are heretics. It's okay. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. He was not very worried about this problem. He had already prepared for this when he decided to destroy the group of fire dragons. Would he be afraid? He was not afraid of the dragon army's expedition to his black technology castle. As long as he didn't feel sorry for the soul stone, even if all the dragons in the dragon's nest in the forest were dispatched, the thousands of large, medium, and small evil energy cannons on the Sky City would be enough to make them come and go without return. Afterwards, Tang Xiaofan learned about the general classification of dragons from the flaming dragon Abra. The most numerous dragons are elemental dragons. The most famous elemental dragons are the five-colored dragons. They are red dragon, flaming dragon, white dragon, frost dragon, green dragon, poisonous dragon, also known as natural evil dragon, black dragon, dark dragon, blue dragon, thunder dragon,